CHX traverses the realm of fantasy, becoming the crown prince of the Xia Divine Dynasty. His father is a peak emperor, and his grandfather is an immortal celestial king. His identity is of unparalleled nobility, yet he falls prey to the child of fate, who cunningly colludes with the ancient kingdom of Diheng, leading to his tragic demise filled with resentment. Upon CHX's rebirth, the villain system awakens in synchrony. The announcement rings out. Ding! The villain system has been activated, granting you the cultivation of Supreme Emperor from the outset. As he feels the overwhelming power coursing through his veins, memories of the sinister visage of the ancient kingdom's ancestor flood back, prompting a smile from CHX. A mere vassal kingdom, with its Saint King ancestor akin to an ant who dares to invade and conspire against me? With the power of an emperor at his command, he directly conveys his divine will to the capital. Ancient ancestor of Diheng, within 1 hour, come to the East Palace and kneel to receive your death. Enraged, the Saint King ancestor descends with overwhelming might, believing the crown prince to be a spent force. CHX stands aloof, casting a cold glance. No matter how formidable your saintly pressure, it is but an illusion before an emperor. With a mere gaze, the Saint King ancestor is instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The ancient kingdom becomes an accomplice in this demise. With a flick of his sleeve, vast landscapes shatter, and countless lives are reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, the ancient kingdom, which has endured for endless eons, is utterly eradicated. Having captured the terrified child of fate, Ji-ing, CHX coldly scoffs, "You're backing?" To me, it is akin to an ant, easily crushed with a glance. From this moment forth, those who follow me shall live, while those who oppose me, even the heavens will be unable to save you. Chapter 1. The Crown Prince of the Divine Dynasty begins with the cultivation of an emperor. In the Sun Tin realm, within the Xia Divine Dynasty, East Palace. Agony. His soul feels as though it has been crushed by a multitude of mountains, forcibly crammed into a nearly shattered vessel. HX's consciousness jolts awake amidst the chaos and darkness. He struggles to open his eyes, his vision still blurred, barely able to discern the outlines of the palace resplendent and sacred, each detail exuding unimaginable luxury and authority. Where am I? His voice is hoarse and dry, stirring the pain in his chest. Before he can gather his thoughts, a torrent of vast yet sorrowful and indignant memories invades his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Boom! CHX lets out a muffled groan, his face turning as pale as paper, gripping the cool, smooth silk blanket beneath him, enduring the impact on a soul level. The Xia Divine Dynasty stands tall at the pinnacle of the Sun Tin realm, ruling over countless star domains, a timeless divine nation. And he, CHX, is the crown prince of this supreme dynasty, a true son of heaven destined to inherit the title of divine emperor and wield control over Sun Tin. Memories unfurl like a scroll. His father is the mighty Xia Divine Emperor, whose authority stifles the greatest powers, having reached the apex of emperor cultivation, only a step away from the legendary realm of immortality. His grandfather has long transcended the emperor level, achieving the status of an immortal, serving as the true stabilizing pillar of the dynasty. However, a century prior, ominous changes from the upper realms heralded both great terrors and immense opportunities. To preserve the unyielding foundation of the dynasty and seek higher paths, CHX's father, grandfather, and the most elite of warriors embarked on a journey to the upper realms. Though the dynasty remains rich in resources, a temporary void in the highest combat power emerged. The original CHX, despite his unparalleled talent, having attained the pinnacle of sainthood at a tender age, was hailed as a prodigy that appears once in a million years. Yet, lacking the experience of blood and fire, he was ill-prepared to govern the dynasty. During this vulnerable period, treacherous elements began to stir. The figure of a youth named Ji-ing became vividly clear in his memories. Hailing from the vassal kingdom of Diheng, he was once a mere ant, but, through inexplicable fortunes, experienced rapid advancements in cultivation and became adept in subterfuge, harboring deep schemes. Exploiting the absence of the dynasty's strongest, he secretly allied with factions discontented with the original CHX, eroding his prestige and instigating turmoil. In an ancient secret realm expedition, he colluded with external enemies, setting a deadly trap that severely injured the original CHX, nearly leading to his immediate demise. Upon returning to the dynasty, Ji Ying shamelessly turned the tables, slandering the original CHX and distorting the truth. The most despairing pressure came from the ancient kingdom of Diheng, as its ancestral figuria, seasoned Saint King, dared to descend upon the imperial capital during the absence of the divine emperor and the immortal celestial king, openly supporting Ji Ying while casting aspersions on the original CHX's capabilities and issuing veiled threats. This was undoubtedly an act of taking advantage of a Great Xia blatant betrayal. With treachery from within and external enemies closing in, coupled with severe injuries and a shattered spirit, the once promising crown prince met his end in the confines of his own East Palace, suffocated by boundless grievances and hatred. CHX exhales a long breath laced with the taste of blood, slowly releasing his clenched fists. The confusion in his eyes dissipates, replaced by a chilling coldness capable of freezing all things. Alongside a newfound clarity, he has absorbed everything of the original memories, identity, emotions, and the relentless desire for vengeance. While my forebears battled in the upper realms, flames erupted in the backyard. CHX murmurs coldly, a crowned prince at the pinnacle of sainthood, facing a fortunate child of fate and an ancient saint king, ending in death. Truly disgraceful. However, a sinister smile graces his lips. This identity, this overwhelming power, and the latent treasures within the original's body are not insignificant inheritances. He could distinctly sense, deep within the original's consciousness, the imprint of two vast legacies exuding immortal radiance. Point 1 is titled Yuan Shbmi Xianxiaaudiobooks, focusing on the physical and spiritual body, claiming to be indestructible through endless tribulations. The other, Ji Tin Zhou Hu Shnh, governs the art of slaughter and transformation, containing the supreme powers of seizing the very essence of heaven and earth. Yet, the original's cultivation is shallow, is not even a saint king, unable to touch the threshold of these celestial arts, thus sealing them deep within his consciousness. Celestial arts inheritance. A flicker of fervor ignites in CHX's eyes. Alas, without matching cultivation, it remains a castle in the AIR.AT that moment. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice, akin to immutable laws, resonates in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's intense resentment and desire for vengeance. Binding villain system. 130, 70, 100. Binding successful. Host CHX, welcome to the villain system. This system aims to assist the host in hunting down the children of fate, seizing their fortunes, and ascending to the pinnacle of the myriad realms. First-time activation detected. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Please check. Villain system? CHX is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter, just in time. The destined protagonist? The child of fate, since I have become the villain. Your good days are numbered. With a thought, a pale blue virtual screen manifests before him, revealing a shimmering golden gift package spinning in the air. Open. Newbie gift package opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the cultivation of a supreme emperor. Buzz. As if chaos is being birthed anew, the myriad realms awaken. A formidable power, transcending the limits of imagination and seemingly harboring the very essence of the entire Xianxian realm, was born from the void. IT surged forth like the most tempestuous galactic storm, instantaneously reshaping and transforming Chu Chi's flesh and soul. The shattered Dantian was swiftly remade, as if propelled by a rocket. His cultivation soared at an astonishing pace. The distinctions between body refinement, spiritual sea, cave heavens, and divine palaces were effortlessly torn asunder, akin to mere sheets of paper. The realms of celestial beings, life and death, nirvana, revered ones, and supreme beings, those that could establish sex in the outside world, could not even halt this force for a fraction of a second. The thresholds of divine fire, celestial gods, and divine kings dissolved like bubbles. Breakthroughs occurred seamlessly. The realms of quasi-saints, saints, great saints, and saint kings, those revered by countless beings, appeared minuscule as dust in the face of this overwhelming force. The original master's proud pinnacle of saintly cultivation was rendered insignificant before this might. Even the legendary quasi-emperor realm, teetering on the edge of imperial status and gazing down upon eternity, seemed dim in comparison to the supreme fruit of the emperor's path that this power heralded. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the supreme imperial realm absolute pinnacle. At this moment, not only the Eastern Palace but the vast expanse of the Daxia divine capital, even the supreme formations enveloping the capital, emitted an unbearable resonance. The laws of heaven and earth lamented, and myriad orders trembled. It was as if they encountered their ultimate sovereign, instinctively desiring to bow in reverence. Endless vitality from heaven and earth and fragments of the Great Path were irresistibly drawn toward the Eastern Palace, coalescing into a visible storm of energy. Chu Chi slowly opened his eyes, within which lay the terrifying spectacle of cosmic birth and extinction, of epochs shifting. The world, in his gaze, had irrevocably transformed. He could discern the threads of laws, hear the flow of time, and feel the breath of space. The entire Xiantian realm appeared as the intricate patterns within his grasp, distinctly visible. This was the Emperor, the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. A single thought could obliterate galaxies. A single word could decree the fates of myriad beings. With a mere thought, the once turbulent palace, stirred by the surge of power, returned to tranquility without even a speck of dust being stirred. This absolute control over power was exquisite in its perfection. Moreover, as he stepped into the imperial realm, the two sealed immortal inheritances deep within the original master's sea of consciousness, the Yuan, Shi, Bu, Mie Xian Jing, and Jia. Tian Zhao Hua, Shan Shu awoke, like a slumbering true dragon, beginning to radiate resplendent immortal light. The previously obscure immortal runes now appeared clear and comprehensible to him, allowing him to grasp the supreme mysteries they contained. The Emperor's cultivation is the key, while the immortal inheritances are the foundation. Chu Chi's lips curled into a cold smile. System, this novice gift truly resonates with my heart. He rose slowly. The deathly aura and weakness lingering from the original master's near demise had completely vanished. In their stead was an abundance of imperial vitality akin to a blazing furnace, along with an aura that seemed to merge with the very essence of heaven and earth. Guiyang, the ancestor of the great desolate ancient kingdom. Chu Chi's gaze turned icy, his killing intent palpable. You took advantage of my forebear's absence, bullied my weakened state, and endangered my life. This blood debt shall be settled from this moment forth. He approached the palace doors, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating the vastness of time and space. Come forth. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable imperial authority, resonating throughout the Eastern Palace and beyond. In the outer plaza, hundreds of golden armored guards, including several leaders who had reached the realm of divine beings, knelt in unison, their heads bowed in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, they felt as though an ancient deity had awakened from slumber. The aura surrounding the crown prince had grown terrifying. It was a pressure so overwhelming that it sent tremors through their very souls. Chu Chi paid no heed to their astonishment, his thoughts once again delving into the system. Host, Chu Chi identity, crown prince of the Daxia divine dynasty. Cultivation, imperial realm supreme pinnacle. Technique, Yuan Shi Bu Mie Xian Jing entry level. Divine ability, Jietian Zhao Hua Shun Shu entry level. Fortune points, 0. Villain value, 0. Current tasks, none. Excellent. The immortal techniques have been recorded. Chu Chi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the leading guard commander of the revered realm below, his voice resonating like a decree from the heavens, cold and authoritative. Convey my command to the ancestor of the great desolate ancient kingdom. Within 1 hour, come to the entrance of the Eastern Palace and kneel to receive death. Failure to comply. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Chu Kai's lips. Shall result in the annihilation of your nation. Chapter 2. The decree of annihilation and the enraged ancestor of the ancient kingdom. Silence engulfed the Eastern Palace square as the last 2 words, Miegua, uttered by Chu Chi, resonated with an overwhelming sense of impending slaughter. The hundreds of golden armored guards, including the seasoned commanders, were struck as if by lightning. their minds blank with disbelief. Miegua, what did they just hear? The crown prince demands the venerable ancestor of the Dahuang ancient kingdom to come kneel and accept death, or face the obliteration of the entire kingdom. The Dahuang ancient kingdom, a formidable power with a legacy spanning billions of years, stood nearly second only to the imperishable divine dynasty. Its ancestor was a veritable saint king, a figure capable of shaking an entire star domain with a mere stomp. While the crown prince possessed extraordinary talent, he had recently suffered grave injuries, teetering between life and death. Even if he had fortuitously recovered to some extent, he could at most ascend to the saint realm. Yet, how could he dare to summon a saint king to accept death? All gazes instinctively turned toward the designated heavenly guardian commander, Li Yi. At that moment, Li Yi felt a chill run down his spine, his entire being frozen. He could distinctly sense that the crown prince's words were no idle threat. The icy killing intent and unwavering resolve in his tone sent shivers even through a battle-hardened heavenly expert like him. However, the command was utterly insane. To convey such an edict to a saint king? Was he seeking death? The opponent could crush him with a mere finger. Yet, he dared not defy the crown prince's order. At this moment, the crown prince exuded an aura of profound danger, akin to confronting a slumbering ancient beast. The consequences of rebellion would likely be more dreadful than a trip to the Dahuang ancient kingdom's stronghold to meet his end. Subordinate obeys. Li Yi managed to force out the words through gritted teeth. Go. Chu Qi waved his hand nonchalantly, turning to return to the depths of the palace as if merely assigning an inconsequential task. His aloof and indifferent figure left a burdensome pressure upon everyone in the square. It was only after Chu Qi's silhouette vanished entirely that the guards dared to exhale, yet the atmosphere remained oppressively tense. Commander Li, a familiar commander of the divine fire realm approached, his voice dry. What does His Highness mean by this? Li Ye's complexion turned ashen as he took a deep breath to steady himself, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. We shall execute His Highness's decree without further discussion. With that, he hesitated no longer. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the embassy of the Dahuang ancient kingdom in the imperial capital, he needed to convey the crown prince's edict swiftly. What would transpire thereafter was beyond his contemplation. Meanwhile, news of Chu Qi's astonishing decree spread like wildfire throughout the vast eastern palace. Countless maids, eunuchs, guards, and officials hearing the news reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! What? The crown prince commands the ancestor of the Dahuang ancient kingdom to come kneel and accept death within an hour, or face annihilation. Has he lost his mind? Could His Highness's injuries have worsened, leaving him delirious? Hush! Keep your voice down. Do you wish to die? This is the Eastern Palace." Yet, the absurdity of the situation was undeniable. The Dahuang ancient kingdom was home to a saint king, and its power was growing. Rumored to have aligned with the left chancellor. Even if the divine emperor were to intervene personally, such a demand would not stand. Did the crown prince possess some hidden trump card we are unaware of, perhaps a forbidden artifact left by the old immortal king? Unthinkable. Even with an artifact in hand, it would at most threaten the venerable ancestor. How could one dare to speak of annihilation? The foundation of the Dahuang ancient kingdom was formidable indeed. In no time, the Eastern Palace was rife with unrest, with countless eyes casting dubious and anxious glances towards the crown prince's quarters, tinged with a hint of secret anticipation. The imperial capital of the Xia divine dynasty, vast and resplendent, served as the nexus of the Xianxian realm, drawing forces from myriad domains. The Dahuang ancient kingdom, as one of the most powerful vassals under the divine dynasty, had established an embassy of grand scale and imposing presence. At this moment, deep within the fortified halls of the Dahuang ancient kingdom's embassy, the venerable ancestor, Huang Tong, sat cross-legged. His hair and beard were white, his features ancient, adorned in simple gray robes. He appeared unremarkable, yet the air around him shimmered with the flow of great Tao inscriptions, and his eyes, when opened and closed, seemed to flicker with the essence of stars, exuding the oppressive aura of a saint king. Seated below him were several high-ranking officials of the Dahuang ancient kingdom. Alongside Gu Yang, the focus of this unfolding event, who was now radiating vitality and stability, having recently ascended to the saint realm. A subtle, satisfied smile graced his lips. Clearly pleased with his successful scheme against Chu Qi and the protection afforded by the venerable ancestor. Ancestor, a senior elder of the Dahuang ancient kingdom, spoke respectfully. It is said that the crown prince Chu Qi is gravely injured, his Tao foundation damaged. Even if he survives, he will likely be rendered incapable. Although there has been some criticism from the divine dynasty, it ultimately came to naught under your oppressive presence. This time, our Dahuang ancient kingdom has decisively overpowered the crown prince. Huang Tong, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his murky gaze. Indeed, that lad Chu Chi is a prodigious talent. Were it not for the absence of the divine emperor and the old immortal king, I would not dare to pressure him so. However, he is ultimately too young, having fallen into Gu Yang's trap, and now reduced to a mere husk, posing no threat. He turned his gaze toward Gu Yang, a hint of approval in his eyes. Gu Yang, you have performed excellently. Fortune favors you, and your intellect surpasses that of your peers. Your future achievements are boundless, even capable of leading our Da Huang ancient kingdom to further greatness. Gu Yang promptly rose and bowed respectfully. All credit is due to the ancestors' protection. Were it not for your personal intervention, I would fear. Humph. Huang Ting interrupted with a cold snort. You are a person of importance to me. Who dares to harm you would be my enemy. What of the crown prince? Our Da Huang ancient kingdom has now gained the covert support of the left chancellor. As long as the divine emperor and the old immortal king do not return, I can walk boldly through the Xia divine dynasty. His words brimmed with unwavering confidence and the supreme dignity of a saint king. What of the crown prince? Ultimately, he is but a junior. How could he contend with me? At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps and frantic reports echoed from outside the hall. Reporting to the ancestor, esteemed elders, a grave matter has arisen. The Eastern Palace's guardian commander Li Yi requests an audience, claiming to bear a decree from the crown prince. Oh, Huang Teng's brows furrowed slightly. Has that lad Chu Chi not yet given up? What does he send someone for? To plead for mercy? Gu Yang's eyes flickered with a mix of confusion and disdain. What trick could that defeated foe still have up his sleeve? Let him in. The report's messenger trembled as he spoke. Soon, Li Yi, pale and drenched in cold sweat, stepped into the hall with great trepidation, bracing himself against the overwhelming pressure emanating from Huang Teng, nearly collapsing to his knees. Speak. Why has Chu Chi sent you? Huang Teng's tone was indifferent, laced with an air of superiority. Li Yi inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to muster his strength, and recited the terrifying decree verbatim. By the crown prince's command, the venerable ancestor Huang Teng of the Da Huang ancient kingdom is to arrive before the Eastern Palace within an hour. Kneel and accept death. Should he fail to comply, the kingdom shall be annihilated. Silence. As the words fell, a silence more dreadful than that which had enveloped the Eastern Palace square descended upon the hall. The elders of the Da Huang ancient kingdom were rendered speechless, and Gu Yang's triumphant smile froze upon his face. On the face of Huang Ti-ing, which was as placid as an ancient well, a flicker of astonishment flashed as if he had just heard an outrageous jest. Immediately, an overwhelming fury erupted, akin to a volcano in full eruption. What did you say? Boom. The terrifying pressure of the Holy King swept through the grand hall like a tsunami. The floor, etched with countless formations, cracked inch by inch. The space within the hall twisted violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. Li Yi, like a leaf caught in a tempest, was struck by this force and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung back, crashing heavily against the wall, unconscious and unknowing of his fate. Impudence! How dare this wretch insult me so? Huang Ti-ing sprang to his feet, hair standing on end, eyes ablaze with crimson rage. The laws of the Holy King erupting around him, his terrifying aura soaring into the heavens, shattering the clouds above the encampment. In the entire capital of the Xia divine dynasty, countless powerful beings were stirred by this sudden, overwhelming wrath of the Holy King, all directing their gazes towards the direction of the Di Huang ancient kingdom's encampment. Seeking death. Huang Ti-ing, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally. A mere child on the brink of death daring to humiliate me. He wishes to annihilate my nation? Who grants him such audacity? He did not believe that CHJ possessed such strength, dismissing it as a mad curse uttered in his final moments, or perhaps a scheme of some sort. Ancestor, quell your anger. Gu Yang hastily interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement. CHJ's actions must be a mere bluff. He likely seeks to provoke you into losing composure, allowing the divine dynasty to seize an opportunity against you. We must not fall for this trap. Bluff? Huang Ti-ing's gaze turned icy, terrifyingly so. Regardless of whether it was a ruse, such a shameful affront could not be tolerated. Did he not demand that I crawl over and kneel to meet my death? Very well. I shall go personally. Let us see what capabilities he truly possesses. I am eager to discover if his meager Eastern Palace can withstand my wrath. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally sever his head and use his blood to cleanse this humiliation. Before his words had fully dissipated, Huang Ti-ing transformed into a terrifying streak of light, imbued with raging fury and boundless killing intent, charging towards the direction of the Xia divine dynasty's Eastern Palace. The Holy King's wrath altered the very colors of the heavens. The entire divine capital was engulfed in tumultuous winds and clouds. Chapter 3. Words become law, crushing the Holy King. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the Holy King descended upon the eastern palace of the Great Xia Dynasty like the weight of countless ancient mountains. In an instant, the sky darkened, winds howled, and thunder roared. Boundless killing intent and fury intertwined, forming a tempest that swept through the surroundings. Huang Tiang, the revered ancestor of the Huang ancient kingdom, who had been renowned for hundreds of thousands of years, now appeared as a deity of destruction. Suspended high above the main gate of the eastern palace, his crimson gaze fixated upon the imposing yet silent palace below. "CHJ, you wretch, come forth and meet your demise." His roar, infused with infinite fury and the power of the Holy King, resonated throughout the divine capital like the thunder of the heavens. Countless beings of lower cultivation felt their blood surge, their souls tremble, some even fainting from the overwhelming pressure. Within the capital, powerful divine senses darted towards the eastern palace. It is Huang Tiang, that old man from the Huang ancient kingdom. Why is he so enraged? Hiss, what a terrifying pressure. It seems his cultivation has advanced significantly. It is said that the crown prince issued a decree, demanding Huang Tiang crawl over and kneel to face death, or else face the annihilation of his nation. What? Has the crown prince lost his mind? What audacity grants him the courage to provoke a holy king? No wonder Huang Tiang is so furious. This is an unspeakable humiliation. A spectacle is unfolding. How will the Eastern Palace respond? Will the Crown Prince's protector take action? Meanwhile, deep within the Eastern Palace and in hidden corners throughout the divine capital, even more powerful and obscure presences were stirred. In a modest courtyard within the Eastern Palace, an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, his aura seemingly mundane, slowly opened his murky eyes. His gaze was tranquil, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a cosmic cycle of creation and destruction swirling within his pupils. This man was none other than CHJ's inscrutable protector, a genuine quasi-emperor powerhouse, and a senior member of the CH royal family, CH Su-en. The aura of the crown prince seemed somewhat altered. CH Su-en furrowed his brow. He could sense Huang Tiang's fury, and even more so, the eerily calm aura emanating from the direction of the sleeping chambers. Is this fortune or misfortune? Previously, the conflict between the crown prince and Gu Yang was merely a dispute among the young, and as a protector, it was not my place to intervene. However, now that this old fool Huang Tiang has personally taken action, it appears I must also make a move. He stepped forth, his figure seamlessly merging into the void, silently appearing in the spatial layers near the main hall of the Eastern Palace. Observing quietly and preparing to act at a moment's notice. Besides CH Su-en, several other powerful auras belonging to the CH royal family were also stirring in the shadows. They were all saints, mighty beings of the great saint level, the core forces under the crown prince, and they too wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why their master would undertake such a reckless course of action. In other directions of the divine capital, within the residences of various lords and the palaces of other princes and princesses, powerful divine senses were also probing. How intriguing! Has that crown prince truly lost all reason? A protector of a certain prince, a being at the pinnacle of the great saint level, sneered in the shadows. Let us observe the unfolding events. Should CHJ truly fall from grace, it may present an opportunity. A certain lord, holding considerable military power, had a glint of ambition in his eyes. Outside, the storm brewed, discussions swirling. Yet, at the center of this tempest, the main hall of the Eastern Palace remained eerily calm. The palace doors slowly opened, revealing Sage J, adorned in the purple-gold 8-dragon robe symbolizing his princely status, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely stepping onto the jade steps before the hall. He did not glance at the enraged Holy King in the sky, nor did he lift his head. Instead, he gazed placidly at the empty square ahead, as if admiring the scenery. At this moment, CHJ exuded no earth-shattering aura whatsoever. He appeared as an ordinary yet exceptionally handsome young noble. However, this profound calmness stood in stark and eerie contrast to the world-destroying wrath of the Holy King above. CHJ, upon seeing the principal figure finally emerge, Huang Tiang's fury ignited further, as if doused with oil, particularly upon witnessing CHJ's nonchalant demeanor, utterly dismissive of him. His anger caused veins to throb on his forehead. "You insolent child, unaware of your own mortality," Huang Tiang bellowed fiercely, unleashing the full weight of his Holy King pressure upon CHJ. "As this is the one who brazenly declared that he would let me face death and annihilate my Huang ancient kingdom. Today, I shall prove to you that even as the crown prince of Shi, you cannot act with impunity." The terrifying pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, capable of pulverizing a star. The jadestone surface of the square instantly became riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. Yet, when this terrifying pressure, which could make even great saints pale, descended upon CHJ. It felt like a gentle breeze brushing against him, barely stirring the hem of his garments. Finally, CHJ slowly lifted his head, his gaze finally resting upon the figure of Huang Tiang in the sky. His eyes, calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, resembled the gaze one might cast upon an irritating insect. Irritating. CHJ uttered these two words softly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, including those hidden powerful beings. These two words seemed imbued with a magical power that commanded the very laws of nature. The previously rampant pressure of the Holy King dissipated into thin air, as if an invisible hand had gently swept it away, erasing it entirely. What? Huang Tiang's pupils abruptly contracted. He could distinctly feel that the Holy King's imposing aura, which he took great pride in, was utterly powerless before the two nonchalant words uttered by his opponent. Collapsing instantaneously. How could this be possible? Could it be that this young man harbors hidden strength? Or has he activated some extraordinary trump card? Not only he, but also the concealed quasi-emperor, Chu Xian, was suddenly shaken. He clearly observed that the crown prince had not made any movements nor utilized any treasures or artifacts. Merely by the power of his words, he had dissipated the Holy King's pressure. Was it the manifestation of spoken law? No, this seemed to transcend even that. Could it be the divine rules and the fruit of the emperor's power? A tempest surged within Chu Xian's heart. Impossible. How could his highness? The other powerful observers hidden in the shadows were equally astonished, their eyes nearly falling out. Did you not hear my decree? Chu Ji looked at the perplexed Huang Tong, his tone still calm, as half an hour had nearly passed. Kneel and accept your fate, or I shall personally send you on your way and annihilate your entire De Huanghua clan. Impudent. Do not act recklessly. Huang Tong was both astonished and furious. He could not believe that Chu Ji possessed the power to contend with, or even surpass his own. In his view, this must be some form of illusion or the activation of a powerful one-time trump card. Regardless of your means, you shall undoubtedly die today. With no retreat left, Huang Tong's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he resolved to strike directly. Destruction of the divine. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing towards Chu Ji below with his finger resembling a spear. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color. Infinite spiritual energy was frantically extracted, coalescing at his fingertips into a gray, terrifying beam of energy exuding an aura of annihilation. This beam pierced through the void, causing the space it traversed to collapse inch by inch, the laws of nature lamenting. The power of annihilation contained within was sufficient to reduce any being beneath the Holy King to ashes. Not even a true spirit could escape. This was Huang Tong's renowned ultimate technique. With a single point, the Holy King would bleed. Faced with this world-destroying strike, the concealed quasi-emperor, Chu Xian, could hardly restrain himself from intervening. He sensed the horror of this finger. Any cultivator below the quasi-emperor would face certain death if they attempted to withstand it. Your Highness. However, upon the jade steps, Chu Ji's expression remained unchanged. As the gray beam capable of annihilating all approached him, he slowly raised his right hand, extending a single finger. The index finger, fair and slender, appeared as if sculpted from exquisite jade, exuding no sense of power whatsoever. Then, he gently tapped the world-destroying gray beam. There was no earth-shattering collision, no collapse of the laws of order, not even the slightest sound. The gray beam, charged with the full might and boundless fury of a holy king, melted away without a trace upon touching Chu Ji's fingertip. Yes, it melted. From the tip of his finger, the gray beam seemed to be entirely dismantled by an incomprehensible force of a higher realm, reverting to pure elemental energy, which then dissipated into nothingness. The entire process was swift yet vividly etched in everyone's minds. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Space appeared to solidify. In the sky, the ferocious expression and murderous intent on Huang Tong's face were abruptly frozen, replaced by incredulity and profound terror. No, it's impossible. He let out a desperate howl. His full-force strike had been so casually dismissed by a mere finger. Not even a ripple was stirred. What terrifying power is this? An emperor. It must be the power of an emperor, perhaps even transcending the average emperor. This was not a trump card or an immortal artifact, but rather a tangible, overwhelming disparity in cultivation. Plop. The concealed quasi-emperor, Chu Xian, who had lived for countless years and whose mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, nearly stumbled from the void, overwhelmed by his agitated spirit. He stared with wide eyes at the still calm figure on the jade steps, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. An emperor's realm? His Highness has actually attained the status of an emperor. Other powerful figures concealed in the shadows, regardless of their identities or cultivation levels, were all rendered silent, their thoughts frozen, their souls trembling. A full-force strike from a holy king had been extinguished by a single finger. This surpassed their cognitive limits. On the jade steps, Chu Ji slowly retracted his finger, his gaze still indifferent as he looked upon the trembling holy king in the sky. It seems you have chosen to compel me to take action myself. His voice remained calm, yet it rang like a final judgment, tolling the death knell for Huang Tung and the entire De Huanggua. Chapter 4. Instantaneous Annihilation of the Holy King, Destruction of De Huanggua. It seems you have chosen to compel me to take action myself. Chu Ji's voice echoed like a final judgment in the silence of the heavens and earth. The moment his words fell, he did not make any additional movements. He simply cast a glance at Huang Tung in the sky, his eyes containing the panorama of cosmic creation and annihilation. No, Huang Tung, the holy king who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and weathered countless storms, now let out an unprecedented scream filled with boundless fear and despair. In his perception, when Chu Ji's gaze fell upon him, an unparalleled force that transcended his understanding and surpassed all paths of the universe descended upon him, instantly locking down all space, time, and laws around him. The holy king's cultivation, which he prided himself on, felt as fragile as a mere ant before this force. He wished to flee, only to discover he could not even twitch a finger. He sought to burn his essence and fight to the death. Yet all the power within him felt frozen, utterly unresponsive. He wished to plead for mercy, but found his very soul completely shackled, unable to emit a sound. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, yet it also felt like mere seconds. Under the gazes of all, within Huang Tung's horrified eyes, his holy king body, along with his indestructible true spirit, silently perished, as if erased from existence, completely and cleanly, leaving no trace behind. There were no gory remnants, no explosions of energy, not even a speck of dust. It was as though he had never existed. A holy king who had dominated the Xiantian realm for hundreds of thousands of years, the pillar of De Huanggua, was thus obliterated with a mere glance. Gasp! The sound of inhalation echoed like a tide throughout the divine capital. The concealed quasi-emperor, Chu Xian, felt a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head. One glance, just a single glance, had utterly annihilated a powerful holy king. What terrifying means were these? This was undoubtedly the true might of an emperor, and it was far beyond mere entry into the emperor realm. To what terrifying heights had his highness ascended? Those who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle, reveling in the misfortune or hoping to seize an opportunity, were now silenced, their souls trembling in fear. A holy king had been slain with a glance. What were they? They likely did not even possess the qualification to be regarded with a second glance from this crown prince. Fear, an unprecedented terror, like a plague. It spread through the hearts of all observers. On the jade steps, Chu Ji appeared to have merely performed a trivial act, erasing an unsightly speck of dust. He withdrew his gaze, surveying the silent, still divine capital, his voice calm, yet resonant, echoing throughout every corner. In the span of merely a century, the father emperor and grandfather have fought their way through the upper realm. How is it possible that some individuals dare to question the might of the Xia divine dynasty? Such audacity from mere insignificant beings, who presume to extend their claws over the eastern palace. His voice, though not raised, resonated with supreme imperial authority, akin to the sound of the heavenly Tao, instilling dread into the very souls of all living beings. Today, I shall unveil the truth to you all. The Xia divine dynasty remains the sole sovereign of the Xiantian realm. While I am present here, who dares to show disrespect? As his words fell, Chu Shi slowly raised his right hand and casually waved it towards the distant celestial domain of the De Huanggua, with a mere sweep of his sleeve. A silence enveloped the surroundings. Though there was no earth-shattering energy fluctuation, every being above the holy realm could distinctly perceive a terrifying force, indescribable in words, coalescing into an enormous chaotic hand that transcended the bounds of space and time, instantly traversing billions of light years to descend upon the ancient territory known as De Huang. In the next heartbeat, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated as if the universe itself were collapsing. Within the remote confines of the De Huanggua, countless souls looked up in horror, witnessing an unfathomably vast hand descending from the heavens, overshadowing all they could see. What followed was utter destruction. Mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, the earth sank, stars fell. Regardless of whether they were sturdy cities or hidden sects, whether mere mortal realms or the abodes of cultivators, all were reduced to dust beneath that chaotic hand. In a single strike, over 60% of the once boundless and vibrant expanse of the De Huanggua, along with countless trillions of lives, was annihilated from the Xiantian realm. Countless stars turned to dust, the vast continental plate shattered, leaving behind an unfathomably massive handprint-shaped abyss, exuding a chilling aura of devastation. The surviving beings amounted to less than a fraction of their original number. Those fortunate enough to endure were left shattered in spirit, trapped in a ceaseless state of terror. Today, the Dahuang is erased. Chu Shi's cold voice reverberated through the skies of the divine capital, echoing in the ears of the few survivors of Dahuang. After executing this act, Chu Shi appeared as if he had merely swatted a fly, shifting his gaze to the depths of the now desolate residence of the Dahuang, landing upon a trembling figure. It was none other than the son of destiny, Guyang. At this moment, Guyang was stripped of his prior confidence and composure. His face was as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with endless dread and despair. He had witnessed the ancient ancestor of the Gua, the invincible Saint King Huang Tung, perish with a mere glance from Chu Shi. He felt the overwhelming force from afar, as the profound and robust Dahuang was crushed by a single palm. How could Chu Shi possess such immense power? This is impossible. He was supposed to be a waste, a failure beneath my feet. Fear consumed his reason like a venomous serpent. At that moment, Guyang felt the space around him tighten abruptly, an irresistible force enveloping him instantaneously. In the next second, he was uncontrollably propelled from his residence, as if seized by an invisible hand, crossing through space and landing at the feet of Chu Shi on the Eastern Palace Square. Your Highness, spare me. Spare me. Guyang had completely collapsed, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, tears streaming down his face as he frantically prostrated himself. I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I plead for your Highness to spare my life for the sake of our shared dynasty. Chu Shi looked down at the pitiful son of destiny, devoid of any compassion in his gaze, only cold indifference. To kill him? A mere thought could obliterate him entirely. Yet, just as Chu Shi prepared to act, a notification from the antagonist system resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully captured a low-level son of destiny. White. Option 1. Immediately execute. Reward. 1,000 fortune points, 5,000 villain points. Option 2. Do not execute immediately, but subject him to profound oppression and torment. For instance, annihilate his family and friends. Sever all his hopes, including but not limited to companions, sex, fortuitous encounters, etc., causing his path to collapse, leading him to a demise amidst endless pain and despair. Estimated rewards: 50,000 fortune points, 100,000 villain points. Note: fortune points and villain points are the core currencies of the system, which can be used to purchase all items from the system mall, including but not limited to supreme techniques, defying abilities, immortal artifacts, special bloodlines, powerful followers, and the essence of worlds, etc. Plundering and tormenting sons of destiny is the most efficient means to acquire villain points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Shi's eyes. To kill him directly? That would be too merciful. The system was correct. As a villain, how could he allow the protagonist to die so easily? Observing Guyang, who was still desperately bowing and pleading, Chu Shi slowly curled his lips into a cold and cruel smile. Spare you? Perhaps. However, while your death may be averted, your living punishment is inescapable. I shall allow you to live for now, to witness how everything you hold dear will gradually turn to dust. As Guyang heard the word perhaps, a fleeting spark of hope ignited in his eyes, but upon hearing the subsequent words, a chill more dreadful than death instantly engulfed him. Chapter 5. Cleansing the Eastern Palace. The threat of the Zhenwu sacred land. Begone. Chu Shi regarded the quivering Guyang beneath him, whose spirit was nearly shattered with fear, and uttered 2 words with a detached tone, as if swatting away a fly. Guyang, feeling as though he had been granted a great reprieve, scrambled to his feet. Not daring to glance up at Chu Shi, stumbling and fleeing towards the Eastern Palace's exit. His mind was a tempest of confusion, filled with both relief at surviving and profound terror at Chu Shi's ominous words about living well. Chu Shi watched the pitiful retreating figure of Guyang, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a mere thought, several shadows, nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, silently detached from the void, like parasites, stealthily following Guyang. Keep a close watch on him. I wish to know every move he makes, every person he interacts with, and every word he speaks. The icy command resonated deeply within the souls of those shadows. Understood. They replied silently, before vanishing entirely. After disposing of this insignificant mouse, Chu Shi turned, stepping forth, and reappeared upon the throne within the Eastern Palace, a symbol of unrivaled power. Seated upon the throne, he lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest. His gaze sweeping across the vast emptiness of the hall, his consciousness spreading like an invisible tide, enveloping the entirety of the expansive Eastern Palace and the surrounding regions. Let it be known, by my decree. The authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall, summoning all within the Eastern Palace, regardless of rank or cultivation, to gather at the square before the throne within a quarter of an hour. Those who arrive late shall face execution without mercy. The decree spread like divine law, instantly permeating every corner of the Eastern Palace. In a matter of moments, countless figures flitted like shooting stars, emerging from various palaces, towers, and secluded chambers, bearing a mix of surprise, trepidation, and awe as they converged towards the expansive square before the main hall. In less than 15 minutes, the square was densely packed with people, estimated to number no less than several tens of thousands. They were all part of Chu Xi's forces, the cornerstone supporting the prince's authority. However, Chu Xi was acutely aware that during the original host's time of peril, how many among these individuals chose loyalty? How many remained passive? And how many secretly allied with the enemy, even kicking him while he was down? Previously, lacking the strength to act, he had turned a blind eye. But now, as the emperor, he would not allow any petty individuals to linger nearby. All gazes were reverently fixed upon the tranquil figure seated on the throne, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop in the square. Chu Qi's indifferent gaze swept over the densely packed crowd below, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. His vast and ethereal imperial consciousness enveloped every individual in the square like an invisible net. This consciousness surpassed that of a saint king, even transcending the realm of a quasi-emperor. It could not only perceive cultivation levels and auras, but also delve into the most profound thoughts, memories, and hidden malice within each person's heart. Suddenly, several individuals in the square trembled violently, terror etched upon their faces as they instinctively sought to flee, only to find themselves paralyzed, as if the very space around them had solidified into an impenetrable barrier. In their eyes, the emotionless gaze of Chu Qi, now slowly opening, reflected back at them. Those with treachery in their hearts would face annihilation. The chilling decree echoed like a death sentence. In that instant, without warning, clusters of figures erupted like punctured balloons. The square transformed into a scene of chaos. There were no screams, no time for thoughts of resistance. Nearly 10,000 figures, including several revered saint-level individuals hidden within the crowd, were obliterated in an instant. Under the sweep of Chu Qi's supreme consciousness, any individual harboring resentment, betrayal, or murderous intent towards the original master, towards him as the crown prince, was instantaneously detonated, their souls and bodies reduced to a dazzling and horrifying mist of blood. In a mere thought, multitudes perished, their existence reduced to nothingness. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the entire square, leaving over 100,000 witnesses in stunned silence. They watched in horror as those once familiar and esteemed among them inexplicably disintegrated into a cloud of blood, unable to offer even a shred of resistance. What a terrifying power! What a tyrannical method! An overwhelming fear seized their hearts. The remaining individuals could no longer withstand the crushing pressure and terror, like wheat cut down. They knelt in unison upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, burying their heads deeply, daring not to entertain even the slightest stray thought. They finally comprehended that this crown prince was no longer the once cautious and considerate heir apparent, but a true sovereign wielding the authority of life and death, capable of annihilating myriad beings with but a thought. As he surveyed the thoroughly subdued crowd below, a flicker of satisfaction glinted in Chu Qi's eyes. The goal of establishing his authority had been accomplished. Now was the time to consolidate power. Just then, a crisp yet anxious voice echoed from the side of the hall. "Your Highness." A girl dressed in a pale blue robe, possessing an exquisite visage and ethereal grace, swiftly emerged from the side hall. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, her brow furrowed with worry and urgency. This girl, named Xiao Qing, was no ordinary maid. She had been chosen by Chu Qi's grandfather, the now ascended old sage king, to accompany him during his childhood. Though she held the nominal title of a maid, she was, in reality, a preordained betrothed, possessing a unique status in the Eastern Palace, having grown up alongside the original master, fostering a deep bond of loyalty. When Chu Qi's gaze fell upon Xiao Qing, his previously icy demeanor softened ever so slightly. Within the original master's memories, she was one of the few who remained steadfast by his side during his darkest lows, providing silent support. "What troubles you so?" Chu Qi inquired. Xiao Qing hastily approached the jade steps, bowing respectfully, her tone urgent as she replied, "Your Highness, it is terrible. The third prince has encountered a mishap." Zhenwu. Chu Qi's brows furrowed slightly. The third prince, Chu Feng, was his full-blooded younger brother, according to the original master's memories. Although this brother lacked his own extraordinary talent, he possessed a pure heart and had always looked up to him, unconditionally supporting his every decision, their brotherly bond exceptionally strong. "Explain clearly, what has happened to Xiao San?" Chu Qi's voice suddenly grew somber. Xiao Qing, in a state of agitation, continued, We have just received news. The third prince was recently out on a journey and, while traversing the territory of the Zhenwu Holy Land, was inexplicably accused of stealing their secret techniques and was taken captive. Zhenwu Holy Land. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Chi's eyes. He was aware of this faction, one of the premier powers in the Xianxian realm. Though it could not rival the Xia Dynasty, its foundation was formidable, and its current holy master was said to be a quasi-emperor on the threshold of the imperial realm. The ancestors of the Holy Land likely had already achieved the status of emperor. Yes, Xiao Qing's beautiful eyes reflected her urgency as she continued. The Zhenwu Holy Land has sent word that not only will they not release him, but they also demand that our Xia Dynasty provide an immense quantity of heavenly materials and supreme elixirs for his release. Otherwise, they threaten to cripple the third prince's cultivation and imprison him in their holy land for a millennium of penance. Such audacity! Chu Chi sprang to his feet, a chill of fury rising within him. Accusation? Abduction? Extortion? How dare they lay hands on his own brother? What audacity from the Zhenwu Holy Land! Previously, they had feared the might of the divine dynasty and dared not overstep, but now, seeing his family's weakened state, they assumed Xia was a soft target to be easily bullied. A cold laugh escaped Chu Chi's lips, causing the kneeling crowd to shiver as the temperature in the square plummeted. The Zhenwu Holy Land has a quasi-emperor in command? Very well. He cast his gaze over the crowd below, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. Send the order. All leaders above the Saint Realm shall depart with me immediately. Our destination, Zhenwu Holy Land. Those who dare to kidnap my brother shall pay a price 1,000-fold. Chapter 6. The arrogant Zhenwu Holy Master, storming into the Holy Land. The Zhenwu Holy Land, as one of the oldest and most powerful sanctuaries in the Xianxian realm, was nestled within a boundless expanse of celestial spirit. Its peaks towered majestically, resplendent with purple mist, cranes soaring gracefully, and ethereal waterfalls cascading from the heavens, resembling a paradise on earth. However, in the deepest recesses of this serene haven lay a dark and oppressive dungeon, filled with terrifying restraints, where the atmosphere was suffocating. Release this prince. In the center of the dungeon, a bloodied and tattered young man, exuding a withered aura, was bound by several black chains inscribed with glowing runes, which pierced through his bones, securing him to a cold iron pillar. His complexion was pale, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fury blazing in his eyes was palpable, burning like a flame in the void. He was none other than Chu Feng, the third prince of the Xia Dynasty. Not far from Chu Feng, an elderly man with white hair and beard was also ensnared by formidable restraints, unable to move. His energy was waning, clearly injured, as he gazed upon Chu Feng with eyes full of pain, regret, and helplessness. He was Chu Feng's protector, a powerful saint king, yet had been captured alongside the third prince by the quasi-emperor of the Zhenwu Holy Land, reduced to a prisoner. Humph! Chu Feng spat a mouthful of blood towards the shadowy figure standing in the corner of the dungeon, emanating a terrifying pressure, and bellowed, Zhenwu Holy Master, you are bold indeed to falsely accuse this prince and imprison us here. My father is the unparalleled divine emperor. My grandfather has long since ascended. Upon their return, they will surely flatten your Zhenwu Holy Land and turn you to ashes. The figure slowly turned, revealing a stern and indifferent middle-aged visage, the current Zhenwu Holy Master. He regarded Chu Feng's desperate roars with naught but a hint of mockery and disdain in his eyes. Divine Emperor? Old Sage King? Zhenwu Shengzhu let out a derisive scoff, his voice echoing through the dungeon, imbued with a chilling indifference and disdain. Chu Feng, have you not discerned the gravity of the situation? Your father and grandfather have been waging war in the upper realm for over a century. 100 years have passed without a trace. Do you truly believe they can return? I estimate they have likely perished in that perilous domain. Otherwise, with their cultivation, how could they remain absent for a century, without the divine emperor and the old immortal king to preside over matters? The current Xia Dynasty is but a hollow shell, teetering on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, would I dare to lay a hand on you? The lofty third prince, the restrained holy king protector, upon hearing such insults directed at his elder brother, was filled with rage, his eyes aflame with fury. Nonsense. His Majesty the Divine Emperor and the old immortal king have achieved unparalleled mastery. They would not easily fall. Do you not fear the day when the dynasty will demand accountability for your actions? Accountability? Zhenwu Shengzhu seemed to find the notion absurdly amusing. Who will come to hold you accountable? That useless prince, Chu Shi? I scoff at him. Though he bears the title of prince, he is a complete failure. He possesses talent, yet his character is weak, rendering him incapable of greatness. Recently, he was even schemed against, his foundation damaged, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. How can one who cannot even secure his own position be expected to rescue you? It is laughable. He lacks the qualifications to inherit the Divine Emperor's throne. When news of the Divine Emperor's demise spreads, the Xia Divine Dynasty will undoubtedly shatter. Perhaps, in that chaos, my Zhenwu Holy Land might seize a piece of the pie. Silence. Upon hearing such indignities hurled at his elder brother, Chu Feng was instantly engulfed in fury. His eyes a fiery red, veins bulging on his forehead. He struggled against the chains, unleashing a thunderous roar. You shall not insult my brother. My brother is not a failure. In his heart, his elder brother, Chu Shi, would forever be the towering figure, capable of anything. Even if his brother were injured, he would not allow such humiliation to befall him. Humph, still defiant in the face of death? Zhenwu Shengzhu's eyes glimmered with cold light, feeling a hint of displeasure at Chu Feng's defense of a worthless prince. With a cold snort, he unleashed a palm strike from afar. Boom. A terrifying palm imprint, imbued with the power to shatter mountains and rivers, struck fiercely against Chu Feng's chest. Uft. Chu Feng felt as though he were struck by a hammer, violently spewing blood. His body trembling uncontrollably, his complexion turning ashen. Had he not been a prince of the Divine Dynasty, protected by formidable artifacts, that blow would have surely claimed his life. Brat, behave yourself. Zhenwu Shengzhu retracted his hand, his tone frigid. If you dare to make a sound again, I shall first cripple your cultivation. Chu Feng coughed violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Yet he glared fiercely at Zhenwu Shengzhu, his eyes brimming with fury and murderous intent. At that moment, without warning, the entire vast territory of Zhenwu Holy Land trembled violently. Following that, the once clear skies above darkened as if ink had spilled across the heavens. Countless chaotic thunderbolts danced like frenzied dragons, exploding in the obsidian firmament. Each bolt seemed to contain the terrifying power capable of shattering stars. An indescribable, overwhelming force, transcending all realms, as if emanating from the very dawn of the universe, enveloped the entire Zhenwu Holy Land like a deluge. Under this pressure, time seemed to freeze. Space appeared to solidify. Within Zhenwu Holy Land, whether disciples in cultivation, elders in seclusion, roaming spirit beasts, or the high-ranking holy masters, every being felt a profound tremor of dread and terror originating from the depths of their souls. It felt as though the apocalypse had descended. It felt as though divine retribution had arrived. What is happening? In the dungeon, the previously arrogant and indifferent Zhenwu Shengzhu's complexion turned pale. This quasi-imperial powerhouse felt as insignificant as dust under such pressure. He could scarcely muster the strength to move a finger. He raised his gaze in horror, staring into the darkened sky transformed into a thunderous inferno, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of terrifying existence has descended? An emperor? No. This pressure seems even more fearsome than that of the legendary emperors. Just as all beings within Zhenwu Holy Land succumbed to boundless fear and despair, a cold, indifferent voice, devoid of any emotion yet crystal clear, resonated deep within every soul, echoing like a divine decree from the heavens above. Zhenwu Holy Land, all disciples and elders, you have 10 breaths to vacate the mountain gates and present yourselves before me. Delay even a breath, and I shall bring forth a massacre upon you all. Boom. The supreme pressure swept through the realm like a physical entity. The entire Zhenwu Holy Land trembled, countless peaks quaking under this force, and the protective formations of numerous palaces crumbled as if made of paper. Such overwhelming majesty, such unparalleled power. In the dungeon, the nearly unconscious Chu Feng, upon hearing that familiar yet strangely distant voice, was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant light. It was his brother. His brother had come. Chapter 7. The arrival of the imperial ancestor, submit or perish. Kill. 10,000. The cold, merciless voice, imbued with a celestial will, echoed as the final judgment throughout every corner of Zhenwu Holy Land. Alongside this declaration, the immense pressure capable of collapsing the heavens and freezing time descended like an unfathomable divine mountain. The entire Zhenwu Holy Land, this ancient sanctuary shrouded in immortal mist, was now entirely engulfed in the shadow of fear. Countless disciples trembled, their hearts racing, sensing that their very souls were on the verge of being crushed by this overwhelming force. The protective array's radiance had long since extinguished, and the grand palaces groaned under the strain, cracking apart. This was not mere slaughter. It was a total domination of spirit and will. It felt as if an exalted deity was coldly surveying a swarm of ants awaiting their judgment. 10 breaths. They had at most 10 breaths to comply. Should they fail to emerge and pay their respects, that horrific slaughter would surely follow. Who exactly are you? Why must you trouble our Zhenwu Holy Land? Finally, the Zhenwu Shengzhu, this quasi-imperial powerhouse, suppressed the turmoil within him, his countenance pale, as he soared from the main hall into the air. He gazed up at the chaotic thunder above, his voice trembling slightly as he attempted to negotiate. He was filled with terror. This level of might was beyond anything he could fathom. Could it be that an emperor has descended? But what of the divine emperor and the old immortal king who were waging war in the upper realm? Who could this formidable figure be, now seemingly subservient to the Eastern Palace? However, the existence above showed no interest in engaging him in equal dialogue. A cold, indifferent voice, devoid of any human emotion, rang out. Did I permit you to speak? What? Zhenwu Shengzhu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. As a dignified quasi-emperor and the lord of the Holy Land, he found himself. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage surged within him. He opened his mouth to retort. Kneel, as if dictated by divine decree. An incomprehensible and terrifying will slammed against his spirit and body. Crack. Zhenwu Shengzhu felt darkness envelop him. His protective divine light was instantly extinguished, and he felt as if he were a kite severed from its string, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to his knees in the void. What horrified him even more was that he could distinctly feel his quasi-imperial Dao bone shattering under this insurmountable pressure. Especially the knees of his legs were nearly crushed to oblivion. In that fleeting moment, he finally pierced through the endless pressure and vaguely glimpsed a young figure standing with hands clasped behind his back atop the jade steps, clad in the purple-gold robe of the 8 dragons. Only the divine emperor of the Xia divine dynasty could don the attire of the 9 dragons, while the crown prince adorned the 8 dragons. Was it him? Could it truly be the one known as Chu Shi? The mind of the Zhenwu Shengzhu erupted like a billion thunders clashing simultaneously. How could this be possible? Chu Shi, the very individual who had recently been schemed against by the Dahuanghua, his foundation damaged, reduced to a mere shell of a prince whom he deemed easily manipulable? How could he appear here? And how could he possess such terrifying power? A single glance rendered him a would-be emperor, utterly powerless to resist, and brought him to his knees. An overwhelming sense of fear and absurdity instantly engulfed the Zhenwu Shengzhu, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, a voice filled with rage erupted from below, like thunder striking the ground. Enough! How dare you people from the Xia divine dynasty act so tyrannically, bullying others with your power? A young man, clad in a white martial robe with a strikingly handsome face and an aura of righteousness, soared upwards, glaring fiercely in the direction of Chu Shi. He was Feng Tianyun, the direct disciple of the Zhenwu Shengzhu and the current holy son of the sacred land. An unparalleled prodigy who had ascended to the realm of divine king within a century. Feng Tianyun, filled with righteous indignation, declared, it was clearly that Chu Feng, whose heart was not in the right place, who first stole the sacred techniques of our holy land. The evidence is irrefutable. Yet, you fail to discern right from wrong, forcibly trespassing our mountain gate, injuring my master, and threatening to massacre all within our holy land. This is nothing short of banditry. Does the Xia divine dynasty truly act with such disregard for reason, oppressing others with your might? Such behavior is unworthy of your status as the rulers of the Xiantian realm. You do not deserve to govern this vast territory. His voice brimmed with righteous anger and moral high ground, attempting to denounce the invading enemy. However, as soon as his words fell, a thunderous, ancient, and commanding laughter resonated from the deepest confines of the forbidden area within the Zhenwu sacred land. Ha ha, well said indeed. Youngster, you possess great courage. Accompanying the laughter was an overwhelming, scorching imperial might that surged forth like an awakening primordial dragon. The entire Zhenwu sacred land trembled violently. From the direction of the forbidden area, countless crimson gold runes shot skyward, intertwining into a brilliant canopy. The majestic figure of an ancient elder, clad in archaic robes, with hair and beard billowing and a countenance radiating authority, slowly materialized. The terrifying imperial might swept forth, subtly counterbalancing the oppressive force exuded by Chu Shi above the heavens. Although still at a disadvantage, it was no longer the state of being utterly crushed. Countless disciples and elders of the Zhenwu sacred land felt this familiar and powerful aura, and their previously despondent faces instantly lit up with joy. It is the ancestor who has emerged from seclusion. Moreover, this aura, it is of the emperor realm. It is the great emperor. Heaven bless our Zhenwu. Our ancestor has attained the great emperor status. Countless individuals were so moved that tears welled in their eyes, as if grasping a life-saving straw. The Zhenwu Shengzhu, kneeling in the void, was equally astonished and elated. Master, you truly succeeded. The Zhenwu Laozu's gaze was piercing as he first cast a glance at the wretchedly kneeling Zhenwu Shengzhu, his brows furrowing slightly. He then lifted his gaze to the mysterious figure shrouded in chaotic thunder and spoke in a deep voice. Today, the crown prince has graced us with his presence. What guidance do you offer? While our Zhenwu sacred land may not compare to the Xia divine dynasty, it is not a place to be trifled with. Your actions suggest that you do not regard our holy land, nor me, with due respect. He recognized the visitor as the crown prince of the Xia divine dynasty and sensed that the other might have stepped into the realm of the emperor. Yet, the Zhenwu Laozu retained absolute confidence in his newly acquired emperor-level cultivation. He did not believe that another emperor could easily contend with him. The capital and the various powerful beings discreetly observing this scene from the Xianxian realm were once again in an uproar. The Zhenwu Laozu. This ancient being who had lived for countless years had genuinely broken through to the emperor realm. A spectacle indeed. Although the Xia crown prince seemed to possess overwhelming imperial might through unknown means, facing a true and deeply rooted newly ascended emperor, he would likely find it challenging. However, to everyone's astonishment, in response to the Zhenwu Laozu's inquiry, the owner of that voice above the heavens did not display any solemnity. Instead, he let out a light, yet scornful chuckle. Oh, a newly ascended emperor? Perfect. My domain is in need of a few loyal hounds to guard the gates. The shockwaves of this declaration echoed throughout the cosmos. Everyone, including the Zhenwu Laozu who had just been brimming with vigor and ready to battle the invaders, was rendered speechless. What did he just say? He claimed that a dignified emperor was only fit to serve him as a dog. What arrogance! What audacity! What utter disregard for the dignity of the venerable ancestor of the Holy Land! The Zhenwu Laozu's once imposing visage turned a deep shade of crimson. As the boundless pride and authority brought about by his recent ascension were utterly shattered, transformed into a raging fury and murderous intent. You seek death, boy. He nearly ground these words out between clenched teeth, as his terrifying imperial might began to surge uncontrollably. Yet, Chu Shi seemed entirely unfazed by his wrath. His tone remaining calm, yet commanding. Old man, I grant you one final chance. Now at once. Submit your imperial essence mark and lead the entire Zhenwu sacred land in swearing fealty to me. In doing so, considering your arduous journey, I may grant you a few more days of life, allowing your Zhenwu sacred land to retain a fragment of its legacy. Should you refuse? Chu Shi paused, not finishing his sentence, but a chilling, ambiguous laugh echoed forth. The overwhelming intent to kill that pervaded the atmosphere suddenly turned palpable, as if it sought to drag all existence into eternal oblivion, clearly indicating his stance. Submit or perish. Along with the entire Zhenwu sacred land, reduced to ashes. The icy voice resounded across the heavens. Faced with Chu Shi's condescending offer and the undisguised contempt in his words, the Zhenwu Laozu's previously calm and stoic countenance finally sank. There were no explosive roars of anger, nor any frantic displays of emotion. Instead, there was only a gaze frozen like ancient ice and a terrifying imperial might beginning to rise within him, enough to send tremors throughout the entire Xianxian realm. He had lived for an extensive period, carving a path to the emperor realm through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. His temperament had been honed to an indomitable state. After a brief period of shock and anger, what remained was the supreme dignity and inviolable respect befitting a being of the emperor realm. Youngster, you have successfully enraged this emperor. The voice of the Zhenwu Laozu was deep, each word resonating as if weighing 1,000,000 tons, stirring the laws of heaven and earth in response. His ancient robes billowed without wind, and endless runes of the great Tao surrounded him, manifesting terrifying phenomena of the rise and fall of the sun and moon. The annihilation of galaxies. From this day forth, I shall be known as the Zhenwu Great Emperor, and you shall be the first offering I slay after attaining my path. The moment his words fell, the terrifying aura belonging solely to an emperor erupted from the Zhenwu Laozu, without reservation. The cataclysmic imperial might surged forth like a tsunami, colliding fiercely with the oppressive force emanating from Chu Shi, creating a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The entire firmament above the Zhenwu sacred land seemed on the verge of being utterly torn asunder by these two supreme powers. The imperial art, the great annihilation technique. The Zhenwu emperor slowly raised his hands, forming an ancient and arcane seal. In an instant, the entire world dimmed in its brilliance. An inexhaustible aura of annihilation was summoned from the void, converging into his palm, transforming into a dark, swirling millstone that threatened to drag all of existence into an eternal abyss. Upon this obsidian millstone were inscribed countless death runes, exuding a terrifying aura that could instill despair even in the sacred kings, causing the quasi-emperors to tremble in fear. It seemed to symbolize the end of the universe, the burial of all things. From the direction of the East Palace, concealed within the layers of the void, the quasi-emperor protector, Chu Xian, was struck with profound alarm at the sight of the dark millstone, exclaiming in horror, "This is bad." It is the Great Annihilation technique. This is the forbidden imperial art created by the Annihilation Emperor from the previous era, who established his path through slaughter. It is said that once this technique is unleashed, all spirits face extinction, and even the imperial realm must retreat. How could this old fellow Zhenwu obtain such a terrifying inheritance? A storm surged within Chu Xian's heart. He was acutely aware of the horror of this technique. Once locked onto, both soul and body would be dragged into the Great Annihilation, forever unable to reincarnate. Although the Crown Prince displayed emperor-level strength, facing such a legendary forbidden art was a different matter altogether. Meanwhile, across the Xianxian realm, the leaders of the top forces observing from afar, whether they were the heads of great sects or sovereigns of immortal empires, all gasped in astonishment. Their faces stricken with terror. The Great Annihilation technique. It was indeed this long-lost supreme malevolent art. It's over. Once this technique is unleashed, it is nearly invincible among the same tier. Although that Great Xia Crown Prince is mysterious and powerful, he is likely to meet his demise today. What a pity for such an extraordinary prodigy, ultimately too young and impetuous, provoking an existence not to be trifled with. The old ancestor of Zhenwu had endured for 1,000,000 years, and now upon proving himself as an emperor, he commanded such a deadly art. Evidently intending to use this battle to proclaim the formidable rise of the Zhenwu sacred land. Countless observers had already condemned Chu Shi to death in their hearts. In their eyes, facing such a legendary forbidden art, unless one were an established emperor, there was no hope of survival. Yet, in the face of the dark millstone capable of annihilating the stars and instilling tremors in all spirits, Chu Shi, standing upon the jade steps, maintained an expression of calm indifference, not even blinking. At the moment when the dark millstone, laden with world-destroying power, was about to descend upon him, he merely appeared nonchalant, extending a single finger. Then, he gently pressed downwards towards the terrifying dark millstone. With a resounding hum, at this very moment, the entire Xianxian realm, the 3,000 pathways, and the myriad laws seemed to respond to some supreme summons, erupting in a thunderous roar of submission. Endless power of the path converged towards Chu Shi's fingertip like rivers flowing into the sea, or fledgling swallows darting into the forest. Even the lofty, inscrutable will of the heavenly Tao, which governs the universe, trembled slightly, as if acknowledging Chu Shi's gesture with compliance. In the next instant, with a resounding crack, the dark millstone, the embodiment of the Zhenwu Emperor's utmost effort in unleashing the forbidden technique of great annihilation, dimmed instantly upon contact with Chu Shi's seemingly casual fingertip. Its previously indomitable form cracking like a spider's web under the impact of an ancient divine mountain. Following this, amidst the incredulous gaze of the Zhenwu Emperor, it shattered explosively. It was completely obliterated, dispersing into the purest essence of annihilation throughout the heavens and the earth. This is impossible. The Zhenwu Emperor let out a despairing scream, 100 times more agonizing than his previous self. His heart of the Tao was shattered in that moment. His most powerful trump card, his prideful forbidden imperial art, could not even withstand a mere finger from his opponent. What kind of monstrosity was this? However, the residual might of Chu Shi's finger did not dissipate. After crushing the Great Annihilation technique, the formidable force, imbued with the power of the entire Xianxian realm, continued to surge forth relentlessly, striking towards the Zhenwu Emperor with an unstoppable momentum. With a single thrust, the newly ascended Zhenwu Emperor could not even utter a complete cry of anguish before his newly formed imperial body was shattered into a mist of blood as if struck by a myriad of stars simultaneously. Only a faint, shadowy soul screamed in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, Chu Shi's fingertip seemed to carry a binding force of causality, relentlessly pursuing and crushing the fleeing essence. In the next moment, the Zhenwu Emperor's imperial soul, along with the once ethereal and magnificent core mountains beneath him, was forcefully driven deep into the earth by this singular force. The ground collapsed chaotically. A massive mountain range stretching tens of thousands of miles was reduced to dust in an instant. In its place arose a terrifying abyss, unfathomable in depth. With a diameter of several thousand miles, its edges smooth as if sculpted by a divine finger. Dust filled the air, and the aura of destruction permeated every inch of space. At the bottom of the abyss, the Zhenwu Emperor's imperial soul was weakened to the brink of dissolution. Its aura diminished, bereft of the slightest trace of its former majesty. Chu Shi gazed indifferently at the abyss below, preparing to utterly erase this ignorant insect. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind from the antagonist system. Ding. Target Fong Tianyun possesses immense fortune, rated as purple, high, far surpassing the previous Guyang, white, low. Triggering task, the despairing elegy of the fortune child. Task suggestion. The host may choose not to kill the Zhenwu Emperor for now. Before Fang Tianyun, first eliminate his master, the Zhenwu Sacred Lord. Then, gradually obliterate the entire Zhenwu sacred land before Fang Tianyun, ensuring his heart is completely crushed in endless suffering, despair, and powerlessness, ultimately leading to his downfall. This way, the host can maximize the plunder of his fortune and receive excessive fortune points and antagonist value rewards. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Xia's eyes. Fang Tianyun, a high-ranking child of fortune, much superior to that useless Guyang? However, the system's suggestion was indeed quite ruthless. Chapter 9. The Remnant Soul of the Emperor? Easily crushed. Silence reigned. As the terrifying figure of the Zhenwu Emperor was struck down by Chu Xi's fingertip from the heavens into the earth's abyss, shattering the entire core mountain range. The Zhenwu sacred land, along with countless powerful beings of the Xiantian realm peering into this event through various secret arts, fell into an almost suffocating silence. A newly ascended emperor, an unparalleled existence who had just proclaimed himself as an emperor, ready to reign over the world and establish an immortal legacy, had been defeated just like that? Defeated so decisively, he had not even been able to withstand a single strike. Gulp. Within the Zhenwu sacred land, countless disciples and elders turned pale, their hearts shattered. They trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering involuntarily. Unbeknownst to them, a wave of despair, like a cold tide, engulfed them in an instant. The prior joy and hope brought by the ancestors' ascension to emperor had transformed into a deeper fear, plunging them into a chilling abyss. That was an emperor, the culmination of 1,000,000 years of aspirations and glory for the Zhenwu sacred land, the greatest reliance for their future survival. Yet, this reliance was as fragile as paper before this enigmatic crown prince of the Great Xia. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. Our ancestor is an emperor. Fang Tianyun's complexion was as pale as gold paper, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks due to sheer terror. He struggled to swallow, feeling as if his throat was so parched it could ignite. Everything unfolding before his eyes had utterly shattered his understanding of power. His esteemed master, the true martial saint lord at the threshold of the emperor realm, was forced to kneel before that prince, bones shattered, devoid of any resistance. His venerated ancestor, the true martial patriarch and a newly ascended emperor, was also struck down by a mere finger from the heavens, his fate shrouded in uncertainty. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Just as Fang Tianyun's mind was fracturing and he was on the verge of losing his resolve, an aged yet grave voice abruptly resonated in the depths of his consciousness. Tianyun, calm yourself. This person is unfathomable. His terrifying strength surpasses any emperor I have ever encountered in my lifetime. He may have even touched upon that legendary supreme realm. Fang Tianyun trembled all over. The source of this voice was his greatest secret, the fundamental reason behind his extraordinary encounters and rapid progress in cultivation. In his sea of consciousness resided a remnant soul that called itself Xianxian Emperor. This Xianxian Emperor was a peak power from an ancient era, standing on the brink of true immortality, with strength that could reach the heavens and the earth. Chu Ji's father, the Daxia Divine Emperor, might be of a similar caliber. Yet, Fang Tianyun felt that the terrifying prince before him possessed a true power that likely surpassed even the peak of Xianxian Emperor by 100-fold or more. This was no mere illusion. Emperor, what should we do now? Fang Tianyun trembled internally. The voice of Xianxian Emperor was filled with unprecedented gravity. This person is decisive and killing, his heart ruthless, and he is no benevolent being. Tianyun, you must be extremely cautious. I sense that he seems to be paying attention to you. If the opportunity arises, immediately activate the Jiutian Xiaoyao talisman I left for you and prepare to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Flee. Upon hearing this, a flicker of struggle and reluctance crossed Fang Tianyun's eyes, which was swiftly replaced by resolve. No, Emperor, my master has treated me with immense kindness, and the Holy Land is my home. How can I, Fang Tianyun, betray my sect and escape alone? He gritted his teeth and declared, moreover, this person acts with such tyrannical cruelty, threatening to slaughter the Holy Land. Is he not akin to the demonic path? I refuse to believe he dares to commit such a heinous act and utterly annihilate my true martial Holy Land. If he truly dares to do so, it will surely invoke the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, and the Xia Divine Dynasty will not find peace. Alas, foolish child, Xianxian Emperor sighed deeply. Filled with helplessness, you still do not understand. In the face of absolute power, so-called reputation and rules are but illusions. If it truly comes to a desperate situation, I will exhaust the last vestige of my remnant soul's strength to assist you. However, before the Emperor's words could conclude, from the heavens above, that calm and indifferent gaze pierced through the endless void, penetrating Fang Tianyun's sea of consciousness. accurately locking onto the remnant soul of Xianxian Emperor. There is still a rat hiding in the shadows. Chu Ji's lips curled into a cold arc as he flicked his fingers. Suddenly, Fang Tianyun felt the space around him constrict violently, an irresistible and terrifying power enveloping him in an instant. The next moment, he was uncontrollably lifted from the ground, as if grasped by an invisible hand, and found himself standing before Chu Ji. "What do you want?" Fang Tianyun exclaimed in utter horror, struggling with all his might, only to find himself as insignificant as an ant before Chu Ji. Chu Ji paid no heed to his outcry, instead extending the hand that had just subdued the true martial emperor, gently pressing it upon the crown of Fang Tianyun's head. "Ah!" Fang Tianyun let out a piercing scream. He felt as if his head might split apart, his soul being forcibly torn from him. "Junior, cease this at once. How dare you?" The furious roar of Xianxian Emperor reverberated from the depths of Fang Tianyun's sea of consciousness, sounding fierce, yet internally trembling. "Huh!" Chu Ji scoffed disdainfully, his fingers tightening with immense force. "No." In Fang Tianyun's agonized and contorted gaze, a phantom, ancient yet still bearing traces of imperial majesty, was brutally extracted from his crown by Chu Ji. The specter struggled and roared, yet could not break free from Chu Ji's seemingly casual, yet binding grasp that confined all void. From the Eastern Palace, the soon-to-be Emperor Chu Xian, who had been closely observing the battle, found his pupils constricting suddenly upon seeing the illusory figure, gasping in astonishment. "That is the aura of the ancient Xianxian Emperor? It cannot be mistaken. It is said that the Xianxian Emperor failed to ascend the path of immortality, his essence destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul that fled. And it has actually taken refuge within this junior Xianxian Emperor, that is an existence on par with his divine majesty, and in some aspects, even more ancient and powerful." Chu Ji clutched the struggling remnant soul of the Emperor, akin to grasping a slippery eel, his eyes filled with mockery and coldness. "Is this your last trump card, an ancient being hiding within a junior? No, please do not kill me. I am willing to serve." The terrified pleas of Xianxian Emperor had yet to finish. Chu Ji's finger, imbued with the power to obliterate all, gently clenched. A sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed. The remnant soul of the once mighty Xianxian Emperor, who had shaken several epochs and was but a step away from immortality, along with all its resentment, fear, and despair, was utterly annihilated in the palm of Chu Ji. It became nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 10. The Collapse of the Child of Destiny. 1,000,000 villain points acquired. When the remnant soul of Xianxian Emperor, burdened with endless resentment and unwillingness, was completely dissolved into nothingness in Chu Ji's palm, the light of Fang Tianyun's entire world also extinguished entirely. "No, Emperor." His eyes widened, pupils blood red as if 2 jets of blood were seeping from his eyes, cascading down his pale cheeks, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. In his mind, countless images surged like a tide. They were memories of his youth, when he accidentally fell into an unnamed abyss, on the brink of death. And the remnant soul of Xianxian Emperor awakened, using its supreme power to reverse his fate and reshape his spiritual roots. They were moments during his cultivation journey when he encountered bottlenecks, and the Emperor tirelessly provided guidance, helping him progress beyond his peers. They were instances when he found himself in desperate situations, surrounded by formidable foes, and the Emperor burned his remnant soul's strength to carve a bloody path for him, ensuring his safety. Countless acts of assistance, countless teachings, countless sacrifices. Xianxian Emperor was both his teacher and father, and the most unyielding faith and support in his heart. Yet now, this faith, this support, lay before him, effortlessly crushed by that Daxiao prince, who resembled a deity or demon. "Ah!" Fang Tianyun let out a beast-like, sorrowful, and frenzied roar, his aura erupting uncontrollably, his eyes filled with boundless hatred and madness. "I will kill you. I must kill you." In a fit of madness, he attempted to charge at Chu Ji, only to be firmly bound in place by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. Beneath the abyss, the true martial emperor struggled to restore his broken imperial form, bloodied and battered. With the laws of the imperial path in disarray, his aura diminished to the utmost. And upon sensing the complete dissipating of Xianxian Emperor's powerful and ancient presence, the heart of this holy land's elders surged with boundless chill and despair. An existence more ancient than he, truly having reached the realm of Emperor, had its remnant soul's power effortlessly erased. What terrifying and unfathomable realm had the Daxia prince, Chu Ji, truly attained? In this moment, Zhenwu Dadi found himself devoid of any inclination to resist, overwhelmed instead by profound regret and dread. He was acutely aware that the Zhenwu Holy Land had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In the distant realm of Xiantian, deep within the resplendent imperial palace of the Annihilating Dynasty, a formidable figure adorned in the regal robe of countless dragons, crowned with the Ping Tianguan. Surrounded by innumerable imperial divine runes, the Fantiandi Lord was now perspiring cold sweat upon his brow. He was a transcendent powerhouse at the 8th tier of the imperial realm, merely a step away from the legendary realm of the Emperor. Across the entire Xintian realm, aside from those reclusive ancient beings and the enigmatic Xia Shindi and his son, he scarcely regarded anyone else. Yet, the events that had just unfolded within the Zhenwu Holy Land, particularly the scene of what appeared to be the remnant soul of Xianxiaaudiobooks being effortlessly obliterated, vividly projected before him through secretive means, sent chills through his seasoned soul. This young man must not become an adversary. Fantiandi Lord's heart roared, devoid of hesitation, and he commanded his trusted chief eunuch standing nearby, "Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, the Fantiandi dynasty shall wholeheartedly support His Highness, Prince Chu Shi. No matter his demands, we shall exhaust our national resources to fulfill them. Should His Highness ascend to the divine throne in the future, the Fantiandi dynasty shall willingly remain a vassal of Xia for eternity, paying homage year after year, never betraying." Upon hearing these words, the chief eunuch was profoundly shaken, yet he dared not delay, hastily bowing to receive the command. At that very moment, as Fang Tianyun faced his imminent collapse, the prompt from the villain system reverberated in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the son of fate, Fang Tianyun, has suffered destruction of his reliance, faith shattered, and his Dao heart has sustained severe damage. Dao heart collapse progress, 50. Congratulations, host, for acquiring villain points. 1,000,000. 1 million villain points for merely half a collapse of the Dao heart? Chu Shi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Evidently, this high-ranking son of fate held far more value than the previous waste. Subsequently, his gaze fell back upon Fang Tianyun, whose face twisted in a frenzy of wrath. With fingers like iron pincers, he seized his throat, lifting him from the void. Fang Tianyun's feet left the ground, breath becoming labored. Yet he continued to glare at Chu Shi with bloodshot eyes, filled with profound hatred. "Do not be hasty in your demise." Chu Shi's voice was icy and mocking. Akin to a devil's whisper, "I shall allow you to live a while longer, so you may witness how your most cherished and proud Zhenwu Holy Land transforms into mere ashes before your eyes." As he spoke, he held Fang Tianyun aloft, turning his gaze toward the main peak where the Zhenwu Holy Lord stood, terrified yet feigning calm. At that moment, the Zhenwu Holy Lord seemed to realize that the final hour was at hand. A flicker of madness and determination flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Chu Shi, do not forget, your brother, Chu Feng, is still in my holy land. Should you dare to act recklessly, I shall immediately slay him to accompany you in death." This was his final trump card, his only lifeline. Upon hearing this, genuine emotion flickered in Chu Shi's indifferent gaze. A chilling aura, potent enough to freeze eternity and dim the stars, abruptly emanated from him. "Oh," he uttered a single word, his voice low yet casting the entirety of the Zhenwu Holy Land into a frigid abyss. The next moment, without any unnecessary motion, he merely directed his thoughts. With a slicing sound, the very space housing the dungeon that imprisoned Chu Feng and his protector, along with the dungeon itself and the surrounding land and rocks, was forcibly severed from the Holy Land by an invisible yet razor-sharp power. Immediately, this isolated space, akin to instantaneous teleportation, disregarded all restrictions and distances. Appearing directly behind Chu Shi, boom, the spatial barrier dissipated, revealing the dungeon, where Chu Feng and his holy guardian stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. "Big brother." Upon seeing Chu Shi's familiar yet somewhat foreign silhouette, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then erupted with unparalleled joy and excitement. "It is really you, big brother. You are unharmed. How wonderful." Chu Shi turned to face his brother, who, though disheveled, was without peril, his icy demeanor softened. "Little third, you have endured hardships." "Big brother, I am fine." Chu Feng hastily shook his head, then pointed at the distant Zhenwu Holy Lord and the choking Fang Tianyun, exclaiming, "Big brother, it was them. They conspired against me. Especially the holy maiden of Zhenwu Holy Land, Jiang Qingran. That wretched woman pretended to befriend me, luring me into their scripture vault. Then Fang Tianyun and she suddenly appeared, colluding to frame me for theft of secret techniques. I never touched their belongings. They had long set an ambush, suppressing my protector." "Oh." After listening to Chu Feng's anxious and furious account, Chu Shi's gaze returned to the Zhenwu Holy Lord, whose complexion had turned ashen, filled with boundless fear and despair. The chill on his face gradually faded, replaced by a calm that was not anger but rather a sinister amusement, as if observing the demise of the deceased. "Framing, kidnapping, and daring to harm my brother." Chu Shi nodded gently, his tone as flat as if stating an inconsequential fact. It seems that today, the Zhenwu Holy Land indeed lacks the necessity to persist in this world. Chapter 11. Chu Shi's Cruelty, Fang Tianyun's Choice. The indifferent and frigid voice resounded across the heavens. After comprehending the entire sequence of events, the fury that had surged within Chu Shi due to his brother's humiliation and entrapment finally ignited into a blazing inferno. He was no longer the newly arrived prince who needed to establish his authority through thunderous means. Now, he was a truly enraged elder brother. A determined avenger resolved to restore justice for his brother and make all participants pay the most excruciating price. Ha! Chu Shi scoffed coldly, his gaze slowly shifting from the ashen-faced Zhenwu Holy Lord to Fang Tianyun, whom he held by the throat like a lifeless dog. Since that wretched woman is one of the masterminds, let us start with her. Chu Shi's voice was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any ripple. Yet it plunged Fang Tianyun into an icy abyss. Fang Tianyun, tell me, where is that wretched woman named Jiang Qingran? You shall not succeed. Though Fang Tianyun was nearly asphyxiated, his eyes still blazed with deep-seated hatred and madness. I will never tell you. Qingran, run away, quickly. He exerted all his strength to emit a hoarse roar, attempting to warn his companion. Ha! Foolish ants, who among you can escape before me? Chu Shi dismissed him with a cold laugh, his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and demise of countless universes, casually swept over the chaotic crowd of the Zhenwu Holy Land. In an instant, his gaze precisely locked onto a stunning young woman, pale as paper, trembling in fear, attempting to stealthily retreat among the throng. The young woman was clad in a flowing white dress, her figure graceful, her visage ethereal and otherworldly. Yet her once proud and sacred countenance was now marred by unmistakable terror and despair. It was indeed the holy maiden of Zhenwu Holy Land, Fang Tianyun's companion, Jiang Qingran. Found you. A cruel smile crept onto Chu Shi's lips as he subtly beckoned towards the young woman. Jiang Qingran felt an irresistible, terrifying force enveloping her, rendering her surroundings completely confined. She was uncontrollably propelled upward, as if grasped by an invisible hand, and in an instant, she found herself before Chu Chi, suspended alongside Fang Tianyun, both ensnared and utterly motionless. This young woman was Jiang Qingran, a prodigious talent in the Zhenwu sacred land, recognized as a once-in-a-millennium practitioner, having ascended to the pinnacle of the divine king realm at a tender age. Moreover, she was celebrated as one of the 10 beauties of the Xianxian realm, with suitors in abundance. Most importantly, she shared a childhood bond with Fang Tianyun, and they had long been betrothed, regarded by the world as a perfect pair. And she was the most cherished and inviolable presence in Fang Tianyun's heart. Chu Chi observed the trembling couple, who were gripped by fear, with keen interest, and mockingly remarked, TSK, a match made in heaven. What a pair of desperate lovebirds. He turned to Fang Tianyun, whose face had gone pale as death, his tone filled with cruel amusement. Fang Tianyun, I shall grant you the opportunity to make a choice. With that, he casually waved his finger. From a distance, atop the main peak, the Zhenwu sacred master, who had nearly crumpled in fear, was similarly drawn forth by an invisible force, swiftly arriving and being confined not far from the two, enduring the same relentless pressure that crushed their flesh and souls. Crack, crack. Whether it was Jiang Qingran at the Divine King realm or the Zhenwu sacred master at the quasi-imperial realm, they both appeared painfully fragile before this oppressive force. Their bones emitted agonizing cracks, their protective divine light had long since extinguished, and blood poured forth from their orifices in a wretched display. Speak. Chu Chi's voice was like a devil's whisper, echoing in Fang Tianyun's ears. Your master, the Zhenwu sacred master. Your soulmate, Jiang Qingran. You may only choose to save one. Whom do you choose? This choice was incredibly cruel and malicious. Fang Tianyun's eyes burned crimson as he glared at Chu Chi, wishing to consume him whole. Yet, it was Jiang Qingran, with relatively lower cultivation, who first succumbed to the terrifying pressure. She felt her body on the verge of being utterly crushed, her soul teetering on the brink of collapse. The fear of death stripped her of her usual saintly demeanor. Tianyun, save me, Tianyun. Jiang Qingran screamed in a piercing, distorted, and desperate voice. Have you forgotten who supported you through your darkest times? It was I, Jiang Qingran. Without me, there would be no you today. You cannot abandon me. Save me. Her voice was laden with selfishness and pleading, placing all her hopes upon Fang Tianyun. The Zhenwu sacred master, suspended nearby, upon hearing Jiang Qingran's words, felt his already contorted face twist further in torment. Jiang Qingran was not only Fang Tianyun's soulmate, but also the beloved daughter of the Zhenwu sacred master. How he wished for his daughter to live. Yet, upon hearing her unhesitating choice to sacrifice him, even invoking their past affections to coerce Fang Tianyun. An indescribable sorrow and despair engulfed his heart. Is this truly the daughter he painstakingly nurtured and had such high hopes for? Is this the revered saintess of the Zhenwu sacred land? Qingran. Fang Tianyun gazed at Jiang Qingran's pained and desperate visage, listening to her hoarse pleas. His heart felt as if it were being sliced by myriad steel blades. On one side stood his master and father-in-law, while on the other stood his deeply cherished soulmate. He closed his eyes in agony, tears of blood streaming down his face once more. Ultimately, he opened his eyes wide, filled with bloodshot madness, gritting his teeth as he roared, I choose Qingran. For the sake of his beloved, he could only forsake his master. However, upon hearing his choice, Chu Qi not only revealed no surprise, but erupted into a thunderous laugh, filled with endless mockery and derision, as if he might burst into tears from laughter. You truly do not believe I would grant you the opportunity to choose, that anyone would survive, do you? Chu Qi stifled his laughter, slowly lowering his gaze, revealing a smile that was cold and sinister like that of a demon from the abyss, brimming with malice. His voice, soft as a lover's whisper, froze Fang Tianyun's blood in his veins, sending him into an abyss of despair. How delightfully naive. In that instant, Chu Qi lightly snapped his fingers. A crisp sound sliced through the air like the scythe of death. The next moment, no. Under Fang Tianyun's horrified gaze, Jiang Qingran and the Zhenwu sacred master, suspended by an invisible force, did not even have time to scream. Their bodies erupted like fireworks magnified 1,000,000,000 times, exploding in a cataclysmic display of gore. Boom, boom. Two magnificent yet sorrowful clouds of blood blossomed before Fang Tianyun, scattering flesh, blood, and shattered bones across the sky. Whether in the form of a divine king or a quasi-imperial body, they were rendered utterly vulnerable at this moment. Even more terrifying was that their very souls were completely crushed, purified, and erased by Chu Qi's casual snap of his fingers. In the truest sense, they faced utter annihilation, leaving no trace behind, condemned to eternal oblivion. Chapter 12. Once again acquiring 500,000 villain points, time is running short. The ultimate bloodshed and brutality were forever etched in Fang Tianyun's mind. Jiang Qingran's stunning yet fear-twisted face and the Zhenwu sacred master's countenance, marred by pain, regret, and despair, were transformed into a torrential downpour of blood by Chu Qi's indifferent gesture. All their past glory, cultivation, and even the traces of their existence were thoroughly eradicated from this world, leaving an unsettling chill in their wake. Cough, cough. Fang Tianyun's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Yet Chu Qi did not intervene, merely watching him with keen interest. He convulsed violently, emitting incoherent gasps, as overwhelming despair and bone-deep terror churned his stomach, causing him to retch uncontrollably, nearly expelling his very innards. At this moment, Fang Tianyun's gaze had completely lost focus. His pupils were dilated, as if his soul had been extracted, leaving behind merely a shell filled with fear and despair. His thoughts plunged into a void of silence. Everything that had once supported his pride and beliefs crumbling into unrecognizable fragments. At that moment, the mechanical and cold prompt of the villain system resonated in Chu Qi's mind. Announcing ding. It has been detected that the son of destiny, Fang Tianyun, has witnessed the brutal slaughter of his master and soulmate, resulting in a catastrophic blow to his Dao heart, on the brink of complete collapse. Dao heart collapse progress, 80. Congratulations, host, for once again acquiring villain points, 500,000. Is it truly this easy to collapse by 80%? A cold, amused smile graced Chu Qi's lips, satisfied with this acquisition. Yet he felt a tinge of disdain for this so-called son of destiny. Evidently, your will is not as strong as it appears. His gaze, devoid of any human emotion, purely indifferent and regal, swept over the sprawling, desolate Zhenwu sacred land below, now shrouded in deathly silence and terror. A profound and suffocating chill of despair, more intense than before, surged forth like an endless tide emerging from the depths of the underworld, instantly engulfing every remaining corner of the Zhenwu sacred land. All the fortunate disciples, elders, and offerings of the Zhenwu sacred land who had managed to survive, whether hiding behind crumbling walls or lying prostrate amidst the ruins of the square, felt an icy terror freeze their very souls in that moment. Their spirits trembled, hearts shattered, as cold sweat drenched their robes. Even their breaths became cautious, fearful that even the slightest sound might attract the attention of the divine demon from the heavens above, leading to their annihilation. In this profound silence, as everyone was immersed in the dread of an impending apocalypse, the Zhenwu emperor, who had previously been hurled from the heavens into the abyss by Chu Qi, was now stirring with great difficulty. With a thunderous rumble, Amidst the chaos of flying stones at the edge of the abyss, a blood-soaked figure, clad in tattered robes and exuding a feeble aura akin to a flickering candle in the wind, struggled to ascend slowly from the unfathomable pit. His imperial body, supported by an overwhelming source of life, had barely regained some semblance of form. He was no longer the dissipating soul he had been before, yet cracks still marred his figure, with imperial blood continuously dripping, indicating an unimaginable level of injury. Once a formidable presence in the imperial realm, he was now reduced to a fraction of his former self, utterly weakened. At this moment, the newly ascended emperor was devoid of any of his previous majesty or dominance. His aged face was etched with profound fear, regret, and utter despair. Defeated, the Zhenwu sacred land had utterly succumbed today. The foundation of the Xia divine dynasty was beyond imagination. What audacity had he to provoke or even threaten them? The Zhenwu emperor slowly raised his head, gazing at Chu Qi, who hovered above in the 9 heavens, seemingly commanding the lives and deaths of all beings. Gritting his teeth, as if summoning all his remaining courage, he knelt before Chu Qi with immense difficulty, yet with unwavering determination. With the dignity of an emperor, he performed the utmost act of deference. The sound of his kowtow echoed through the void. Your Highness, I am an old man deserving of death. My sins are unforgivable. I am blind and narrow-minded. Having offended your divine authority, I am willing to bear all your punishments. I implore you, in the name of mercy, to spare the innocent disciples of the Zhenwu sacred land. They do not deserve death. I would serve you as the most loyal dog, as long as you grant me even a thread of hope for the continuation of the Zhenwu sacred land. I am willing to be your servant for eternity, without complaint. This once mighty ancestor, who had been a ruler in his own right, utterly abandoned all dignity, issuing the most humble of pleas. However, in response to this blood-soaked supplication, Chu Qi's expression remained unchanged, only emitting a light, yet profoundly derisive laugh. He slowly shook his head, his voice as flat, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. Opportunity? I had already presented you with a choice outside the mountain gate. It was you who failed to seize it, was it not? Now, having lost, the outcome is irrevocable. Yet you seek to regain favor with such a pitiful display? Your old age has not taught you that there are no such bargains in this world. As his words fell, Chu Qi no longer regarded him, as if the humble figure kneeling before him was not an emperor, but merely an inconsequential old dog. He turned his gaze towards the complex expressions of Chu Feng and the still lingering anger on Xiao Qing's delicate face. Xiao San, Xiao Qing, his tone softened slightly, yet retained an undeniable authority. What say you regarding the Zhenwu sacred land's unlawful capture of a prince of the Xia divine dynasty, their slander, insolence, and threats? According to the laws of our dynasty, what punishment shall they face? Upon hearing Chu Qi's inquiry, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Qing's bright eyes. Without hesitation, she replied clearly and resolutely, Your Highness, according to the 3rd volume, 72nd clause of the Xia divine dynasty's Heavenly Punishment Codex, such actions constitute a grave provocation and substantial infringement upon imperial authority, equivalent to treason. The punishment is death, with the obliteration of their 9 clans, destruction of their lineage, and public display as a warning to others. It is an unforgivable crime. At this moment, Chu Feng had already calmed from the initial excitement of being rescued. Reflecting on the humiliation he had endured and the brazen arrogance of those who had disregarded the Xia divine dynasty, his eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Royal brother, there is no need for further discussion. The majesty of the Xia divine dynasty cannot be trampled upon by petty miscreants, whether from ancient wilderness or recent epochs. Any who dare to challenge our imperial authority or insult our royal kin shall face certain death. His voice was resolute and resonant. Please, royal brother, dispose of the Zhenwu sacred land as you see fit. For myself and for the unyielding majesty of the Xia divine dynasty, let us seek justice. Very well. Chu Qi scoffed once more, a smile containing a terrifying killing intent that could freeze the heavens. He turned, stepping forth, his figure reappearing above the dilapidated mountain gate of the Zhenwu sacred land. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, he resembled a celestial king surveying the mortal realm, looking down upon the quaking figures below, pale with fear, awaiting their final judgment. His cold and mocking voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, penetrating the very souls of every individual in the Zhenwu sacred land. Have you all heard? Your time is limited. The final word, limited, rose slightly in pitch, carrying a tone reminiscent of a child's innocent playfulness. Yet it plunged all who heard it into an abyss of despair deeper than death itself. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Ice Cloud Divine Palace, the Tianquan Sword. As Chu Qi's emotionless voice, akin to the final judgment, echoed, The terrifying imperial pressure he commanded was unleashed without reservation. Boom. It was as if countless ancient sacred mountains descended from the heavens, or an endless river of stars crashed down. This exquisitely refined and pure imperial might transformed into a tangible storm, sweeping violently across the remnants of the Zhenwu sacred land. Under the irresistible and unparalleled pressure, countless disciples of the Zhenwu sacred land, whether from the outer sect, inner sect, or core teachings, felt their bodies subjected to relentless blows from an invisible hammer. Many had blood seeping from their pores, instantly transforming them into blood-soaked figures. Their bones creaked ominously, as if they might shatter into a puddle of flesh at any moment, obliterating both body and spirit. The fear they experienced was beyond description. It was a despair deeper than that of plummeting into the depths of hell itself. Chu Chi's gaze was cold and indifferent, poised to unleash his full power to eradicate the countless ignorant ants below and conclude this farce with a bloody finale. Just as he was about to strike, a voice rang out from the depths of despair. Stop. A voice, cool and austere, yet imbued with a barely perceptible urgency, resonated through the vast expanse of the Zhenwu sacred land, akin to a celestial melody piercing the layers of the void from the distant heavens. Accompanied by this delicate exclamation, the once oppressive and thunder-laden skies, darkened by the malevolent influence of Chu Chi, unexpectedly illuminated with vast swathes of soft, divine azure light. Following this illumination, enormous azure spiritual vessels, constructed from a certain kind of icy crystal jade, emerged, radiating an intense chill and immense spiritual energy, as though they had sailed forth from an ancient scroll of legends, cleaving through the clouds with grace. These vessels were numerous and resplendent, each adorned with intricate carvings and suffused with an ethereal aura. Standing upon them were numerous female cultivators, garbed in uniform azure palace attire, exuding formidable presences and exquisite beauty. Their arrival brought with it a refreshing purity and sanctity that starkly contrasted with the preceding bloodshed. Fang Tianyun, who had been engulfed in despair and felt like a mere shell of a man, was stirred to life upon hearing that familiar voice and beholding the iconic azure vessels. A flicker of light ignited within his previously hollow eyes, reminiscent of ashes rekindled. It was them, the disciples of Bingyun Shingong. His heart raced uncontrollably. Bingyun Shingong, a powerhouse in the Xiantian realm, rivaling Zhenwu's sacred land, was known for its ancient and enigmatic legacy. This revered temple had a well-known decree. It only accepted female disciples, whose hearts were fiercely devoted to justice, abhorring the brutal acts of slaughtering sects and nations. Most importantly, Fang Tianyun recalled a fateful encounter when he had saved a noble maiden of Bingyun Shingong, Han, during a perilous expedition. Their destinies intertwined in a moment of serendipity, leading to a profound bond that, although left unspoken, had grown undeniably intimate, with Han revealing feelings that transcended mere friendship. He believed firmly that, given Han's esteemed position within Bingyun Shingong and her affections for him, she would not abandon him to his fate. Indeed, at the forefront of the numerous azure vessels, the most magnificent flagship radiated an overwhelming aura belonging to 5 vice-masters of quasi-imperial stature, alongside a breathtaking woman whose presence signified the peak of the emperor's realm, Bingyun Shinju, the legendary sovereign of Bingyun Shingong. Following her were 10 elders of the temple, each a pinnacle of Saint King power, whose gazes were immediately fixed upon Chu Chi. The Bingyun Shinju, with eyes sharp as daggers, questioned coldly, Daxia's prince Chu Chi, why do you unleash slaughter upon the Zhenwu sacred land? Were you the cause of the annihilation of the ancient Dahuang kingdom, where countless souls were reduced to ashes? This formidable assembly commanded respect and instilled fear in any faction within the Xiantian realm. Meanwhile, aboard one of the vessels, Fang Tianyun finally beheld the figure that had haunted his dreams, a young woman clad in moonlight white palace garb, her beauty as ethereal as a snow-covered mountain lotus, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. It was Han, her brow furrowed in concern, her gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield below. Upon locking eyes with Fang Tianyun, her icy orbs betrayed a torrent of worry and heartache. Tianyun, she gasped instinctively. Witnessing her genuine concern extinguished the last vestiges of despair within him, igniting a fervent flame of hope. She truly cared for him. She had indeed fallen for him. As thoughts raced through his mind, he reasoned that with the aid of Bingyun Shingong, he could escape this perilous situation. He vowed to diligently cultivate, harnessing the secret legacy bestowed by his grandfather, the emperor, and with Bingyun Shingong's support, he could challenge the Xia Dynasty. He would ensure its downfall, especially that of you, Chu Chi. I, Fang Tianyun, will make you witness the demise of every member of your royal family, one by one, before your very eyes. Boundless hatred and ambition surged anew within him. Above the heavens, Chu Qi, aware of Fang Tianyun's thoughts, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He merely glanced at the indignant assembly of Bingyun Shingong, feeling an inexplicable revulsion. Are you questioning me? Chu Qi's lips curled into a faint yet icy smirk as he spoke with dispassion. How amusing that a swarm of ignorant ants thinks themselves worthy to challenge a deity. Before his words could fade, a resounding clash echoed through the skies, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, imbued with unparalleled celestial might. Chu Qi extended his right hand, revealing an ancient yet exquisitely crafted sword, shimmering with a faint golden hue and inscribed with the cycles of sun, moon, and stars, the legendary Tianquan sword. As it manifested, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of supreme authority and absolute dominion. This sword, he declared, caressing its blade with an air of undeniable authority, is the treasured legacy of the Xia Dynasty, bestowed upon me by my father, enabling me to wield the supreme power of the Xia Dynasty and demonstrate its absolute rule in the Xintian realm. The Tianquan sword, the national treasure of the Xia Dynasty, was a symbol of the emperor's presence. With the sword in hand, he pointed its tip towards the azure vessels, his voice chilling as ancient ice. I shall say this one last time. All of you from Bingyun Shingong, disappear from my sight within 3 breaths. Otherwise death awaits. The mere utterance of that word carried a murderous intent that soared to the heavens. The Tianquan sword buzzed with excitement, eager to quench its thirst for imperial blood. However, just as Chu Qi's voice waned, a figure stepped forward from the flagship, a vice-master of quasi-imperial status, possessing stunning beauty yet exuding an air of arrogance. She scoffed, "Humph. What a charade. We are well aware of the unmatched power of the Tianquan sword. But such artifacts require the true acknowledgement of the Daxia dragon veins will to unleash their full strength. You, a mere prince who has not yet ascended to the position of emperor, lack the authority to command the Tianquan and wield its true might. You are but a fox borrowing the tiger's might, trying to intimidate us with this sword. Truly laughable." In the distance, faced with her scornful challenge, Chu Qi did not react with anger, but instead chuckled as though he had heard the most amusing jest. He refrained from explaining the essence of the Daxia dragon vein or debating his ability to wield the Tianquan sword. After all, sometimes the most effective response to the doubts of mere ants is to allow them to fully comprehend reality in the face of absolute power. So be it. Chu Qi restrained his smile, his voice calm, as if deciding an inconsequential matter. The ancient sword Tianquan, intricately adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and flora, representing the supreme imperial authority of the Xia Dynasty, was casually lifted by him. There was no earth-shattering aura heralding its might, nor were there complex and arcane laws at play. He simply raised it, as one might brush away dust from their sleeve, and directed it toward the distant, radiant ice cloud divine palace's fleet. With a casual slash, a hum resonated through the void, silent yet profound. However, at that very moment, atop the flagship of the Ice Cloud Divine Palace, the Ice Cloud Divine Lord, whose aura was as unfathomable as the abyss and who had long ascended to the imperial realm, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Her once fierce and scrutinizing eyes widened in terror as a primal threat emanated from the depths of her soul, causing her to feel as if she were on the brink of being frozen and utterly obliterated. It was akin to countless poisoned ice needles piercing her spirit. This is bad. The Ice Cloud Divine Lord did not have time to ponder the terrifying nature of this strike or to comprehend how the Tianquan sword was wielded with such devastating power. Her instinct for survival, typical of an emperor, compelled her to emit a desperate shriek. Everyone, retreat at once. Without a moment's hesitation, she ignited her Dao fruit's essence, erupting in a brilliant pale blue divine light, attempting to shield her disciples behind her. Simultaneously, she urged her most cherished disciple, Han, to tear through the void and flee. Alas, it was all too late. The moment Chu Ji's sword was unleashed, the outcome was already sealed. A thunderous roar, as if not of this world, echoed throughout the entire Xintian realm, capable of making stars fall from the heavens and causing the vast void to collapse. It was a sound that disrupted the very fabric of cosmic law. A golden sword light, indescribably brilliant and sharp, appeared as the first ray of divine dawn at the universe's inception or as the final extinguishing light of an ancient era. It transcended the distances of space and time, disregarded all formations and divine powers, and struck with a speed and might beyond the comprehension of any living being. The first to suffer were the 5 vice palace masters, once mighty and imperious, who had rebuked Chu Ji, along with the 10 elder saints brimming with killing intent. They did not even have time to express their fear, let alone mount any semblance of resistance. Under the overwhelming golden sword light, their quasi-imperial bodies, saintly forms, as well as their indomitable souls and Tao imprints, were instantly obliterated. They vanished like snow under the sun, leaving no trace, not even a wisp of blood mist, dissolving completely into nothingness. Following this, countless exquisite, ethereal pale blue spirit ships, which housed thousands of ice cloud divine palace cultivators of varying strengths, from divine fire to great sage, who typically looked down upon the masses, were similarly rendered ephemeral. Their protective divine lights, their proud secret arts, and their formidable treasures crumbled before the golden sword light, as fragile as dreams. Countless figures, like dandelion seeds scattered by a tempest, transformed into pure celestial energy and returned to the void without a sound as the sword light swept across. After nearly annihilating everyone, the golden sword light did not dissipate. Instead, it erupted into a resplendent sun, blazing fiercely, as if to illuminate and melt the entire Xianxian realm. This sun spanned the horizon, unleashing boundless destructive intent and purifying divine light, transforming the vast void once occupied by the Ice Cloud Divine Palace fleet into a realm of death. Only the Ice Cloud Divine Lord, relying on her profound imperial cultivation and the painful sacrifice of burning her imperial blood and Tao fruit essence at the last moment, managed to tear open a sliver of space. With her last ounce of strength, she pushed Xuanyuehan away, while she herself was violently swept by the residual waves of the golden sun. A stream of imperial blood, infused with fragments of the Tao, erupted from the Ice Cloud Divine Lord's mouth like a flood breaking its dam. Half of her once flawless, indestructible body was annihilated by the terrifying sword light's aftermath, exposing her stark white bones and crimson flesh. The foundation of her imperial path suffered unprecedented devastation, and her aura plummeted to its nadir. The Ice Cloud Divine Lord fell from the void like a butterfly with severed wings, barely stabilizing herself as she gazed at the golden sun above. Still radiating an aura of relentless destruction, her eyes filled with boundless fear and regret. She understood deeply that had the strike been aimed at the entire fleet, rather than a casual swipe, she too would have met the same fate as those elders and disciples, completely obliterated. Meanwhile, Xuanyuehan, though shielded by the Ice Cloud Divine Lord and unharmed physically, had her spirit shattered upon witnessing the hellish scene. She floated in the void, her once icy eyes now vacant and bewildered. As she trembled, gazing at the golden sun that sent shivers through her soul, her mind fell into a void. In an instant, those elders who had always cared for her, those who had trained and laughed alongside her, and even the 5 vice palace masters, who held dominion over the divine palace, were all reduced to ashes. Not a trace of their souls remained. No, Xuanyuehan murmured unconsciously, collapsing weakly into the void, tears cascading like a broken strand of pearls. She could not fathom, nor imagine, the terrifying and unreasonable monster that the Ice Cloud Divine Palace had provoked. On the other side, Feng Tianyun, imprisoned before Chu Ji, was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought that with the Ice Cloud Divine Palace's lavish array of 1 emperor, 5 quasi-emperors, 10 saint kings, and countless powerful beings, they could at least contend with Chu Ji, even if they could not defeat him, to secure a glimmer of hope. Little did he expect the outcome to be so cruel and utterly devastating. With just a single strike, the Ice Cloud Divine Palace, a top-tier immortal force that had stood for billions of years and commanded respect within the Xianxian realm, saw its elite forces decimated. Chu Ji was truly terrifying beyond belief. Even the legendary national treasure, the Tianquan sword, could unleash such cataclysmic power in his hands. The last shred of hope within Feng Tianyun was severed at that moment, leaving him enveloped in a despair more profound and consuming than before, threatening to engulf his very soul. High above in the heavens, Chu Ji slowly sheathed the sword, which emitted a satisfied hum as it vanished into his palm. A cold, mocking smile graced his lips as his gaze seemed to pierce through the void, resting upon the place where the once mighty vice palace master had existed, now reduced to a mere memory. Indeed, it was the fox borrowing the tiger's ferocity. Indeed, it is rather ludicrous. However, you may find amusement in the depths of the 9 nether hell. His words were laden with the utmost scorn and mockery, yet they were also imbued with an overwhelming indifference that could freeze one's very soul. In the next moment, Chu Qi seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze shifted slightly to rest upon the distant figure of Xuanyuehan, who was desperately saved by the Ice Cloud Divine Lord, now kneeling in the void, utterly disoriented. He noticed that the girl's eyes would involuntarily drift towards the direction of Feng Tianyun, her expression revealing an almost imperceptible affection and concern. Ah, how intriguing. The icy smile at the corner of Chu Chi's mouth deepened with playful amusement. With a mere thought, Xuanyuehan felt an irresistible force envelop her. her delicate form uncontrollably drawn forward, instantaneously appearing before Fang Tianyun, equally ensnared by an invisible power. Truly, the child of destiny burdened with great fortune. Chu Qi regarded the hapless couple before him with a tone rich in mockery, first the saintess of the Holy Land, and now the goddess of the ice, cloud divine palace. As death approached, their fortune was indeed remarkable. Before his words could fully dissipate, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the distant ice, cloud divine lord, his eyes nearly bursting with despair, under the gaze of Fang Tianyun, whose pupils had shrunk with infinite terror and hopelessness. Chu Qi casually extended a finger towards the exquisitely beautiful, yet pitifully weeping Xianxiahan. With a gentle touch, he uttered a sound akin to a bubble bursting. There was no cataclysmic roar, only a faint noise reminiscent of fragile glass shattering. The ice cloud divine palace's goddess, Xianxiahan, once revered and adored by countless gifted individuals, was reduced before Fang Tianyun's eyes to mere shards of ethereal crimson dust. Not even a fragment of her soul could escape. No. Fang Tianyun could not even shed tears. He could only emit a mournful howl akin to a dying beast. Yet, Chu Qi's voice materialized beside him like a specter, whispering maliciously and coldly, "Behold, the beauty you saved, your cherished partner, your final hope. Now, they have all vanished." Chapter 15. The Fall of the Child of Fortune, the End of the Holy Land. No, Xianxiahan, my Xianxiahan. As the stunning figure of Xianxiahan exploded into the most dazzling scarlet dust before Fang Tianyun, the mocking and frigid words of Chu Qi echoed in his ears. The string of reason within Fang Tianyun was finally severed. The last image lingering in his mind was that of Xianxiahan's anxious and urgent gaze directed at him, coupled with the ambition that had just ignited within him to rise again with the power of the ice cloud divine palace. Yet now, everything felt like a fleeting dream, ruthlessly shattered. His most revered emperor grandfather had perished. His beloved partner, Jiang Qingran, was also dead. The sect he once took pride in, the Zhenwu Holy Land, was on the brink of annihilation. The ice cloud divine palace, which he once viewed as a stronghold, had suffered devastating losses in an instant. Even the divine lord gravely wounded. Everything, all hope, all reliance, crumbled before the formidable presence of the great summer prince, as if it were mere dust. Fang Tianyun's eyes widened, blood vessels spreading like a spider's web across his irises, unable to release a single tear. Only 2 streams of blood trickled down from the corners of his eyes. His entire being trembled violently as he began to mechanically murmur, "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." The initial whisper grew louder, filled with boundless resentment and deep-seated madness, yet accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. Just as Fang Tianyun's spirit descended into an abyss of darkness and insanity, a notification sound from the antagonist's system resonated in Chu Qi's mind. Ding. The child of fortune, Fang Tianyun, has had all hopes and supports destroyed by the host. Witnessing the tragic demise of his beloved, his Dao heart has utterly collapsed, leaving no possibility for redemption. Dao heart collapse progress, 100. Congratulations to the host for completely shattering the heart of the purple child of fortune, earning 4 million points of villain value. Note, this child of fortune has lost all value. The host may choose to erase him entirely. Kill reward, 1 million fortune points. 2 million villain values. Oh, has he finally succumbed to complete collapse? A cold smile graced the corner of Chu Qi's lips, his satisfaction with the abundant rewards evident. Very well, he is merely an eyesore. He did not even spare Fang Tianyun a glance, merely shifting his thoughts slightly. With a sound akin to the crushing of an inconsequential bubble, Fang Tianyun's voice, filled with malice and madness, abruptly ceased. His distorted visage, wrought by overwhelming emotion, froze in an instant, and then, as if disassembled by an invisible force, he evaporated silently, ceasing to exist. There was no blood mist, no remnants. As if he had never graced this world. A figure deemed a purple child of fortune by the system, destined to be a pivotal character in the future of the Xianxian realm, was thus extinguished in the most complete and humiliating manner at the hands of Chu Qi. Yet, at the very moment Fang Tianyun was utterly annihilated, the heavens above shifted dramatically. The once tranquil sky, momentarily subdued by Chu Qi's prior sword strike, erupted into a tempest of dark clouds, as if ink had been spilled. Countless lightning dragons, as thick as mountains, roared and surged within the clouds, emanating an aura of dread even the emperors would shudder at. A vast, imposing will, brimming with furious wrath, seemed to awaken from the cosmic genesis, locking onto Chu Qi below, the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Slaying one burdened with great fortune, especially a purple-level child of fortune, was an act of defiance against the heavens, sure to provoke a backlash. Chu Qi slowly raised his head, gazing at the tumultuous storm of thunderclouds that seemed poised to plunge the world into a cataclysm. Yet, his exceptionally handsome face bore a trace of disdainful laughter. The heavenly Tao? You wish to impose punishment upon me? His tone was calm, yet it carried an unparalleled authority that surpassed all. In my eyes, the heavens are nothing more than this. In the future, I shall become the unparalleled emperor of all ages. All realms, all things, shall prostrate beneath my feet. Yours, a mere trifling heavenly Tao of a small world, shall be no exception. The moment his words fell, Chu Qi brazenly disregarded the cataclysmic thunder tribulation capable of annihilating stars. Reaching across the void with a single palm, boom, that palm, seemingly mundane, invoked the power of the cosmic sea, condensing the might of myriad laws. It expanded infinitely, overshadowing the heavens, more vast and terrifying than the gathered calamity clouds. Under the horrified gazes of countless beings, that hand imbued with supreme power struck fiercely against the roaring tempest of thunderclouds. Crack, boom, like porcelain shattering, akin to stars bursting. The endless thunder tribulation, infused with the wrath of the heavenly Tao, disintegrated beneath that palm, as if made of paper, collapsing instantaneously. The sky returned to clarity, as if the apocalyptic scene had been but an illusion. Even amidst the silence, a faint sound of fear and retreat seemed to emanate from the depths of the heavenly Tao before it fell utterly silent. The heavenly Tao seemed to recoil in fear, choosing to retreat. In the rear of the Eastern Palace faction, Xiaoqing and Chu Feng gazed upon Chu Qi, who stood tall in the heavens, having obliterated the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation with a single hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over, and with eyes filled with boundless admiration and fervor, Chu Feng exclaimed, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you have truly received the genuine recognition of the Xia Longmai. You can now wield the Tianquan's sword with perfection." His voice, quivering with emotion, resonated deeply. Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. The Tianquan sword symbolizes the authority of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Only those recognized by the dragon vein, endowed with grand fortune, and possessing transcendent cultivation can truly wield it. His Majesty once entrusted that if he and the old immortal king leave the Xiantian realm for over 100 years without return, the title of Divine Emperor shall be inherited by the first prince who can truly master the Tianquan sword. Now, your Highness holds the Tianquan, commanding the heavens. Even the Tao itself yields before you. You are destined to become the new Divine Emperor of our Xia Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, every Xia soldier present was shaken to their core, erupting into a tumultuous cheer akin to a roaring tide. Chu Ji, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, filled with boundless ambition and a dominating aura. Ha! Well said. He cast a glance at Chu Feng, declaring loudly, "Little third, should I ascend to the throne of the Divine Emperor, you shall be the most powerful lord of our Xia Divine Dynasty, Wang Ao Feng. Your status shall be just beneath mine, above billions." "Thank you, your Highness." "Thank you, His Majesty the Divine Emperor." Chu Feng's face flushed with excitement, immediately kneeling in reverence. Chu Ji then turned his gentle gaze toward the tearful Xiaoqing beside him, his voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. "Xiaoqing, you have accompanied me through thick and thin for so many years, never leaving my side. It is time to grant you a true title. Should I become emperor, you shall be the one and only Tianqing Empress of our Xia Divine Dynasty." Boom. Xiaoqing felt her mind go blank, all grievances, hopes, and affections surging forth as scalding tears. She fell to her knees, weeping profusely, repeatedly bowing to Chu Ji, her voice choked with emotion. "Your Highness, His Majesty the Divine Emperor, I do not seek the title of Empress. I only wish to remain by your side. Even if it is just to watch you from afar, silently supporting you, and I would be content." "Silly girl." Chu Ji gently lifted Xiaoqing from the ground, gazing at her tear-streaked, yet radiant face filled with boundless happiness, stirring a wave of emotion within him. He inherited not only the original host's essence, but also the deeply hidden affection for Xiaoqing. This girl, during his lowest and most desperate moments, had always chosen to care for him with unwavering devotion, supporting his last hope with her delicate shoulders. Now, Chu Ji had truly become the crown prince of Xia. Soon to ascend as the Divine Emperor, he was obliged to bestow the most honorable title upon this girl who had sacrificed so much in silence. Without further ado, he swept Xiaoqing into his arms. The girl gasped in surprise, her cheeks turning crimson, yet she nestled obediently against his broad, warm chest. As Chu Ji held her, an invisible 9-colored jade staircase materialized beneath them, bearing him as he stepped forward, soaring towards the distant East Palace. Behind him, countless ecstatic soldiers of Xia cheered for the Divine Emperor. He appeared to completely disregard the devastated Zhenwu sacred ground behind him, as well as the distant, fading, and despairing Bingyun Divine Master. with every step spanning a mile, after leading all from the East Palace far beyond 100,000 miles from that land of chaos. He cradled the blissfully sleepy Shao Qing in his arms, a cold and cruel smile curving his lips. Without turning back, he casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the silent heavens, jarring and unsettling. In the next instant, boom! A terrifying roar, as if shaking the entire vast Xianxian realm. Dimming countless stars, thundered from the direction of the far-off Zhenwu sacred ground. Following that, a mushroom cloud, towering millions of miles high, shrouded half the sky, emanating an aura of endless destruction. In the collective shock of all present, it surged towards the heavens. The terrifying shockwave, like a cataclysmic tide, obliterated everything within 100,000 miles of the Zhenwu sacred ground, mountains, forests, and all living beings, reducing them to nothingness. The Zhenwu sacred ground, a legacy enduring countless ages, once the birthplace of more than one emperor and a pinnacle of ancient traditions, in this moment, was utterly erased from the map of the Xianxian realm. Chapter 16. Returning to the East Palace, initiating the system mall, as night descended like ink, enveloping the vast Xia Divine Dynasty capital. The day's clamor and bloodshed had long dissipated, leaving only the starlight scattered upon the towering palaces, adding a touch of chill and solitude. Within the East Palace's main hall, brightly lit, casting light upon the gilded throne symbolizing supreme authority, sat Chu Ji, adorned in a purple gold robe with 8 dragons, quietly seated upon the throne. Shao Qing, cradled in his arms, had succumbed to a deep slumber, her rhythmic breathing resonating clearly in the serene hall. He gently adjusted his posture, ensuring she rested more comfortably, a rare tenderness flashing in his profound gaze. During the day, he had annihilated the Zhenwu sacred ground with a thunderous hand, severed the Bingyun divine palace, and even dispelled the wrath of the Tao with a single strike, shaking the entire Xianxian realm. Countless soldiers and subjects of the Xia Divine Dynasty regarded Chu Ji as the new divine emperor due to the terrifying power he exhibited and his qualification to wield the Tianquan sword, fervently supporting him. However, Chu Ji was acutely aware that the foundation of all this lay in his overwhelming strength. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, only power is the eternal truth. System. Chu Ji silently invoked in his mind. In the next moment, a faint blue virtual screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Host, Chu Ji. Identity, Crown Prince of the Xia Divine Dynasty. Cultivation, Emperor Realm, Supreme Pinnacle with 100-fold Emperor's power. Technique, Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing, Beginner. Divine Ability, Jietian Zhao Hua Shinshu, Beginner. Fortune Points, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Villain Points, 7, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Current Task, None. As he observed the numbers clearly displayed on the screen, a faint smile crept upon Chu Ji's lips. The annotation of 100-fold Emperor's power behind his cultivation realm indicated his preliminary mastery of the 2 supreme immortal techniques, leading to the system's comprehensive assessment of his strength. This level of power had positioned him at the absolute pinnacle of the Xianxian realm. 7 million villain points, 1 million fortune points. These were the substantial rewards gained from annihilating the Da Huanghua, slaying the Zhenwu sacred ground's holy son Fang Tianyun, the child of purple fortune, and effortlessly crushing most of Bingyun Divine Palace's forces. As Chu Ji's gaze fell upon the 1 million fortune points, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. According to the system's explanation, fortune points differed from villain points. Villain points acted as a universal currency, redeemable for all manner of items across realms, from divine weapons to techniques, and even powerful followers. In contrast, fortune points were more unique and precious. They could only be acquired by hunting down or utterly obliterating the children of fortune from various worlds. Children of fortune are favored by the will of the world's Tao, endowed with great fortune, often able to turn misfortune into fortune, encountering serendipities, ultimately evolving into great figures. Slaying them equates to opposing the Tao of their world, thus naturally earning a portion of the essence bestowed by that world, which manifests as fortune points. The utility of fortune points is closely related to the concept of fortune itself. They can be used to exchange for various extraordinarily powerful treasures of fortune. These treasures of fortune possess the ability to directly enhance one's personal destiny, allowing Chu Shi to become a being seemingly destined by heaven itself. It is not out of the realm of possibility for him to stumble upon immortal artifacts or attain profound enlightenment simply by quenching his thirst. Some treasures can consolidate the fortune of an entire faction, such as gathering the dragon veins of divine dynasties, thereby elevating the overall fortune of a nation, leading to peace and prosperity, with talented individuals emerging and powerful beings flourishing. Moreover, certain top-tier treasures of fortune can even alter the fundamental laws of a vast world, reversing the very fabric of reality and creating new life. Just as the system suggests, with sufficient fortune points, one could exchange for a transcendent treasure that could dramatically transform the foundation of the Xia Divine Dynasty. This could ensure that every citizen of the Divine Dynasty becomes extraordinary, each with the opportunity to strive for the legendary realm of the emperors. Such temptation is undeniably immense. However, Chu Shi understands that attaining this goal would require a staggering amount of fortune points. Although the current 1 million points is considerable, it is evidently far from the target. For now, it is prudent to reserve them. Chu Shi resolved internally, recognizing that fortune points are critical to the future of the Divine Dynasty and require careful deliberation. His gaze then shifted to the 7 million points of villain value, igniting a spark of fervor in his eyes. The villain value is the key to enhancing his personal power and strengthening his hidden cards. Upon opening the system shop, the virtual screen before him transformed, revealing a dazzling array of products, ranging from the most basic elixirs to earth-shattering forbidden techniques, encompassing all that one could desire. Chu Shi's eyes quickly bypassed the lower and mid-tier items, focusing instead on the premier sections of the shop: Supreme Techniques area, Forbidden Techniques area, Immortal Weapons area, Special Bloodlines area, Heaven-Defying Elixirs area, and a section that sent a thrill of apprehension through him: Supreme Summoning area. He first clicked on this Supreme Summoning area. At the top of the list, several resplendent titles glimmered, each eliciting a tremor of excitement even from Chu Shi's current level of cultivation. Summon the Supreme Immortal Emperor, random. Requires 900 billion villain points. Note: randomly summon a Supreme Immortal Emperor level powerhouse, guaranteed by the system to be absolutely loyal to the host. Summon Immortal King Titan, designated peak figure. Requires 120 billion villain points. Note: designate and summon a historical peak Immortal King, guaranteed by the system to be absolutely loyal to the host. Summon Immortal King Titan, ordinary random. Requires 30 billion villain points. Note: randomly summon an ordinary Immortal King Titan, guaranteed by the system to be absolutely loyal to the host. Gazing at the staggering figures, Chu Shi's lips twitched slightly. Truly, the system shop does not shy away from pricing the existence of Supreme Immortal Emperors and Immortal Kings. However, the prices are alarmingly exorbitant. With villain points soaring into the hundreds of billions and trillions, he could barely scrape together even a fraction of what is required with his current resources. Nevertheless, Chu Shi did not allow this to dampen his spirits. On the contrary, his eyes shimmered with an even more fervent ambition. The mere fact that these beings are listed in the system shop signifies that they are not entirely out of reach. As long as he continues to seize fortune and accumulate villain points, it is conceivable that he might one day command one or even several immortal emperors and kings to serve his purposes. At that time, all summoned powerful beings will be utterly loyal, following his commands without hesitation. When that day comes, no matter the formidable figures from the upper realms or any ancient taboos, they will seem like mere trifles before him. Contemplating this, Chu Shi could not help but gain a deeper understanding of the uniqueness of the Xianxian realm. The Xianxian realm is far from a typical vast world. It stands as a remarkably potent and unique existence among the myriad realms. The laws of this realm appear exceptionally complete and robust, capable of nurturing beings that transcend conventional limits of understanding. Take the emperors as an example. In the Xianxian realm, the realm of the emperor represents the pinnacle of mortal cultivation, where a single thought can obliterate countless star rivers, and a single word can determine the fate of all beings. The extent of their might and the unpredictability of their powers far surpass what is found in lesser worlds. More critically, the emperors of the Xianxian realm are not merely superior to the so-called true immortals of the upper realms. They exist on an entirely different tier. True immortals in the upper realm may be hailed as celestial beings, yet they have merely transcended the mortal plane, experiencing a leap in the level of existence. In contrast, the emperors of the Xianxian realm have cultivated a singular path to its utmost perfection, embodying that path in their very essence, with each action resonating with the harmony of the Tao, and their words manifesting laws. It is precisely due to this that once an emperor of the Xianxian realm successfully crosses the tribulation of immortality and ascends to the upper realm, they will not merely become an ordinary true immortal, they will directly attain the status of an immortal king. An immortal king is a paramount figure capable of establishing an immortal domain in the boundless upper realm, commanding legions of celestial spirits. Each immortal king is a formidable presence that can dominate an era. This is also the reason why Chu Shi's grandfather, who has long since attained the Tao, becoming an immortal king, and his father, the Xia Divine Emperor, who has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, possessed the audacity to step into the upper realm a century ago to explore its mysteries. Together, these two formidable figures, a seasoned immortal king and an emperor on the cusp of breakthrough, would undoubtedly carve out a formidable presence even in the upper realm. It appears that to truly navigate the heavens, step into the upper realm, and even surpass his father and grandfather, the realm of the immortal king is merely the beginning. With profound contemplation, Chu Shi suppressed the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind and redirected his gaze back to the system shop. Since summoning an immortal emperor or king is currently unrealistic, he would explore other options to rapidly enhance his own power. Soon, his attention was drawn to the Supreme Techniques area, the Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing and Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu, both of which he inherited from the original owner's memories, were prominently listed, along with the villain points required for further enhancement. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, minor achievement requires 5 million villain points. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, major achievement requires 500 million villain points. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, perfection requires 5 billion villain points. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, transcendental transformation requires 500 billion villain points. Next came the Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu, minor achievement requires 3 million villain points. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu, major achievement requires 300 million villain points. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu, perfection requires 30 billion villain points. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu, transcendental transformation requires 300 billion villain points. Ultimately, Chu Shi's gaze settled upon the Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, minor achievement. This scripture emphasizes the physical body and primordial spirit, reputed to be indestructible through countless tribulations. Eternal and unyielding, it is the supreme legacy left by his grandfather, an inheritance of unimaginable caliber. Though he currently possesses the power of a supreme emperor through the system, and has already attained 100-fold emperor strength, in terms of techniques, both scriptures remain at the entry level, unable to truly unleash their inherent might. My current strength is roughly equivalent to 100-fold emperor's power, Chu Shi silently calculated. The emperor realm is a unique tier above the emperors, signifying the pinnacle of imperial status. Ordinary emperors merely grasp the fundamentals of a single path, while those of the emperor level have delved into their cultivated paths to a profound depth, their combat prowess vastly exceeding that of typical emperors. Figures like the ancient era's peak emperor, Xianxian emperor, exemplify true emperor-level power, standing on the brink of the immortal Tao. The system once declared that the novice gift I received embodies the absolute pinnacle of the emperor realm. This absolute pinnacle likely refers to having reached a certain limit within the vast realm of the emperor and combined with the initiation of the Xianjing. It grants me 100-fold power of the emperor. Should the Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing attain a minor completion stage? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chu Chi's eyes. According to the system's description, once this Xianjing reaches minor completion, the physical body will achieve a preliminary state of immortality, and the primordial spirit will remain eternally undying. At that time, my overall strength may well surge tenfold once more, from 100-fold power of the emperor. Leaping to 1,000-fold power of the emperor is not beyond the realm of possibility. 1,000-fold power of the emperor. What an extraordinary concept. It is likely that even the most ordinary quasi-Xian Wang would pale in comparison. If I could reach the major completion stage, both my physical body and primordial spirit would become truly impervious to calamity, achieving a state of immortality. Even if only a trace of existence remains of my body and soul, rebirth could occur in an instant. At that time, my strength would be sufficient to rival true Xian Wang titans, or even surpass them. I could then truly traverse the upper realms at will. Seeking the whereabouts of my father and grandfather, the more Chu Chi contemplated, the more fervent his heart became. One's own strength is the foundation of everything. What power or status, what divine dynasty or fortune, without absolute strength to support it, is ultimately just an illusion, a fleeting dream. Chapter 17, Minor Completion of Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, 1,000-fold power of the emperor. Exchange. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing, minor completion. Chu Chi no longer hesitated and issued the command directly. Ding. Consumed 5 million points of villain value. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing is beginning to upgrade. Upgrading 3070-100. Congratulations, host. Yuan Shibu Miesian Jing has successfully upgraded to the minor completion stage. The moment the system's notification sound fell, a tremendous force, 100 times more powerful than when he first attained the Emperor's cultivation, surged forth from every pore of Chu Chi's body and exploded from within each cell. At that instant, his body seemed to transform into an unfathomable black hole, voraciously devouring this immortal celestial energy. The already formidable Emperor body now underwent a transformation of unimaginable magnitude at an astonishing speed. Bones and tendons resonated like the roar of dragons and tigers. Blood surged as if the Milky Way were flooding back. Every inch of his skin shimmered with a gentle glaze of celestial light, impervious to harm. Each bone was inscribed with profound immortal patterns, rendering it invulnerable to all methods. His internal organs felt as if they had been tempered by celestial fire, brimming with vigorous vitality and boundless power. Moreover, his primordial spirit surged to a terrifying extent, crystal clear, as if it were tangible, radiating the eternal brilliance of immortality. It seemed that as long as his primordial spirit remained undying, he could persist in this world. The entire Eastern Palace, and even the grand capital of the Xia Divine Dynasty, was enveloped by this sudden and terrifying pressure. Countless cultivators in seclusion, regardless of their cultivation level, were jolted awake in shock, prostrating on the ground, trembling as though the end of days had arrived. They could distinctly feel an indescribably terrifying aura, one that seemed to transcend all beings, gradually awakening and ascending from deep within the Eastern Palace. This aura was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more terrifying than what Chu Qi had displayed when he obliterated the Zhenwu sacred land. What existence is this? Could it be that the Divine Emperor and the old Xianwang have returned? Countless hearts were gripped by fear, and conjectures abounded. At this moment, Chu Qi had his eyes tightly shut, keenly sensing the surging, overwhelming power within him, as if it could explode the entire Xianxian realm. A satisfied smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. The 1,000-fold power of the Emperor indeed. Chu Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of celestial light, as solid as reality, burst forth from his pupils, effortlessly piercing through the dome of the Eastern Palace and soaring into the heavens. He could clearly sense that his physical strength had reached an unfathomable level. It was likely that even a true celestial artifact would struggle to inflict any damage. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit was incredibly solid and undying, capable of enveloping countless star domains with a single thought, effortlessly erasing an entire world. This overwhelming strength, which felt as though he could command all and dominate everything, compelled Chu Qi to let out an exhilarating roar. The roar echoed like a dragon, piercing the clouds, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. As the power subsided, Chu Qi glanced at the remaining 2 million villain value on the system panel. Along with 100,000 fortune points, and new calculations began to form in his mind. The Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing was already at minor completion, and his strength had surged. However, the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu was still merely at the entry level. This divine art governing transformations of slaughter, if also elevated, would undoubtedly further amplify his combat prowess. However, reaching minor completion required 3 million villain points, which he currently lacked. Since he could not upgrade the technique for the time being, he decided to explore the possibility of enhancing his subordinate strength. Chu Qi's gaze shifted back to the ultimate summoning zone. Although summoning celestial emperors and kings was temporarily impossible, lower-tier existences might be worth considering. He swiftly scrolled down the list and soon found his target. Summon Emperor-level strong being, peak random. Requires 1 million villain points. Note, randomly summons a peak emperor from the myriad realms, absolutely loyal. Summon Emperor-level strong being, ordinary random. Requires 500,000 villain points. Note, randomly summons an ordinary emperor from the myriad realms, absolutely loyal. Summon Great Emperor-level strong being, peak random. Requires 100,000 villain points. Note, randomly summons a peak Great Emperor, 9th layer of the Emperor realm, from the myriad realms, absolutely loyal. Upon seeing these prices and the absolute loyalty designation, Chu Qi's eyes brightened. Emperor-level strong beings. This tier of existence, within the Xiantian realm, aside from himself, and perhaps his father and Xianwang grandfather who might have ascended to the upper realms, represents the pinnacle of combat power. Like the Xianxian Emperor, had he not been merely a remnant soul and encountered a prodigy like Chu Qi, he could have swept across a region with ease. And now, summoning a peak emperor only requires 1 million villain points. An ordinary one requires merely 500,000. As for the peak Great Emperor below the Emperor, it is a mere 100,000 points. The value is simply astonishing. With 2 million villain points remaining, Chu Qi swiftly calculated in his mind. Enough to summon 2 peak emperors, who would be powerful allies of absolute loyalty. 2 absolutely loyal peak emperors would be sufficient to sweep away all enemies within the Xiantian realm, except for him. No, Chu Qi reconsidered, his gaze flickering slightly. Though peak emperors are strong, their numbers are still too few. With his father and grandfather absent, the Divine Dynasty is in urgent need of personnel, requiring not only top-tier combat strength, but also a number of capable individuals to guard various territories. He glanced at the option to exchange for peak Great Emperors, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. System. Consume all remaining villain points to summon 8 Emperor-level strong beings from the myriad realms. Ensure that each one is absolutely loyal. Chu Qi altered his plan. Rather than exchanging 2 peak emperors for 2 million villain points, he chose to diversify his investments and acquire a greater number of Emperor-level combat strength. Ding. Host command received, optimizing the plan. Plan generated. The host can exchange for 8 Emperor-level strong beings, including 2 ordinary emperors, each requiring 500,000 villain points, and 6 initial tier emperors whose strength slightly falls short of ordinary emperors, but absolutely surpasses peak great emperors, averaging around 166,000 villain points each, totaling about 1 million. All summoned strong beings will be absolutely loyal. Excellent. Chu Qi was quite satisfied with this plan. 2 ordinary emperors would serve as core high-end combat strength, while 6 initial tier emperors could act as the backbone, safeguarding all territories. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 2 million villain points, the summoning of 8 emperor-level powerhouses begins. The target is locked, and the multiverse is randomly screened to bind an absolute loyal imprint. The summoning is successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 8 followers from different worlds and races, all possessing emperor-level cultivation, 2 ordinary emperors and 6 initial stage emperors, who are absolutely loyal to you. They are about to descend through a special space-time passage. Please prepare to receive them. The moment the system's prompt ended, Chu Qi felt the entire space of the Eastern Palace begin to twist violently. In the next instant, an overwhelming and suffocating aura, filled with submission and reverence, surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, permeating the entire hall. Chapter 18. The Arrival of the 8 Great Emperors. The Fate's Child Beyond Control. Within the Eastern Palace, the space rippled like water waves, and profound, inscrutable portals quietly opened. Subsequently, 8 imposing figures, each emanating a terrifying imperial might, emerged from these portals. Like awakened ancient beasts, they filled the hall, yet appeared utterly submissive before Chu Qi's far more terrifying thousand-fold emperor pressure, not daring to act recklessly. Boom, boom, boom. 8 figures, some towering like mountains, others ethereal as immortals, some exuding unparalleled dominance, and others radiating a murderous aura, stepped forth from the portals. They were surrounded by substantial Dao runes, their eyes reflecting the ebb and flow of suns and moons, the dissolution of starry rivers, unmistakably true emperor-level powerhouses. Among them, 2 exuded unfathomable auras, having reached the pinnacle of ordinary emperors, while the other 6, though slightly inferior, were firmly established at the initial stage emperor realm, far beyond ordinary peak emperors. However, these 8 supreme emperors, who could command respect in their respective worlds and oversee countless beings, upon seeing the young man in the purple gold robe seated upon the throne, cradling a sleeping maiden with a detached expression that sent shivers through their souls, collectively restrained their imposing presence, revealing genuine awe and fervor. We bow before our master. Without hesitation, the 8 emperor-level powerhouses simultaneously knelt before Chu Qi, prostrating themselves in the most humble and devout act of worship. Their eyes were filled with absolute loyalty and fervor, as if Chu Qi were the only deity in their hearts, the sole purpose of their existence. This is the formidable power of the summoning system. All summoned beings, regardless of their former rebelliousness or dominance, once successfully summoned, bear an indelible mark of absolute loyalty, never to defy Chu Qi's commands. Rise. Chu Qi's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He held the little girl in his arms without rising, merely casting a tranquil glance over the 8 kneeling emperors below. Thank you, master. The 8 emperors bowed again before respectfully rising, standing with their hands at their sides, their expressions solemn, not daring to overstep. Chu Qi's gaze passed over them, and he nodded in satisfaction. With 2 ordinary emperors and 6 initial stage emperors, this strength was sufficient to sweep through the current Xiantian realm. Unless his immortal grandfather or father were to return unexpectedly, no one could rival them. State your names. Chu Qi spoke calmly. The 2 ordinary emperors with the most profound auras stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. The one on the left, clad in the robe of 10,000 stars, with an ancient visage and an aura vast as the cosmic sea, spoke in a deep voice, reporting to my master. I am Taoist Xinghe, from the 9 heavens great world. My essence is that of an ancient star core that has cultivated for millions of years, achieving the Tao of the Xinghe Emperor. The one on the right, donned in fearsome, demonic armor, surrounded by surging demonic energy. His blood-red eyes possessing a hint of eerie elegance, grinned widely, revealing pristine white teeth. Master, I am Xue Tu, from the Shura blood realm, having achieved the Tao through slaughter, known as Blood Slaughter Emperor. Next, the 6 initial stage emperors stepped forward in turn. A towering giant, muscles bulging, exuding a primal and dominant aura, bellowed, "Master, I am Ba Gu, from the savage wilderness realm, the Ba Gu Emperor." A graceful and stunning woman, captivating all with her enchanting eyes, smiled softly, "Master, I am Huan Yin, from the blissful celestial realm, cultivating the Tao of illusory sounds, known as Huan Yin Emperor." A young swordsman in a green robe, wielding an ancient sword, his gaze sharp as a blade, emanating an aura of endless sharpness, calmly stated, "Master, I am Ling Tian. Born in the Sword Tomb Great Realm, my life devoted solely to the sword, known as Ling Tian Emperor." A figure shrouded in a pitch-black cloak, with a chilling and mysterious aura as if merging with shadows, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Master, my name is Yu Ming, from the Nine Nether Yellow Spring Realm. Master of life and death, known as Yu Ming Emperor." An elderly woman holding an alchemical furnace, surrounded by the fragrance of herbs. Her demeanor kind, yet bearing the weight of alchemical authority, slightly bowed, "Master, I am Dan Shun, from the Hundred Herbs Realm, having achieved the Tao through alchemy, known as Danshan Emperor." The final figure was a cute little girl, appearing no older than 7 or 8, dressed in a colorful beast skin outfit. Holding a half-eaten spirit fruit, her voice sweet and naive, "Master, Master, my name is Wan Ling, from the 10,000 Beast Spirit Realm. They all call me Wan Ling Emperor. Hehe. Xinghe Emperor, Shuetu Emperor, Ba Gu Emperor, Huanin Emperor, Ling Tian Emperor, Yu Ming Emperor, Danshan Emperor, Wan Ling Emperor." 8 Emperor-level powerhouses from different grand worlds, each cultivating distinct paths, now gathered here, submitting beneath the feet of Chu Qi. Chu Qi nodded in satisfaction. The strength and origins of these 8 were quite commendable. Particularly, Xinghe Emperor and Shuetu Emperor ranked among the top tier of ordinary emperors, capable of suppressing a region. Moreover, Danshan Emperor's alchemical expertise and Wan Ling Emperor's dominion over myriad beasts promised immeasurable benefits for the future development of the Divine Dynasty. From this day forth, you 8 will serve as the national elders of my Xia Divine Dynasty, your status only beneath the Divine Emperor and Divine Empress, assisting this palace in handling all affairs of the Divine Dynasty. Chu Qi announced indifferently, "We shall heed the Master's decree. We will devote ourselves to the Divine Dynasty, even unto death." The 8 emperors knelt once more, their voices filled with fervent excitement. As emperor-level powerhouses, they could deeply sense the unparalleled strength emanating from Chu Qi. Though he had not yet ascended to immortality, he was by no means inferior to one. To follow such an existence was an immense honor, even for emperor-level beings. Just as Chu Qi prepared to assign specific duties to the 8 emperors, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. He distinctly sensed that the shadow he had previously dispatched to monitor the lowly fate's child, named Gu Yang, had just severed all connection with him. Not only that, but the trace of the emperor-level mark he had left on Gu Yang for tracking had also been forcefully disrupted by an overwhelming surge of fortuitous energy. A hint of surprise flickered in Chu Qi's eyes. At that moment, the prompt from the villain system resounded in his mind, carrying an unusual weight of seriousness and apology. Ding. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Due to the host's previous decision to heed this system's advice, opting not to kill the fate's child Gu Yang, but rather to suppress and torment him, he unexpectedly triggered a deeply hidden, ancient, and profound opportunity. The fate's child Gu Yang has successfully absorbed this opportunity, resulting in a qualitative change in his fate level. He has surged from the previous low-level white to the pinnacle golden level. His strength and hidden cards have also risen to an exceedingly terrifying extent. Warning. The golden child of fate has completely severed ties with its host, harboring an insatiable desire for vengeance and a relentless murderous intent towards the host. The impending threat it poses to the host will far exceed the previous 100-fold or 1,000-fold. The system has conducted an error assessment, revealing a grave miscalculation in evaluating the potential of the child of fate, Gu Yang, failing to foresee the terrifying trump card hidden within him. To compensate for the potential losses incurred by the host due to this oversight, the system will extend a sincere apology and urgent compensation. The compensation is being distributed now. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Immortal King Experience card. The Supreme Immortal King Experience card allows the host to flawlessly possess and command the full strength and abilities of a peak Immortal King for a day, with no adverse effects. This ensures that the host can crush all formidable foes with absolute dominance. Chu Ji, initially filled with a flicker of annoyance and displeasure at Gu Yang's escape from his control, particularly due to the system's misguided advice, soon found his vexation dissipating upon hearing the system's subsequent explanation, especially regarding the compensation of the Supreme Immortal King Experience card. A cold, amused smile replaced his earlier discontent. The notion of a Supreme Immortal King? Chu Ji murmured softly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "Oh system, How perfectly aligned you are with my desires. This villainous system, though it occasionally falters, always manages to present him with unexpected delights at crucial moments. What golden child of fate? What soaring threats? Before the ace of experiencing the power of a peak immortal king for a day, they are but insignificant trifles, easily crushed. Chu Ji's gaze suddenly deepened, as if it could pierce through infinite realms of time and space. He envisioned a distant corner of the starry domain, where Guiyang, recently bestowed with tremendous fortune and brimming with arrogance, believed he could exact revenge. Guiyang, oh Guiyang. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile crept onto Chu Ji's lips. His voice as chilling as the winds of the abyss. Do you think that by acquiring some meager opportunity and becoming a so-called golden child of fate, you can escape from my grasp? In my eyes, you will always be a mere ant, easily crushed beneath my heel. The golden child of fate? Huh, in my hands. You can only meet your demise. As for the mouse that has just begun to scurry away, Guiyang, who now hides in some obscure corner of the universe, Chu Ji did not invest much thought. With the Supreme Immortal King experience card in hand, he possessed absolute confidence. No matter how extraordinary Guiyang's fortune or how dramatically his strength increases, as long as he remains within the domain of Xiantian, he cannot escape Chu Ji's grasp. Should he appear before him, a mere flick of his hand would be enough to obliterate him. At this moment, a more pressing matter was at hand, consolidating the internal powers of the Xia Dynasty. He needed to purge the malevolent forces that had emerged in the absence of his forebears, paving the way for his ascension to the divine emperor throne. With this thought, Chu Ji carefully adjusted his posture, mindful not to disturb the tranquil visage of the sleeping Shaoqing in his arms. The girl bore a lingering blush of happiness, her long lashes fluttering gently, a faint smile gracing her lips, clearly lost in sweet dreams. Chu Ji's gaze softened as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. He then lifted her, silently retreating deeper into the East Palace, where he laid her upon the soft and comfortable phoenix couch, tucking her in with a silk quilt. After completing this tender act, he turned back to the main hall. With a thought, a vast, radiant map of the boundless territory ruled by the Xia Dynasty unfurled in the center of the Grand Hall. The Xiantian realm, while ostensibly a world, encompasses a scope far exceeding the ordinary concept of a vast universe, resembling an expansive cosmos. At the heart of this universe floats the ancient and eternal supercontinent, Xiantian Zulu, which dwarfs countless star domains combined. As the undeniable foremost power in the Xiantian realm, the Xia Dynasty firmly controls over 80% of the core region of this supercontinent, along with the surrounding star domains, akin to a multitude of stars orbiting a singular moon. Each star domain teems with thousands of life-bearing stars, hosting trillions of beings. Such an immense territory and myriad lives naturally give rise to a complex and intertwined power structure. Even during the era when the Divine Emperor and the Elder Immortal Kings reigned, maintaining balance required immense effort. Now, over a century has passed since his forebears waged war in the upper realms, and the undercurrents within the dynasty have surged to a boiling point. Chu Ji's gaze swept across the territory map, synthesizing the memories of the original host and the intelligence provided by the system. The current situation of the Divine Dynasty became vividly clear in his mind. The power structure of the Xia Divine Dynasty can be broadly divided into three major factions. The first is the Eastern Palace, which he currently commands. Following his previous purges and reorganizations, alongside the formidable arrival of the 8 Great Emperors and his own display of terrifying strength, the prestige of the Eastern Palace has reached its zenith. Countless subjects and lower-ranking officials within the court regard him as the unequivocal next Divine Emperor, a true reflection of public sentiment and the inevitable trend. The second faction is represented by his younger brother, the second prince, Chu Yuan. Although endowed with decent talent, Chu Yuan possesses a cold heart and boundless ambition. His mother hailed from the ancient and concealed sect, Songdi within the Xiantian realm, a force so deep-rooted and powerful that it could rival the Xia Divine Dynasty at its peak. It is rumored that true immortals reside within Songdi. However, according to the intel gleaned from the original host's memories, the immortals within Songdi are not the supreme figures that traverse the upper realms, but rather those who failed to ascend to the Immortal King level yet managed to retain their lives, albeit with diminished powers. Even so, these beings far surpass ordinary emperors, presenting a formidable challenge. Leveraging the support from Songdi, Chu Yuan has rapidly amassed followers within the court over the years, expanding his influence. He shows no regard for the brotherly bond with Chu Ji, having repeatedly undermined the Eastern Palace, both overtly and covertly, creating numerous obstacles and even dispatching assassins to eliminate a loyal and lifelong servant of the original host, Fu. The memory of Ah Fu's tragic demise sent a chill through Chu Ji's gaze, though he did not witness it firsthand. The anguish and fury from the original host's memories remained palpable. Chu Yuan, Chu Ji murmured, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Despite the shared bloodline, your crimes cannot go unpunished. Once I ascend, I shall capture you, cast you into the 9 nether prison for 1,000,000 years, subjecting you to the torment of heavenly fire and thunderous soul refinement, forcing you to reflect on your actions. As for the third faction, it represents the greatest and most troublesome threat to Chu Ji, led by the current left minister, Meng Yu, a figure of profound cunning and depth, unlike any he has encountered in his life. Before His Majesty, the DXiaShnd, departed from the Su-Ntng to wage war in the higher realms. Meng Yu consistently displayed unwavering loyalty and utmost respect towards the emperor and the crown prince in the court, becoming a paragon among the officials. However, after the departure of his father and grandfather from the Su-Ntng, vanishing for several decades, this deeply concealed left minister revealed his long-hidden fangs without hesitation. He began to secretly cultivate his own faction, usurp power within the court, and marginalize rivals. Today, Meng Yu has come to regard the TIHDN as his own possession, presiding over it daily, commanding the officials, and considering himself the de facto emperor of the DXiaShnd. He commands more than half of the civil service and has garnered countless sycophantic military generals and nobles as allies. The number of those who explicitly pledge loyalty to him, reaching the quasi-emperor level, exceeds 3. His subordinates include innumerable formidable experts of the Holy Realm. During the time of his decline, the original host, CHX, faced this colossal figure, capable of overshadowing all, with a sense of helplessness, unable to muster even the courage to confront him. Merely watching as Meng Yu gradually encroached upon the authority belonging to the Eastern Palace, filled with endless frustration and indignation. Observing the map of territories, with a golden dot representing the TIHDN, CHX's gaze turned cold, harboring a murderous intent. The original host may fear you, but I do not. Understanding the current overall situation of the Divine Dynasty, CHX has already formulated a plan. To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. To truly solidify the Divine Dynasty, ascend to the throne, and gain complete control over the most powerful force in the Su-Ntng, it is imperative to eradicate these internal tumors. And the first strike of this cleansing must begin with the audacious and power-hungry left minister, Meng Yu. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the TIHDN to discern what schemes this left minister is concocting. A bloodthirsty smile curled on CHX's lips as he contemplated how Meng Yu and his so-called loyal ministers would react when I, adorned in the 9-dragon robe and wielding the Chu-Hun sword, present myself before him. Moreover, if those courtiers in the TIHDN are merely a group of self-serving sycophants, then let them be purged as well. A thorough and complete cleansing is in order. CHX's gaze sharpened, becoming as keen as a blade. A chilling and piercing aura of murderous intent erupted from him, causing the temperature in the Eastern Palace to plummet. He shall proclaim with the most ruthless and domineering means that CHX is the sole sovereign of the DXiaShnd. Any who dare covet the position of the emperor or challenge his authority shall pay the price in blood. The next day, as dawn broke, a purple aura swept eastward, awakening the grand and magnificent capital of the DXiaShnd from its slumber. The TIHDN, an ancient hall symbolizing the highest power of the Divine Dynasty, was permeated with an atmosphere strikingly different from the past. Inside, civil and military officials had already gathered. Whispering among themselves, their expressions varied. Beside the supreme throne, a colossal chair, even grander and more luxurious than the throne itself, was placed. It was crafted from an unknown divine metal, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, encrusted with countless radiant spiritual crystals. The left minister Meng Yu, clad in a light golden court robe embroidered with a 9-clawed black dragon, wearing a jade crown, sat with an air of barely restrained arrogance upon the specially made chair. Its height subtly surpassed that of the 9-dragon throne beside it. Why did he not occupy the 9-dragon throne? Not for lack of courage, but for lack of qualification. The throne itself was a legacy treasure endowed with a spirit, its power unfathomable. Only the destined emperor, acknowledged by the will of the DXi dragon vein, and capable of wielding the Chu-Hun sword, is worthy to command from that seat. To forcibly occupy it would only provoke the wrath of its spirit. Yet Meng Yu's actions made his ambitions glaringly evident, without a hint of disguise. Countless ministers observed this with varying thoughts. Some flattered him, speaking grandiloquently as if he were the master of the Divine Dynasty. Others were deeply concerned, their brows furrowed, fearing for the future of the dynasty. Left minister, It seems that the Eastern Palace's crown prince, CHX, has acquired some extraordinary fortune, soaring to exhibit formidable power at the level of an emperor. What shall we do if he turns his spear towards you? An elderly minister, his hair white and garbed in the robes of the three dukes, said with a worried expression. Yesterday, he destroyed the Di Huang Jigu, flattened the Zhnw sacred land, and even slew a significant number of powerful figures in the Bingynsh and Jiying, his ferocity tremendous, instilling fear throughout the Su Ntn. Upon hearing this, the previously bustling discussions within the hall fell silent, and countless gazes converged upon Meng Yu, who sat high above. Meng Yu, however, merely scoffed dismissively, his voice brimming with confidence and an air of control. Ah, my lords, you worry too much. A mere child, fortunate enough to stumble upon some peculiar encounters, truly believes he can rival me? Inside, he scoffed coldly. To seize control of the DCSH and Chao. He had long orchestrated his plans well before CHX's birth, meticulously laying the groundwork over tens of thousands of years. Having concealed himself for over 100 millennia, he awaited the opportune moment when the emperor and the old immortal king departed to the higher realms. Such a lengthy and profound scheme, such a deeply calculated strategy. How could a mere fledgling prince, relying on some unknown chance encounters, easily dismantle it? The foundation he established in the DCSH in Chao over countless years. The strength of his hidden cards far surpassed their imagination. Meng Yu smiled proudly, his eyes glinting with inscrutable brilliance. That CHX child. If he remained meek and retreated to the Eastern Palace, perhaps Meng Yu might allow him to live a few more days. But if he dared to overstep and recklessly come to the TIHDN, before he could finish, Meng Yu waved his hand lightly. A figure, black as ink and exuding a chilling aura of malevolent power, emerged silently from the void behind him. It was an old man clad in tattered black robes. His visage withered, yet his eyes glimmered with a sinister bloodlust. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming aura of imperial might, imbued with notions of destruction and annihilation, surged through the TIHDN like a waking ancient demon. Under this terrifying imperial pressure, every minister, regardless of their cultivation level, turned pale and retreated in fear. Some even collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Is this the shattered emperor? Impossible. Did he not betray the divine dynasty a million years ago, descending into the demonic path, and was personally suppressed by the old immortal king, cast into the abyss of endless torment? Anxious cries erupted in a cascade. The name Shattered Emperor resonated thunderously among the elder powerhouses of the DCSH in Chao, representing a dark chapter of their history. He had once been the most trusted right-hand man of the old immortal king, exceptionally gifted and unparalleled in strength. He stood but a step away from the realm of immortal kings, serving as one of the pillars of the divine dynasty. Yet a million years ago, while traveling abroad, he unexpectedly encountered a mysterious secret method containing the demonic path's inheritance from the higher realms. Thereafter, his disposition changed drastically. He became enthralled by the dark arts, ultimately succumbing to the demonic path, committing heinous acts in pursuit of greater power, slaughtering billions of lives, blood-sacrificing the starry realm, and ultimately betraying the divine dynasty. In his rage, the old immortal king personally struck, severely injuring him and casting him into the forbidden place of the divine dynasty, the abyss of endless torment. For eternal suppression. Everyone believed that this once supreme powerhouse had long since turned to ashes amid the endless torment and despair of the abyssal hell. Yet, no one could have anticipated that today he would appear unscathed in the Taiha Hall, brazenly standing behind the left Chancellor Meng Yu, lending him support. This was nothing short of earth-shattering and utterly inconceivable. Just as all the ministers were gripped by terror at the appearance of the Sui Miedizun, a thunderous sound reverberated. The heavy palace doors, forged from the divine wood of the heavens and engraved with countless profound patterns, were suddenly thrust open from the outside without warning. Blinding morning light poured in from outside, illuminating 8 towering figures, their presence as deep as the ocean, vividly reflected in the eyes of all present. They were none other than the Xinghe Dizun, the Shuetu Dizun, and the other 6 newly appointed guardians of the nation under Chu Shi. Their expressions were cold and their gazes sharp. As they stepped into the hall, the 8 distinct yet equally terrifying pressures of the Dizun surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding violently with the demonic aura emitted by the Sui Miedizun. The unseen clash erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, causing teeth to ache. In the blink of an eye, the once indomitable aura of the Sui Miedizun was forcefully suppressed by the combined might of the 8 Dizun. Immediately thereafter, an astonishing sight unfolded before the eyes of all the ministers. Those 8 formidable beings, whose presence could sweep across realms, knelt simultaneously on one knee upon entering the hall. Their expressions were filled with utmost respect, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration as they loudly proclaimed to the outside of the palace, "We humbly welcome His Divine Majesty to the Taiha Hall." The moment the words left their lips, a figure adorned in a dark golden nine-dragon imperial robe, with the ancient Tian Quan sword hanging at his waist, stepped forward. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent yet exuding an innate, supreme majesty that seemed to transcend all existence. It was none other than Chu Shi. Bathed in the brilliance of the morning light, he walked into the hall with deliberate composure. Each step resonated as if it were treading upon the hearts of all present, causing their breaths to momentarily falter. Chu Shi's gaze swept over the officials, whose faces were ashen with fear and shock. Ultimately, it settled upon the left Chancellor Meng Yu, who remained seated regally in his luxurious high chair, his expression somewhat grim, as well as the Sui Mie Dizun behind him, whose aura was foreboding and whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. A cold smile slowly crept upon Chu Shi's lips. His voice, devoid of embellishment yet imbued with an icy terror, resonated throughout the Taiha Hall. "It seems today, the Taiha Hall of my Xia Divine Dynasty is truly bustling." Chapter 21. Sitting on the imperial throne, the imprisoned Grand Master. Under the attention of all, Chu Shi, clad in the dark golden nine-dragon imperial robe and wielding the Tian Quan sword, approached the nine-dragon imperial throne that symbolized the highest authority of the Xia Divine Dynasty. With an air of indifference, his pace was neither hurried nor slow. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the Taiha Hall, connecting with the vast fortune of the Xia Divine Dynasty. Strangely, as Chu Shi approached, the throne, which had inherited countless ages and possessed its own sentience, showed no sign of repulsion but instead radiated a gentle and welcoming nine-colored glow, as if joyfully anticipating the return of its true master. This scene left every minister within the hall astounded and pale with shock, especially Meng Yu, who still sat in his specially crafted luxurious chair, attempting to contest Chu Shi's authority. His pupils constricted sharply, and disbelief and fury flashed across his face. Meng Yu had schemed for over 100,000 years to rightfully claim this nine-dragon throne. He had tried countless methods and expended innumerable resources to gain the throne's recognition, yet each time, he faced intense rejection and backlash. But now, this prince of the Eastern Palace, whom he had never regarded seriously and even deemed easily manipulable, approached the throne, which seemed to actively show favor, as if it had already acknowledged him as the next divine emperor. This stark contrast and blatant favoritism ignited the flames of jealousy and murderous intent within Meng Yu, nearly causing him to lose control. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood, while his teeth ground together audibly. Meanwhile, Chu Shi appeared utterly indifferent to Meng Yu's murderous glare. He calmly approached the nine-dragon throne, slowly turned around, and, under the scrutinizing gazes of the multitude, took his seat with serene composure. At that moment, when Chu Shi's body made contact with the nine-dragon throne, the entire Taiha Hall trembled violently. A vast and boundless power, seemingly connected to the infinite territory of the Xia Divine Dynasty and the fate of countless beings, surged forth from the throne, enveloping Chu Shi entirely. In that instant, Chu Shi felt as though his soul had completely fused with the dragon vein of the Xia Divine Dynasty. He could distinctly perceive the rhythm of every inch of land within the dynasty, and could hear the heartfelt prayers, anguished cries, and accusations of countless citizens. He heard the valiant shouts of soldiers fighting bravely at the borders against foreign foes. He heard the helpless cries of the common folk, suffering under the oppression of corrupt officials. He heard the bitter sighs of loyal and virtuous ministers, suppressed and sidelined by treacherous individuals, lamenting their unfulfilled ambitions. In the years since his father and grandfather departed, this land, once glorious, had indeed nurtured too many vermin and parasites, birthing countless ambitious wolves. It was time for a new divine emperor to cleanse the realm, restore order, and recreate brilliance. Chu Shi slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had turned indifferent and cold. He looked down upon the ministers, who were rendered speechless with fear, and upon the left Chancellor Meng Yu, who still dared to sit beside him, even elevating himself slightly above him in stature. A chilling smile graced his lips, and his voice, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. "Esteemed ministers, having witnessed the divine emperor, why do you not bow?" The instant those words fell, a terrifying imperial might, 100-fold more daunting than before, erupted from Chu Shi, crashing down upon the Taiha Hall like an ancient mountain or a cataclysmic tsunami. Thud, thud, within the hall. Apart from the 8 Dizun elders who had already sworn allegiance, and the enigmatic Sui Mie Dizun, all other ministers, regardless of their cultivation level or rank, quaked in fear beneath this overwhelming pressure. their knees buckling as they fell to the ground, burying their heads deeply, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. The Xinghe Dizun and the other 8 powerful figures stepped forward, emanating their own chilling imperial pressure, their cold gazes like 8 unsheathed swords. Locking onto the only remaining seated figure, Mengyu, and the Sui Mie Dizun behind him, whose expression was grave, seemed to silently compel them to kneel and submit immediately. Meng Yu's expression darkened to an extreme, veins bulging on his forehead, as he attempted to resist the terrifying pressure that bore down upon him like a mountain. He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment and unease, and spoke in a deep voice. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it is good to see you well. Although you have now grasped the Team Qin's sword and earned the acknowledgement of the Zheling Dizu, the position of the Divine Emperor carries immense significance and has yet to be proclaimed to the world." His words remained unfinished. A sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Below, the gaze of the XNGHDZN, imbued with the cosmic phenomena of life and death, turned icy, unleashing a low growl filled with boundless chill. "Has His Majesty permitted you to speak?" Before the words faded, the XNGHDZN thrust forth his right hand, unleashing a palm strike from afar. With a resounding crash, a colossal hand forged from countless stars materialized above Y's opulent seat, and then it clenched fiercely. The specially crafted chair, made entirely of divine iron and deemed indestructible, shattered like decayed wood under the grip of the XNGHDZN, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Without pause, the starry hand seized the astonished Y, lifting him as effortlessly as a chick and dragging him down from the high platform, slamming him brutally onto the cold, hard golden bricks of the TIHDN. The impact was terrifying, and overwhelming pressure surged down like a tidal wave, pinning Y in place. He felt his bones creak under the immense weight, as if they might shatter at any moment. Even though Y was an extraordinary figure, a bona fide quasi-emperor, he felt diminutive as an ant before a true emperor, struggling and roaring in vain. He possessed no real power to resist. This scene caused the previously composed Su Mingdzn to narrow his pupils, filled with trepidation. The emperor, the mysterious powerhouse suppressing Y, now surely matched his own strength. When had CHJ, this once inconsequential youth, managed to subdue such formidable beings? And not merely one. Confusion clouded Su Mingdzn's mind as he speculated that this might be a contingency plan left by the old Shi Nw and the Divine Emperor for CHJ before their departure. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cultivate such terrifying beings in such a short span. Upon this realization, the flicker of ambition in Su Mingdzn's eyes swiftly extinguished. He retreated several steps, choosing to observe cautiously, unwilling to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Y, firmly suppressed in the center of the hall, turned as pale as paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled desperately, roaring like a trapped beast. "CHJ, what are you planning? I am the left minister of the Divine Dynasty, overseeing the civil and military officials, deeply favored by the people. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, the entire court, along with countless nobles and dignitaries, will be enraged. Chaos will ensue. Can you bear the consequences?" More importantly, a glint of madness and resentment flickered in Y's eyes as he declared, "Your teacher, the Grand Preceptor Zhuyn of the D11 Divine Dynasty, is currently in my grasp. Should you dare to take my life today, the Grand Preceptor is certain to perish." Upon hearing this, CHJ's previously indifferent eyes on the GLingDzu suddenly gleamed with a terrifying chill capable of freezing the heavens. An overwhelming wave of murderous intent and boundless fury erupted from him, 100-fold more violent than before. The entire TIHDN, and indeed the entire capital of the D11 Divine Dynasty, trembled under this terrifying pressure. The clouds in the sky were instantaneously dispersed, revealing a vast, clear expanse. Yet the atmosphere felt stifling and suffocating. Memories of warmth and reverence surged in CHJ's mind like a tide. The Grand Preceptor Zhuyn, an elderly figure with a dignified presence, was not only his childhood mentor but also akin to a second father, bestowing upon him boundless love and guidance. In CHJ's moments of confusion and despair, it was the Grand Preceptor who tirelessly illuminated his path. When faced with setbacks, it was the Grand Preceptor who offered heartfelt encouragement. This kind-hearted elder, always smiling with warmth and filled with hope, occupied an irreplaceable place in CHJ's heart. Now, this beloved mentor, who had cared for him so deeply, was captured by the treacherous Y, with his life hanging in the balance. The thought ignited CHJ's fury like a million erupting volcanoes. Y, the name escaped CHJ's lips, each syllable laced with a chilling intent that could freeze souls. In the next moment, an overwhelming consciousness erupted forth. In that instant, it surged like an invisible tide, radiating from the TIHDN, expanding wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast portion of the boundless Su, NTI, NZL. He needed to locate his teacher. Immediately. Soon, CHJ's brows twitched slightly, as his immense consciousness penetrated through layers of spatial barriers, arriving in a hidden realm at the edge of the imperial capital, where he sensed a familiar, yet feeble aura. It was indeed the Grand Preceptor Zhuyn. Chapter 22. Rescuing the Grand Preceptor, CHJ's Wrath. CHJ's boundless consciousness effortlessly traversed through the thick spatial confines. Arriving in the secretive small world, there, he beheld the once ethereal figure of the Grand Preceptor Zhuyn, who had attained the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength. Now imprisoned within a specially crafted cage forged from ancient black iron mixed with malevolent restraints. The cage was cramped and dark, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and decay. The Grand Preceptor, once proud and formidable, now bore horrific scars, with fresh wounds layered upon old ones, leaving hardly a patch of unblemished skin. His left eye socket was hollow and dark, having been forcibly gouged out. The once formidable quasi-emperor strength had utterly vanished. His dantian was shattered and meridians severed, rendering him a mere shell of a man. It was evident that over the years, M.Y., the treacherous wretch, had subjected him to countless inhumane tortures. The Grand Preceptor's remaining right eye was now clouded and vacant, imbued with a sense of hopelessness, as if he had lost all faith in the world. Reduced to a pitiful, gasping husk. Witnessing this scene, an uncontrollable wave of wrath surged within CHJ. He finally understood why the memories of this esteemed Grand Preceptor had grown so hazy in his recollections, leading him to mistakenly believe that the Grand Preceptor had perished in some accident. It was all the machinations of M.Y. Years ago, before his father and grandfather led the Divine Dynasty's elite against the upper realms, they had entrusted loyal and capable guardians to assist and protect him. Among them was a mysterious quasi-emperor protector, and the Grand Preceptor Zhuyn was the most significant and closest figure to him. M.Y., this villain, likely could not contain his treacherous ambitions, and, not long after his father's departure from the Su, NTI, realm, had already poisoned the Grand Preceptor Zhuyn in secret. He had imprisoned him here, subjecting him to relentless torture, seeking to extract secrets about the Eastern Palace or force him into submission. The thought of the kind-hearted elder, who had showered him with care and affection like a second father, enduring a century of inhumane torment in this dark prison, ignited CHJ's expression, once calm, to turn ice-cold and forbidding. A terrifying murderous intent, potent enough to freeze the entire TIHD into a sculpture of ice, began to emanate uncontrollably from him. M.Y. CHJ's desire for vengeance had reached its zenith. His thoughts stirred, and the all-encompassing force of divine consciousness instantly transformed into the most formidable means of annihilation. In that secluded realm, all of Meng Yu's loyal subordinates, regardless of their cultivation level, were unable to utter a single cry of despair as their bodies and souls were crushed into blood mist by Chu Qi's terrifying divine consciousness. Following this, Chu Qi reached out as if grasping something from afar. Boom. The specially designed cage imprisoning Zhuyn, along with the entire space surrounding it, was torn apart by an irresistible might, traversing boundless distances to suddenly appear within the Taiha Hall. Thud! The cage hit the ground with a resounding thump. As everyone in the hall beheld the pitiful, feeble figure within the cage, they collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts gripped by terror. This was especially true for the left Chancellor Meng Yu, who was firmly suppressed by the Star River Emperor. At that moment, upon witnessing the state of Grand Master Zhuyn, Meng Yu's already distorted face, twisted by fear, turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. How could he be here? How did this wretched creature, Chu Qi, find this place and rescue Zhuyn? Inside the cage, Grand Master Zhuyn's only remaining eye, once hollow and murky, seemingly devoid of perception of the outside world, suddenly sparked with a flicker of weak yet brilliant light as it inadvertently met Chu Qi's gaze. Chu Qi, seated upon the Nine Dragons' imperial throne and clad in a dark golden imperial robe, regarded him with an expression of complex emotions and heartache. Zhuyn's cracked lips moved slightly, as if attempting to speak, but only emitted a series of indistinct sounds, akin to the mournful cries of a wounded beast. Chu Qi's divine consciousness swept across, his expression growing colder. That beast Meng Yu. He had even forcibly removed the tongue of his teacher. Gazing upon this mentor and father figure, once so spirited and benevolent, now reduced to such a state, yet still revealing excitement and affection at the sight of him. stirred a twinge of sorrow and pain in Chu Chi's heart, which had long been as solid as iron. He had arrived too late. It was after merging with the original owner's memories that he had momentarily overlooked the existence of this dear one, allowing him to endure boundless suffering for over a century. Teacher. Chu Chi took a deep breath, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion and guilt. He slowly extended his right hand and gently waved toward Grandmaster Zhou Yan within the cage. In the next instant, a mysterious and profound power, as if containing the ultimate secrets of the creation of heaven and earth, surged forth from Chu Chi's palm, enveloping Grandmaster Zhou Yan. The divine art of creation was unleashed. This was the supreme immortal technique passed down from his grandfather, the immortal king, governing destruction and transformation, capable of seizing the essence of creation and reversing life and death. Although Chu Chi's understanding of this divine art was merely at the introductory stage, with his current terrifying cultivation strength, amplified 1,000-fold as an emperor, it would not be difficult to resurrect the dead and reshape the foundations of life. As all within the Taiha Hall gazed in astonishment and disbelief, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The horrifying wounds on Grandmaster Zhou Yan, shrouded in the divine light of creation, began to heal at a visible rate. From the hollow eye socket, fresh flesh and an eye slowly formed. His already shattered dantian and fractured meridians, nourished by the warm and mighty life force of creation, rapidly reconstituted, rejuvenating his vitality. Streams of purest heaven and earth spiritual energy and fragments of the Tao, drawn as if by the strongest attraction, surged madly into Zhou Yan's body. His cultivation, once thought irretrievably lost, began to return at an astonishing pace. Even his soul essence, weakened and on the brink of collapse due to years of torment, was perfectly restored and nurtured under the overwhelming power of the divine art, regaining its solidity and strength. In the span of mere breaths, the once feeble and emaciated Grand Master Zhou Yan, who seemed on the verge of drawing his last breath, was reborn. Not only were all his injuries healed, but even the gouged left eye and removed tongue had perfectly restored. His terrifying cultivation at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm returned precisely to his body, and due to this rebirth and the nourishment of the divine art, his foundation became even more stable, with faint signs of advancement. Zhou Yan, momentarily dazed, looked down at his intact body, now brimming with explosive power, and felt the familiar yet surging quasi-emperor cultivation within him. For a moment, he felt as if he were dreaming, unable to believe the reality unfolding before him. He then slowly raised his head to gaze at Chu Chi, who was smiling gently from the Nine Dragons' imperial throne. In that instant, all grievances, all suffering, all despair transformed into torrential hot tears, surging forth. Thud. This grand quasi-emperor powerhouse, Zhou Yan, could no longer contain his overwhelming excitement and gratitude, kneeling before Chu Chi, his head touching the ground, emitting a low, suppressed roar akin to a wounded cub. The old servant Zhou Yan pays respects to your majesty, the divine emperor. Teacher, please rise quickly. It has been my incompetence that has caused you suffering all these years. Chu Chi swiftly appeared before Grandmaster Zhou Yan, personally assisting him to his feet, his voice filled with genuine remorse and concern. Your Majesty, please, do not. Tears streamed down Zhou Yan's face, unable to articulate his sorrow. Chu Chi helped his teacher to a nearby position to recuperate before slowly turning around. His previously warm and apologetic gaze turned icy as he looked upon the left Chancellor Mengyu, who lay firmly suppressed by the Star River Emperor, his face pale and filled with terror. Chu Chi's voice, low and hoarse, carried an overwhelming chill that could freeze the soul. He began to speak, as if questioning all the officials in the hall, also passing judgment on the despicable Mengyu. I ask you all, to imprison the Grand Master of the dynasty without permission, to strip him of his cultivation, to remove his tongue, to gouge his eyes, to subject him to countless tortures for 100 years. What punishment should such acts merit under the laws of my Great Xia Divine Dynasty? Chapter 23, Bloodstained in the Taiha Hall, the end of Mengyu. As Chu Chi's question, laden with boundless killing intent and chilling glare, reverberated, the entire Taiha Hall plunged into a suffocating silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All the civil and military officials kneeling on the ground felt their hearts pounding uncontrollably, as if they might leap from their throats. They swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, afraid to even breathe. On the Nine Dragons' imperial throne, Chu Chi's cold and indifferent gaze swept over each face distorted by fear, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon every heart like ancient mountains. It was uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps just a moment or an eternity. Finally, a minister clad in a crimson official robe, who had been most loyal to left Chancellor Mengyu, but was now drenched in sweat from fear, mustered his courage and trembled as he raised his hands to speak. His voice was dry and hoarse, full of unmistakable terror. "Your Majesty, the Divine Emperor. The esteemed left minister has imprisoned the Grand Tutor. Indeed, this is a grave crime. However, the left minister holds a high position and is a pillar of our nation, having labored for the Divine Dynasty for countless years. Though he may not possess merit, he has endured hardship. This matter requires careful deliberation and cannot be hastily judged." In the next moment, gritting his teeth, he shifted his tone, attempting to justify Mengyu. "Moreover, it is known to this old minister that the Grand Tutor Zhou Yin was indeed confirmed to have colluded with external demonic forces and even secretly cultivated demonic techniques with the intent to overthrow our Xia Divine Dynasty. The left minister acted out of necessity for the safety of the Divine Dynasty. Thus he secretly detained and closely monitored him." Upon hearing this, many courtiers aligned with Mengyu clung to this lifeline, echoing the sentiment, trying to cast aspersions on the already innocent Grand Tutor Zhou Yin. Chu Che listened quietly to the pitiful and laughable justifications below. His expression remained unchanged, yet his deep-set eyes grew increasingly cold, chillingly so. When the minister finished speaking, a faint, derisive smile, filled with endless mockery and a chilling intent, curled at the corners of Chu Che's mouth. "Demonic forces?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "You claim my teacher colluded with demonic forces? Huh." Chu Che slowly shook his head, his gaze filled with utmost disdain. "If my teacher is considered a part of the demonic path, then am I not also of that ilk? The Chu imperial family, with a lineage spanning billions of years, an immortal dynasty suppressing the Xianxian, has become a part of the demonic path in your eyes?" Before his words fell silent, Chu Che did not even glance at the minister who was still chattering away, attempting to absolve Mengyu, but casually flicked his finger. A formless wind shot forth, swift beyond measure, allowing no time for anyone to react. The expression on the great sage minister's face froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet not a single word emerged. In the next moment, his body exploded like firecrackers. Flesh and blood flew asunder. A spray of bright crimson blood suddenly erupted within the solemn confines of the Taiha Hall. The rich scent of blood instantly permeated the air, causing all courtiers who caught a whiff to feel their stomachs churn and nearly retch, gazing at Chu Che with an unprecedented fear and awe. Decisive in his slaughter, cold and merciless, this was the first lesson imparted by the newly ascended Divine Emperor. Chu Che remained seated upon the nine-dragon imperial throne, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome fly. His icy gaze swept over the officials below, who were now silent as the grave, not daring to lift their heads. A sinister smile curling at his lips. "It seems I have thoroughly seen through it all today. The so-called civil and military officials within this Taiha Hall, the ministers of the state, are merely a group of sycophants, distorting black and white, utterly worthless. If they are worthless, what use is there in keeping them?" Chu Che's voice was flat, yet laced with an overwhelming murderous intent. "It is indeed time for our Xia Divine Dynasty to undergo a thorough cleansing." The moment his words fell, Chu Che slowly raised his right hand and, without any superfluous speech, casually waved downward towards the already terrified courtiers, whose faces had turned ashen. The 8 formidable emperor-level beings standing behind Chu Che, including the Xinghe Emperor and the Blood Butcher Emperor, instantly grasped their master's intent. "At your command, your Majesty." 8 terrifyingly powerful emperor presences erupted without reservation. Like 8 world-destroying deities emerging from the abyss, they charged into the crowd of civil and military officials, who had long since lost all will to resist. No. Spare me, your Majesty. I am willing to submit. I pledge loyalty to the Divine Emperor." The wailing cries, desperate pleas, and terrified shrieks echoed throughout the Taiha Hall. Yet, in the face of these once high and mighty nobles and officials, neither Chu Che nor the 8 ruthless emperor-level warriors exhibited any compassion or leniency. In mere moments, the previously bustling Taiha Hall transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. The bright red blood stained the mirror like golden tiles, forming glaring streams. Hundreds of high-ranking nobles and officials, powerful and influential within the Divine Dynasty, were reduced to drifting blood mist and severed limbs under the onslaught of the 8 emperor-level warriors, with not a single complete corpse left behind. The nauseating stench of blood intertwined with the lingering blood mist, thoroughly dyeing the Taiha Hall, symbol of the highest power of the Divine Dynasty, a horrific crimson. When the dust finally settled, within the entire Taiha Hall, aside from Chu Che, the Grand Tutor Zhou Yin beside him, and the 8 indifferent emperor elders, only 2 living souls remained. One was the left minister Mengyu, already terrified to the point of losing his wits, collapsed on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. nearly losing control of his bodily functions. The other was the demonic force expert, the shattered soul emperor, who had been standing in the corner, his expression shifting, eyes flickering. Lost in thought. You madman. Tyrant. Meng Yu gazed at the hellish scene before him, feeling the overwhelming stench of blood, his mind completely shattered. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted. Pointing at Chu Che upon the nine-dragon throne, he unleashed a hysterical tirade and curse. How dare you? How dare you slaughter the courtiers like this? You are about to ruin the foundation of our Xia divine dynasty built over countless years. This act will surely lead to chaos across the realm. The people will be in turmoil. Rebellion will arise from all corners. No one will ever submit to you, this tyrant who indiscriminately murders the innocent. Facing Meng Yu's fierce yet hollow roar, a cold, mocking smile appeared on Chu Che's face. Tyrant. He gently shook his head, his voice calm, yet filled with boundless authority and disdain. Tyrant, so what? Meng Yu, it seems you have forgotten one thing. In the past, our Xia divine dynasty was able to unify the Xianxian and become the undisputed foremost power in this universe, not through schemes or moral righteousness. Chu Che's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, an overwhelming aura of supremacy erupted from him, looking down upon the world. What we relied upon was absolute power, sufficient to crush everything, to make all dissenters tremble and fear. Today, I shall embrace this role of the tyrant. So what? I intend to employ the most cruel and domineering methods to once again make the myriad beings of the Xianxian, the myriad clans of the world, kneel at my feet. Let it be known to all who the true sovereign of this vast universe is. Those who obey me shall live. Those who defy me shall die. His cold and tyrannical voice echoed like thunder in the Taya Hall, shaking every remaining soul. Then, Chu Che turned his gaze towards a figure cloaked in black, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura, and spoke softly. Yu Ming Emperor. At your service. The Yu Ming Emperor immediately bowed in response. This one has committed grave sins and deserves no mercy. Chu Che pointed at the crumpled Meng Yu on the ground, speaking in a frigid tone, yet to allow him to die so easily would be too kind. Among you 8, you are the most adept at tormenting souls. Take him away, cast him into the deepest part of the Juyo prison, and employ all your methods to treat him well. Remember, do not let him die easily. I want him to beg for life, yet find no escape, to suffer in endless pain and despair for 1,000,000 years. In this way, to repay the heinous crimes he has committed against my esteemed teacher and the Xia divine dynasty. As commanded, your majesty. The voice of the Yu Ming Emperor, hoarse and grating, was laced with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement and cruelty. With a sinister grin, he swiftly appeared before Meng Yu, effortlessly lifting him from the ground. No, Chu Shi, you cannot treat me this way. I am the left minister of the divine dynasty. You tyrant, demon, I will not spare you even in death. Meng Yu let out a heart-wrenching wail accompanied by venomous curses, yet he could not escape the iron grip of the Yu Ming Emperor. Ultimately, engulfed in endless despair and terror, he was dragged away, vanishing into the shadows of the Taiha Palace. After dealing with the main culprit, Meng Yu, Chu Shi's gaze naturally fell upon the corner of the Grand Hall, where the Sui Mia Emperor, who had not intervened from the beginning, was now flickering with apprehension, seemingly seeking an opportunity to quietly retreat. Sensing Chu Shi's cold, indifferent gaze that seemed to pierce through all, the once great Sui Mia Emperor, who had betrayed the divine dynasty and fallen into the demonic path, suddenly froze in place. A chill, 100 times more terrifying than the pressure exerted by the 8 great emperors, surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to feel as if he had plunged into an inescapable abyss, leaving him shivering in fear. In that moment, he realized he was not facing a mere youthful prince of the Eastern Palace, but an unparalleled heavenly emperor who commanded all realms. Chapter 24, The Emperor's Puppet. Proclaimed to the world. Within the Taiha Palace, the stench of blood remained thick. The Sui Mia Emperor watched as the Yu Ming Emperor dragged the left minister Meng Yu away like a dead dog. He then turned his gaze to Chu Shi, sitting upon the 9 dragons throne, whose expression was indifferent, yet whose eyes gleamed with a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing his very soul. The ominous premonition within him intensified, suppressing the rising fear and horror in his heart. He bowed from a distance, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Your Majesty, there is little connection between myself and Meng Yu. I was merely lured by some trivial fame and profit to lend a hand. Now that he has met his end, I have no intention of opposing the divine dynasty and shall take my leave. As he spoke, he attempted to threaten. I hope your Majesty will not obstruct me. For if I am truly forced into conflict with my fellow friends within this divine capital, it will surely lead to bloodshed and devastation. The Sui Mia Emperor believed that. After all, he was a true demonic emperor, with overwhelming strength and cunning means. Even if the other party was powerful, they might not be willing to pay a painful price to retain him. However, upon hearing his mix of threats and pleas, Chu Shi's expression remained unchanged. A cold, mocking smirk graced his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh? At this juncture, do you still believe you can leave?" Before he finished speaking, swish, 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 the Xinghai Emperor, Blood Butcher Emperor, Bagu Emperor, Huan Yin Emperor, Ling Tian Emperor, Danshan Emperor, and Wan Ling Emperor, except for the Yuming Emperor who had been dispatched to attend to Mengyu, had all moved in unison, appearing at every exit of the Taihe Palace, sealing off all routes of escape for the Sui Mie Emperor. 7 terrifying pressures from the emperors descended upon him like colossal mountains, crushing him from all sides, rendering the very air around him solid and his breathing laborious. Seated upon the 9 dragons' throne, Chu Shi observed the Sui Mie Emperor, whose complexion had drastically changed, with an air of leisurely amusement. In the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu that I cultivate, there happens to be an intriguing puppet technique documented, and I was just lamenting the lack of suitable materials for experimentation. Today, I shall use you, this demonic emperor, as a test subject. What? Puppet technique? The Sui Mie Emperor trembled violently at these words, his eyes igniting with boundless fury and terror. How could he, a dignified demonic emperor, resign himself to becoming a mindless puppet in another's hands? How dare you insult me, you brat? The Sui Mie Emperor roared, demonic energy surging around him, ready to unleash his terrifying might. Yet, before he could even elevate his aura to its peak, Chu Shi, seated upon the 9 dragons' throne, merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Just a glance. Thud. The Sui Mie Emperor felt a pressure beyond comprehension, as if a divine punishment was crashing down upon him from the heavens. The formidable demonic energy he had just summoned was rendered as fragile as paper before that gaze. Instantly shattered, he felt as if he were being crushed under the weight of countless divine mountains, his knees buckling uncontrollably as he collapsed onto the ground, leaving deep impressions in the hard golden floor. The very essence of his demonic power was firmly shackled by an invisible force, unable to be summoned even in the slightest. No, it is impossible. A storm of disbelief surged within the Sui Mie Emperor, panic-stricken. Just a single gaze could subdue him, a powerful emperor, to this extent. What level of terrifying cultivation had Chu Shi achieved? Fear. An unprecedented fear. In an instant, it consumed all dignity and pride within the Sui Mie Emperor. In mere moments, he could no longer entertain any thoughts of resistance. Hastily bowing to Chu Shi repeatedly, his voice was filled with a humble plea, "Your Majesty, spare my life. I have no intention of opposing the Divine Dynasty. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you as a faithful servant of the Divine Dynasty." However, Chu Shi remained indifferent to his pleas for mercy, showing no sign of wavering. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing at the Sui Mie Emperor, who lay crumpled on the ground like a dead dog. Jietian Zhao Hua, puppet soul seizure. The cold, unfeeling voice rang out like a final decree. In an instant, a strange black light, woven from countless arcane symbols, shot forth from Chu Shi's fingertip, disregarding the distance of space, and instantly penetrated the Sui Mie Emperor's mind. No. The Sui Mie Emperor let out a scream that was 1,000 times more sorrowful than Meng Yu's. It felt as if his very soul was being violently torn apart and crushed. He yearned to resist, to self-destruct, to perish alongside Chu Shi. Yet, under the invasion of that strange black light, all his thoughts and powers vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the once flickering eyes of the Sui Mie Emperor, filled with terror and reluctance, suddenly lost all their luster, becoming hollow and dazed, resembling lifeless fish eyes. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were forcibly shattered under Chu Shi's tyrannical puppet technique, leaving only a fragmented essence of life, entirely imprisoned, unable to produce any independent consciousness. Next, Chu Shi extracted a wisp of divine thought, forcefully implanting a false memory into the Sui Mie Emperor's fractured essence. It was an indelible imprint of absolute loyalty and unwavering allegiance. In a mere few breaths, a once feared demonic emperor, renowned in the Xianxian realm and instilling dread in countless beings, was effortlessly refined by Chu Shi into a puppet devoid of any resistance, destined to obey without question. "At your service, master." The Sui Mie Emperor slowly rose from the ground, respectfully kneeling before Chu Shi. His voice was hollow and mechanical, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chu Shi nodded in satisfaction, having acquired another emperor-level combatant. Though merely a puppet, its absolute loyalty could prove invaluable in critical moments. Having completed this task, Chu Shi slowly rose from the 9 dragons' throne. His gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the Taihe Dian, gazing out upon the vast and boundless territories of the Xia Divine Dynasty, and towards the infinitely distant realms of the Xianxian. In the next moment, his voice, imbued with supreme majesty and undeniable will, resonated like the celestial sounds of heaven, echoing across every inch of the Xia Divine Dynasty. Reaching the ears of countless beings, by the mandate of heaven, the Divine Emperor proclaims, I, Chu Shi, favored by the heavens and recognized by the dragon vein, have now seized the heavenly authority and established the Divine Dynasty. In 7 days, I shall officially ascend to the throne as the new Divine Emperor of the Xia Divine Dynasty at the Taihedian. At that time, all noble lords, powerful officials, sects, and heads of esteemed families within the divine realm must personally arrive at the capital to pay their respects to the new emperor and partake in the enthronement ceremony. There shall be no exceptions. Furthermore, I invite all esteemed powers and leaders from the Xianxian realm who are allied with the Xia Divine Dynasty or wish to witness the event to gather in the capital to celebrate this grand occasion. Thus decreed. Chu Shi's proclamation was like a colossal nuclear explosion dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves across the vast expanses of the Xianxian realm. The world trembled. All beings were startled. Within the depths of the ancient palace of the ancient heavenly divine dynasty, located in the easternmost region of the Xianxian realm, a towering figure, shrouded in chaotic energy, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura, as if having slumbered for countless eons, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the heavens lost their color, and the sun and moon dimmed. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of an ordinary emperor and even more terrifying than that of a peak emperor, erupted from him, suppressing the heavens and the earth. His form expanded instantly to a size of hundreds of thousands of miles, with the sky above him and the netherworld beneath him. Behind him, 10 obsidian suns, exuding endless destruction and annihilation, slowly revolved, radiating a terrifying divine might that instilled despair in all beings. This figure was none other than the founder of the ancient heavenly divine dynasty, the steadfast anchor of the current divine dynasty, the ancient monster known as the ancient heavenly emperor. His gaze seemed to traverse endless distances of time and space, landing directly upon the distant capital of the Xia divine dynasty, as a meaningful and cold smile crept upon his lips. Truly interesting. That insignificant junior from the Xia divine dynasty has grown to such a degree in such a short time. He has even managed to wield the sword of heavenly authority. The ancient heavenly emperor's voice rumbled through the chaos. Subsequently, his terrifying form gradually dissipated, transforming back into an ordinary elder clad in simple linen, appearing unremarkable like a neighborly old man. Very well, in 7 days, I shall personally visit the capital of the Xia divine dynasty to see what sort of prowess this newly ascended divine emperor possesses. Meanwhile, in another mysterious location within the Xianxian realm, within the depths of the Zhangdi Pavilion, a place of immeasurable depth that could rival the Xia divine dynasty. In a cultivation chamber rich with spiritual energy that had become tangible, Guyang, seated cross-legged with surging blood and energy, suddenly opened his eyes. Within his gaze flickered a profound weariness and resentment that seemed incongruous with his current cultivation level. At this moment, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the state of being hunted by Chu Shi to a genuine great saint. His speed of advancement was utterly astonishing. When the proclamation of Chu Shi's ascension reached his ears, a fierce killing intent and deep-seated hatred instantly clouded Gu Yang's visage. Chu Shi, you vile scoundrel. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with boundless resentment. Do you think that by ascending as the divine emperor, you can rest easy? Just you wait. Your time is running short. With that, he cast a fervent gaze upon the unassuming bronze ring adorning his right index finger, on which a faint red glow flickered. In the next moment, an ancient voice, laden with boundless authority and pride, resounded deep within his mind. Ha, my disciple, do not panic. That Chu Shi is merely relying on the remnants of his ancestors, and has had some fortunate encounters. Once I assist you in thoroughly refining this Qi Yang immortal manner, and you inherit my legacy, you shall become the most noble and promising figure in the Xianxian realm, and even the upper realms. Crushing a mere Xia divine emperor is merely a matter of time. It shall be effortless. The voice belonged to none other than the Qi Yang immortal king. Meanwhile, in one of the 72 states of the Xia divine dynasty, in the remote Hanzhou state capital, the second prince, Chu Yuan, upon hearing Chu Shi's resounding declaration of ascension, felt his handsome face turn ashen, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury and resentment. With a violent crush, he shattered a priceless millennium spirit fruit in his hand, abruptly rising from his throne and gesturing with his hand. In an instant, the hundreds of beautiful palace maids, trembling and dancing below, had no time to scream before being obliterated by a violent force, turning into a mist of blood. Chu Shi, you are too much. Chu Yuan roared to the heavens, his voice filled with endless malice and madness. Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, the land of Hanzhou shall officially sever ties with the control of the Xia divine dynasty. It shall be renamed the De Yuan Divine Dynasty. I, Chu Yuan, shall be the founding emperor of this De Yuan Divine Dynasty. I establish my own nation. We shall not coexist with your so-called De Xia Divine Dynasty. Chapter 25, Gathering Storms, Arrival of the Ancient Heavenly Emperor. The 7 days swiftly passed. On this day, the capital of the De Xia Divine Dynasty, an ancient and magnificent city that had witnessed countless cycles of rise and fall, was abuzz with unprecedented excitement and commotion. Outside the capital, in the vast expanse of the void, countless spirit ships gathered in throngs. These vessels varied in form, some resplendent like celestial palaces, others exuding a fierce aura as if they were war fortresses, and still others shimmering with immortal light like ethereal pavilions. Each ship was manned by powerful envoys and spectators, exuding a commanding presence. Chu Shi's decree of ascension reverberated throughout the Xiantian realm, stirring up a tempest. Almost all prominent powers, regardless of their relationship with the De Xia Divine Dynasty, dispatched luxurious delegations without delay, racing through the night to the capital to witness the enthronement ceremony of this newly risen and ruthless divine emperor. However, just as these powerful leaders from across the Xiantian realm approached the capital gates aboard their spirit ships, they were left utterly astounded, their minds shaken by the breathtaking sight before them. The once mighty ancient capital, which merely rested upon the earth, now appeared to be levitating. The entire vast capital, spanning countless miles, had risen into the air, suspended like the supreme divine realm of ancient myths, soaring high above the clouds. Countless palaces and towers sparkled with radiant divine light. Massive chains of divine laws, as thick as mountains, hung down, connecting with the earth's dragon veins, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the ages and declared its supremacy. Even more astonishing were the colossal ancient beasts, fierce enough to instill dread in even the holy kings, prowling the vicinity of this floating divine nation, emitting deep, soul-shaking roars. True dragons coiled, their scales shimmering with cold light, their might overwhelming. Zhenwu guarded, tortoises and serpents harmonizing, their presence as solid as mountains. Zhuke spread its wings, divine flames igniting the heavens, fierce and unmatched. The majestic Pishio consumes and exhales, a sinister aura pervading the atmosphere, instilling fear in the hearts of those who dare to gaze upon it. Moreover, the legendary ancient beasts, such as Xianxia, Taowu, Hundun, and Taotai, long thought to be extinct, alongside numerous exotic beasts pulsating with the primal blood of the wilderness, stand as the most loyal guardians of the divine capital, casting a stern eye upon every living being that dares to approach. The WNL-NDZN, a seemingly youthful sovereign from the realm of the myriad beasts, under the command of CHX, has positioned all the ancient beasts she could summon around the divine capital, establishing an impregnable and terrifying defense that would instill dread in even the most audacious of souls. What further unsettles the leaders of various factions present for the grand ceremony is that these guardian beasts possess cultivation levels no less than that of the quasi-emperor realm. Among them, those exuding the terrifying aura of true emperors are not uncommon, numbering in the dozens. A young scion from a mid-level sect, typically regarded as a paragon of excellence, witnessed a colossal ancient thunder dragon, its length spanning 10,000 feet and its aura rivaling that of a peak emperor. Merely a fleeting glance from the creature nearly shattered the opulent spirit vessel he occupied. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of his elders, he might have perished utterly. Now, this young scion, pale and trembling, sits on the ground, murmuring in disbelief about the quasi-emperor guardians, lamenting that his own ancestor barely reached the great sage realm. In the Su-Ntin realm, a great sage is sufficient to establish a sect and dominate a star region. The quasi-emperor, a rarity, can sway the fortunes of an era. Meanwhile, true emperor-level beings are as elusive as dragons, standing as the supreme rulers over all living beings. Yet, here in the D11 Divine Dynasty, the mere guardians of the divine capital boast such a terrifying array of power. How can other factions hope to survive? Among those gathered are many sect leaders, clan heads, and even emperors of ancient dynasties, all haughty and accustomed to commanding with an iron fist. Though astonished by the spectacle before them, their pride prevents them from showing weakness. Some, self-assured in their lofty status and formidable power, consider disregarding the beast's warnings and forcefully entering the divine capital, relying on the strength of their spirit vessels. However, before they can act, a thunderous roar, imbued with the essence of primal dominance, reverberates like 1,000 thunderclaps. A towering figure, resembling an iron tower, wielding a massive axe that gleams with a chilling light, emerges before the soaring south gate of the divine capital. This is the BGDZN, one of the 8 national protectors. His colossal eyes, as large as bronze bells, survey the restless spirit vessels below with a piercing glare. His voice booms like a great bell, echoing through the heavens. Today marks the grand ceremony of the Divine Emperor's ascension. Within the divine capital, all flying artifacts are forbidden. Regardless of your identity or origin, you must land your spirit vessels outside the city and enter on foot, as a sign of respect for the Divine Emperor. Those who defy this order, BGDZN raises his bloodstained axe, pointing menacingly into the void, his tone grave and full of malice. Die. At this proclamation, the previously restless atmosphere stills instantly. Many who had intended to leverage their status to force their way and now hesitate, fear etched on their faces. Yet, there are always those foolish enough to challenge fate. What audacity! A derisive and furious roar emanates from a lavish golden dragon vessel. I am the Xianxiaaudiobooks, appointed by the D11 Divine Dynasty. I have guarded the North Sea for 1,000,000 years, achieving great merit. Not even the current crown prince, nor CHX himself, would dare demand that I enter the city on foot. What are you? But a mere guard of the Eastern Palace, barking at me? A middle-aged man, clad in the robes of the Dragon King, exuding the aura of a quasi-emperor and brimming with arrogance, steps forth from the golden vessel, pointing at BGDZN with disdain. This man is none other than the Xianxiaaudiobooks, a staunch supporter of the former Left Chancellor, Ming. Since Ming's downfall, he has harbored resentment towards CHX, and now, seeing a mere guard daring to confront him, he can no longer contain his fury. Yet, before his words are fully uttered, seeking death, BGDZN's eyes blaze with a fearsome light. He despises those who, emboldened by past accomplishments, show such disrespect to the Emperor. Without further ado, BGDZN bellows, his axe cleaving the air with a terrifying light that rends the cosmos. In an overwhelming display of dominance, he brings it crashing down upon the golden dragon vessel and the Xianxiaaudiobooks. How dare you! The arrogance and disdain on the Xianxiaaudiobooks' face freezes, replaced by disbelief and profound terror. He attempts to flee, to summon treasures for defense. But against the wrath of a true emperor, his quasi-emperor power is as fragile as paper. With a deafening crash, the opulent golden dragon vessel, adorned with countless defensive runes, is effortlessly cleaved in two, shattering into oblivion. The once mighty Xianxiaaudiobooks is unable to utter a single cry. His body and soul obliterated into the purest void, leaving no trace behind. The might of a single axe is truly terrifying. Following this, BGDZN unleashes the overwhelming pressure characteristic of an emperor, an unstoppable tsunami descending upon the multitude of spirit vessels below. Many cultivators of lesser strength are immediately crushed, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, some even losing consciousness. Should anyone dare to defy the emperor's decree and attempt to force their way into the divine capital, BGDZN's cold, merciless voice, akin to a death sentence, resonates clearly in every ear. This Xianxiaaudiobooks is your fate. The void falls into a deathly silence. All the factions present, now acutely aware of the peril, swallow hard, their gazes toward BGDZN filled with profound fear and respect. They no longer harbor any illusions of defiance, obediently landing their vessels and choosing to approach the imposing floating divine capital on foot. Meanwhile, at the rear of the crowd, a colossal spirit vessel crafted from chaotic divine stone, exuding an ancient aura, remains still. Shortly after, a man clad in resplendent imperial robes, his countenance stern and his aura unfathomable, steps forth from the vessel. He casts a calm glance at the imposing BGDZN before a subtle smile graces his lips, choosing silence as he walks on foot. Beside him follows an unassuming elder, garbed in simple hemp clothing, appearing as an ordinary peasant. Those with keen eyes quickly recognize the middle-aged man's identity, exclaiming in astonishment, "Heavens! It is indeed the contemporary ancient heavenly emperor." He has personally come to witness the ceremony. The presence of the ancient heavenly emperor is not entirely unexpected, for the ascension of the new emperor of the Xia Divine Dynasty is a grand occasion, and as the sovereign of another divine dynasty in the Xianxian realm, his attendance is warranted. However, who is that elderly figure beside him, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery? How can he walk alongside the ancient heavenly emperor? And why does the emperor seem to show him considerable respect? Countless curious gazes were directed toward the seemingly ordinary elder. At that moment, amidst the crowd, an experienced and knowledgeable emperor from a formidable dynasty, upon recognizing the familiar face of the elder, appeared as if he had encountered the most terrifying existence in the world. His pupils constricted in sheer terror as he gasped, his voice sharp with fear. "Is that not the ancient heavenly sovereign?" With that exclamation, the crowd erupted in a tumultuous stir, akin to a boiling pot of oil. the ancient heavenly sovereign. He is a legendary figure from the same era as the old immortal king of the Xia divine dynasty, who has long since ascended to the higher realms. A being who has truly transcended the confines of imperial boundaries, with one foot already stepping into the legendary realm of immortals. It is no exaggeration to declare that the ancient heavenly sovereign is undeniably one of the most recognized and powerful figures in the Xianxian realm today. For over 1,000,000 years, no news of this forbidden existence has been heard, and everyone believed he had long since departed or ascended to the upper realms in pursuit of the elusive path of immortality. Yet today, this terrifying being, akin to a living fossil of the Xianxian realm, has appeared at the coronation ceremony of the new emperor of the Xia divine dynasty. What could his intentions be? Chapter 26, The Coronation Ceremony, I am the Divine Emperor. After the formidable Emperor Ba Gu decisively vanquished the Sea Overlord and forcefully quelled any restless thoughts, the various delegations from the Xianxian realm no longer dared to show any signs of disrespect or transgression. They reigned in their usual arrogance and ostentation, obediently following the guidance of the divine dynasty's officials, passing through the imposing southern heavenly gate and entering the capital of the divine dynasty, which hovers above the 9 heavens. As they journeyed, the capital showcased its ethereal palaces adorned with exquisite jade and blossoming celestial flowers, with spiritual springs gushing forth and auspicious energy permeating the atmosphere. Countless guards clad in golden armor, exuding a terrifying presence, patrolled the area, their stringent vigilance and grand aura causing even the most seasoned dignitaries to feel a sense of trepidation. Soon, they arrived at the Imperial Palace Square, the heart of the coronation ceremony, located at the very center of the imperial capital. The square, vast and boundless, was paved with an unknown white divine jade, intricately inscribed with intricate spirit-gathering formations and protective divine prohibitions. Directly ahead, upon the 99 steps of white jade, stood the 9-dragon imperial throne, a symbol of the supreme authority of the Xia divine dynasty, which had remained unoccupied for a century. At this moment, numerous luxurious seats had been arranged around the throne according to status and rank. The divine emperor of the ancient divine dynasty, the enigmatic ancient heavenly sovereign, and other powerful figures from the top immortal forces, all above the imperial realm, were graciously invited to the front row to partake in the ceremony. In the 4 corners of the square stood the 4 supreme powerhouses under the command of Chu Shi, namely the Star River Emperor, Blood Butcher Emperor, Illusory Sound Emperor, and Ling Tian Emperor, resembling 4 formidable war gods. They stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an imperceptible yet palpable imperial might that could send tremors through the heavens and earth. It seemed they were guarding the order of the ceremony while silently observing the intentions of all present. Witnessing such a grand display, the leader of the ancient sect, Kangwu Xinzong, passed down from the era of immortals, stroked his long beard and smirked mysteriously, whispering to the elder beside him, This new Xia divine emperor certainly knows how to make a grand entrance. Since entering this capital, I have already sensed no fewer than 5 imperial-level powerhouses, not to mention the ancient fierce beasts outside the city that rival the imperial realm. This foundation, TSK, perhaps even surpasses the strength of the Xia divine emperor during his reign. Not far from him, a messenger sent by the Tsang Emperor Pavilion, also a being of imperial stature, shook his head slightly, his expression revealing a hint of scrutiny and amusement. No matter how grand the display, it must be accompanied by matching strength and means. I am curious to see what this new emperor, known for his fierce actions and decisive killings, intends to do today. Surely, he did not gather all the prominent figures of the Xianxian realm merely for a simple coronation ceremony. As he spoke, the messenger's gaze subtly shifted toward the distant seating area, where the ancient heavenly sovereign sat in meditation, his aura profound as the sea, as if he were one with the principles of heaven and earth. His tone carried a hint of a smile. Perhaps the ancient heavenly sovereign's presence here today is meant to temper the arrogance of this young successor, to make him realize that even as the divine emperor of Xia, there are certain things and existences that he, as a junior, is not qualified to touch or covet. Yet, before his words could fully dissipate, a thunderous roar erupted. The heavens above changed dramatically. The once clear sky was suddenly ablaze with golden light, and auspicious energies surged forth in torrents. Countless chains of divine laws manifested from the void, weaving intricate and unfathomable ancient divine images. Moreover, a vast, ancient, supreme will seem to awaken from the depths of the dragon vein of the Xia divine dynasty, permeating through the heavens and earth. A resounding dragon roar, high and mighty, reverberated through the skies, dominating the realms. A colossal dragon, stretching for millions of miles, forged of 9-colored divine gold, with scales that shimmered and dragon whiskers that flowed gracefully, its eyes reflecting the scenes of the myriad realms, soared from beneath the earth, spiraling into the 9 heavens. The overwhelming aura and supreme majesty it emanated compelled all beings present to instinctively bow in reverence. The protective dragon vein of the Xia divine dynasty had manifested. Simultaneously, the heavens above displayed further extraordinary phenomena. Ethereal melodies resounded, celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. In the midst of it all, an indistinct figure, crowned with a celestial diadem and draped in a chaotic emperor's robe, whose gaze could dictate the rise and fall of worlds and the passage of epochs, appeared seated upon the supreme imperial throne in the 9 heavens. Cold and authoritative as he gazed down upon the mortal realm, amidst such an awe-inspiring spectacle that could eclipse the sun and moon. A figure clad in dark golden imperial robes, wearing a 9-dragon crown, and wielding the ancient Tianquan sword, emerged from the depths of the imperial palace, stepping forward with purpose. Each stride causing 9-colored lotus blossoms to bloom beneath his feet, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of the Tao. He appeared to be in perfect unity with the realm, the Xia dragon vein, and the celestial figure above in the 9 heavens. With an air of calm confidence, he approached the forefront of the square, ascending to the highest point of the 99 steps of white jade, a position that demanded the reverence of all present. It was none other than Chu Shi. At this moment, his expression was indifferent, his eyes profound, radiating an aura of authority and might that surpassed even the fearsome presence he held in the Taiha Hall tenfold. Merely standing there made him seem as though he were the center of this universe, the source of all paths, the sovereign of all beings. Following closely, the Grand Master Zhou Yin walked steadily to Chu Shi's side, holding a scroll made of unknown divine jade, shimmering in a pale golden hue. As he took a deep breath, then, with a voice that had long since returned to its original state, even more resounding than before, capable of shaking the heavens, he declared aloud, "By the mandate of heaven, I, the Emperor of the Great Xia, proclaim, may the heavens and the earth bear witness to my words. Today, the crown prince of the Great Xia divine dynasty, Chu Shi, endowed with divine martial prowess, moral virtues that align with heaven and earth, benevolence that nurtures the populace, and authority that commands the nation. Internally, he shall purge treachery and restore the order of the court. Externally, he shall intimidate formidable foes and elevate our national prestige. Wielding the divine sword of celestial authority, he shall govern the myriad principles of the universe. Recognized by the dragon vein, he is destined by the mandate of heaven. Henceforth, in the name of the Grand Tutor, I act on behalf of heaven to crown Chu Shi. From this day forth, Chu Shi shall be the 27th divine emperor of the Great Xia, master of the dragon vein, ruler of all spirits. Wherever his command goes, none shall dare to defy. Where his divine might reaches, all realms shall submit. The will of the divine emperor is the path of heaven. His direction is the course to follow. All beings across the myriad realms shall honor the divine emperor of the Great Xia as their sovereign, revering him as their ruler. The divine dynasty shall flourish eternally, and the immortal path shall thrive forever." Chapter 27. 2,000 times the power of the emperor, slayers of the Zhutian pavilion. These words of coronation were gems of wisdom, each phrase commanding dominance. Especially that declaration, "The will of the divine emperor is the path of heaven," brimming with audacious ambition and overwhelming spirit. Thunder rumbled. As the Grand Tutor Zhou Yin uttered the final word, the heavens and the earth trembled violently once more. Above the 9 heavens, the majestic 9-colored dragon vein, stretching for millions of miles, emitted a thunderous, ancient roar, diving downwards as a torrent of 9 colors, completely merging into Chu Shi's body. In that instant, Chu Shi felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He could distinctly sense that he had perfectly merged with the vast territory of the Great Xia divine dynasty and the boundless fortune of the dragon vein. As long as he remained within the borders of the Great Xia, he could harness the infinite fortune and power of the dragon vein for his own use. At that moment, the strength he could wield would far surpass the original 1,000-fold power of an emperor, at least 2,000 times, perhaps even more. This sensation was profoundly mystical and immensely powerful. It felt as if, in that moment, he truly was invincible within this realm. "We humbly welcome your majesty, the divine emperor, to the throne. May your majesty reign over the heavens with boundless longevity. May the Great Xia divine dynasty enjoy eternal blessings, never to perish." The 4 powerful emperors, Xinghe, Xuetao, Huanin, and Lingtian, who had guarded the periphery of the square, sensing the terrifying surge of power emanating from Chu Shi, wasted no time in kneeling before him, prostrating themselves in the most respectful and fervent manner. Their overwhelming imperial pressure cascaded forth, intertwining with the newly acquired divine might of Chu Shi, forming an unparalleled force capable of shaking the heavens, mercilessly pressing down upon all those gathered to witness the coronation. Thud, thud, thud. Countless spectators below the imperial realm, under this irresistible and terrifying pressure, found themselves unable to muster even a thought of resistance. They knelt down, their heads bowed deeply, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of submission. However, just as the solemn moment of homage and celebration of the new emperor unfolded, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the crowd, a figure suddenly surged forth without warning. His speed was astonishing, as if he were a shadow traversing the cracks of time and space. Silent yet imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Even more alarming, this individual ignited the very essence of his soul in an instant, elevating his aura and power to a terrifying level beyond limits. Transforming into a beam of deathly light, he lunged towards the newly crowned emperor, Chu Shi, who had just been endowed with the Dragon Vein's power, seated at the 99th Jade Step. This was an assassin, a top-tier killer from the Zhutian Pavilion, an infamous force dating back to the ancient celestial era, rumored to have caused the downfall of even true celestial beings. The timing, angle, and explosive power of his strike were impeccable, executed with a cunning and ruthless precision. Although the four emperors, Xinghe and the others, sensed the anomaly immediately, the assassin's speed was too swift, and he was too close to Chu Shi for them to intervene, leaving them helpless to watch as the deathly flicker of intent pierced towards Chu Shi's vital point. But in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left all, including the four emperors, utterly astounded. Chu Shi, at the 99th Jade Step, confronted the lethal strike that threatened the lives of ordinary emperors with a calm and indifferent expression, not even blinking an eye. He merely flicked his finger casually. With a sound akin to a bubble bursting, the assassin from the Zhutian Pavilion, who had ignited his soul and unleashed an unparalleled force, found his proud physique and the lethal poisoned dagger in his hand obliterated in an instant by Chu Shi's effortless gesture. They were reduced to pure nothingness. Only a faint, ethereal shadow of the assassin's soul remained, held captive in midair by an invisible force, unable to move, even to self-destruct. This spectral figure was revealed to be a stunningly beautiful woman, her form graceful, yet her once vibrant eyes now hollow and devoid of life, filled only with an icy coldness and an insatiable thirst for slaughter, like a mere execution machine following orders. Hiss! This was the 7th-ranked assassin of the Zhutian Pavilion, known as the Shadowless Phantom. Her cultivation was indeed at the Imperial Realm, and she was a terrifying powerhouse at the 9th level of the Imperial Realm. Among the crowd, an elder from an ancient family, well-versed in the ways of the world, gasped in shock upon recognizing the spectral figure of the woman, exclaiming in disbelief. The assassins of the Zhutian Pavilion had all committed countless atrocities, their hands stained with the blood of innumerable strong beings. It was said that only by wielding the highest token of the Zhutian Pavilion, the Zhutian Order, could one command a ranked assassin to fulfill a killing task at any cost. Yet throughout it all, Chu Shi's expression remained as cold as ice. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he merely focused his thoughts slightly, unleashing a domineering divine consciousness that surged like a tidal wave into the weakened essence of the assassin's soul. In the most brutal and direct manner, he sought to extract her memories of the assassination mission. Soon, a vivid memory unfolded in Chu Shi's consciousness. There, he saw his second younger brother, the second prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, now claiming the title of the Great Yuan Dynasty, Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's face was dark and twisted, tightly gripping an ancient token radiating ominous bloodlight, the Zhutian Order, with a voice filled with profound hatred and malice. He issued a lethal command to the token: target the Great Xia Dynasty, Chu Shi. Chapter 28. Arrival in Hangzhou, Brothers as Enemies. As Chu Shi discerned the scene of the second prince Chu Yuan issuing the assassination order against him from the fractured memories of the 7th-ranked assassin, his cold and indifferent eyes revealed not a trace of anger or surprise. Instead, he chuckled softly, gazing skyward, releasing a low, mocking laugh filled with endless disdain and murderous intent. Good. What a splendid younger brother I have. He slowly shook his head, his voice imbued with a chilling frost. I have yet to extend my hand to seek out you, this self-proclaimed sovereign who has betrayed the divine dynasty. Yet, you, in your impatience, have already dispatched assassins to attempt my life. And to make matters worse, you chose to do so during my grand coronation ceremony, in the presence of countless formidable beings of the Xuanyan realm. What grand ambition! What profound scheming! In that moment, Chu Ji's heart grew increasingly indifferent and frigid. The last remnants of reluctance he felt towards his so-called brother, Chu Yuan, born of the same bloodline, had dissipated entirely. Since the other party had so brazenly torn apart the facade of brotherhood, he, Chu Ji, had no need for further reservations. He slowly turned, his gaze imbued with unfathomable majesty and a chilling intent to kill, akin to that of a celestial emperor surveying the myriad realms. His indifferent eyes swept over the plaza below, where the powerful of the Xuantian realm stood paralyzed in fear, rendered mute by the previous spectacle. It seemed that today, my coronation ceremony required a more substantial offering of congratulations. Chu Ji murmured to himself, a cruel and icy smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he would use that oblivious traitor, Chu Yuan, and his so-called De Yuan Empire as the first target to make an example of after his ascension. However, in the next moment, just as Chu Ji prepared to tear through the void and descend upon Hanzhou to completely subdue his younger brother, the lord of the Tsangdi Pavilion, seated in the observation area, had witnessed the terrifying prowess with which Chu Ji effortlessly annihilated the assassins of the Zhutian Pavilion. He was drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. He understood that this newly appointed emperor of the Xia was likely far beyond their estimations in strength. Seeing Chu Ji seemingly ready to strike at the second prince, Chu Yuan, the pavilion lord could no longer afford to hesitate. Struggling against his trepidation, he forced himself to stand and, with a slight tremor in his voice, implored, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The second prince, Chu Yuan, is the direct grandson of our esteemed old pavilion master. His De Yuan Empire has also received the formal recognition and protection of the Tsangdi Pavilion. Your Majesty, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Today's events may merely be a misunderstanding. I beseech you." Before he could finish, Chu Ji's brow furrowed slightly in annoyance. Noisy, the two icy words swept through the assembly like a chilling wind from the abyss. In the next instant, the puppet-like figure of the extinguished emperor, who had been standing dutifully by Chu Ji's side, suddenly flashed with a crimson murderous intent in its hollow eyes. Boom. Without any extraneous movement, the terrifying pressure belonging to the Demon Path Emperor erupted violently, akin to an immense ocean crashing down, mercilessly crushing the incessantly chattering Pavilion Lord. Puff! The Pavilion Lord, at the Emperor's level, could not even muster a scream. His protective aura shattered like fragile paper. His body was hurled backward as if struck by a thunderbolt, blood gushing from his mouth, crashing onto the distant jade ground, his fate unknown. His bones splintered, and his foundational essence was severely harmed. Even if he survived, he would likely be rendered utterly incapacitated. Only then did Chu Ji slowly direct his frosty gaze towards the area where the Tsangdi Pavilion's delegation was situated, a sneer of utter disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Tsangdi Pavilion? What is that? Do you even have the right to declare war upon my Xia Divine Dynasty? Let it be known today. Chu Ji's voice rose sharply, resonating with an undeniable authority and a bloodthirsty aura. If you, Tsangdi Pavilion, dare to meddle in the grievances between myself and Chu Yuan, dare to obstruct my cleansing of the ranks, then the next force to be utterly wiped from the Xuantian realm, akin to the ancient kingdom of Dahuang or the divine martial sacred land, shall be your Tsangdi Pavilion. Upon utterance of these words, the faces of the Tsangdi Pavilion delegation paled in horror. They wished to retort, to summon their reclusive, true, immortal ancestors for intimidation. Yet, as they met Chu Ji's cold, indifferent gaze, their words were choked in their throats by an invisible force, silencing them completely. They had no doubt that should they dare to utter another word, they would meet the same tragic fate as the Pavilion Lord. Having sufficiently intimidated the underlings of the Tsangdi Pavilion, Chu Ji chose to disregard these petty clowns. He turned his gaze towards the distant northern territory of Hanzhou. In the next moment, before the astonished and incredulous eyes of countless powerful beings present in the Tahi Hall Plaza, Chu Ji's figure seemed to merge with the void, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Immediately thereafter, in the skies above, the heavens, which had been adorned with manifestations due to the dragon veins, appeared to be forcibly torn apart by an overwhelming force, revealing an expansive and unfamiliar icy plane. Chu Ji's figure had now materialized above that very plane. This astonishing scene unfolded like some transcendent divine art, casting a massive celestial screen that was vividly projected within the realm of the Xia Divine Dynasty. Visible in every state, city, and corner, all citizens of the Xia Divine Dynasty, those with ulterior motives, who sought to observe or even exploit the chaos, witnessed with clarity the scene depicted on that celestial screen. They saw how their newly appointed emperor transcended their wildest imaginations as he descended upon the land of the traitors. Chu Ji aimed to ensure that all understood the dire and laughable fate that awaited his so-called younger brother and his so-called De Yuan Empire. Upon the icy plains of Hanzhou, Chu Ji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. Opposite him, banners fluttered and armor gleamed, a formidable army amassed. brimming with ferocity. Countless heavily armored soldiers from Hanzhou formed rigid battle formations, exuding a palpable menace. Numerous powerful beings hovered in the air, radiating formidable auras. Their eyes fixed hungrily upon him. This display suggested they had anticipated Chu Ji's arrival and had laid an elaborate trap to await him. At the forefront of this formidable host stood the second prince, Chu Yuan, clad in a faux dragon robe eerily reminiscent of Chu Ji's nine-dragon imperial garb. Wearing a crown of heaven, his face twisted with a sickly excitement and a sinister sneer. Above him floated an ancient, heavy bronze bell, glowing with a faint yellow hue. This bell, adorned with ancient patterns of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, emanated an aura of dominion over heaven and earth, safeguarding the populace. This bell had been stealthily stolen from the Divine Dynasty's treasury by Chu Yuan through collusion with traders decades ago, and he had expended countless resources to refine it for his own use. This was one of his greatest assets that emboldened him to openly rebel and establish the De Yuan Empire. Upon seeing Chu Ji's figure, Chu Yuan let out a derisive laugh. "Ha, brother, it seems the fools of the Zhutian Pavilion have indeed failed. However, I, too, have not held them in high regard." His gaze scrutinized Chu Ji, filled with jealousy and resentment. "And you, my dear elder brother, you, who once appeared to me as nothing more than a worthless existence. What extraordinary fortune has befallen you to ascend to such a ghastly height in such a brief span of time?" Chui did not respond to the childish and ludicrous question, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the so-called army behind him, along with the vigilant warriors. On the surface, two generals with mid-level imperial auras served as the right and left arms of Chu Yuan. Yet, lurking in the shadows, an elder with the aura of an initial stage emperor was concealed in the void, poised for action at any moment. Clearly, these were the hidden trump cards sent by the Zhangdi Pavilion to support the grandson of the pavilion master, Chu Yuan. Regrettably, these so-called strong figures and the so-called army merely resembled mere chickens and dogs in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, he could effortlessly annihilate them all. He slowly spoke, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Chu Yuan, considering we are ultimately brothers, I do not wish to escalate matters into an unbearable spectacle. Now, if you bind your own hands and present the Xianhuang bell, returning with me to the divine capital to plead for forgiveness, I may still show some regard for our past and confine you in the Nine Nether prison for 1,000,000 years for reflection. However, should you persist in your stubbornness and resistance," his tone suddenly turned icy, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, "while I shall not take your life myself, prepare to spend the rest of your days in the deepest part of the prison, eternally enduring the relentless torment of 10,000 ants gnawing at your heart and the soul fire searing your being." Upon hearing Chuhi's words, the cold smile on Chu Yuan's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless fury and madness. "Humph!" He spat towards Chuhi, roaring vehemently, "Surrender! Chuhi, who do you think you are? Now that I have gained the recognition of the Xianhuang bell, with the supreme power of the Zhangdi Pavilion at my side, the outcome remains uncertain. I am not afraid of you, the tyrant god emperor with blood on your hands." The moment his words fell, Chu Yuan abruptly activated the Xianhuang bell above his head. Clang! A sound reminiscent of an ancient bell echoed through the heavens and the earth. The great battle was imminent. Chapter 29, A Thorough Annihilation. Crushing three emperors with a single thought. Clang! A distant and desolate sound, as if emanating from the primordial wilderness, resonated throughout the Hanzhou plains. The second prince, Chu Yuan, appeared mad, pouring all his strength and even his primordial blood into the ancient and heavy Xianhuang bell above his head. Buzzing. The Xianhuang bell trembled violently, the ancient patterns of mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies inscribed upon it seemingly coming to life at that moment. A dense, almost tangible essence of Xianhuang fell from the bell, akin to countless ancient dragons and serpents, firmly safeguarding Chu Yuan within. A pure, vast, and genuine celestial power capable of suppressing the heavens and extinguishing the stars erupted from within the Xianhuang bell. Xianhuang suppresses the world. Chaos brings tribulation. Annihilate for me. Chu Yuan's eyes turned crimson, his expression twisted in fury as he let out a frenzied roar. The ancient Xianhuang bell, under his reckless urging, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The bell's mouth opened wide, unleashing a force as thick as a pillar of heaven, swirling with earth, fire, water, wind, and chaos, as if intending to drag the entire world into the ultimate yellowish tribulation of annihilation, with a speed transcending time and space. Enveloped in an unparalleled might that could make even the peak emperors shudder, it surged towards the indifferent figure standing in the heavens. This strike had surpassed the limits of ordinary emperors. It was equivalent to a peak emperor burning everything, unleashing the most powerful blow at any cost. The void shattered inch by inch. The great Tao lamented. The entire Hangzhou plains appeared as though it would be completely overturned and sunk into an endless abyss under this celestial might of destruction. All beings witnessing this scene across the vast expanse of the Xia Divine Dynasty were left aghast, their hearts trembling in terror. Yet, in the face of this catastrophic strike capable of obliterating the heavens and burying the star rivers, Chu He in the skies remained unperturbed. His expression as tranquil as an ancient well, not even blinking an eye. He chose neither to counterattack nor evade. He intended to make Chu Yuan, the Zhongdi Pavilion, the ancient heavenly emperor, and all beings in this Xiantian realm distinctly aware of the unfathomable and towering level of power he had attained. All so-called defiance, all so-called resistance, before him, would reveal their utter insignificance and absurdity. In the next instant, the gray-yellow chaotic tribulation, infused with boundless destruction and annihilation, crossed the distance of time and space, striking fiercely upon Chu He's seemingly fragile form. Boom! A sound powerful enough to shake the entire Xiantian realm. Dimming countless stars, resonated through the skies as if the universe had just been birthed and chaos had erupted. The endless Xianhuang light and chaotic tribulation instantly engulfed Chu He's figure. The void was directly transformed into a realm of chaotic nothingness. The laws of time and space thrown into disarray, rendering any divine consciousness unable to penetrate. As if, under that strike, Chu He, along with his soul and Tao fruit, had completely fallen, dissipating into thin air. Ha! I have won. Chu Yuan gazed at the void utterly annihilated by the Xianhuang tribulation. Feeling the chilling aura of destruction within, he was momentarily stunned, then erupted into an exuberant, frenzied laughter. The Xia Divine Emperor? Chu He, merely this. He pointed at the void of nothingness, howling hysterically to the entire Xiantian realm and the vast heavens above. Brother, you were always too inexperienced. You could never surpass me. From now on, I, Chu Yuan, shall be the sole divine emperor of the Xia domain, and indeed the entire Xiantian universe. Yet, before his triumphant and maniacal laughter had fully subsided, a voice, laced with mockery and amusement, yet crystal clear, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, unexpectedly emerging from that realm of chaotic nothingness. Oh, merely a single word, yet it plunged Chu Yuan into an abyss of cold realization, instantly freezing all his joy and exhilaration. His smile abruptly stiffened, and his pupils constricted to their utmost. From what should have been a void filled with the essence of destruction, a tall and dignified figure clad in a dark golden dragon robe slowly stepped forth. It was none other than Chu He. At this moment, he remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent and his gaze calm. Not only was he unharmed, but even his luxurious dragon robe remained untouched by a speck of dust, without a single wrinkle. It was as if the terrifying strike capable of slaying peak emperors was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him, utterly insignificant. Why you, this is impossible. Chu Yuan was struck as if by lightning, his entire being dazed, his face filled with disbelief and profound terror. The Xianhuang bell is a true national treasure. That strike I just unleashed had already called forth more than 10% of its celestial might. It should have been enough to slay any peak emperor. How can you possibly remain unscathed? Chu He looked down indifferently at the now frantic and horrified Chu Yuan, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a flat tone, he spoke. Do you desire this divine emperor position so eagerly? With that, he casually beckoned towards Chu Yuan with a finger, his tone dripping with supreme disdain and mockery. My dear brother, today, I shall grant you the opportunity to display all your hidden cards and every last measure. As long as you can make me retreat a single step, I shall acknowledge you as the new Shindi of Daxia. From this moment forth, I shall not obstruct you in the slightest. This vast territory, this unparalleled authority, shall all belong to you. In this moment, Chu Yuan was first overwhelmed by the terrifying sight of Chu Shi, who remained unscathed. However, upon hearing Chu Shi's words, which were both arrogantly contemptuous and deeply humiliating, his fear was swiftly replaced by boundless rage and madness. Chu Shi, how dare you underestimate me so? Chu Yuan let out a thunderous roar, his blood surging with fury, his eyes glowing crimson as he commanded, kill, tear this ignorant fool to shreds. With a single order, the endless and well-formed army of Hangzhou, along with the dozens of powerful generals, unleashed a deafening roar, channeling all their strength into the core of the battle formation. Boom! The sky was darkened as the combined might of the military formations, imbued with the terrifying power to annihilate all, surged forth like a collapsing ancient sky towards Chu Shi. Chu Yuan himself, once more, spat forth a mouthful of his own vital blood, splattering it upon the Xianhuang bell. Clang. The sound of the bell became increasingly high-pitched and desolate. The Xianhuang qi cascading from it transformed into a nearly tangible barrier of celestial energy, firmly protecting Chu Yuan within. The bell's opening once again aimed at Chu Shi, unleashing a chaotic light of cataclysmic proportions, hurtling towards him with relentless ferocity. In his frenzy, he howled, "Chu Shi, today, I shall make you regret ever entering this world. Your life shall end here, your essence shall be obliterated." Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, which seemed capable of annihilating the entire world, as the dust settled and the brilliance dimmed, Chu Shi stood unscathed in his original position, not having moved an inch. He stepped forward slowly, the nine-colored divine light surrounding him pulsing gently, erasing all remnants of the attacks directed at him. He gazed down at Chu Yuan, whose face had turned pale as paper from overexerting himself on the Xianhuang bell, his aura depleted, and a cold, mocking smile crept upon his lips. "My dear brother, is this truly all the power you possess? I have already given you an enormous advantage, yet you remain so disappointing, so easily defeated." Chu Shi shook his head lightly, his tone laced with disappointment and disdain. How pitifully weak. The moment his words fell, without any additional movement, he merely flicked his sleeve. With a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, in the blink of an eye, the vast battle array composed of millions of elite soldiers, along with all the generals and warriors within it, vanished without a trace, as if wiped away by an invisible hand, without a scream, without resistance. Not even a wisp of blood mist. They simply disappeared, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the originally frozen expanse of white earth, now shrouded in an indescribable, eerie pressure, exuding a chilling aura of death. "No, my army." Chu Yuan was utterly stunned, his face filled with endless terror and despair. He wanted to speak, to flee, but as he looked up in horror, he discovered that Chu Shi's stunningly beautiful yet cold and indifferent face was now mere inches from his own. "Protect His Majesty." The two mid-stage Emperor realm experts who had been guarding Chu Yuan, along with the hidden initial stage Emperor from the Zhangdi Pavilion, could no longer contain themselves and roared in unison, ready to burn their essence for a desperate fight. Yet, Chu Shi did not even cast them a glance. Insignificant insects. He merely lifted his eyelids casually. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull explosions rang out almost simultaneously, and the two loyal mid-stage Emperor experts, along with the self-assured initial stage Emperor from Zhangdi Pavilion, were obliterated in an instant, their bodies exploding into a cloud of blood mist, as effortlessly as crushing 3 inconsequential insects. Chu Yuan was finally filled with absolute fear. He scrambled backward, desperate to distance himself from this terrifying presence akin to a god or demon. However, Chu Shi's figure clung to him like a shadow, maintaining an unyielding distance of a single step. At last, Chu Shi extended a slender, jade-like finger and gently pressed it against Chu Yuan's trembling forehead, his voice soft yet laden with an icy chill that could freeze one's soul. "Is this your full strength? Heh. Now, you have lost, my dear brother." Chapter 30. The Xiantian realm trembles. The Zhangdi Pavilion's true immortal descends. Above the Hanzhou plains, an eerie silence prevailed. Chu Shi's finger upon Chu Yuan's forehead marked the conclusion of this farcical brotherly conflict, delivered with an overwhelming display of dominance. Observing this through the celestial sphere, countless powerful beings within the Xiantian realm were shaken to their cores, their scalps tingling in disbelief. In an instant, the meticulously prepared millions of troops of Second Prince Chu Yuan were obliterated. With but a thought, he had instantaneously slain 2 emperors and 1 emperor realm expert. Such terrifying power surpassed their comprehension of strength itself. What level of horror has this new Shindi of Daxiao achieved? A holy king among the Daxia capital couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. On the spectator platform, the ancient Tian Shindi's authoritative gaze was filled with unprecedented gravity. He pondered deeply. Even he could not achieve what Chu Shi had done with such ease. Instantaneously slaying 2 emperors and 1 emperor realm expert was beyond his capabilities. This child's strength might even place him among the best within the emperor realm, possibly even touching the legendary threshold of the immortal Tao. Ancient Tian Shindi assessed quietly within. However, beside him, the ancient Tian Tai Huang, who had remained in a meditative state, seemingly as ordinary as a neighborly old man, now slowly opened his eyes. Within those seemingly murky depths flickered a wisdom that could pierce through the ages and discern the illusory. Among the emperor realm, a standout? My dear emperor, you still underestimate him. From my perspective, this child's true power likely rivals that of the old wretch from the Zhangdi Pavilion who failed to break through to the immortal king. What do you mean? He rivals that old immortal from the Zhangdi Pavilion? Ancient Tian Shindi's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The old pavilion master of Tsangdi Pavilion was a terrifying existence on par with ancient Tian Tai Huang, though he had not condensed a true immortal king Dao fruit. His strength was unfathomably high, far exceeding the emperor realm by dozens, even hundreds of times. Has Chu Shi grown this powerful? Within the Xintian realm, there are likely few who could contend with him. Ancient Tian Tai Huang sighed softly, then shifted his tone, a glimmer of pride flashing in his murky eyes. However, should I spare no effort and unleash my full strength, I could still easily suppress this child. It would serve to remind him that there are always greater heights to reach, and that he should not take our generation lightly just because he has encountered a few fortunate encounters. His words carried an undercurrent of disdain and a warning towards the strength Chu Shi had recently displayed. The Hanzhou, the frozen plains. Chun found himself at the mercy of X's finger pressed against his forehead, overwhelmed by an icy, vast, and utterly inescapable force of terror. In an instant, it surged into his consciousness, binding all his spirit and power. The sheer impotence and despair engulfed him like a freezing tide, submerging him completely. He had been defeated. Defeated in such a thorough and decisive manner. Defeated by the very elder brother he had once deemed a worthless fool, easily manipulated at will. Even though he had stolen the national treasure, Su En Huing Ziqing, and received the staunch support of the ancient beings from Seeing DG, even going so far as to enlist the services of the infamous assassins from ZHTNG. All of his schemes and hidden cards appeared so pale and laughable in the face of CHX's absolute superiority. Suddenly, Chun erupted into a neurotic laugh, filled with endless desolation, resentment, and self-mockery. He slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on CHX, gritting his teeth. If you wish to kill or maim, do as you please. Defeat is defeat. I, Chun, a member of the CH Imperial clan, will never beg for mercy from a tyrant like you, who revels in slaughter. He lifted his chin, presenting a tragic yet heroic visage, seemingly attempting to uphold his meager dignity. Observing his pitiful display of bravado, CHX's lips curled into a cold smirk, preparing to speak. However, at that moment, the heavens above trembled violently without warning. Following this, numerous void portals, exuding terrifying spatial fluctuations, suddenly tore open in the skies over NZHU plane. Thousands upon thousands of these portals stretched as far as the eye could see. In the next instant, countless figures clad in uniform white robes, wielding various divine weapons, surged forth from the portals, radiating immense power. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp, emanating an inherent arrogance and dominance. Upon their arrival, they completely overshadowed the skies of NZHU plane, their overwhelming presence nearly rivaling that of CHX. The forces of Seeing DG had arrived. At the forefront of this army stood a middle-aged beauty, adorned in luxurious attire, possessing exquisite features and an air of regal elegance, yet with a hint of coldness and authority in her demeanor. She was none other than Chun's birth mother, Yu, the former favored consort of the Xia Dynasty, born of Seeing DG, and the most cherished granddaughter of the old patriarch of Seeing DG. CHX, you have great audacity. Upon seeing CHX and the disheveled Chun beneath his finger, Yu's eyebrows shot up in fury, her voice laced with boundless wrath and authority. You dare to bully and threaten your own royal brother, and you dare to show such disrespect in my presence, without even bowing in greeting. Her tone carried an undeniable superiority, as if CHX remained a mere junior in her eyes. CHX regarded this woman, who was nominally his mother, and felt her arrogance mirroring that of Chun. A chilling smirk crept onto his lips. Yu, he said casually, his voice devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a frigidness that could freeze one's soul, though you were once the emperor's consort. Since the departure of the emperor and grandfather from the Su Ntn realm, when have you ever regarded the Xia Divine Dynasty with any respect? For nearly a century, you have comfortably dwelled beneath the wings of Seeing DG, wielding power and influence. You have even secretly incited Chun to amass power within the dynasty, attempting to usurp the throne. Such treachery and insubordination. Today, I shall act on behalf of the emperor and completely sever ties with you, a lawless, venomous creature intent on overthrowing our Xia realm. I will cast you and that wretched offspring of yours, Chun, into the deepest abyss of the nine hells, where you shall eternally relish in boundless suffering and torment. CHX's words were chilling, each syllable piercing like the sharpest blade into Yu's heart. How dare you? Yu trembled with rage, her face flushed, pointing at CHX and screaming fiercely. However, her words had yet to escape her lips when a booming, resonant laugh filled the air from the depths of the Seeing DG forces above. What a sharp-tongued, arrogant brat. Two figures, one old and one young, gradually emerged from the void. The elder, clad in simple azure robes, with white hair and an ancient visage, was surrounded by an aura of imperial laws, exuding an overwhelming presence that obscured the heavens. This man was the current master of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Beside him stood an elderly man, appearing ethereal with a youthful countenance, dressed in a snowy white feathered robe, holding a whisk. Though seemingly ordinary, he radiated an otherworldly aura, as if he would ascend to the heavens at any moment. A true immortal. Heavens! Is that truly the old master of Xianxiaaudiobooks? It is said that he nearly perished during his breakthrough to the immortal king, yet he still lives? As the figure of this legendary master materialized, and the overwhelming aura of pure immortal essence washed over the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, countless powerful beings observing the unfolding battle were plunged into unprecedented shock and awe. In the capital, on the observation platform, GTNT Huang's calm gaze momentarily flickered with a hint of gravity upon witnessing the old master's arrival. Within the imperial palace, individuals such as Xiao Qing, CHFing, and Grandmaster Zhenwu displayed expressions of concern, their hearts laden with worry for CHX. After all, he was a genuine immortal. Moreover, the true immortals of the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm were vastly superior to the average immortals of the upper realms, nearly at the threshold of the immortal king. The disparity between them and regular imperial-level beings was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The power of the Xianxiaaudiobooks' old master could very well surpass even that of the Xia Divine Emperor in his prime. Yet, just as everyone feared for CHX, convinced he was about to face insurmountable trouble, one of the 8 venerable national elders, garbed in starry robes, radiated an aura as vast as the cosmic sea. He stepped forward with a calm demeanor, even wearing a hint of disdain and arrogance at the corners of his mouth. Casting a dispassionate glance at the 2 formidable figures from Xianxiaaudiobooks above, he spoke with a tone as if stating a fact, a mere pretender who is yet to truly step into the realm of the immortal king. In my view, even if you were to expend the entirety of Xianxiaaudiobooks' strength, even if you brought forth 10 or 100 of these so-called true immortals, they would merely be like common fowl and dogs in the hands of His Majesty the Divine Emperor, easily crushed like ants. On the exquisitely beautiful face of Chu Shi, there was not a trace of surprise or fear. Instead, a cold, bone-chilling smile, laced with a hint of mockery, slowly emerged. He Tsangdiga? His voice was calm, yet it resonated in the ears of everyone like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, sparing him considerable effort. He had initially intended to personally visit after ascending the throne, to uproot these clowns who harbored filth and sheltered rebels, erasing them entirely from the Xiantian realm. Yet, unexpectedly, you all have come forth so eagerly today. His words were steeped in utter disdain and contempt. It was as though the formidable Tsangdiga, capable of instilling fear in any major power, appeared to him merely as a group of insignificant ants, easily crushed at will. At that moment, Chu Shi's indifferent gaze swept casually across the crowd of Tsangdiga in the distance. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, as if piercing through the endless throng, effortlessly bypassing all obstacles. He precisely locked onto a young man, dressed in the attire of a true disciple of Tsangdiga, who seemed somewhat out of place, his aura restrained, yet his eyes concealed a tempest of resentment and murderous intent. That face was all too familiar to Chu Shi. It was none other than Gu Yang, who should have long been annihilated by him, yet had unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, acquiring some extraordinary fortune that had dramatically increased his luck, even triggering an emergency alert from the antagonist system. Truly a case of finding something without the need to search. The corners of Chu Shi's mouth curled into a chilling yet satisfied arc. Gu Yang, I underestimated your abilities to cling to the great ship of Tsangdiga, daring to seek revenge against me with their power? Very well. Today, I shall settle accounts with you and Tsangdiga, resolving these 2 significant threats in one fell swoop. With this thought, Chu Shi no longer hesitated. He did not spare a second glance at the second prince, Chu Yuan, who was paralyzed with fear and pale as death, his forehead pressed by Chu Shi's finger. He casually hurled him into the void behind him as if discarding trash. In an instant, Chu Yuan's helpless body flew uncontrollably backward. Before he could react, a figure clad in a black cloak, exuding a chilling and mysterious aura, materialized silently from the void. It was one of the 8 revered elders, Yuming Dizun. With a sinister grin, he seized the terrified Chu Yuan with one hand, coldly declaring, "Traitor Chu Yuan, His Majesty commands you to witness how the Tsangdiga you rely upon will be utterly destroyed before your eyes." After executing this, Chu Shi slowly lifted his head, his profound and icy gaze directed at the arrogant figures of Tsangdiga in the heavens above. In the next instant, a sound reminiscent of ancient chaos, high-pitched and clear, imbued with supreme celestial might, echoed throughout the skies. The Tian Quan's sword was unsheathed. A dazzling golden light erupted from the sword's body, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The ancient patterns inscribed upon the sword, depicting the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and the life and death of all beings, seemed to come alive, radiating a terrifying aura that suppressed epics and ruled the heavens. At this moment, Chu Shi, wielding the Tian Quan divine sword and adorned in the Nine Dragons' imperial robe, with his hair billowing and eyes radiating disdain, appeared as a true supreme deity descended from ancient mythology, commanding all existence and presiding over the cycle of life and death in the universe. An overwhelming pressure, far more terrifying than that exhibited during his coronation, erupted from him, darkening the skies and engulfing the 8 desolate realms. Under this terrifying imperial might, Guiyang, who had concealed his presence to the utmost in the distant crowd of Zhangdigo, felt his heart seize suddenly, a surge of uncontrollable dread and trepidation flooding his soul. He looked up in shock at the towering figure in the heavens, his teeth clattering involuntarily. How is this possible? How much time has passed? His strength has increased so dramatically. Terror gripped Guiyang's heart, nearly causing him to lose his composure. At that moment, a voice, ancient and authoritative, resonated from the depths of his consciousness, carrying an unusual weight. Disciple, calm yourself. This individual is indeed extraordinary. It was the mysterious elder, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who resided within the ancient bronze ring. His strength, if placed in the upper realm, would likely surpass all so-called true immortals. Even those who have touched the threshold of the immortal king or those of the quasi-mortal king caliber may not easily overcome him. The voice of Xianxiaaudiobooks brimmed with deep apprehension. Disciple, this individual possesses unfathomable strength and numerous hidden cards. You must not act rashly, lest you alert the snake in the grass. Allow him to battle with those fools from Zhangdigo first, depleting his strength. At the critical moment, you can then activate the Qiyang immortal mansion I have bestowed upon you, striking him with overwhelming force. At that time, his demise is assured. Yes, master. Guiyang inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fear and agitation within him. Yet his gaze grew increasingly fervent and frenzied. He fixated intently on Chu Shi, who was confronting the old master of Zhangdigo, Xianxiadrama, from afar, emanating a terrifying pressure that even caused the laws of heaven and earth to roar violently. In his right hand, a small yet ancient-looking mansion, shimmering with faint crimson immortal light, emanated an aura capable of collapsing the very heavens and extinguishing the vast starry river, now quietly hovered, gathering strength for release. Chu Shi, wait for me. Today marks your end. Guiyang raged inwardly, filled with boundless resentment and twisted satisfaction. The Qiyang immortal mansion was a genuine immortal king's weapon. Even if he could not unleash its full power, a mere strike could annihilate a quasi-immortal king. At this moment, he could vividly envision Chu Shi, under the suppression of his supreme immortal mansion, suffering a tragic fate of annihilation, both body and soul. Chapter 32, System Task Issued, 90 million villain points. In the skies above, the forces of Zhangdigo pressed down, exuding overwhelming celestial might. The old master, Xianxiadrama, with his white hair and youthful visage, calmly faced Chu Shi, who stood distant in the void. With a gentle flick of his whisk, an ethereal aura transcending the imperial realm radiated outward, dispersing the terrifying imperial pressure She had previously emitted. Junior Chu Shi, Xianxiadrama spoke with a tranquil yet authoritative tone. I, out of respect for your grandfather, the old immortal king, have refrained from lowering myself to your level. However, you must understand that the current Xia Divine Dynasty is no longer the force it once was. The old immortal king has ventured into the forbidden lands of the upper realm, and his fate remains unknown. He may have perished long ago. Though your father possesses extraordinary talent, he has yet to take that final step. This campaign into the upper realm may well lead to his doom. He paused, a flicker of undisguised arrogance and ambition crossing his gaze. In the past, we of Zhangdigo agreed to the union with Xia for the sake of your grandfather's reputation. Now that he is no longer, it is only fitting that the vast Xia Divine Dynasty be governed by one more worthy. I, that Zhangdigo, possess a profound heritage that is far beyond the imagination of mere juniors like you. Taking charge of this vast territory to maintain the order and stability of the Xiantian realm is a rightful act in accordance with the will of heaven and the needs of the people. As for you, Xianxiadrama let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. You, a mere junior who has stumbled upon a few fortunate encounters, dare to elevate yourself and proclaim to be the divine emperor? It is utterly ludicrous. Those who know their place should immediately abandon their cultivation and kneel before me. Perhaps, for the sake of your and your honor, I might spare your wretched life." Such words are spoken with audacity and arrogance, as if the millennia-old foundation of the Xia divine dynasty were already within his grasp, to be taken at will. Upon hearing Qianxing Zhenren's outrageous and distorted claims, Shaoqing, observing from afar within the divine palace, was already trembling with rage. Her exquisite face now marred by boundless fury and frost. How shameless this old fool is. Shaoqing bit her silver teeth, fire igniting in her beautiful eyes. What is Tsang Digu even worth? If it were not for your persistent pleas and the offering of countless rare treasures to seek a union with our Xia divine dynasty, would the previous divine emperor have reluctantly consented to let that wretched Morongyu enter the harem? Now, seeing the old immortal king absent for a century, you presume our Xia is without a protector and dare to utter such outrageous words, claiming you will take over the divine dynasty. Truly, it is the height of treachery and shamelessness. Beside her, Chu Feng's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent. Since Tsang Digu harbors such malicious intentions, their ambitions are laid bare. Today, my elder brother, no, your majesty, will not let a single one of them escape. Such acts of rebellion and defiance deserve nothing less than the extermination of their entire lineage. Meanwhile, on the plains of Hanzhou, upon hearing Qianxing Zhenren's self-righteous attempts at persuasion, Chu Shi's face revealed no anger, only a slow shake of his head, his gaze filled with extreme indifference and mockery. It was as if he were mocking the other's ignorance while also pitying the impending tragic fate that awaited them. His eyes, akin to an all-seeing deity, casually scanned Qianxing Zhenren before him. In an instant, he discerned the true nature of his power. Half-step to the immortal king. A cold smile crept into Chu Shi's heart as he gathered a fragment of the immortal king's laws. Drawing upon a wisp of the upper realm's ethereal energy to refine himself, barely touching the threshold of immortal kingship. Compared to the so-called emperors of the Xiantian realm, he was indeed far superior. In his perception, Qianxing Zhenren's strength reached 100-fold of an emperor's power. Such might, in today's Xiantian realm, could indeed sweep away all foes, qualifying him as a truly invincible existence. Yet, regrettably for him, he encountered me. Alas, he is but a half-step. Chu Shi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Without having condensed a true immortal king's fruit of the Tao or received the complete baptism of the upper realm's ethereal energy, he was merely a shell without spirit. This trivial cultivation, now that I command the Xia's dragon vein and my power has surged, appears laughably weak. However, just as Chu Shi prepared to strike and obliterate the ignorant ants of Tsang Digu, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure in the crowd below. One whose aura was subtle, yet could not conceal the overwhelming resentment and murderous intent. Guiyang. At that moment, a faint but undeniable sense of threat unexpectedly arose in Chu Shi's heart. Chu Shi furrowed his brow in surprise. This insignificant ant could evoke a feeling of threat within me? As he carefully sensed, he discovered that although Guiyang had made a breakthrough, he was still merely at the great sage level, and compared to his current power, he was like a firefly against the bright moon, utterly negligible. Could it be that he has obtained some forbidden secret technique? Or perhaps a powerful celestial artifact? Chu Shi's eyes flickered as he speculated inwardly. Just then, a mechanical and cold prompt from the antagonist system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has discovered the potential threat posed by the golden fate child Guiyang. Triggering task, root out the threat. Task Objective 1. Completely destroy the fate child's heart, plunging him into eternal despair and madness. Task reward, 20 million antagonist points. System will additionally compensate with 10 million antagonist points. Task Objective 2. Completely slay the fate child Guiyang, erasing him from existence without leaving a trace. Task reward, 10 million fate points. 40 million antagonist points. System will additionally compensate with 20 million antagonist points. Total task rewards, 10 million fate points. 90 million antagonist points. 90 million antagonist points. 10 million fate points. Upon hearing these staggering numbers of rewards, even with his current temperament, Chu Shi could not help but feel a slight tremor. 90 million. He mused, recalling how long it took him to slay Fang Tianyun, that so-called purple fate child, to destroy his heart and erase him, yielding only about 7 million antagonist points. Yet Guiyang was valued at an astonishing 90 million. Even accounting for the system's compensation of 30 million, it remained a terrifying figure, not to mention that priceless 10 million fate points. As he contemplated this, Chu Shi's gaze once again turned to the crowd below, specifically to Guiyang, who was feigning calm while his heart was in turmoil. Truly, as the system recognizes him as the golden fate child, the depth of the fate he bears and the richness of his opportunities are indeed extraordinary. Chu Shi's internal mockery intensified, and he regarded Guiyang with an increasingly greedy gaze. akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a rare and precious treasure, one he was about to claim and drain of all its value. However, just as Chu Shi plotted how to best extract the value from this golden lamb, the current master of Zhongdi Go, dressed in simple azure robes and having reached the pinnacle of emperor status, noted that Chu Shi had yet to respond to Qian Shengzhen Ren's proposal to surrender. Misinterpreting this as hesitation due to the overwhelming celestial might of his master, he could not help but let out a cold and disdainful sneer. "Humph, Junior, what are you pondering? Have you been so frightened by my master's supreme celestial might that you wish to kneel and surrender?" He stroked his beard, a patronizing smile gracing his face. "Very well. In light of the bond that once existed between our two families, should you willingly bind your own hands and offer the Tianquan sword along with the Divine Dynasty seal, while swearing an oath of eternal loyalty to my Zhongdi Pavilion, I, the Pavilion Master, might grant you the role of a faithful gatekeeper at the entrance of my esteemed establishment. After all, having the formidable Emperor of the Great Xia serve as a mere guardian at the Zhongdi Pavilion would indeed be a remarkable tale, would it not?" The Pavilion Master, growing increasingly self-satisfied with his own words, seemed to believe he had complete control over Chu Shi's fate. Unable to contain his laughter, he reveled in an overwhelming sense of superiority and dominion. However, before his laughter could fully dissipate, Chu Shi, standing atop the heavens, transformed from a figure of playful contemplation to one of utter indifference and chilling coldness. His eyes, devoid of any human emotion, resembled two blocks of the most frigid ice capable of freezing time itself. A palpable aura of bone-chilling murderous intent erupted from Chu Shi, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, the temperature plummeted to absolute zero within a radius of tens of thousands of miles centered on him. Crack, 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 regardless of the towering mountains or the ceaseless rivers, the vibrant flora or the unyielding earth, everything was swiftly encased in a thick layer of glimmering, icy blue frost. All life ceased at that moment, as the world was seemingly dragged into an eternal epoch of ice. The Pavilion Master, who had just been laughing heartily, found his smile frozen in place. A vague sound escaping his throat, he felt as if the very ground beneath him had vanished, and an overwhelming chill that could freeze his very soul engulfed him. Before he could even entertain a thought of confusion or fear, a nearly imperceptible yet chilling sound of shattering echoed throughout. This master of peak emperor rank, a figure revered across the Xiantian realm, suddenly disintegrated into a cloud of ice dust under the gaze of Chu Shi's frigid eyes, vanishing without a trace. Carried away by the winds, the Pavilion Master of Zhongdi was dead. What? In that fleeting moment, the entire Hanzhou plain, along with every creature witnessing this scene from afar, was plunged into an almost suffocating silence. Everyone, as if caught in a binding spell, stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief and profound terror. This included not only Qian Shengzhenren, Morongyu, and all the formidable members of Zhongdi Pavilion, but even the ancient emperor of the divine capital, who had witnessed countless storms of fate, felt his calm facade shatter. His eyes, once serene, now widened in shock, and his heart raced uncontrollably. They had barely grasped what had transpired. Just a single glance, merely a single glance, and the mighty Pavilion Master of Zhongdi had fallen. The abruptness, the peculiarity, and the swiftness of his demise left no room for resistance. The ancient emperor, shaken to his core, felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, drenched in cold sweat. He had previously deemed Chu Shi merely a standout among the emperors, but now it was evident that he was no ordinary being, but rather a creature capable of effortlessly obliterating even the strongest of emperors. The envoys from various imperial courts, ancient nations, and sacred families present in the observation seats were equally terrified, their faces drained of color. Particularly those who had harbored discontent towards the Great Xia Divine Dynasty and had been plotting in secret, now extinguished any flicker of hope or disrespect in their hearts. What folly! If even a peak emperor could be annihilated by a mere glance, then their insignificant powers were no more than that of ants before this new divine emperor. Defiance? Rebellion? Such notions were tantamount to inviting death. Yet, as everyone remained in a state of shock, the ancient emperor's eyes suddenly flickered with unprecedented vigilance and trepidation. Chu Shi's strength had far exceeded his expectations, instilling a genuine sense of threat. This individual must not be allowed to remain. In that instant, the ancient emperor's murky gaze sharpened. Like a serpent striking, he pinpointed the distant figures of Shao Qing, Chu Feng, and Zhou Yin within the divine capital, who looked on with concern. He knew their identities well. One was Chu Shi's evidently favored partner, the future empress of the Great Xia. Another was his biological brother, a future pillar of the dynasty, and the last was the esteemed Grand Tutor, whom Chu Shi regarded as a father figure, rumored to have been rescued at great cost. Any one of them could serve as an ideal hostage to restrain Chu Shi. Humph. No matter how strong you are, young one, you still have vulnerabilities. The ancient emperor smirked with a chilling expression. If he could seize these three, regardless of your boundless powers, you would have no choice but to obey the commands of the ancient divine dynasty. In that moment, the ancient emperor's eyes gleamed with resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, his withered hand, concealed within his robe, reached out towards the imperial palace across the vast void. Yet, just as he was about to act, a resounding dragon's roar, as if emanating from the very birth of the universe, erupted from the depths of the Great Xia's dragon veins. The entire divine capital, suspended in the skies, trembled violently. An endless stream of nine-colored divine light surged from the earth's dragon veins, coalescing into an unimaginable form. A colossal primordial dragon, cloaked in dark golden radiance, its eyes reflecting the cycles of the universe. Upon its emergence, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing even that of Xianxiadrama or the unfathomable aura of the ancient emperor, surged forth like a celestial river, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Before this might, even the ancient emperor felt as insignificant as dust, his soul trembling uncontrollably. What is this? The guardian dragon of the nation. Within the imperial palace, Grand Tutor Zhou Yin trembled with excitement upon seeing the dark golden dragon, tears streaming down his face. It was the ultimate trump card left by the previous divine emperor and the old immortal king to protect the Great Xia Dynasty, the eternal guardian dragon. The guardian dragon, as legend has it, was a primordial deity birthed alongside the Great Xia's dragon veins. Its terrifying power had long transcended the realm of emperors, rivaling even the might of the old immortal king at his peak. Only the true emperor, recognized by the Great Xia Longmai and rightfully ascending the throne, possesses the qualification to awaken it and safeguard the nation's legacy when external threats loom over the divine dynasty. In the next moment, the colossal and indescribably dark golden true dragon transformed, instantly becoming an elder clad in a simple black robe, his visage ancient and imposing, his gaze imbued with a sense of timelessness and indifference, as if he had witnessed the ceaseless passage of eons. He hovered above the capital, calmly surveying the spectators below, particularly the ancient Tian Tai Huang, who was paralyzed in fear, drenched in cold sweat, and on the verge of making a move. A voice, aged and indifferent yet undeniably authoritative, resonated through the heavens like thunder, causing the very soul of the ancient Tian Tai Huang to tremble with overwhelming dread. Oh, the little one from the Gu clan. You seem well. Chapter 34. The unimaginable sword of absolute destruction. The terrified ancient Tian Tai Huang. Above the capital, the dark golden ancient true dragon, the Shindi Longzuan, emanated a pressure unparalleled, devouring the cosmos. Upon sensing that familiar yet soul-stirring dragon might, especially when hearing the words, "Little one from the Gu clan," the ancient Tian Tai Huang's every scheme and murderous intent were instantly engulfed by boundless terror. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead as he dared not harbor even a hint of disrespect or transgression. What a jest! The Shindi Longzuan. This being had existed since the primordial era, intertwined with the fortune of the Great Xia divine dynasty, having endured countless years of rise and fall. A truly terrifying ancient entity. Its strength surpassed the comprehension of ordinary cultivators, standing as one of the apex existences in the Xianxian universe. Even the Tao of Xianxian itself would likely falter before this guardian dragon deity. In his early days, when the ancient Tian Tai Huang first embarked on his path of cultivation as an obscure novice, the Shindi Longzuan had already been a formidable presence, safeguarding the Great Xia divine dynasty for eons, instilling fear in countless petty beings. Now, after the passage of endless years, the Shindi Longzuan had re-emerged. The unfathomable pressure emanating from him, seemingly in harmony with the very essence of the Xianxian realm, remained unchanged from what he had felt in his youth. The shock and oppression that surged from the depths of his soul rendered him incapable of any other thoughts. Wan, the junior Guchun, pays respects to the venerable Longzuan. The ancient Tian Tai Huang took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within. He respectfully bowed to the Shindi Longzuan, who had transformed into the guise of an elderly figure in a black robe, his posture exceedingly humble. The powerful figures from all corners of the Xianxian realm at the observation seats, witnessing even the ancient Tian Tai Huang, a taboo existence, refer to himself as a junior and perform such a grand gesture, were utterly shocked, their hearts trembling with fear. They finally comprehended the truth. The Great Xia divine dynasty, an indomitable giant that had stood the test of countless eons, possessed depths and foundations far beyond their imagination. On the surface, it appeared as though the departure of the old immortal king and the emperor had left a void in their top-tier combat strength. Yet, in reality, Whether it be the newly risen and unfathomable emperor, Chu Shi, or the suddenly re-emerged guardian dragon deity, their powers had reached a terrifying realm beyond their wildest dreams. The supreme status of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty seemed unassailable from the very beginning. At this moment, far above the Hanzhou plains, Chu Shi, preparing to unleash a massacre upon the Zhangdi Pavilion, also sensed the familiar and vast terrifying aura of the Shindi Longzuan emanating from the direction of the capital. A faint smile graced his lips as he exchanged glances with the figure of the black-robed elder hovering above the capital, separated by boundless distances of time and space. The Shindi Longzuan slightly inclined his body towards the direction of Chu Shi, his ancient yet majestic eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation and acknowledgement, silently conveying, "Your Majesty, in the forbidden grounds of the capital, I shall guard this place. You may act freely without any concerns. Any audacious wretches daring to covet the divine dynasty and disturb the imperial capital during this time, I shall reduce them to ashes, scattering their souls." Chu Shi understood the dragon deity's intent and nodded slightly, casting aside any reservations. He slowly turned, the dazzling Tian Quan's sword in his hand pointed toward the heavens, targeting the figure of the xianxiadrama, whose face was ashen, filled with shock and fury, emanating an overwhelming celestial might. "You old fool." Chu Shi's tone was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. "I grant you a mere 3 breaths to struggle." After 3 breaths, a light, yet infinitely mocking and chilling laugh escaped his lips, echoing throughout the heavens like the final decree of the King of Hell, instilling dread in the hearts of Xianxiadrama and his companion Mu Rongyu, as well as all the powerful figures of the Zhangdi Pavilion. A chilling sense of impending doom enveloping them. "You dare to kill my disciple? How audacious!" Xianxiadrama erupted in rage, his very essence trembling. As a half-step immortal king, the ancestor of the Zhangdi Pavilion, he had never endured such humiliation. Today, he would make this ignorant junior understand the true wrath of an immortal. As his anger surged, Xianxiadrama unleashed an ancient token, radiant with chaotic brilliance, inscribed with countless profound immortal runes, exuding a terrifying aura of commanding the heavens and executing divine punishment. This was the Zhangdi Pavilion's treasured immortal artifact, the Zhangtian Baoling. Zhangtian Baoling summoned the embodiment of the Tao with a resounding hum. As Xianxiadrama infused his vast immortal essence into the artifact, the Zhangtian Baoling erupted with billions of rays of divine light, soaring into the skies. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shook the very heavens of the Xiantian ancestral land. Endless chaotic energy surged forth from the void, coalescing into form. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal chaotic deity towering millions of miles high, crowned by the heavens and standing upon the nether realms, surrounded by 3,000 paths, its eyes reflecting the scenes of chaos and the cycle of all things. The moment this chaotic deity appeared, a pressure so immense that it could shake the entire Xiantian ancestral land, even felt by the powerful beings in the distant cosmic rivers beyond the ancestral land, swept forth like a tide of annihilation. Countless beings quaked in terror, prostrating themselves upon the ground, trembling, as if they were to surrender completely under this oppressive force, turning to dust. However, before this terrifying embodiment of the Tao, summoned by the Zhangtian Baoling and possessing power comparable to a full-force strike from a true immortal, Chu Shi maintained an expression of calm indifference. He did not even blink, allowing the chaotic deity, radiating an aura of utter destruction, to charge toward him. Then, just as the chaotic deity was about to descend upon him, Chu Shi casually extended a finger and lightly touched the incomprehensibly massive form. There was no cataclysmic collision, no collapse of the order of laws. The colossal body of the chaotic deity, transformed from the will of the Tao, instantly froze as it made contact with Chu Shi's fingertip. Subsequently, in the incredulous gaze of Xianxiadrama, it disintegrated into a myriad of ethereal particles, vanishing into the void as if it had never existed. 3. Chu Shi coldly uttered, his voice devoid of warmth. "Impossible." Xianxiadrama was struck as if by lightning, nearly losing his composure. This was his ultimate trump card for survival. It was he who expended countless years of fortune and resources from Zhangdi Pavilion, barely managing to refine the Zhangtian treasure order. Yet, it turned out that he could not even withstand a single finger from the opponent. "This master shall fight with you." Xianxiadrama completely lost his sanity. He roared, and the celestial light around him surged, an infinite array of celestial laws gushing forth from his body, intertwining to form a colossal net of rules that obscured the heavens and the sun, descending upon Chu Shi with overwhelming force. Where the net of laws passed, space crumbled inch by inch, and all things withered, as if it intended to crush Chu Shi along with the very heavens and earth he occupied into nothingness. However, Chu Shi merely struck out with a casual palm from the boundless void. Without any embellishment, it was simply a straightforward palm. Yet, at the moment of its release, it seemed to invoke the supreme might of the myriad realms, condensing the primordial divine power of the universe. Boom. The colossal net woven from infinite celestial laws appeared as fragile as paper before that seemingly unremarkable palm, instantly torn to shreds and utterly annihilated. All laws were extinguished. Chu Shi's voice remained calm, yet it resonated like a death knell, striking fiercely at Qian Shengzhenren's heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood imbued with the essence of celestial origin. His aura instantly diminished to the utmost, his face filled with boundless terror and despair. He wished to strike again, to ignite his celestial soul, and perish alongside Chu Shi. But time had run out. Chu Shi's cold and indifferent gaze suddenly emitted two beams of lethal light capable of piercing the nine hells, annihilating celestial beings. He uttered the final, ultimate judgment. At the moment his words fell, the Tianquan sword emitted a sound that shook the ages, a jubilant and supreme sword cry. Holding the divine sword, Chu Shi poured forth the terrifying might fused with the power of the Daxia dragon vein, a force that rivaled 2,000 times that of an emperor, without reservation. Then, he aimed at Qian Shengzhenren, who was already terrified to the core, and the densely packed forces of Tsangdi Pavilion behind him, equally engulfed in boundless fear and despair. With a mere swing, he unleashed a strike. This sword drew upon the majority of Chu Shi's strength. The once comparable might of 1,000 times an emperor had surged to an unimaginable level after merging with the divine dynasty's dragon vein. With a resounding sound, a radiant golden-red sword rainbow, beyond description and impossible to gaze upon directly, seemed poised to cleave the entire Xiantian realm in twain, emerged into existence. Guyang, Murongyue, Chu Yuan, and all beings who witnessed this scene through the heavenly curtain felt their eyes filled in an instant with the resplendent golden-red divine radiance. Unable to perceive anything else, their thoughts momentarily blank. In the next moment, a thunderous roar, seemingly alien to this world, capable of causing the cosmic seas to tremble and the fabric of time to collapse, suddenly resonated throughout the Xiantian ancestral land. The vast clouds spanning billions of miles were violently torn apart, shattered, and rendered void beneath this terrifying sword might. The chains of divine laws between heaven and earth snapped inch by inch, collapsing completely. Even the lofty Tao source, which governed the cosmic cycles, emitted a mournful cry under the weight of this sword, as if it were to be utterly obliterated. Even from an immeasurable distance in time and space, the Daxia divine capital, that supreme city floating above the nine heavens, seemed to experience a horrific shock, trembling slightly. Above the divine capital, the ancient and unperturbed eyes of Shenmi Longzuan, upon sensing the terrifying sword intent emanating from the direction of Hanzhou, which could threaten his very existence, suddenly narrowed, flashing with a hint of incredulous shock. As for the ancient Tiantai emperor seated in the viewing area, this being who had lived for countless ages and believed he had seen through all worldly matters, his mind, once calm as a placid lake, fell into utter blankness upon witnessing that sword rainbow capable of slaying celestial beings and annihilating epochs. The tumult within his heart, which had only just settled due to Shenmi Longzuan's appearance, erupted once more with an even more violent and furious force. The earlier thoughts of challenging Chu Shi, even usurping the Daxia divine dynasty, had been cast aside and dared not be entertained. Now he only wished to survive. Chapter 35, Slaying the Remnants of the Celestial King. Guyang in despair. Where the golden-red sword rainbow passed, all things turned to ruin, as that terrifying billion-mile sword light gradually receded. The once vast and frozen Hanzhou plain had completely vanished from the map of the Xiantian realm. In its stead was a bottomless abyss, stretching millions of miles in diameter, with edges as smooth as a mirror, emanating an aura of endless destruction and extinction. Within the abyss, chaos surged and laws shattered. No divine consciousness could penetrate even an inch. The half-step celestial king ancestor of Tsangdi Pavilion, Qian Shengzhenren, along with his tens of thousands of formidable Tsangdi Pavilion warriors, including the second prince Chu Yuan's mother, the former Yin Fei Mu Rongyue of the Daxia divine dynasty, were utterly obliterated, both body and soul, by Chu Shi's unmatched and invincible sword. Not a trace of their existence remained. Witnessing this scene, akin to divine punishment that could cause the ages to tremble, Chu Yuan, who was imprisoned in midair by the Yuming emperor, felt his bloodshot eyes, already filled with fear, completely lose their luster, becoming hollow and numb. All ambitions, all resentments, and all bitterness were crushed in that moment by the boundless despair and profound fear. Defeated, not only he, but Tsangdi Pavilion was utterly defeated. Yet, just as Chu Shi prepared to withdraw his gaze and conclude this farce, His brow furrowed slightly once more. He observed that above the terrifying abyss, as the dust began to settle, there remained an object quietly suspended in the void. It was a small celestial abode, glowing with a faint red celestial radiance. Ancient and weathered in design, yet exuding an aura of indomitable supremacy that could suppress the ages, imperishable and eternal. The celestial abode was roughly the size of a palm, inscribed with intricate celestial flame patterns and profound celestial prohibitions. There were faint signs of phoenixes crying and true dragons coiling, clearly not an ordinary item. Within this celestial abode, Chu Shi could distinctly perceive a familiar aura filled with resentment and fear. Hee, Guyang. The corners of Chu Shi's mouth curled into a cold, playful arc as he spoke in a calm tone. Your fortuitous encounters truly are numerous. I never anticipated that under the full force of my sword, you, an insignificant ant, would manage to escape unscathed. The moment his words fell, the floating red celestial abode suddenly flashed with brilliance. In the next instant, a figure stumbled awkwardly out from within the abode. It was none other than Guyang, pale as wax, with sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. In that moment, he bore no semblance of the previous vengeful and frenzied demeanor he had displayed while attempting to deal a fatal blow to Chu Shi. Now, all that remained in his gaze directed at Chu Shi was a profound fear and a bewilderment, as if he had encountered the most unfathomable and incomprehensible existence in the world. That previous sword strike was simply too terrifying. The formidable sword intent capable of severing the galaxy and annihilating the vast universe, even while he remained hidden within the protective embrace of Xianxiafu, made him acutely aware that his very soul was on the verge of being utterly torn asunder by the terrifying residual waves of that sword will. Had it not been for that moment of desperation, when the mysterious elder, Xianxiaaudiobooks, in his sea of consciousness, expended a considerable portion of his remnants to forcefully activate the strongest defensive barrier of this celestial abode, he would have surely met the same fate as those formidable beings of Tsangdi Pavilion, obliterated in both body and spirit, forever lost to existence. Unassailable. The might of the Daxia Shindi before him was truly terrifying, his methods ruthlessly beyond anything he could have ever imagined. This was undeniably an entity far beyond his capacity to challenge. Just as Guyang's mind was fracturing, nearly consumed by boundless fear, that ancient and authoritative voice within his sea of consciousness, tinged with an unprecedented frailty and gravity, urgently commanded, "Disciple, flee, quickly. This individual has already become a force to be reckoned with. His terrifying power is beyond our ability to withstand. If we do not depart, we shall both perish here today." Before the words faded, a colossal and profound, yet tinged with decay and incompleteness, pressure emanating from the Supreme Celestial King erupted from Guyang's brow, instantaneously enveloping the entire Hanzhou plain, stretching towards the distant capital of Daxia. Under the sudden onslaught of this terrifying Celestial King's pressure, the very heavens over Hanzhou trembled violently, the chains of laws uncontrollably quaking and collapsing. In the faraway capital, all beings witnessing this scene through the celestial veil, whether the esteemed dignitaries gathered to pay their respects or the citizens of Daxia, felt a primal shudder and instinctive subservience emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if a true celestial king had transcended boundless time and space to descend upon this mundane realm. The might of the celestial king. Within the imperial palace, the Grand Master Zhou Yan, upon sensing that pure and overwhelming celestial king aura, turned pale, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? Is it possible that besides the old celestial king, a second celestial king-level supreme being has emerged in the Xiantian realm?" Above the capital, the ancient and unflappable eyes of Shenmi Longzuan flickered slightly, as if piercing through endless voids, settling upon the faintly visible remnant of the ancient soul within Guyang's brow. He perceived it carefully, then chuckled softly, shaking his head to signal the others to remain calm. No need for concern. It is merely a remnant soul on the brink of extinction, lacking even a complete Dao fruit, utilizing some secret treasure to feign a semblance of past celestial king pressure. A mere facade. Above the Hanzhou plain, the remnant soul of Xianxiaaudiobooks that emerged from Guyang's brow had coalesced somewhat, glaring at Chu Shi, his voice laden with hollow threats and madness. "Junior, I am the Xianxiaaudiobooks of the upper realm. Guyang is now my direct disciple. Should you dare to act against him again, I shall, even at the cost of my remaining essence, unleash the last vestiges of my celestial king power to erase your so-called Daxia divine dynasty from the Xiantian realm." As he spoke, the terrifying celestial king pressure emanating from him surged violently, akin to divine punishment descending from the heavens, shattering the surrounding void and causing the great laws to wail and tremble. However, upon hearing this threat, Chu Shi merely revealed a disdainful and mocking smile. He had long discerned that the so-called xianxiaaudiobooks before him was nothing more than a remnant soul on the verge of extinction. Though the celestial king pressure he exuded was real, it was merely superficial and could not endure. Upper realm celestial king? Chu Shi shook his head lightly, his tone steeped in utmost contempt. In my presence, even a genuine celestial king would not dare to be so brazen, let alone you, a mere spirit unable to maintain a corporeal form. The moment his words fell, Chu Shi could hardly be bothered to engage further. With a mere thought, he activated the domineering divine technique from Jietianzhao, Hua, Shinshu specifically designed to target souls. The 9 nether soul extinguishing method. The cold and merciless voice echoed like the final pronouncement of death. In an instant, a barrage of ominous and dark soul-exterminating runes surged forth, emitting a terrifying soul attack capable of instilling despair even in the celestial and divine, disregarding the distance of space, and crashing into the remnant essence of xianxiaaudiobooks. No, Junior, you dare. In that moment, xianxiaaudiobooks let out a scream far more harrowing than that of the Tsangdi Pavilion Master. His illusory remnant form, under the onslaught of this unparalleled soul-exterminating divine light, began to dissolve like snow beneath the blazing sun. The overwhelming celestial king pressure he once commanded crumbled in an instant, utterly dissipating. Disciple, quickly, hide within xianxiafu, activate the celestial abode, and flee to the upper realm. There, you shall find protection. In the final moments before his essence was entirely obliterated, xianxiaaudiobooks summoned his last vestiges of strength to emit a desperate, yet begrudging roar. The instant his voice fell, the once mighty celestial king, who had once dominated the upper realm, was entirely consumed by Chu Shi's overwhelming soul extermination technique. His life extinguished, his essence annihilated. Master, Guiyang, witnessing this scene, felt as if his very heart was being torn apart, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. He understood that his final support had vanished. In the next moment, Guiyang, suppressing the boundless grief and fear within him, plunged into the floating crimson, celestial abode before him. With a resounding hum, xianxiafu radiated an immense light. The countless celestial runes inscribed upon it activated instantly. The entire celestial abode expanded exponentially, transforming into an impenetrable vessel of the void. With a sudden acceleration, it tore through the spatial barriers above Hanzhou Plain, becoming a streak of crimson light, racing toward the unfathomable depths of outer space. Its speed eclipsed even that of lightning, beyond the ken of even an imperial realm powerhouse. At that moment, the prompt from the antagonist system resonated in Chu Shi's mind. Ding. It has been detected that the destined child Guiyang has suffered a catastrophic blow to his Dao heart due to the annihilation of his final reliance, the remnant soul of xianxiaaudiobooks, by the host. Dao heart collapse progress, 50. Observing the unfolding events, Chu Shi exhibited neither anxiety nor surprise. He merely gazed at the vanishing streak of light that was xianxiafu. A cold and detached smile curling at the corners of his lips, filled with an air of omnipotence. Attempt to escape? In my palm, where could you possibly flee? Earlier, he had silently inscribed an imperceptible and intangible mark of rules upon the surface restrictions of the celestial abode while delivering that devastating strike. Unless Guiyang could summon a true celestial king to intervene, no matter how far he fled, he would never evade the tracking of this mark. Soon, Chu Shi slowly closed his eyes, his immense consciousness plunging into the void, beginning to search for the precise location of that mark. In the vast starry cosmos, across the boundless universe, amidst countless stars, Chu Shi's consciousness spread like an invisible net, covering an unfathomable expanse of light years in an instant. Eventually, he raised an eyebrow slightly. The aura of the rule mark had come to a halt in a seemingly insignificant small kingdom located in an extremely remote and desolate star domain at the edge of the Xiantian realm. In the next moment, an exceptionally vivid image appeared, directly reflected in Chu Shi's consciousness through that meticulous mark. Within this image, Guiyang was seen. An expression of grief and urgency etched upon his face as he activated the Qiyang Immortal Mansion, descending into an ancient and imposing city. Subsequently, he hastily rushed into an extraordinarily grand mansion, seemingly calling out anxiously for something. Soon after, a group of elegantly dressed men and women, their expressions filled with panic, emerged from the mansion, alongside a strikingly beautiful young girl whose eyes bore a mix of concern and affection. They appeared to be preparing to enter the Immortal Mansion together, seeking to escape this place. These individuals were none other than Guiyang's most cherished family members within the Xiantian realm, including his childhood companion and betrothed, his Dao partner. Upon witnessing this scene, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile gradually crept across Chu Shi's exquisitely handsome face. His cold, Mocking voice reverberated through the heavens like a chilling wind. Ha, I've found you. Chapter 36. The second child of Golden Destiny, the ultimate hunting ground. The Tianhe star domain, a remote star known as Yuqin, where the spiritual energy was scarce compared to the Xiantian ancestor land. This place was chosen by Gu Yang as a secret refuge for his family. The Gu family, originally a formidable cultivation clan within the Great Wilderness, had undergone significant transformations since Gu Yang unexpectedly acquired extraordinary fortunes, rapidly advancing in cultivation. From that point onward, he meticulously plotted against Chu Shi, who was then still a prince, maneuvering behind the scenes to secretly relocate tens of thousands of his clan members to this inconspicuous Yuqin. With the ancient techniques and elixirs obtained from various fortuitous encounters, coupled with his ever-growing cultivation and prestige, the Gu family had, in just a few decades, become the undisputed dominant force on Yuqin and throughout the Tianhe star domain. The Gu clan members behaved tyrannically in this remote star domain, treating it like their own backyard, with no one daring to defy them. At this moment, deep within the Gu family's mansion on Yuqin, within a resplendent and magnificent hall, the immense and ancient aura of the Qiyang immortal mansion descended abruptly, startling the entire Gu family. Countless clan members awoke from their cultivation or revelry, their faces filled with confusion as they gazed toward the direction of the mansion's arrival. It's Younger returning. A middle-aged man, dressed in a brocade robe and bearing a striking resemblance to Gu Yang, whose cultivation had already reached the Saint Realm, displayed an uncontrollable joy upon witnessing the crimson immortal mansion. This man was none other than Gu Yang's father, Gu Xing, the current head of the Gu family. However, as Gu Xing hurried forward and beheld Gu Yang stumbling out from the mansion, his face as pale as paper and drenched in blood, his aura utterly depleted. As though he were on the brink of collapse, the joy on his face froze instantaneously, replaced by boundless horror and worry. Younger, what has happened to you? What on earth transpired? Gu Xing rushed forward, supporting the swaying Gu Yang, his voice filled with anxiety and unease. Yet, at this moment, Gu Yang was already paralyzed with fear from Chu Shi's terrifying power, and he had no mind to respond to his father's inquiries. He pushed Gu Xing away, his voice hoarse and sharp from sheer terror as he frantically shouted, "Don't ask. Quickly, father, immediately send word. Have all the direct descendants of the Gu family gather before the immortal mansion. We have stirred up a tremendous calamity. We cannot remain in the Xiantian realm any longer. We must leave at once." Seeing his son in such a disheveled state, incoherent and lost, Gu Xing felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, a chilling sense of foreboding washing over him. Despite the multitude of questions and fears racing through his mind, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anxiety, he turned to the clan members behind him, who were equally bewildered and unsure, and issued a commanding roar infused with authority. "All direct descendants of the Gu family, heed my command. Within a quarter of an hour, regardless of what you are doing or where you are, gather immediately before the immortal mansion. Prepare to leave this realm with the young master. Those who disobey shall face dire consequences." Gu Xing's command reverberated like thunder throughout the Gu family mansion. The clan members, accustomed to a life of luxury and power, though confused, sensed the undeniable tone of imminent danger in their leader's words, as well as the unprecedented terror displayed by Gu Yang. They dared not delay and swiftly made their way toward the immortal mansion. As Gu Yang gasped for breath, still shrouded in the nightmare of fear, a gentle, soft hand, cool to the touch, gently rested upon his trembling, icy hand. "Brother Gu Yang," a melodious voice, filled with infinite concern and worry, echoed softly in his ears. Startled, Gu Yang instinctively turned his head to find a familiar, enchanting face, ethereal and captivating. The young girl, clad in a pale white dress, exuded grace. Her clear eyes filled with worry. It was Yunli, his childhood companion and betrothed. Feeling the warmth and softness from her gentle touch, Gu Yang's heart, nearly frozen in terror, felt a slight thawing. Gazing into Yunli's clear, concerned eyes, the boundless fear and despair within him could no longer be contained. With a cry reminiscent of a child wronged, he embraced Yunli and wept uncontrollably. As he sobbed, he recounted the events he had endured, detailing the terrifying might of Chu Shi. Upon hearing Gu Yang's account, a look of undeniable shock and panic swept across Yun Li's beautiful face. The great summer divine emperor. He is the universally acknowledged, supreme ruler of the entire Xiantian realm. My brother Gu Yang has, against all odds, forged an unbreakable animosity with such a godlike being? What shall we do? Just as Yunli felt her heart racing and was at a loss, a cold yet commanding voice, filled with authority and disdain, resonated deep within her consciousness. Humph. A mere ant from the lower realm is worth such panic? Lear, you are still too naive, too weak. This voice belonged to none other than the awakened persona of the Zhenwu immortal king, who had once reigned supreme in the upper realms, decisive in battle, and had established the Zhenwu immortal kingdom, contending with countless immortal kings. Now, with the numerous treasures and ancient celestial stones offered by Guiyang, her power had significantly recovered. Though far from her peak, dealing with a mere lower realm junior was more than sufficient. The Zhenwu immortal king's tone was imbued with utmost confidence and an air of dominion. Once a sovereign, she was also the empress of the Zhenwu immortal kingdom. A mere divine emperor of a lower realm could be extinguished with a mere thought. Moreover, although that old fool, Qiang, was indeed a waste, having had his final remnant soul completely obliterated, the Qiang immortal mansion he possessed was a genuine artifact of an immortal king, though battered and diminished in power. If combined with her current strength, should the so-called Great Summer Divine Emperor dare to pursue her here, she would ensure he would return empty-handed, his soul scattered. However, her words, imbued with formidable confidence and a chilling intent to kill, had not yet fully dissipated. Suddenly, the tranquil azure sky above the Yuk-en star was ominously torn apart by an indescribable, terrifying force, as if it were fragile fabric. A vast, dark rift, seemingly connecting to the endless expanse of time and space, abruptly manifested. In the next instant, a magnificent figure clad in a dark golden imperial robe, with an indifferent expression and eyes surveying the world, stepped forth from the void. Merely one step, yet it seemed to transcend countless light years. Ignoring the barriers of time and space, he directly descended upon this remote star at the edge of the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm. It was none other than CHX. When Ji Ying beheld that nightmarish yet hauntingly familiar figure, far more terrifying than any nightmare, and that stunningly handsome yet chillingly indifferent visage that sent shivers through his very soul, his face contorted in sheer terror, emitting a shrill, inhuman scream. His entire being trembled violently, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. He had come. He had truly pursued him. At that moment, the voice of the antagonist system echoed once again in CHX's mind. Ding! Detected a new fortune-bearing girl, reincarnation of the Golden Immortal King. Issuing new mission, Annihilate Ji Su-en. Mission Objective 1. Completely shatter the Tao heart of the fortune-bearing girl YNL, Ji Su-en Immortal King, plunging her into eternal despair and madness. Mission Reward, 40 million antagonist points. Mission Objective 2. Completely exterminate the fortune-bearing girl YNL, Ji Su-en Immortal King, erasing her from existence without a trace. Mission Reward, 20 million fortune points. 80 million antagonist points. Chapter 37. The True Power of the Su-en Huing Bell. The Destruction of the Yuk-en Star. After annihilating the Tao heart and slaying, there were an additional 20 million fortune points and 80 million antagonist points. Hearing the clear prompt from the antagonist system, even with his calm demeanor, having long regarded all things as mere fodder, CHX could not help but feel a flicker of surprise and intrigue. He never imagined that Ji Ying, whom he had deemed a mere ant, easily crushed beneath his heel, could present such a colossal surprise before his demise. A golden fortune-bearing girl. Moreover, a reincarnated immortal king from the upper realm. If he could utterly destroy her Tao heart and then slay her, he would gain a total of 120 million antagonist points and those invaluable 20 million fortune points. Coupled with the substantial rewards Ji Ying himself could provide, if he could eliminate these two fated children of great fortune in one fell swoop. CHX's gaze ignited with an unprecedented intensity and depth. Not only would his own strength undergo a monumental transformation, but the fate and foundation of the entire Xia Divine Dynasty would also experience a qualitative leap. At that time, he would truly dominate this vast and limitless Su-en universe, leaving behind but one voice in this boundless world, that of the Xia Divine Emperor, the sovereign voice of his dynasty. With this thought, CHX slowly shook his head. The last remnants of excitement from discovering new prey had completely settled. In their place was an increasingly icy and mocking gaze, as if he were observing two hapless creatures ensnared in a web, struggling in vain. He cast a dispassionate glance at Ji Ying, trembling violently in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, and at the side of the wary and suspicious young woman in white, YNL, who was feigning calmness. He coldly spoke, Ji Ying, is this truly the refuge you have chosen for yourself? Such a remote and chilling place, with sparse spiritual energy, indeed suits those like you who only know how to hide in dark corners, clinging to life like pitiful vermin. At that moment, a furious young man's voice thundered from within the Ji family estate. Bold rogue, who are you to dare speak such insolence before the Ji family estate, insulting my brother? a young man clad in luxurious robes, bearing a striking resemblance to Ji Ying and already at the pinnacle of the divine realm, emerged amidst a throng of Ji family members, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and ignorance. This was Ji Ying's younger brother. He was clearly still immersed in the delusion of the Ji family's unassailable dominance on the awakens star, entirely unaware of the terrifying presence of the mysterious man clad in dark golden imperial robes before him. He did not realize that the brother he viewed as invincible, Ji Ying, was now so terrified that he had lost all courage to resist. This awakens star is a domain wholly ruled by my Ji family. You dare intrude upon this place and speak disrespectfully to my brother? Do you seek death? Ghin pointed at CHX, his voice filled with ire and arrogance. No. Yet, his words had barely escaped his lips when, accompanied by Ji Ying's desperate, piercing scream of terror, the next instant, CHX's cold, indifferent gaze fell upon Ghin. Who am I? A faint, yet infinitely mocking and chilling smile graced his lips, his voice devoid of any tremor. I am but the one who will escort you ignorant ants on your journey to the afterlife. As soon as he finished speaking, a resplendent, ancient bell, shimmering with myriad golden hues and inscribed with profound patterns of mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and the reverence of myriad beings, suddenly manifested in CHX's palm. It swelled in size, transforming into a colossal bell towering tens of thousands of feet, as if to envelop the entire awakens star. This was the Annihilating bell, the national treasure of the Xia Divine Dynasty, now returned to its rightful owner after being stolen by the second prince Chun. In the hands of the likes of Chun, a mere waste, it could still unleash terrifying power capable of threatening peak emperors. Now, in the hands of CHX, who had already grasped the Xia's dragon vein and whose strength was unfathomable, the true celestial might it could exert was beyond compare. CHX held the Annihilating bell, radiating an aura of ancient suppression and annihilation, his expression indifferent and his gaze aloof. Then, directed at the vibrant awakens star, which bore countless Ji family members and innumerable innocent souls, he casually shook the bell. Clang, a sound resonating as if it belonged not to this universe, powerful enough to shake the heavens and obliterate countless star seas, erupted. The sound was vast, desolate, tyrannical, and destructive. It was as if the universe had just begun, and chaos had erupted, or as if an era had come to an end, returning all to the void. Visible golden waves of sound surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, racing towards the massive awakens star at a speed transcending light, time, and the comprehension of all living beings. Not good. YNL, the cold woman who claimed to be the Jisoo immortal king, cried out in horror and disbelief, her voice filled with dread as she sensed the terrifying toll of the bell, which could shatter even her divine soul. She had no time for contemplation, nor could she afford any hesitation. In a moment of utmost urgency, she seized control of Yun Li's body with remarkable swiftness. Simultaneously, she grasped the already dazed Gu Yang, pulling both of them into the innermost depths of the Xianxiafu, activating all defensive restrictions of the celestial abode. In the next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted, capable of shaking the entire Tianhe star domain, dimming countless stars, as if the apocalypse had prematurely descended upon the universe. The immense YUCHN star, spanning billions of miles and home to trillions of sentient beings, thrived within the Tianhe star domain. Under the terrifying tolling of a bell imbued with the supreme celestial might of the Xianhuang bell, it was crushed as if by an invisible hand of annihilation. Akin to a fragile egg, the once indomitable core of the star shattered instantly, its vast mountains and rivers reduced to powder in a heartbeat. The endless magma and earth fire contained within erupted forth like a rampaging dragon, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Countless towering celestial peaks, flourishing cities, ancient nations, and myriad beings engaged in cultivation, living, playing, and crying were all consumed in that moment by the ferocious, unparalleled Xianhuang sound waves. There were no cries of despair, no resistance, not even the slightest struggle. In the blink of an eye, a colossal star that bore the weight of countless lives and civilizations vanished entirely from this universe with a casual strike from Chu Chi, transforming into drifting stardust amidst the still-raging Xianhuang energy storm. Only the Xianxiafu, radiating a brilliant crimson celestial light, trembled violently within the terrifying energy tempest, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Inside the celestial abode, Gu Yang stared vacantly at the heavens beyond, where vibrant life once flourished, now reduced to endless destruction and void. His home was gone. His kin were gone. In this world, apart from the companion named Yun Li at his side, Everything he had known had been utterly obliterated in that cataclysmic strike. The 9 clans. The true annihilation of the 9 clans. At that moment, Gu Yang's heart was irrevocably shattered. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of consciousness of the Jiao Xianxian Wang, Yun Li's awareness, belonging to her true self, was engulfed by sorrow upon witnessing the apocalyptic horror unfold before her. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string, rendering her incapable of speech. Though she was the reincarnation of a celestial king, in this life, she had grown up within the Gu family, and their kin were her family as well. As the YUCH and star met its demise, the mechanical voice of the antagonist system echoed once more in Chu Chi's mind with an icy detachment. Ding! Detected that the destined child Gu Yang has witnessed the destruction of his home and the annihilation of his 9 clans, resulting in a catastrophic blow to his Dao heart. Dao heart collapse progress. 80. Ding! Detected that the destined daughter Yunli, Jiao Xianxian Wang, has witnessed the destruction of her home, causing a certain impact on her Dao heart. Dao heart collapse progress. 50. Chapter 38. The division of celestial king realms. The fury of the Jiao Xianxian Wang. The obliteration of the YUCH and star, a sight reminiscent of the universe's end, left an indelible mark on the hearts of every being who witnessed it through the heavenly curtain. At this moment, within the heart of the destruction storm inside the Xianxian Fu, the Jiao Xian Wang's spirit was stirred by unprecedented tumult. This bronze celestial bell is undoubtedly a Dao weapon of the celestial king. The Jiao Xian Wang forcibly suppressed the endless grief stemming from Yun Li's personality. Her cold, piercing gaze fixated on the void beyond, locking onto Chu Chi, who held the Xianhuang bell with an indifferent expression. Her heart was filled with disbelief and a hint of insatiable greed. A Dao weapon of the celestial king. Such treasures could only be painstakingly forged by true celestial king powerhouses who spent countless years and effort refining them with their own celestial king laws and primordial celestial energy. Each Dao weapon of a celestial king possesses the terrifying power to annihilate worlds, serving as the foundational might of an immortal celestial domain. Furthermore, the quality of this bronze celestial bell far exceeded her imagination. The profound Dao patterns inscribed upon it, and the purity of the Xianhuang essence contained within would undoubtedly qualify it as a top-tier treasure among the many Dao weapons of celestial kings in the upper realm. The Jiao Xian Wang's mind raced, reflecting on her past as a top-tier celestial king who once ruled the Jiao Xian kingdom, commanding countless powerful beings and treasures. Yet she had never encountered a Dao weapon of such quality. What kind of place is this Xiantian realm? It is clearly a barren lower realm. Yet it has birthed such formidable anomalies and treasures beyond comprehension. With that thought, the Jiao Xian Wang, hidden deep within the Xianxian Fu, regarded Chu Chi with increasing wariness and gravity. She could distinctly sense that Chu Chi's power surpassed her previous estimations by a considerable margin, especially the mysterious Xianhuang bell in his possession, which posed an unprecedented lethal threat. Although she had regained a fragment of her celestial king essence through Gu Yang's luck and sacrifice, the celestial king fruit within her body remained but a nascent form. And the celestial king laws she could wield were limited to the most fundamental one. Currently, her power could at most rival that of an ordinary quasi-celestial king. The Jiao Xian Wang contemplated silently. The celestial king realm in the upper realm is characterized by the most significant disparities in strength, as well as its complexity. The differentiation in strength is primarily based on the quantity and quality of celestial king laws a practitioner can master. The weakest ordinary celestial kings may only grasp a few dozen or a few hundred rudimentary celestial king laws, which is already their limit. In contrast, top-tier celestial kings can command tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pure celestial king laws. Beyond that lies the realm of true celestial king powers, wielding millions of celestial king laws. As for the legendary celestial king titans, they can control over 1 billion celestial king laws. One thought can annihilate countless worlds and reshape the universe. Furthermore, those standing at the pinnacle of the celestial king realm, often referred to as the invincible titans, command an astonishingly terrifying number of celestial king laws, reaching hundreds of billions or even trillions. The gap in strength between the most powerful celestial king and the weakest is even more profound than the disparity between a mortal and an emperor-level powerhouse in the Xiantian realm. The Jiao Xian Wang, in her previous life, was a top-tier celestial king renowned throughout the upper realm. She once established the Jiao Xian kingdom, wielding an impressive mastery of 200,000 pure celestial king laws at her peak. Among the countless celestial kings in the upper realm, she may not have been the absolute pinnacle, but she was certainly a formidable presence respected by myriad factions. Now, with her limited abilities, if she were to directly confront that young man, even if she could rely on the advantage of the xianxian fu to triumph. Her celestial king essence would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. Without billions of years of cultivation and recuperation, restoring her former celestial king prowess would be impossible. The Jiuxian Wang felt a surge of resentment and frustration. How could she, the dignified Jiuxian Wang, endure such indignity? Just as the Jiuxian Wang's thoughts raced, weighing the pros and cons, Chu Qi's cold, emotionless gaze turned once more toward the xianxian fu, which trembled violently in the energy storm, its surface marred by countless fine cracks. Did mere ants dare to resist before me? A faint smirk of mockery graced Chu Qi's lips, his voice flat, yet imbued with an overwhelming chill that froze the soul. In the next instant, he did not hesitate in the slightest, nor did he feel the need to waste his breath on these ignorant ants. With one hand, he lifted the Xianhuang immortal bell, which emanated a terrifying aura capable of suppressing the ages and extinguishing the galaxies, and directed it toward the crumbling Qiyang immortal palace. He once again slammed it down with tremendous force. The resounding clang of the bell echoed throughout the shattered star domain, a sound tenfold more terrifying than before. Endless Xianhuang sound waves coalesced into substantial chaotic divine chains, striking fiercely against the already precarious Qiyang immortal palace. Inside the palace, Guiyang could not even let out a scream before he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath instantly becoming weak. His eyes filled with boundless despair and silence. In that moment, the expression of the Jiuxian immortal king turned exceedingly grim, pale as paper, with murderous intent laid bare. She had never imagined that as a reincarnated immortal king, she would be driven to such a wretched and humiliating state by a mere mortal deity from the lower realms. Damn it! An uncontrollable surge of rage instantly shattered all of Jiuxian immortal king's rationality and restraint. Mortal ants, you have successfully enraged this emperor. She let out a chilling scream that reverberated through the heavens, filled with endless fury and icy murderous intent. Today, even if it meant the complete annihilation of her immortal king Dao fruit and the eternal destruction of her remaining soul, she would ensure that this ignorant insect from the lower realms would be utterly obliterated. In the next moment, a violent explosion erupted from the shattered Qiyang immortal palace, releasing an aura far more terrifying and pure than that of the Qiyang immortal king's remnant soul. The once youthful figure of Yun Li underwent a stunning transformation in an instant. Her youthful visage faded, replaced by an unparalleled beauty that rendered the sun, moon, and stars pale in comparison, yet exuded an endless coldness and pride that repelled all. Her petite form suddenly grew taller, transforming into a figure clad in a snow-white immortal dress, with bare, crystalline feet, her long hair flowing without wind, surrounded by myriad divine chains of immortal laws, exuding a noble, cold, and regal presence as if she sought to trample the entire universe beneath her feet. This was the true visage of the Jiuxian immortal king in her prime, when she commanded the upper realms and ruled over an entire immortal kingdom. In that moment, her cold, unfeeling phoenix eyes were filled with an insatiable murderous intent and madness. The already damaged immortal king Dao fruit within her body began to operate recklessly. The remaining core of her immortal king laws awakened like an ancient god, releasing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the universe. Though this power might not even reach 1/10,000th of her peak strength, it was certainly beyond the reach of a mere mortal emperor. It was a forbidden power belonging to the realm of immortal kings. Mortal deity, the Jiuxian immortal king's voice, cold yet tinged with a hint of madness, seemed to freeze the void, halting the flow of time itself, resonating throughout the shattered star domain. Today, you ants shall face a death beyond redemption. In the shattered star domain, the terrifying power of the Jiuxian immortal king, having reached the true realm of immortal kings, erupted violently. It transformed into a divine pillar of immortal light piercing through the heavens, shaking the universe. The vastness of its might caused the laws of the entire Xiantian universe to tremble violently, as if they were about to submit before this overwhelming force. In the distant divine capital, those from the Xia Divine Dynasty who witnessed this scene through the celestial curtain were horrified, their hearts racing with dread. Shaoqing, Chu Feng, and Grandmaster Zhou Yin were on the verge of panic, fearing for Chu Xi's safety against such world-destroying power. Above the divine capital, the ageless gaze of the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign suddenly ignited with shocking brilliance. He could clearly sense that the power unleashed by the Jiuxian immortal king had far surpassed that of any emperor, even beyond the realm of ordinary quasi-mortal kings. It had reached a terrifying level capable of threatening even those of the immortal king caliber. This is bad. This woman is willing to burn her immortal king Dao fruit, forcibly unleashing power beyond her limits. Even someone as formidable as that boy from the Gu clan would be crushed in an instant if caught off guard. Ordinary quasi-immortal kings would have no chance to resist. The divine Annihilation dragon sovereign's heart sank, his gaze piercing through endless distances. It seemed that in the next moment, he would tear through the void without hesitation to assist Chu Shi. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, the ancient heavenly emperor, feeling the overwhelming power of the Jiuxian immortal king, couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile of delight and anticipation on his ancient face. Good, good, good. Let them fight. It would be best if they both suffered grievously. The ancient heavenly emperor sneered inwardly. Chu Shi, no matter how gifted you are, facing a reincarnated immortal king willing to go to any lengths to retaliate, you will undoubtedly pay a painfully heavy price. Even if you miraculously survive today, you will be severely wounded, leaving you powerless to recover. At that time, the Xia Divine Emperor will fall, and the Xia Divine Dynasty will surely be gravely weakened. Our ancient Tian Divine Dynasty will remain the most exalted, unshakable existence in the Tian universe. Though we still fear the ancient divine Annihilation dragon sovereign, at least we need not live in constant dread of you, the new divine emperor who acts tyrannically and unpredictably. Just as the ancient heavenly emperor reveled in his thoughts, a solemn and dignified voice resonated in Chu Shi's consciousness through secret means. Your Majesty, do you require my assistance? The voice of the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign conveyed a weighty concern. The power this woman had unleashed had indeed reached the true realm of immortal kings. Even with the power of the Xia dragon vein at your disposal, Your Majesty, confronting an immortal king willing to sacrifice everything would not be an easy feat. However, upon hearing this, Chu Shi slowly shook his head, a faintly indifferent yet commanding smile gracing his noble and handsome face. Senior Dragon Sovereign, there is no need for concern. Just ensure the protection of the Xia Divine Dynasty at this moment. I shall personally deal with the other insignificant clowns. As his words fell, a truly terrifying force erupted from within Chu Shi, surpassing all conceivable limits. This power was sufficient to shake the entire Xianxian universe, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble, and making the myriad paths and the river of time collapse. In that moment, all beings who had attained a certain level of cultivation, whether in the supreme divine dynasty located in the core ancestral land or the ancient sects hidden in remote star domains, whether those reclusive old monsters in closed-door cultivation or the powerful figures traversing the starry seas, felt a supreme pressure that made their very souls tremble uncontrollably with pure terror. As if they were about to kneel and worship, countless powerful divine thoughts emerged from every corner of the universe, gazing in astonishment toward this star domain, eager to discern the identity of the being whose presence exuded such overwhelming and despair-inducing might. The experience card of the peak immortal king has been activated. Chu Shi silently issued a command in his heart. In an instant, an energy far more magnificent than the power he previously fused with the Xia Longmai surged forth. A terrifying torrent of energy seemingly containing the essence of the entire universe. This colossal force erupted from the void, flooding into every limb and cell of Chu Shi, igniting his very soul. At that moment, his realm ascended at a speed that transcended light, thought, and the comprehension limits of all living beings. He transformed into a celestial king, a supreme celestial king, a formidable celestial king, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of celestial kings. A domain capable of overseeing eternal epochs and governing the cycles of the heavens. Boom. The instant Chu Shi successfully activated the experience card. The fundamental laws of the entire Xianxian universe seemed unable to bear the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, emitting mournful cries of distress. The lofty will of the heavenly Tao trembled like a frightened ant, afraid to make the slightest movement. Even the mysterious portal that separated the Xianxian realm from the majestic higher realm violently shook under this pressure, developing numerous fine cracks, as if on the verge of completely opening and revealing the ascension path to the higher realm. This is impossible. The previously imposing Jiuxian celestial king, who exuded an aura of murderous intent as if ready to crush Chu Shi, instantly became dazed upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from him, reminiscent of the boundless sea of celestial realms that could plunge countless celestial kings into despair. In this moment, the cold and proud eyes of Jiuxian celestial king revealed, for the first time and the last time, unmistakable terror and shock. She could distinctly feel that the celestial king laws she had painstakingly gathered, capable of overpowering all things in the mortal realm, trembled violently before the overwhelming pressure from her opponent, akin to a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, on the brink of collapse into oblivion. With great difficulty, she summoned all her strength to slowly raise her head, gazing upon the figure clad in dark golden imperial robes. standing majestically above the 9 heavens, now perceived by her as the singular, supreme existence in the world. In that moment, what did she behold? No longer was this a mere mortal deity, but an exalted divinity, bathed in boundless chaotic celestial radiance, seated upon the primordial divine throne. With a mere blink, chaos unfurled, and the paths of law transformed in its wake. Surrounding this figure were countless brilliant stars, each representing a vast world, where innumerable beings were born, cultivated, attained enlightenment, and perished at every moment. With every gesture, it seemed capable of invoking billions, even trillions of the most refined, profound celestial king laws. Above its head rested a celestial king Tao fruit, an embodiment of immeasurable laws and power, so vast it defied description. Akin to an infinite cosmic ocean containing the birth and demise of myriad realms and the cycles of countless calamities. Thud, Guiyang, the golden-tiered son of destiny. Destined to become a powerful figure, at this moment, upon feeling the terrifying celestial pressure capable of reducing him to the tiniest speck of dust, found himself devoid of any thought of resistance. His eyes rolled back, his Tao heart shattered, collapsing like a pile of mud upon the ground, completely losing consciousness. As for the Jiuxian celestial king, who once held sway over the upper realm and commanded a celestial nation, she opened her mouth, intending to speak, only to realize in horror that at some point, she had knelt involuntarily before the towering figure radiating immense majesty and supreme presence, bowing in reverence. All her resentment, madness, and unwillingness transformed in that moment into purest fear, utter despair, profound humility, and the most devout sense of pilgrimage. An ant can never harbor rebellion before a true deity. This supreme existence, she had only glimpsed from afar in the upper realm once. A long-buried memory surfaced uncontrollably in Jiuxian celestial king's mind. A distant recollection from when she had yet to achieve the celestial king Tao fruit and was merely a saint of a small faction. She had once had the fortune to gaze upon the creator of the unparalleled Wansheng celestial dynasty, an ancient dynasty with immeasurable heritage, ruled by the Wansheng celestial king, who was renowned for his eternal legacy and unparalleled might. The Wansheng celestial king was a genuine celestial king powerhouse, among the strongest in a sea of celestial kings. Yet even that figure, who loomed large in her memory, like a god, radiated a pressure and aura that felt diminutive and fragile when compared to the being before her, bathed in chaotic celestial brilliance. This fleeting thought flickered through Jiuxian celestial king's mind. In the next instant, the system's cold, mechanical notifications echoed in Chu Shi's mind. He cast a detached glance at Guiyang, who was utterly terrified and devoid of consciousness, and at the Jiuxian celestial king, trembling and prostrated in the void, unable to lift her head. Then, he casually extended a finger towards the already desolate star domain, lightly pressing down. There was no earth-shattering roar, no collapse of laws and order, only an extreme silence, an absolute void. At the moment his finger pressed down, whether it was the precarious Qiyang celestial mansion, the unconscious Guiyang within, or the proud Jiuxian celestial king, along with the surrounding desolate star domains, were all utterly obliterated by a force so terrifying and grand that it defied description. Indeed, it was annihilation. A complete erasure. From matter to energy, from time to space, from causality to fate, everything beneath that finger transformed into the most primordial, purest void. Within the vast cosmic sea that once belonged to this shattered star domain, an enormous void, spanning trillions of light years, abruptly emerged, as though this region and everything that had once existed within it had been forcibly wiped from the cosmic canvas by an unseen hand. The system notifications continued in Chu Shi's mind, one after another, celebrating his triumph over the son and daughter of destiny, marking the conclusion of their Tao hearts and the acquisition of immense rewards. He felt the terrifying power surging within him, a force so immense that it could crush the myriad realms and dominate the cycles of the universe, all thanks to the Xianwang Jutu experience card. As he glanced at the system panel displaying the exponentially increased fortune points and villain values, a genuine smile of satisfaction emerged on his face. However, this smile lasted but a fleeting moment before it was replaced by an overwhelming sense of coldness and indifference. There was still plenty of time left on the Xianwang experience card. Chu Yi's deep, abyss-like eyes slowly lifted, gazing into the vast, boundless universe filled with the unknown and the mysterious. Within the Xiantian realm, though the Xia Divine Dynasty stood as the foremost power, it was merely relative to the Xiantian ancestor land. In this endless cosmic expanse, countless ancient traditions and mysterious forces remained hidden, perhaps even entities more powerful than the current Xia Divine Dynasty. Today, the corners of Chu Yi's mouth curved into a sinister arc, exuding an aura of boundless dominance and disdain. His voice, though calm, resonated with undeniable supreme authority throughout the entire Xianxian universe. I shall command the myriad forces of this Xianxian universe with the peak power of the Xianwang Jutu, compelling them all to submit. Even the heavenly Tao of this world shall serve the Xia Divine Dynasty. Under my control, I aim to completely dominate this realm. Chapter 41. All forces submit. Unifying the Xiantian ancestor land. Previously, Chu Yi's earth-shattering finger had already transcended the comprehension of the beings within the Xiantian realm. Wherever his finger pointed, star domains collapsed, and everything was obliterated. A vast void, measuring trillions of light years in diameter, was forcibly gouged from the once starry cosmic tapestry, transforming into eternal emptiness and silence. Such might, such a spectacle. Reflected upon the celestial canopy, it was vividly displayed before every corner and every being of the Xiantian realm. In an instant, whether it was the self-proclaimed wise leaders of ancient traditions or the immortal emperors who typically looked down upon all beings at this moment, they all felt a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of their souls, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, making even the act of breathing exceedingly difficult. Shock, terror, followed by absolute submission. When Chu Yi's indifferent yet resolute voice, filled with supreme will to dominate this realm and make the heavenly Tao serve him, echoed like a divine decree throughout the entire Xiantian universe. In the capital, amidst the observation platform, a long-established force known as the Tai Su Shengdi, renowned for its peaceful existence and, according to some ancient texts, predating the Xia Divine Dynasty, found itself in turmoil. The current leader, an elderly man with white hair, exuding a natural aura of Tao, who had reached the pinnacle of emperor status, could no longer maintain his composure. He fell to his knees before the god-extinguishing dragon sovereign, radiating boundless dragon might, and the towering Xianwang visage within the celestial canopy, performing the most humble of prostrations. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his voice trembling with profound reverence. I, the 172nd generation leader of the Tai Su Shengdi, Xianyuanzi, bow before the dragon sovereign and the divine emperor. From this moment forth, our Tai Su Shengdi willingly acknowledges the Xia Divine Dynasty as our sole sovereign. We offer all the sacred treasures of our sect, submitting to the command of the divine emperor. Should there be any treachery, I shall suffer the eternal torment of oblivion. His bow, his submission, seemed to topple the first domino in a chain reaction. Boom. The entire scene in the capital erupted like a powder keg, igniting with fervor. The Lu Yunxian sect vowed to follow the divine emperor unto death. They would brave fire and water for the divine dynasty without hesitation. The Tianfeng Shang will pledge to offer all heavenly and earthly treasures, merging into Xia, forever to be subjects of the divine dynasty. The Jioding ancient clan vowed to devote their entire clan's strength to battle for the divine emperor. The Bei Ming divine dynasty would, countless feudal lords, ancient kings, and leaders of immortal dynasties, who had previously harbored doubts and even treasonous thoughts, upon witnessing Chu Yi's mythic might and the unwavering submission of the Tai Su Shengdi's ancestor, dared not harbor even a shred of hesitation or hope. Like a tide, they all fell to their knees, faces pale, urgently expressing their utmost and most sincere allegiance to the divine emperor, who seemed to govern their very existence from millions of miles away. At that moment, with a rip, the heavens above the capital were torn open by an unstoppable, overwhelming force. A figure clad in an ancient, mottled Tao robe, with hair like dried grass and a face as radiant as a newborn, stepped forth from the rift. This being, a formidable power at the quasi-Xianwang level, emanated an aura that seemed to harmonize with the heavens and transcend all paths. Upon his appearance, he fixated his gaze upon the Xianwang visage of Chu Yi, bathed in boundless chaotic celestial light, each movement resonating with the very essence of the universe. In the next instant, this ancient being, who had existed since time immemorial and witnessed countless shifts in landscapes, found his aged face uncontrollably twitching. Those eyes, which should have been indifferent to life and death, now overflowed with hot tears of emotion. Ha ha ha. The source law real person suddenly erupted into laughter, filled with boundless excitement, relief, and a sense of liberation, as if a great burden had been lifted. Heaven does not forsake my Xiantian. Heaven does not forsake my Xiantian. I have endured countless epochs, observing the rise and fall of empires, merely to pursue that elusive opportunity of the Xianwang. I once thought this life would be without hope, only to watch my nurturing Xiantian universe gradually decline into decay and silence through endless cycles. Yet I never anticipated that in my lifetime, I would be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a true Xianwang, once more emerging in Xiantian to dominate the realm. Tears streamed down the source law real person's face as he bowed deeply and respectfully before Chu Yi's Xianwang visage, his voice hoarse with overwhelming emotion. I, a remnant of the ancient era, source law, salute your majesty the Xianwang. I humbly wish to represent all the ancient bloodlines of the Xiantian universe that have lain dormant until now, and those who have struggled through the river of time. In eternal submission to your majesty the Xianwang, we shall heed your commands without question. In that instant, the Xiantian ancestor land trembled as all nations bowed in submission, and beings prostrated themselves in reverence. Within the observation platform, the ancient Tian Tai Huang gazed upon the awe-inspiring scene of mountains calling and seas roaring, where all spirits returned in unity. As he sensed the boundless, universe-spanning will emanating from Chu Yi, a force that instilled a deep sense of trepidation within him, the last remnants of his unwillingness and struggle dissipated entirely. Very well. He slowly closed his eyes, releasing a long sigh that seemed to exhaust his very essence. When he opened his eyes again, he faced the unmoving God-extinguishing dragon sovereign and the Xianwang figure that presided over all within the celestial canopy. Announcing his final decision with bitter clarity, the ancient Tian divine dynasty shall from this day forth relinquish its imperial title and forever serve as a vassal of the Xia divine dynasty, acknowledging the Xia divine emperor as the sovereign of heaven and earth. Thus, this land, steeped in endless civilizations and brilliance, which had birthed countless myths and legends, the Xiantian ancestor land, embraced its new reality. On the day when CHJ ascended to the throne as the emperor, he unified the realm in an unprecedented and legendary manner that would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. The D11 xianxiaaudiobooks became the sole and supreme ruler of this ancient continent. Chapter 42. Unifying the Xianxia in Universe. The next target is TNDO. Meanwhile, in the profound depths of the Xianxia in Universe, at the convergence of countless star rivers, there floated a magnificent cosmic city, forged from the rarest celestial iron, its grandeur surpassing even that of the reformed D11 SHND. This was the TISHNCHO, a force established in the cosmic seas for countless ages. With a heritage so deep it could rival the D11 SHNCHO, a top-tier sovereign of the starry skies. At this moment, CHJ, embodying the terrifying visage of a sovereign who seemed poised to dominate all existence, had already torn through the barriers of space, manifesting above this cosmic capital. He did not even glance at the magnificent city below, radiating with immense fortune and advanced technology. In the next instant, a voice, indifferent yet resonant with the will of heaven, reverberated through the boundless star rivers, piercing clearly into the minds of every being within the capital. I am the D11 SHND, the sole supreme ruler of the Xianxia realm. TISHNCHO, bow before me at once. Those who resist shall perish. As his words echoed, an uproar ensued. What audacious fiend dares to speak so brazenly before our TISHND? Countless powerful auras erupted within the capital, surging with the wrath and murderous intent capable of annihilating the heavens, converging towards CHJ's sovereign form. A man clad in silver armor, surrounded by the power of myriad stars, had attained the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, even brushing against the threshold of the quasi-mortal king. Fueled by rage, he roared thunderously, preparing to unleash a national treasure of divine weaponry to obliterate the descending CHJ. This man was none other than the current god emperor of TISHNCHO. Yet, CHJ did not so much as lift an eyelid. With but a flicker of thought, the formidable TISHND, renowned throughout the cosmic seas, could not even utter a cry of despair before his immortal form and the essence of his imperial being were crushed into nothingness, scattering like stardust in the void. Before a true pinnacle figure of the immortal king, an emperor was naught but an ant. Even the majority of immortal kings from the upper realms were merely ants. Boom. Following this, within the capital, millions of colossal starships, each as massive as ancient stars and equipped with terrifying planetary destruction weaponry, erupted in a chain reaction of explosions, creating the most dazzling and lethal display of cosmic fireworks. Who dares disturb my slumber? With the destruction of a large part of the capital, an enraged roar erupted from the depths of the forbidden divine palace, shrouded in complex prohibitions and cosmic formations. This was the ancient ancestor of TISHNCHO, a being who had reached the quasi-immortal king level and was currently in seclusion, seeking to combine technology with cultivation to ascend to a higher realm. Awakened by the cataclysmic event, he was consumed by boundless fury, ready to break through and emerge. However, CHJ merely scoffed in irritation. Annoying insects. In the next moment, the newly awakened TI ancestor, before he could even display his overwhelming might that could shake the universe, had his life force extinguished as if snuffed out like a candle, dissipating into the void. The Ti ancestor was dead. At this moment, within Tishnd, all those who had narrowly escaped death witnessed this terrifying spectacle akin to a divine retribution from a mythological deity. Their hearts filled with fear and despair. They knelt in the cold starry expanse before Chj's imposing sovereign form, continually bowing and pleading for mercy. Their voices laced with terror and humility. "Your Majesty, the God Emperor, spare us. We of Tishnccho are willing to submit. We beseech your grace." Next, the TNZH-Xing Palace, the H or SHNCHO, the DUNG-GU, and the DYNSHNGD. All powerful forces at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, crumbled like fragile dust before Chj's unrivaled might. Those who dared to show even a hint of disrespect and defiance were swiftly reduced to nothingness with a mere flick of Chj's finger. Every faction attempting to resist with their mountain gate formations or national treasures found their so-called eternal sanctuaries crushed into cosmic dust by Chj's casual gestures. The remaining lesser forces, scattered throughout the cosmic seas, witnessing this brutal and tyrannical display, were utterly terrified. Even before Chj's sovereign form personally descended, they hastily offered their most abject and thorough allegiance to the newly appointed, true ruler of the Xianxiaaudiobooks universe, expressing their submission through various ancient rituals and altars across the vast reaches of time and space. In less than half a day, the vast and boundless Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, which had nurtured countless civilizations and legends, was thoroughly unified under the iron-fisted rule and supreme celestial might of Chj, an unprecedented achievement that would remain unmatched in history. When Chj's sovereign form returned to the Xianxiaaudiobooks in ancestral land, the heavens above shone with the terrifying pressure befitting a pinnacle immortal king, illuminating the skies and shaking the very foundations of existence. He slowly raised his gaze, his profound eyes, capable of subduing the heavens and ruling all, finally settling upon the depths of true origin above the nine heavens. A realm seemingly beyond any time or space, yet continuously influencing all, governing the myriad rules of the universe. The TNDO. Chapter 43. Suppressing TNDO. The Master of Heaven. Chj's indifferent yet majestic gaze pierced through the clouds, gazing upon the ineffable source of the TNDO, the essence governing the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks universe, omnipresent yet untouchable. What of heaven? Today, he would become the Master of Heaven, commanding the TNDO to submit. With this thought, Chj slowly extended his hand towards the void of origin, pressing down gently. Boom. In that instant, the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks universe trembled violently. The light of countless stars dimmed as they threatened to extinguish before this unparalleled might. The chains of the 3,000 great laws manifested uncontrollably. Yet before Chj's casually pressing hand, they wailed in despair, fracturing under the immense pressure. Roar. A roar filled with anger, resentment, and a barely perceptible hint of fear echoed from the depths of the Tao of Heaven, reverberating through the souls of all beings within the vast Xianxiaaudiobooks universe. The Tao of Heaven was enraged. As the supreme will of an expansive universe, it had long grown accustomed to controlling all and ruling over everything, viewing sentient beings as mere insects and all things as fodder. Never had there been a life form bold enough, like Chu Shi, to defy the heavens, to attempt to enslave this exalted will of the Tao, to trample it underfoot. This was a provocation, a desecration. Moreover, it was a trampling of its dignity as the Tao of Heaven. In the next instant, thunderous roars erupted. The entire celestial dome of the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, regardless of one's location or cultivation level, became vividly visible to all beings. The once boundless, clear sky, or the starry brilliance, was abruptly replaced by a boundless sea of blood-red calamity clouds without warning. The calamity clouds churned, blood lightning roared, striking down like ancient divine mountains, the blood-red divine lightning, infused with the terrifying powers of annihilation, reincarnation, karma, and karmic fire, surged wildly within the calamity clouds. Endless black karmic energy, representing the sins and grievances of all beings, rushed forth from the void like a furious ocean, intertwining with the blood-red calamity clouds, transforming into a purgatory of despair that could make even celestial beings feel hopeless. The will of the Tao of Heaven, at any cost, summoned all powers, laws, karma, and karmic energy it could command. It aimed to make this audacious life form, which dared to challenge its supreme authority, truly understand what divine might truly is, what the anger of the heavens truly entails. Law transformed into blade, sever. Karma became chains, bind. Karmic fire scorched the heavens, annihilate. A majestic, cold sound, devoid of any emotion, yet imbued with supreme judgment, reverberated from within the blood-red calamity clouds, echoing throughout the Xianxian universe. In an instant, millions of blood-red divine swords, forged from pure law, descended upon Chu Shi's celestial king manifestation like a torrential downpour. Each divine sword possessed the power to easily tear apart the flesh of an ordinary celestial king. Countless fierce chains of black karmic energy, woven from endless grievances and curses, surged forth like demonic claws emerging from the depths of hell, attempting to thoroughly imprison Chu Shi's celestial king manifestation, dragging him into an endless sea of karma. Moreover, the boundless blood-red karmic fire, which could incinerate all and purify everything, surged like a tempest, threatening to completely reduce Chu Shi and the very space he occupied to nothingness. Faced with this apocalyptic counterattack, which seemed poised to drag the entire Xianxian universe into eternal annihilation, Chu Shi's celestial king manifestation bore an expression of serene indifference. As calm as a tranquil lake, he did not even blink as the myriad blood-red divine swords struck him. Nor did he flinch as the countless black karmic chains ensnared him, nor as the boundless karmic fire engulfed him. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. The blood-red divine swords, capable of extinguishing stars and tearing through the very fabric of reality, upon making contact with the faint chaotic celestial radiance surrounding Chu Shi's manifestation, emitted a piercing wail as if mere iron struck upon immortal gold, instantly shattering into nothingness. The black karmic chains, entangled with endless grievances and curses, were directly purified and dissipated into the void the moment they attempted to bind Chu Shi's celestial king manifestation, succumbing to the supreme celestial might radiating from him. As for the karmic fire that could incinerate all and purify everything, it was extinguished as if encountering its nemesis. Forced back by an invisible force before it could come within 3 feet of Chu Shi, the Tao of Heaven's will, at any cost, initiated a frenzied counterattack fueled by the primordial power of the entire Xianxian universe. Yet, in the presence of Chu Shi's current unparalleled might, it proved utterly ineffective. It could not even inflict the slightest harm. Is this all your power amounts to? Chu Shi slowly raised his head, a flicker of extreme disdain and contempt flashing in his indifferent eyes. As the source will of a vast universe, such meager accomplishments truly disappoint me. In that moment, without hesitation or mercy, Chu Shi clenched his previously outstretched hand towards the source of the Tao of Heaven. Boom! A far more terrifying and overwhelming supreme will erupted explosively from the palm of his hand. This will transcended laws, transcended karma, transcended time and space. As if embodying the ultimate truth of the heavens, the final destination of all things. No, deep within the source of the Tao of Heaven, the roar representing the supreme will of the Xianxian universe finally bore an unmistakable tone of fear and despair. It could distinctly sense an incomprehensible, irresistible force invading its core with an unparalleled, destructive momentum. Within that core, 2 eternal and indelible marks of enslavement, exuding supreme authority, were inscribed. The marks bore 2 ancient and sacred arcane characters. Chu Shi, Xia. From this moment forth, the will of the Tao of Heaven in the Xianxian universe shall be entirely devoted to Chu Shi. The Great Xia Dynasty shall be held in reverence. All powers of the Tao, all laws of this realm, and all authority shall be wielded by Chu Shi. The Tao of Heaven submits. Chapter 44. The realm of the semi-celestial king, 100,000 times the power of the emperor. After completing all of this, Chu Shi slowly retracted his hand. A proud glimmer of control flashed within his indifferent gaze. Simultaneously, the duration of the supreme celestial king experience card finally came to an end at this moment. Buzz. Instantly, an indescribable sense of weakness and emptiness flooded Chu Shi's heart like a receding tide of power. The overwhelming pressure that could subdue the heavens and dominate all was rapidly dissipating like a receding wave. Yet, just as this power waned, Chu Shi's body shook violently. A brand new, terrifying power, far surpassing the 1,000-fold power of the emperor from days gone by, erupted from every cell, every fiber of his being, akin to a volcanic eruption. Although the brief experience of the supreme celestial king was fleeting, that sensation of being the sovereign of myriad realms, where every word commanded the law, and every thought could determine the rise and fall of the heavens, was indelibly etched into Chu Shi's soul. More importantly, at the moment he completely seized control of the Tao of Heaven's will. The infinite laws and primal powers of the Xianxian universe surged towards him like rivers flowing into the sea. Merging perfectly with the power he had previously acquired from the Xia dragon veins, it sparked an indescribable and wondrous transformation. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Shi felt as if he had shattered an invisible barrier and shackles in that instant, his cultivation realm skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. 10,000 times the power of the Emperor. 20,000 times the power of the Emperor. 50,000 times the power of the Emperor. Within mere moments, his cultivation surged like a raging tide, mere steps away from the legendary Celestial King fruit. However, just as Chu Shi prepared to make a final push towards that supreme Celestial King realm, an invisible, resilient barrier, seemingly ancient and insurmountable, quietly appeared before him, blocking his path forward. Chu Shi, now the sovereign of the heavenly path, instantly realized that this barrier was evidently not derived from the Xianxian realm itself, but rather seemed to originate from the upper realm, possibly formed by an external force from there. The notion of being unable to transcend to the Celestial King within the Xianxian realm must harbor some hidden intricacies, perhaps concealing a grand secret. A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Shi's eyes, yet he momentarily refrained from pondering deeply. Although he had not yet achieved the Celestial King realm in one fell swoop, he had firmly established his cultivation at a level surpassing the peak of the Emperor's respect, yet had not truly coalesced the Celestial King Dao fruit. He stood at the threshold of the semi-Celestial King realm. The power he could wield had reached a terrifying level, a staggering 100,000 times the strength of an Emperor. Such power, even in the vast upper realm where mighty beings and celestial kings abound, would afford him a place of prominence within the Xianxian universe, bolstered by the dual support of the Daxia dragon vein and the will of the heavenly path. Chu Shi could unleash a potential far exceeding 100,000 times the strength of an Emperor, capable of annihilating celestial kings in a true sense. With a long exhale, Chu Shi released a breath of turbid air, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of tearing apart the ages and reshaping the cosmos, and he smiled faintly. From this day forth, he, Chu Shi, had truly become the master of the Xianxian universe, the sole and supreme deity within this vast expanse of heaven and earth. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he flickered and tore through the void, traversing boundless distances to reappear in the grand palace square of the Daxia divine capital. We humbly welcome your majesty, the divine emperor, back in triumph. The divine emperor's celestial might is unparalleled. He governs the heavens, eternal and indestructible. As Chu Shi's figure re-emerged in the square, all those who had long submitted, the emissaries of various factions, the citizens of the divine capital, the 8 loyal elders of the nation, and esteemed figures like Tai Shi Zhouyan, Chu Feng, and Shao Qing, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. They knelt before Chu Shi in unison, erupting in a thunderous chorus of boundless adoration and fervent cheers that resonated to the heavens. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Chu Shi maintained an indifferent demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of kneeling beings below. He slowly raised his hand, and with an imperial voice imbued with utmost authority, akin to a divine decree that reverberated throughout the divine capital and spread to every corner of the Xianxian universe, he proclaimed, "Today, I, Chu Shi, ascend as the 27th divine emperor of the Daxia divine dynasty. On this day, I also take my place as the sole sovereign of the Xianxian universe. Henceforth, within the Xianxian, I am the heavenly path. I am the Tao. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. All beings must remember this." At the moment his words fell, Chu Shi's gaze settled upon the tearful yet radiant Shao Qing, whose face glowed with boundless happiness and pride. He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his voice carrying an unprecedented tenderness and gravity. "I hereby declare, I confer the title of the only Tianqing Empress of the Daxia divine dynasty upon Shao Qing, a descendant of the Qingwan bloodline, to share this magnificent realm and eternal glory with me. May she be revered by all beings. I confer the title of the esteemed prince of the Daxia divine dynasty upon Chu Feng, granting him the noble rank of Wang Feng. He shall wield the royal seal, commanding countless warriors of the divine dynasty, standing in authority just below me and the empress, forever guarding the Xianxian and ensuring peace for my dynasty across the ages. This is my decree." With Chu Shi's proclamation, the officials of the divine dynasty, who had long prepared for this moment, immediately presented the phoenix crown and ceremonial robes symbolizing the status of empress and prince with utmost reverence. Under the envious and blessed gazes of the multitude, Shao Qing bashfully accepted the magnificent 9 phoenix coronet, her face flushed with joy. Chu Feng, equally ecstatic, bowed repeatedly to Chu Shi in gratitude, his voice choked with emotion from overwhelming excitement. This grand coronation ceremony, which resonated across the heavens and altered the very fabric of the Xianxian universe, unfolded amidst the fervent adulation of all beings, gradually drawing to a close. Once the 8 formidable leaders from the Xianxian, filled with trepidation and awe, departed the divine capital under the arrangements of the officials. The Taya Hall was left with only Chu Shi, Shao Qing, Chu Feng, Zhou Yan, the 8 elders, and the god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign, who had silently guarded the skies above the divine capital. As Chu Shi prepared to speak and discuss the future development of the divine dynasty and address the threats from the upper realm, the figure of the god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign, transformed into an elderly man in black robes, quietly appeared in the hall. He slightly cupped his hands towards Chu Shi. His expression solemn, and his aged eyes bore a complexity and weight of words left unspoken. Ultimately, as if having made a profound resolution, he sighed softly and spoke in a gravelly voice. Your Majesty, you have now successfully ascended the throne and completely mastered the will of the heavenly path in this Xianxian universe, becoming the true sovereign of this realm. There are matters I believe it is time to convey to you in their entirety, concerning the previous divine emperor and the old celestial king, and the real reasons behind their decisive choice to venture into the forbidden lands of the upper realm. Chapter 45. The Truth of the Past, an Unprecedented Great Enemy. As the words of the god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign echoed in the Taya Hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, where even the slightest sound would be heard. Chu Shi's cold and indifferent gaze ignited with 2 beams of palpable divine light upon hearing the sovereign's words. He slowly turned, his eyes like lightning, locking onto the ancient and calm dragon eyes of the god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign, his voice deep yet tinged with barely perceptible urgency. Senior Dragon Sovereign, do you imply that my father and grandfather's departure from the Xianxian realm was not, as rumored, in pursuit of higher paths and opportunities? Upon hearing this, the god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign, who had existed since the primordial era and witnessed the rise and fall of the Xia divine dynasty, slowly closed his eyes that seemed to perceive all things. When he reopened them, those ancient eyes were filled with boundless sorrow, helplessness, and an overwhelming hatred that seemed to threaten to collapse the entire Xianxian universe, buried deep within the river of time. Pursue higher paths and opportunities? The god Annihilator Dragon Sovereign let out a desolate laugh, filled with self-mockery and indignation, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, do you know how glorious, how prosperous, how sought after the Xianxian universe was in the distant era of the primordial age, an age so far removed that time itself would decay in its wake? At these words, not only Chu Shi but also Shao Qing, Chu Feng, and Zhou Yan beside him were shaken to their cores, their faces reflecting disbelief and horror. The primordial age? That is an era even more ancient than the ancient and pre-ancient times, existing only in the oldest myths and the scattered remnants of historical records. According to legend, in that age, the laws of heaven and earth in the Xianxian universe were complete, and the cosmic source was boundless. There was no distinction between the upper and lower realms. The Xianxian universe itself was a realm that could rival the most supreme immortal domains of the upper realm, perhaps even surpassing them in certain aspects. Senior Dragon Sovereign, Chu Shi furrowed his brow, speaking with a serious tone. I have seen some scattered records regarding the primordial age in ancient texts, which suggest that during that time, the Xianxian realm seemed to lack ascension portals and did not impose the harsh restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth we face today. Not just lacking ascension portals, not just without restrictions of laws. The divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign suddenly opened his eyes, and within those aged, dragon-like orbs surged forth 2 beams of blood-red light, imbued with boundless hatred and endless sorrow, potent enough to threaten the very dome of the Taiha Palace. Your Majesty, are you aware that during the illustrious and thriving era of antiquity, when all beings soared freely, the realm of our Xianxian universe was permeated with an exceptionally rich and pure essence of celestial beings from the upper realm? At that time, the creatures of our Xianxian universe, from the moment of their birth, basked in the purest celestial energy. The path of cultivation was a seamless journey, devoid of any so-called emperor realm. For as long as one's talent was not overly dull and one was willing to toil and practice, anyone had the opportunity to directly transcend the shackles of mortality, to condense the laws of the celestial path, and to attain the status of a true celestial being. True celestial beings were merely the starting point of our Xianxian universe's cultivation journey during that era of antiquity. The voice of the divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign grew increasingly impassioned and filled with indignation, each word striking like 1,000 thundering bolts upon the hearts of Chu Shi and the others. Even those formidable celestial kings capable of establishing their own immortal domains and commanding countless celestial beings in the upper realm were not rare or unattainable in our Xianxian universe during the era of antiquity. Countless extraordinary predecessors of Xianxian, some of whom attained the celestial king status within our realm and chose to continue safeguarding this world, creating an immortal lineage. Or others who opted to break through the barriers of worlds, ascending to the broader upper realm filled with endless unknowns and challenges. in search of the legendary higher paths beyond the celestial kings. What splendor, what strength, what freedom characterized the Xianxian universe of that time. At this point, the divine Annihilation dragon's sovereign's voice suddenly sank, his blood-red dragon eyes filled with unending anguish and deep-seated hatred. However, such glory was short-lived. Just as our Xianxian universe was at its zenith, on the brink of giving birth to an unparalleled lineage rivaling the ancient celestial dynasties of the Upper Realm, a greedy force from the distant Upper Realm, known as the Zhenwu Tiange, cast its gaze upon this vibrant realm brimming with potential. Led by a peerless powerhouse who had reached an invincible status among celestial kings, his eyes filled with insatiable greed and cold malice. Zhenwu Tiange, an invincible celestial king? Chu Shi's pupils constricted suddenly, a bone-chilling dread rising uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Although he now possessed the cultivation of a quasi-celestial king, with a terrifying battle power equivalent to 100,000 times that of an emperor, sufficient to crush ordinary celestial kings, and even top-tier celestial kings within the Xianxian realm. He understood that the so-called invincible celestial king was a truly terrifying existence at the pinnacle of that realm, an embodiment of absolute invincibility. Such a being commanded a number of celestial king laws, far exceeding conventional limits. The invincible celestial king, also known as the Heavenly King, could control trillions of celestial king laws, perhaps even more. The peak celestial king power that Chu Shi had experienced was but an ant in the eyes of such a being. Trillions of celestial king laws converging within one individual yielded an incomprehensible might, surpassing the descriptive capacity of language. With a single thought, they could obliterate countless vast universes. With a mere gesture, they could sever ancient time and space, reshaping the cycles of epochs. Even amidst the vast upper realm, where powerful beings abound and celestial kings flourish, such existences are indeed rare, enough to instill fear in countless immortal domains. Chapter 46. The Crisis of Xianxian, the terrifying invincible celestial king. Indeed, it is the Zhenwu Tiange. It is that fearsome figure known as the Zhenwu celestial king. The divine Annihilation dragon sovereign gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched jaws, filled with endless blood and tears. This Zhenwu celestial king, from whom he learned of the uniqueness and richness of our Xianxian universe. He coveted the nearly limitless source power and the unparalleled cultivation environment of the Xianxian universe. He audaciously plotted to refine the entire Xianxian universe into a small celestial realm within his own Tao fruit, to assist him in breaking the celestial king's shackles. Striving for the legendary, even in the upper realm, supreme position of the celestial sovereign. To this end, he did not hesitate to expend a significant portion of his celestial king essence, employing heavenly techniques to forcibly seal all pathways between our Xianxian universe and the upper realm. Moreover, he distorted the laws of our Xianxian universe, severing all pathways for beings to ascend to the celestial king realm. Since that time, the essence of celestial beings in our Xianxian universe has gradually thinned, and the laws of heaven and earth have become incomplete. Countless once exceptional predecessors could only linger in the realm of true celestial beings for their entire lives, never able to touch the threshold of celestial kings that had once seemed so close. Moreover, some who attempted to forcibly break through to the celestial king realm ultimately met with tragic fates, their Tao fruits shattered, their lives extinguished. Over time, the emperor realm became the limit that cultivators of our Xianxian universe could reach. The voice of the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign was imbued with boundless sorrow and unwillingness. And although the Zhenwu Tiange, after sealing the path to celestial kings in our Xianxian universe, saw its Zhenwu celestial king fall into a prolonged slumber for reasons unknown, never again personally intervening, the fierce beings under its command have never ceased in their covetousness and exploitation of our Xianxian universe. For endless years, they have repeatedly dispatched strong figures to descend upon Xianxian, treating our Xianxian universe as their private garden, a hunting ground for plundering resources and enslaving beings. They have wreaked havoc upon our Xianxian universe, committing unspeakable atrocities. Countless once glorious ancient lineages have been reduced to ruins beneath their might. Countless innocent beings of Xianxian have perished under their blades, their bones heaped like mountains. Our Xia Divine Dynasty stands as the last and only force within this Xianxian universe daring to resist the tyranny of the Zhenwu Tiange, safeguarding the essence of Xianxian. Throughout the years, the ancestors of our Xia Divine Dynasty have paid an excruciating price, sacrificing numerous extraordinary heroes, merely to hold back the minions of the Zhenwu Tiange at the borders of the Xianxian universe, striving for a glimmer of hope for this shattered homeland. Yet even so, the power of the Zhenwu Tiange remains overwhelmingly formidable, instilling despair. They loom above our Xianxian universe like a sword of annihilation, poised to strike down and obliterate our final hope. At this point, the divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign's aged dragon eyes were filled with blood and tears. He took a deep breath and continued in a hoarse voice. A century ago, the previous divine emperor and the elder celestial king perceived the terrifying aura of the impending awakening of the Zhenwu celestial king. They sensed that the Zhenwu Tiange was concocting a final scheme capable of utterly annihilating our Xianxian universe. To preserve the last vestige of bloodline and legacy of the Xianxian universe, to secure a fleeting chance for future generations. They had no choice but to make that most tragic and desperate decision. That was to lead all remaining top-tier powerhouses of our Xia divine dynasty, along with those still possessing fervor, unwilling to submit, to invest everything and take a gamble. They actively charged towards the upper realm, to unite with the ancestors of Xia, who had long secretly infiltrated the upper realm, developing and amassing strength in the shadows. They sought to engage in a perilous battle, a fight to the death, against the impending assault of the Zhenwu Tiange. They aimed to use their flesh and souls to secure even the slightest breath of respite and growth for our Xianxian universe. For your majesty, the moment his words fell, the entire Taiha palace was enveloped in a profound silence. In this moment, the once indifferent gaze of Chu Qi was now filled with overwhelming shock and an inferno of rage. He could hardly fathom that his father, grandfather, and the predecessors of the divine dynasty, who had ventured into the upper realm alongside them, bore such a heavy and tragic mission. They were not driven by personal paths or opportunities. Rather, they fought for the survival of the entire Xianxian universe, for the future of countless beings, willingly sacrificing their lives, staining the upper realm with their blood. Chu Qi's voice trembled slightly, infused with profound anger and concern. Upon hearing this, the venerable Shenmi Longzuan's ancient dragon eyes revealed boundless sorrow and despair as he hoarsely shook his head. Based on my feeble perception of the upper realm's aura through the power of the dragon vein over the years, I fear they have already perished. Although the life force imprints of the previous divine emperor, the divine empress, and the old immortal king still shine within the dragon vein, indicating that they yet survive. The countless formidable beings who followed them into the upper realm, those loyal warriors, their presences have completely dissipated decades ago, not a single one remaining. It is likely they have met with certain death. The hoarse and mournful voice resonated throughout the Taiha Hall, recounting the blood-soaked enmity between the Xianxian universe and the Zhenwu Tiange, spanning countless ages since the ancient epic. It detailed the tragic and fierce truth of the previous divine emperor and the old immortal king leading their people on an expedition into the upper realm, culminating in a harrowing tale of sacrifice, certain death. Chu Qi whispered these words, his profound eyes now brimming with an icy chill and an overwhelming intent to kill. He could acutely sense the bone-deep despair and sorrow within Shenmi Longzuan's words. He could also imagine the tragic plight of his father, grandfather, and the innumerable predecessors of the divine dynasty who stained the upper realm with their blood when confronting the terrifying power of the invincible Zhenwu Tiange. With clenched fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing forth crimson imperial blood, an uncontrollable surge of fury and boundless killing intent erupted from the depths of his soul. He, Chu Qi, owed his present achievements to the legacy of his forebears. Now, with their lives uncertain and their kin's blood spilled in the upper realm, how could he not seek vengeance for such a deep-seated grudge? As the killing intent surged within him, wishing to ascend to the heavens and eradicate the so-called Zhenwu Tiange, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind, bearing unprecedented gravity and a hint of excitement. Chapter 47. The complete form of the Child of Destiny. Preparations for ascending to the upper realm. Ding. Detecting the host's intense desire for revenge and overwhelming killing intent towards the Zhenwu immortal king. Triggering task chain. Revenge from the ancient era. Task objective locked. Complete form of the red tier Child of Destiny. Zhenwu immortal king. Task 1. Annihilate the instigator. Completely destroy the upper realm's dominant force, the Zhenwu Tiange, erasing all traces. Task reward. 300 billion villain points. Task 2. Shatter the Dao heart. With absolute dominance. Utterly destroy the invincible Dao heart of the Zhenwu immortal king, plunging him into eternal despair and madness. Task reward. 500 billion villain points. Task 3. Root out the cause. Completely slay the Zhenwu immortal king, ensuring his complete annihilation and eternal damnation. Task reward. 1 trillion villain points. 100 billion luck points. The complete form of the red tier Child of Destiny. 1 trillion villain points. 100 billion luck points. Upon seeing the horrifyingly enticing task rewards glowing in crimson on the system panel, even Chu Qi, with his current disposition, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. his heart racing uncontrollably at that moment. It was simply hard to believe. The one who had plotted against the Xianxian universe from the ancient epic, leading to the uncertainty of his forebears' lives and the bloodshed of countless divine ancestors, turned out to be the Zhenwu immortal king, now fully grown into an invincible immortal king of unparalleled fortune. Moreover, his rank had reached the system's judgment of the highest and most ominous red tier. The existence of such a being, with profound luck, deep opportunities, and terrifying strength, transcended the limits of language. The rewards for slaying such a being were equally staggering, reaching a terrifying magnitude. A staggering 1.8 trillion villain points. What an immense concept. This was sufficient to elevate both the Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu, two supreme immortal arts, to an unfathomable realm of transcendence. It could even allow him to exchange for numerous true peak immortal king titans from the system shop, forming an invincible army for his conquest of the heavens and sweeping through myriad realms. Not to mention the vast 100 billion luck points. If he could use all these luck points to exchange for luck treasures, it would likely transform the entire Xia Divine Dynasty's national fortune beyond recognition, creating a celestial court that could rival, or even surpass, the most ancient immortal dynasties of the upper realm. At that time, he, Chu Qi, could truly become the heavenly emperor who commands the cycles of the heavens and the birth and death of myriad realms. However, after the brief shock and excitement, Chu Qi quickly suppressed the myriad thoughts in his mind and regained his composure. He understood that the Zhenwu immortal king, who wielded the laws of countless immortal kings and was but a step away from achieving the immortal sovereign realm, possessed a terrifying power that surpassed the comprehension of ordinary immortal kings. Even though Chu Qi, under the support of the dragon vein and the will of the heavenly path, could barely contend with immortal king titans within the Xianxian universe, facing such a forbidden existence as the Zhenwu immortal king would render him no more than an ant attempting to shake a tree, without any chance of victory. It appeared this matter required careful deliberation. Chu Qi's gaze flickered, and he had already made a decision in his heart. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. He, Chu Qi, was no reckless fool consumed by passion. Since his current strength was insufficient, he would endure and bide his time, accumulating power. One day, when he possessed absolute strength capable of crushing all, he would return to the upper realm and settle the blood feud originating from the ancient era with the so-called Zhenwu immortal king. At that moment, the ancient and hoarse voice of Shenmi Longzuan resounded once more, breaking the silence within the Taiha Hall. Your Majesty, you now command the will of the heavenly path of the Xianxian universe, becoming the true sovereign of this realm. Although the Zhenwu Tiange has yet to perceive the astonishing changes here, it won't be long before they dispatch powerful beings to investigate. However, these are merely trivial matters. Your Majesty need not pay them too much heed. From my calculations, the Zhenwu immortal king seems to be at a pivotal moment in his pursuit of the immortal sovereign realm, still immersed in a long period of closed-door meditation, making it impossible for him to personally descend to the lower realm in the short term. This is Your Majesty's final opportunity. It is also the last chance for our Xianxian universe to breathe. A glimmer of gravity and hope flashed in Shenmi Longzuan's eyes, acknowledging that the Zhenwu immortal king had restricted myriad beings from breaking through to the true immortal king realm within this domain. However, Your Majesty, the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu practice is an unparalleled legacy obtained by the former immortal king through a perilous journey in an ancient relic. Its profound mysteries far exceed our comprehension. According to the former immortal king, this divine art contains a remarkable technique known as the dual birth of destiny and soul. Once perfected, it allows one to manifest an avatar indistinguishable from the original, sharing identical appearance, strength, aptitude, and even the essence of the divine soul. This avatar remains immortal as long as the original is, and it shares all will, insights, and cultivation with the original. Your Majesty could send this avatar to the upper realm to break through to the immortal king stage ahead of time. When the avatar ascends, the original will follow suit, shattering the constraints of the Xianxian universe's laws and truly ascending to the supreme throne of the immortal king. The dual birth of destiny and soul. Upon hearing this, Chu Qi's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliant divine light. He recalled the content of the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu and indeed found records regarding this extraordinary technique. Excellent. What a marvel. The dual birth of destiny and soul. Chu Qi clapped in admiration, his mind suddenly enlightened. With this, he would no longer be constrained by the power of the Zhenwu immortal king, enabling him to lay a solid foundation for future conquests in the upper realm and seek vengeance. System. Chu Qi hesitated no longer and immediately recited in his heart, consuming 3 million villain points. He upgraded the Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu to the minor completion stage. Ding. Host command received, consuming 3 million villain points. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu is beginning to upgrade. Upgrading 307-0100. Congratulations, host. Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu has successfully been upgraded to the minor completion stage. As the system prompt concluded, an incomprehensible aura, seemingly containing the supreme secrets of seizing heaven and earth, reversing life and death, surged into Chu Shi's consciousness. His understanding and mastery of Jietian Zhao Huashan Shu reached an entirely new height at that moment. Dual birth of destiny and soul coalesce. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Chu Shi's eyes as he formed a complex, arcane seal with his hands and shouted. Instantly, a terrifying aura, akin to that of an immortal king, erupted from his being. An avatar, identical in appearance, slowly emerged from within him. Every aspect, from visage to aura, and even the unparalleled majesty in his eyes, mirrored Chu Shi perfectly, indistinguishable from one another. The avatar was complete. Chu Shi nodded in satisfaction. With a mere thought, he allowed the avatar to merge back into his body, preparing to send it to the upper realm in the future. Not only for the breakthrough to Immortal King, but also to explore the current dynamics of the upper realm. Having completed all this, Chu Shi's gaze shifted back to the substantial remaining villain points and fortune points displayed on the system panel. He currently possessed 270 million villain points and 31 million fortune points. A typical Immortal King requires 30 million villain points to wield the laws of 1,000 Immortal Kings. The top-tier Immortal Kings require a staggering 300 million villain points. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shi made his decision. System. Consume 180 million villain points. Summon 6 ordinary Immortal King-level beings of absolute loyalty for me. Ding. Host command for summoning successful. 6 ordinary Immortal King-level beings are about to descend. Chu Shi nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the 31 million fortune points. He decided to use these fortune points to exchange for a supreme treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the Divine Dynasty and protecting countless citizens. He carefully searched the fortune treasure section of the system mall. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon an ancient bronze cauldron, exuding an aura of boundless suppression over the ages. Fortune treasure, Annihilating, acquired after birth. Effect, can stabilize a faction, gather the fortune of heaven and earth, protect countless beings, enhance the overall fortune of the faction, and ensure the emergence of prodigies and powerful beings. Its body is indestructible, capable of autonomously absorbing the energy of attacks from the heavens and earth, and at critical moments, can withstand the full force of an invincible Immortal King. Exchange requirement, 30 million fortune points. This is it. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Chu Shi's eyes. System. Exchange for the Annihilating. Ding. Consumed 30 million fortune points. Annihilating exchange successful. It has been automatically transmitted to the core of the Xia Divine Dynasty's dragon vein, beginning to merge with the Dynasty's fortune. With the completion of these tasks, the weight that had long burdened Chu Shi's heart finally lifted. With the Annihilating in place, combined with the power of the heavenly path, the xianxiaaudiobooks, and the 6 immortal kings about to descend, the current Xia Divine Dynasty boasts profound foundations and formidable strength. Even after his departure, it will be more than capable of confronting any threats from the upper realm. Unless the Zhenwu Immortal King disregards everything and personally descends, no one shall dare to shake the Xia Divine Dynasty even slightly. Chapter 48, Blood Abyss Demon Lord. Entering the upper realm. Time flows. It has been 3 months since Chu Shi ascended to the position of Divine Emperor, becoming the sovereign of the Xianxian realm. Under the immense pressure of Chu Shi, the Xia Divine Dynasty has secured its supreme position in the Xianxian universe to an unprecedented extent. The malevolent spirits that once arose due to the departure of the previous Divine Emperor and the former Immortal King have long since turned to dust beneath the thunderous might of Chu Shi. Without even a ripple of resistance. Within the Taihe Hall of the Divine Capital, the Annihilating, an acquired treasure obtained by Chu Shi for 30 million fortune points, has now completely fused with the dragon vein fortune of the entire Xia Divine Dynasty. The cauldron's surface vividly depicts the landscapes of mountains and rivers, swirling with boundless merit and virtue, exuding an overwhelming aura that protects countless lives. With this cauldron stabilizing the divine capital, not only has the weather within the Xia Divine Dynasty become more favorable, but the spiritual energy has also increased manifold. It seems as though some shackles have been broken. Countless gifted prodigies, imbued with great fortune, have emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, and the entire dynasty is thriving, brimming with renewed vitality. The 6 immortal king-level beings summoned by Chu Shi have long been stationed in 6 important star regions at the borders of the Divine Dynasty under the arrangements of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Their terrifying pressure, characteristic of true immortal kings, looms over any who dare to harbor ill intentions against the Xia divine dynasty. Like 6 eternal ancient mountains firmly suppressing any petty intruders. In an instant, silence enveloped the Xianxian universe, and the 9 heavens bowed in submission. The name of the Xia divine dynasty has become the sole, supreme taboo in this vast universe. On this day, deep within the eastern palace of the divine capital, in a training chamber shrouded by endless prohibitions and the laws of the great Tao, Chu Shi sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling chaotic mist. His power, 100,000 times that of an emperor, surged within him like a vast star river, resonating with the very essence of the Xianxian universe with each breath. Deep within his consciousness, the immortal King Tao fruit, which was supposed to fully coalesce only upon breaking through to the immortal king realm, has already begun to take shape. Within it seemed to be nurturing a true, vast world, with countless innate deities phantoms roaring and exuding an aura of terrifying might akin to the creation of the heavens and earth. However, despite Chu Shi's accumulation being at an unfathomable level, he was merely a step away from the true immortal king throne. Yet, he felt that the barrier before him had only grown thicker and more formidable. No matter how he charged or attempted to break through, he could not shatter this shackle and take that crucial step forward. In this moment, Chu Shi suddenly opened his eyes, a chilling glint flashing within. His expression turned slightly cold. It appears that the immortal king path of the Xianxian universe has indeed been completely severed by the Zhenwu immortal king. Furrowed his brows slightly, as if speaking to himself. The revered Shenmi Longzuan had once stated that after the primordial era, the Qianwu Xianwang utilized unparalleled divine power to distort the cosmic laws of the Xianxian universe, severing all pathways for living beings to ascend to the realm of the Xianwang. Previously, had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that by wielding the Tao of heaven, he might uncover a flaw. However, it has now become evident that the Qianwu Xianwang's methods are far more tyrannical than he could have imagined. It is now utterly impossible to ascend within this realm. The only path to advancement lies in the upper realm. S. gaze sharpened, revealing a trace of determination. Yet, according to Shenmi Longzuan, the ascension pathways within the Xianxian universe have been thoroughly disrupted by the Qianwu Tiange. There is a high probability that ascenders will be thrust directly into the most chaotic and perilous region of the upper realm, the extreme North Xianyu. This extreme North Xianyu is a gathering place for countless demonic sects and formidable evil cultivators. It encompasses a staggering 80,000 demonic Xianyu, with complex interwoven powers. And the number of Xianwang-level fiends is beyond count. Should an ascender from the Xiantian realm appear on their ascension platform, being captured and reduced to the status of a lowly servant or minor would be considered a stroke of immense fortune. Those with slightly worse luck or more appealing appearances, or those possessing unique physiques, might even be used as materials for alchemy or artifact forging, subjected to a torturous existence with no hope of survival. The gathering place of the demonic Xianyu, you say? A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes. His cultivation has already stabilized at the quasi-Xianwang level, with the power of 100,000 emperors vast as the ocean. According to Shenmi Longzuan, the hierarchy of realms in the upper realm is divided into mortal realm, Su Xian, Zhen Xian, quasi-Xianwang, Xianwang, Xianzuan, quasi-Xian emperor, and Xian emperor. Ordinary emperors ascending from the myriad worlds are merely Su Xian, and only those with superior aptitude can reach the Zhen Xian realm. The upper realm is not filled with Xianwang titans. Rather, the majority consists of Zhen Xian cultivators. Individuals like, at the quasi-Xianwang level, can navigate the upper realm with relative ease, provided they do not recklessly venture into the infamous Forbidden Xianyu or the core territories of mighty Xian dynasties. True Xianwang cultivators, regardless of their domain within the Xianyu, possess the power to establish sects, claim the title of Tao ancestor, and dominate vast territories. As for the Xianzuan realm, even amidst the plethora of powerful beings in the upper realm, it is a supreme existence that resides only in ancient legends. Even an ordinary Xianwang may not encounter one in their lifetime. The quasi-Xian emperor and Xian emperor, towering existences beyond the Xianzuan, are realms that even the invincible Qianwu Xianwang may not possess the qualification to gaze upon or comprehend. With this thought, felt not a trace of hesitation within his heart. With a flicker of his mind, the already cultivated dual-souled divine ability was suddenly unleashed. A figure, identical to him in every aspect, slowly emerged from within, cloaked in a dark golden imperial robe, exuding the same quasi-Xianwang aura, possessing the power of 100,000 emperors. However, upon seeing this identical avatar, slightly furrowed his brow. This avatar could no longer act under the title of the Daxia Shindi upon reaching the upper realm. He murmured softly to himself, and then, With a flash of his gaze, he released a strand of profound divine light from his fingertip, gently touching the space between the avatar's brows. In an instant, the appearance and demeanor of the avatar underwent subtle changes. Still bearing an exquisitely handsome visage, a chilling aura of malevolence and unruliness now resided between the brows. His eyes transformed into two unfathomable dark red abysses, filled with an endless craving for slaughter and destruction. The demonic Xianyu, you say? Quite intriguing. As gazed at this transformed avatar, a cold smile graced his lips as he spoke indifferently. If this ascension indeed lands in the so-called extreme North Xianyu, then this avatar shall wholly dominate the 80,000 demonic Xianyu, becoming the sole Lord of Demons. From this moment forth, this avatar in the upper realm shall no longer be the sovereign of the Xiantian realm, the Daxia Shindi. Instead, I shall be the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, a being who slays without a blink, resorting to any means to achieve his goals, a master of the demonic path who revels in hunting the children of fate, torturing and slaughtering them for pleasure. The moment the words fell, the figure transformed into the Blood Abyss Demon Lord exchanged a glance with its true form. Both were of the same consciousness, their thoughts connected as one. In the next moment, with a flick of his mind, summoned forth two imposing figures, both exuding the aura of ordinary Xianwang, who silently appeared behind the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, their expressions respectful and their gazes fervent. They were among the 6 Xianwang previously summoned by, specifically selected to protect the avatar on its journey to the upper realm. Let us proceed. A cold smile crept upon the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's lips as he addressed the two Xianwang nonchalantly. Then, with a single step, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, enveloping the two Xianwang, and charged directly towards the chaotic ascension portal of the Xiantian universe. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, the entire firmament of the Xiantian universe trembled violently. The ascension portal, long sealed by the Zhenwu Xianwang with supreme might, was forcefully torn open by his quasi-Xianwang power. Along with the combined force of the two Xianwang, boundless celestial light poured forth from the portal, exuding a vast aura that belonged to the upper realm, both broader and more perilous. Without a moment's hesitation, and the two Xianwang flickered and vanished into the resplendent celestial light. In the next instant, as the ascension portal closed once more, their presence was completely erased from the Xiantian universe. Meanwhile, in the divine city, S true form gazed towards the heavens above, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The upper realm, I have arrived. Chapter 49. Entering the upper realm, the annihilation of the Taotian sect. The upper realm, extreme North Xianyu. This place is the convergence of the 80,000 demonic Xianyu of the upper realm, its vast expanse incomparable to that of the lower realms. Merely an ordinary demonic Xianyu boasts an extent that surpasses the entirety of the Xiantian universe under its dominion. The Xianxia Xianyu stands as a mid-tier powerful Xianyu among these 80,000 demonic Xianyu, possessing both strength and heritage. Within the Xianyu, demonic energy surges, and the laws are chaotic. Countless demonic sects, both large and small, stand like stars, perpetually warring against one another. The law of the jungle is exemplified here. The Taotian sect is a notoriously fearsome demonic sect within the Xianxia Xianyu. The disciples of this sect practice extremely sinister and malevolent techniques, devouring the flesh, blood, essence, and souls of living beings to ascend. To secure a continuous supply of cultivation resources, the Taotian sect has expended great efforts to establish a grand ascension platform deep within its forbidden grounds. This platform connects with the ascension pathways of countless lower realms, specifically capturing those who have endured countless hardships to ascend to the upper realm. These individuals, once regarded as overlords in their lower realms and revered by millions, upon landing on the Taotian sect's ascension platform, are instantly suppressed by powerful prohibitions, rendered powerless, and reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter, facing a grim fate. They may be directly consumed as blood offerings, their essence entirely drained. Alternatively, they may be refined into various malevolent magic pills or artifacts, doomed to eternal suffering. Their methods are gruesome and brutal, even in the Xianxia Xianyu, where demonic forces reign and human life is treated as mere fodder. Their reputation instills terror and dread. Today, the Taotian sect's ascension platform remains as it always has. Dozens of figures adorned in crimson garments of the Totnzing, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence and possessing cultivation levels surpassing the third tier of the true immortal realm, stood arrogantly, their gazes laced with mockery, surrounding the ascension platform. They had long grown accustomed to this predatory duty. Each time the platform radiated with brilliant light, it heralded the arrival of yet another batch of delectable prey. As the vast ascension platform resonated with rippling distortions in space, figures of varying strength began to materialize one after another, emerging from different lower realms of the universe. The vast majority of these ascenders were only at the level of the void immortal realm. Occasionally, one or two true immortals would appear. Yet they were mostly novices at the true immortal stage, their presence tenuous and unstable. Upon their arrival, these ascenders found themselves utterly suppressed by the overwhelming power of the divine artifact's restrictions on the platform, rendering their formidable cultivation levels utterly ineffective. Subsequently, disciples of the Totnzing, akin to herding cattle, would bind and whisk them away to the depths of the sect to be raised as sustenance. Among these tragic ascenders was the Su Nzhnd of the Xianxiaaudiobooks, a being who had spent countless eons honing his craft to finally break free from the shackles of the world and achieve ascension. On the day of his ascension, the multitude of his subjects in the Xianxiaaudiobooks had bowed in tears to honor their supreme Su Nzhnd as he embarked on the fabled path to immortality. Yet, who could have anticipated that the other side of this path would lead him to such a despairing and terrifying realm? The moment he set foot in this place, the Su Nzhnd felt an unyielding force of terror binding him tightly. The true immortal power that had once allowed him to upheave the very foundations of the Xianxiaaudiobooks was now rendered utterly dormant. In horror, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the crimson-robed cultivators around him seemed to possess realms of cultivation equal to, or even surpassing his own. Among them were several particularly formidable beings whose mere glance sent shivers of dread and fear coursing through the depths of his soul. The cultivation levels of these individuals were far beyond that of a mere novice true immortal, likely reaching the fourth tier of the true immortal realm, or even higher. A casual strike from them could obliterate him entirely, annihilating both body and soul. What manner of place is this? Is the ascension to the upper realm merely a trap set by the demonic path as bait? In that moment, the Su Nzhnd was engulfed in an abyss of terror and despair. He could not fathom why the celestial realm he had longed for would manifest in such a grotesque form. Just as his spirit was on the verge of shattering and his thoughts spiraled into hopelessness, the space at the center of the ascension platform twisted violently once more. Suddenly, three figures emerged from the distorted space, stepping forth with measured grace. The foremost of them was a youth clad in an intricately designed dark red robe. His visage strikingly handsome, yet radiating an unsettling chill. His elongated eyes were as black as ink, seemingly capable of consuming all light from the world. Behind him stood two venerable elders wrapped in oversized black robes, their features obscured by shadows. Remarkably, no trace of their cultivation aura was detectable, rendering them akin to ordinary mortals, incongruous amidst the ominous demonic energy and flickering celestial light of the ascension platform. However, upon their arrival, the malevolent youth surveyed the surroundings with an air of detached scrutiny, devoid of any surprise or panic. Is this the upper realm? A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke with a tone that suggested he was not a mere ascender, but rather an unparalleled sovereign surveying his dominion. How audacious! The words of the youth, laced with an air of indifference, incited immediate fury in one of the Totnzing's law enforcement elders stationed there. This elder, gaunt and hawk-nosed, with slanted eyes, had attained the sixth tier of the true immortal realm and was a figure of authority within the Totnzing. Having grown accustomed to wielding power, he had never before encountered such an insolent ascender from the lower realms. How dare a mere insect from the lower realms arrive in the upper realm and fail to pay homage to this elder? Kneel at once, or I shall extract your souls and subject you to eternal torment by blood flames. Just as he prepared to unleash his formidable pressure upon the trio, a voice filled with boundless wrath and intent to kill erupted from behind the malevolent youth. How dare a mere insect show disrespect to the Lord of Demons? Die! The mere utterance of that single word unleashed a torrent of unimaginable terror that surged forth from the black-robed elder, akin to an ancient volcano that had lain dormant for eons. In that instant, the entire expanse of the Totnzing's vast mountain gates, encompassing a radius of 1,000,000 miles, froze in time and space. Then, that incomprehensibly terrifying force erupted outward with unmatched ferocity, sweeping across all directions. No. The previously arrogant law enforcement elder was frozen in disbelief, his sneer replaced by profound horror and bone-deep fear. He yearned to flee, to resist, to summon his treasures. But in the face of such overwhelming power capable of shattering galaxies, his sixth-tier true immortal cultivation felt as insignificant as dust, as fragile as parchment. In mere moments, he could not even emit a cry of despair before his body and soul were ground to nothingness beneath an unseen wheel of annihilation. And this was merely the beginning. The terrifying force continued to surge forth, an unstoppable tide that enveloped the entire Totnzing. Whether they were disciples engaged in cultivation, patrolling, or reveling, or the high-ranking officials and esteemed elders, all were swept away like grains of sand scattered by a tempest or dew evaporated by the scorching sun. Their protective divine light, their celestial laws, their once proud, formidable bodies and immortal souls were rendered utterly impotent against the overwhelming onslaught of that terrifying force. With a cacophony of explosions, numerous figures burst apart like punctured balloons. Countless grand palaces, formidable protective arrays, and radiant treasures were torn asunder, reduced to mere dust in the blink of an eye. In less than a breath's time, the once mighty Totnzing, which had reigned with fearsome renown in the eternal night celestial domain, its vast dominion built over countless eons, had been transformed into a swirling mass of blood mist and dust. The entire sect has been utterly erased from the map of Yongye, leaving only the Feishing Tai, those who have just ascended or have long been suppressed from the lower realms, like petrified beings, stared blankly at the desolate land before them, now transformed into ruins. Suffused with an aura of endless bloodshed and destruction, their minds were blank. In just a fleeting moment, the vast mountain gate of Taotian sect had become a silent wasteland. Chu Ji, now the blood abyss demon lord, stood in the void, his dark red demonic robe gently swaying in the chaotic flow of celestial energy. His eyes, reminiscent of deep seas, coldly surveyed the shattered world that had just endured a one-sided massacre, beginning to sense the strength of this upper realm's celestial domain. With a slight nod, as if he had come to a realization, he casually raised his right fist, without invoking any celestial essence or laws. Relying solely on the terrifying strength of his quasi-Sen Wang physical form, he effortlessly unleashed a flurry of punches towards the remnants of Taotian's sect, now reduced to scorched earth and deep pits. The resounding thuds echoed across the desolate ruins, reverberating like ancient divine drums. Each punch caused the ground within a radius of millions of miles to tremble violently, with terrifying fissures spreading like monstrous dragons in all directions. The already fragmented ruins of Taotian's sect collapsed further, creating a massive pit resembling an unfathomable abyss, where chaos surged and spatial fragments shot forth, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. As Chu Ji slowly retracted his fist, he lightly clenched it, feeling the overwhelming power still surging within and the restraining force of the world's laws against his physical strength. A contemplative expression crossed his extraordinarily handsome face as he spoke indifferently. The world strength of this upper realm is quite impressive. The few punches I just threw, if placed in the Xiantian universe, could easily shatter countless vast star domains and turn billions of stars into cosmic dust. Yet here, they merely created a pit several 100,000 miles deep. The stability of the world's laws and the quality of matter here are at least 1 billion times greater than those in the ordinary lower realms. Having witnessed Chu Ji's seemingly effortless yet world-shattering punches, the fortunate lower realm ascenders on the Feishing Tai, who had survived the aftermath of Taotian sect's destruction, were all struck with horror, collectively falling into a state of stupor and petrification. Especially the Xianzhen emperor from the Chongming realm, whose eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape in utter absurdity and profound doubt about life. As fellow ascenders from the lower realms, why did this enigmatic young man clad in a dark red demonic robe possess such terrifying power capable of effortlessly altering the very landscape of the celestial domain upon his arrival? Meanwhile, he found himself unable to muster even a fraction of his proud true immortal cultivation, left vulnerable to slaughter. The once formidable Taotian sect's demonic powerhouses, who appeared godlike to him, were reduced to mere ants in his presence, annihilated with a mere wave of his hand. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Could it be that there exists such an insurmountable chasm between the lower realms? The Xianzhen emperor felt his worldview being utterly overturned at that moment, his Tao heart trembling with instability. Just as Chu Ji was sensing the strength of the upper realm, causing the ascenders to be overwhelmed, a cold, mechanical voice of the villain system echoed in his mind, now with a subtle change. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the upper realm. The villain system has detected a higher-level world law and is initiating an adaptive upgrade. Upgrading 1050100. System upgrade completed. New functional modules have been unlocked, and some existing functions have been optimized. Function optimization. The method of dealing with children of destiny has been adjusted. From today, when encountering children of destiny of golden rank and below, the host no longer needs to deliberately destroy their Tao hearts. They may be directly slain. Upon slaying, the host will receive all their luck points and villain value rewards. Classification of children of destiny: white, blue, purple, gold, red, chaos, Hongming. New functional module. The Wanjia roulette has been successfully activated. The Wanjia roulette. For each child of destiny of purple rank and above slain, the host may spin the roulette. Within the roulette lies endless treasures and secrets from the myriad realms, legendary divine powers, and even followers with extraordinary talents and terrifying strength. If luck favors the host, there's even a chance to directly acquire Hongmeng treasures and the subservience of celestial emperors. After listening to the introduction of the newly upgraded functions, a glimmer of intrigue appeared in Chu Ji's usually indifferent eyes. Oh, so children of destiny of golden rank and below can be directly slain for all rewards without needing to destroy their Dao hearts? That certainly simplifies matters. This Wanjia roulette sounds quite interesting, he mused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The idea of acquiring Hongmeng treasures and the subservience of celestial emperors was indeed audacious. However, if such rewards could truly be obtained, it would be a tremendous opportunity. After all, the final adversary he must face was none other than the invincible Zhenwu Xianwang. Any method that could swiftly enhance his strength and bolster his trump cards was undoubtedly welcome. As Chu Ji contemplated, preparing to depart this chaotic place with his two profound guardian Sun Wang companions in search of a suitable refuge for subsequent developments, a sharp, clear voice, imbued with innate pride and condescension, suddenly rang out from behind him. Stop. Chu Ji subtly furrowed his brow and slowly turned around. There, on the opposite side of the Feishing Tai, stood a young woman clad in a resplendent multicolored robe, her figure graceful and her beauty striking. Yet her expression bore an unmistakable air of haughtiness and entitlement. This young woman was none other than Lu Tianhua, the heavenly empress from the Zhuang realm, having just ascended from the lower realm. Though her cultivation barely reached the second level of true immortality, her gaze towards Chu Ji lacked the awe and trepidation expected of a new ascender. Instead, it was filled with scrutiny and an air of command, as if it were her prerogative to issue orders. As a favored scion of the Lu family, a branch of the upper realms Lu clan, she had long known through her family's secret methods that upon her ascension, the Lu clan would send powerful members to escort her. Thus, upon seeing Chu Ji and his two inscrutable black-robed elders, she presumptuously assumed they were merely her family's servants come to guide her. Humph, why are you so slow? You've only just arrived. Lu Tianhua glared at Chu Ji, her tone laced with the dissatisfaction and reprimand of one in authority. You must be the servant sent by my Lu family to escort me, right? Your strength is passable, barely qualifying to accompany me. She raised her chin imperiously, speaking in a tone akin to bestowing a favor. From today onward, you shall be my chief bodyguard. Kneel and express your gratitude. Then, immediately take this emperor to the upper realms Lu family. Such arrogant and foolish words caused Chu Chi's peculiar eyes to slightly narrow. A cold laugh emerged in his heart. It appears that even in this cruel and bloody upper realm, where strength reigns supreme, there are still those spoiled by their families, utterly ignorant of the heavens and the earth, and self-righteous fools. However, just as Chu Chi was preparing to eliminate this noisy woman and teach her the lesson of trouble comes from the mouth, a chilling and mocking notification from the villain system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a new daughter of fortune, purple heavenly favored one. Target, Lu Tianhua, Empress Tianhua. Cultivation, true immortal realm, second layer. Kill reward, 100 million villain points, 10 million fortune points. One chance to activate the all-world roulette. Special reminder, upon the first activation of the all-world roulette, the host has a high probability of obtaining rare items of the Immortal King level or above, or powerful followers. Oh, a purple level daughter of fortune? The first activation of the roulette comes with a guaranteed reward? Upon hearing this, a chilling and greedy glint flashed in the depths of Chu Chi's peculiar eyes. In the next moment, he could hardly be bothered to exchange another word with this foolish yet fortunate Empress Tianhua. Across the void of several hundred zhang, Chu Chi simply flicked his fingers. With a soft yet bone-chilling explosion, the once commanding and imperious Empress Lu Tianhua's face, filled with arrogance and disdain, suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, her head exploded into a brilliant yet tragic mist of blood, as if struck by an invisible ancient divine mountain. Her soul was utterly crushed and annihilated by an irresistible force of terror. She was dead beyond revival. The arrogant smile on her face was forever frozen in the last moment of her life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the purple daughter of fortune, Lu Tianhua. Obtained 100 million villain points, 10 million fortune points. One chance to activate the all-world roulette. Ding! The all-world roulette has been activated. Would you like to activate it immediately? Seeing the soaring numbers on the system panel, a cold and satisfied smile curved Chu Chi's lips. Activate, he unhesitatingly thought in his heart. In an instant, a massive wheel glowing with chaotic radiance, inscribed with countless mysterious patterns and symbols, as if embodying all possibilities of the myriad realms, slowly emerged in his consciousness and began to spin rapidly. Countless dazzling options flashed by on the roulette. There were supreme immortal weapons exuding a destructive aura, ancient scriptures recording forbidden divine arts, mysterious beast eggs harboring terrifying entities, and even numerous shining imprints representing submission and allegiance from powerful beings. Chu Chi's consciousness was intricately connected with the roulette at this moment, quietly awaiting the final result. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the rapidly spinning massive wheel gradually came to a halt with a series of heart-pounding clicks. Ultimately, the pointer of the wheel steadily pointed to an object enveloped in boundless chaotic demonic energy, with billions of phantom demonic gods roaring and howling, emanating an aura so terrifying that even ancient immortal gods would tremble and submit. It was a black banner, ancient in form, yet filled with endless murderous and destructive energy. The surface of the banner seemed inscribed with primordial demonic patterns born from the chaos at the dawn of the myriad realms. The banner pole was as dark as ink, yet subtly radiated a terrifying demonic power capable of devouring all life and time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Through the all-world roulette, you have successfully obtained the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Zhenwu Mo Fan. Chapter 51. The Effect of Zhenwu Mo Fan, the New Golden Sun of Fortune. With a thought, the black banner, swirling with infinite chaotic demonic energy and echoing with the roars of billions of demonic gods, manifested from the system space, quietly hovering in the palm of his hand. This banner was the Chaos Supreme Treasure Zhenwu Mo Fan obtained from his first spin of the all-world roulette. Zhenwu Mo Fan, Chaos Supreme Treasure formed from an indestructible source of demonic energy within the ancient chaos, nurtured through countless calamities. It transcends all immortal king weapons, and even the supreme beings of the immortal venerable rank find it hard to possess one. The abilities of the demonic banner are as follows. First, Zhenwu. It can summon the endless calamity power of the myriad realms, manifesting fiery calamities, thunder calamities, wind calamities, heart calamities, demonic calamities, death calamities, soul calamities, Tao calamities, and all forms of terrifying disasters, serving as offensive means. Where the calamity points to, all things cease to exist, and immortal gods tremble. The second ability of the demonic banner is Zhenwu. This is the core and most heaven-defying divine ability of the Zhenwu Mo Fan. The banner can absorb the complete true spirit imprint and all Tao fruits, insights, and memories of any being slain by the host, regardless of whether they are immortal, demonic, or Buddhist, and irrespective of their cultivation level, transforming them into Zhenwu. Zhenwu are immortal and indestructible, possessing their full strength from their previous lives. Moreover, they can cultivate within the Zhenwu Mo Fan's internal realm of calamities, continuously refining and comprehending the great Tao. All their cultivation gains, whether in strength or comprehension of laws, will return to the banner's master at a rate of 99. The more Zhenwu the host commands, the stronger the host becomes, accelerating the improvement of their cultivation until infinity. Hiss. After carefully reviewing the system's detailed description of the Zhenwu Mo Fan, an unprecedented fervor and shock erupted from the depths of Chu Chi's peculiar eyes. Chaos Supreme Treasure. The rank of this Zhenwu Mo Fan actually surpasses that of immortal king weapons, an existence so supreme that even immortal venerables find it hard to possess. Its power is terrifying to an unimaginable degree. The ability to summon calamities from the myriad realms indicates how fearsome its offensive capabilities are. One can only imagine that a mere wave could reduce an entire immortal domain to desolation, with billions of lives plunged into boundless disaster. Furthermore, the Zhenwu ability is the pinnacle of heaven-defying. Not only can it convert all slain enemies into immortal and indestructible warriors retaining their full strength from their previous lives, forming an absolutely loyal army of the dead. What is more alarming is that these Zhenwu can cultivate within the banner, and 99 of their cultivation gains will be returned to the master of the banner. This is practically a mobile, infinitely growing cultivation accelerator. This banner is not only an unparalleled weapon of slaughter, but also a heaven-defying artifact for assisting in cultivation. Chu Chi tightly grasped the Zhenwu Mo Fan in his hand, feeling the terrifying demonic might that seemed capable of devouring the heavens and annihilating the ages. His gaze ablaze with excitement. With this banner, the joy of hunting those so-called children of fortune has added another layer. Not only can he reap the system's generous rewards, but he can also transform them into powerful Zhenwu, utilizing them for training day and night, aiding him in accelerating his ascent to the supreme throne of the heavenly emperor. With this thought, Chu Chi's gaze inadvertently swept over the ascending platform, where the lower realm ascenders still lingered in a daze and fear. He casually surveyed them, but found their cultivation levels to be exceedingly low. The vast majority were still at the void immortal stage, easily obliterated by the previous emperor-level powers of the Xiantian universe. The strongest among them, like the deceased Empress Tianhua, was merely at the true immortal realm, no different from ants. Allowing such beings to enter the Wanzhou Mo Fan and become the first batch of Zhenwu would be an insult to this chaos supreme treasure. Chu Qi shook his head slightly, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. He was unwilling to allow these insignificant beings, barely worthy of being called cannon fodder, to tarnish the precious chaos treasure he had so painstakingly acquired. Very well, you ants, may you perish on your own. Chu Ji retracted the Wanjie demon banner, no longer concerning himself with the ascenders who were already terrified to the core. With a mere thought, a massive palace-like magical artifact, entirely enveloped in darkness, towering a staggering 10,000 miles, adorned with countless grotesque demonic carvings, and exuding an ancient and formidable aura of demonic power, suddenly materialized from the void. This palace was none other than the DMO Palace, a rather remarkable artifact of the demonic path that Chu Ji had previously discovered within the treasury of the Xia Dynasty, classified as a low-grade immortal king artifact. Although its might paled in comparison to national treasures such as the Tianquan sword and the Xianhuangding, it was still sufficient for a temporary means of transportation in the higher realms. In the next moment, the two grand, heavy doors of the DMO Palace slowly opened, and both Chu Ji and the two immortal king guardians flickered into the palace. Boom! The DMO Palace erupted with a dazzling demonic light, producing a thunderous roar that instantly tore through the fabric of reality before transforming into a streak of black light, vanishing into the desolated land. It was not until the suffocating aura of terror had completely receded that the Xianzhen Emperor, on the ascension platform, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched in cold sweat, recalling the casual glance cast by Chu Ji moments ago, he still felt a chill of fear. As though he had danced on the brink of death, his Dao heart nearly shattered by the sheer terror. Who exactly is this person? How could he possess such overwhelming power? The Xianzhen Emperor murmured to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and an indescribable sense of relief at having survived. Meanwhile, in the eternal night immortal domain, in another vast expanse separated by countless billions of miles, a city with an endless and magnificent outline stood. Its walls soared to millions of feet, constructed from a mysterious, darkly glimmering divine metal. Countless intricate array patterns and prohibitions were inscribed upon it, exuding a terrifying aura that suppressed the ages and looked down upon the 8 realms. This mighty immortal city, known as Fengling Immortal City, lay quietly upon the earth, resembling a colossal primordial beast dominating the heavens and the earth. Fengling Immortal City was the dominion of the renowned Ling family, a prominent lineage of immortal kings within the eternal night immortal domain. The Ling family was not solely a demonic path family. It was said that their ancestors were once a direct royal lineage of an immortal dynasty in the higher realms, but due to offending a powerful prince of that dynasty, they were exiled to this northern domain rife with demonic forces. Nevertheless, the ancestors of the Ling family were also remarkable individuals who refused to succumb to despair. Through sheer strength, they carved out their own territory in this brutal and bloody demonic realm. After countless generations of hard work and bloodshed, the Ling family had evolved into one of the foremost powers within the eternal night immortal domain, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient demonic sections. Their family patriarch was a genuine immortal king, possessing boundless longevity and having perfected his path to its utmost fulfillment. It was rumored that the patriarch had mastered an astounding 80 pure immortal king laws. Such terrifying strength instilled dread in any who dared to challenge the authority of the Ling family. Presently, the Ling family was thriving, producing prodigies in abundance. Today, the Fengling Immortal City was adorned with festive decorations and filled with celestial music. Numerous demonic path giants and renowned immortals from various factions within the eternal night immortal domain gathered here, laden with generous gifts. This day marked the union of the Ling family's most dazzling new star, the third young master Ling Yun, who had reached the 8th level of the true immortal realm at merely 1,000 years of age, hailed as the greatest prodigy in the Ling family's history. And the Saintess Yi Linglong of the Hua He sect, another major power with an immortal king ancestor. This marriage signified the formal establishment of an alliance between the Ling family and the Hua He sect, elevating their status and influence within the eternal night immortal domain to new heights. Within the grand hall of the Ling family, guests filled the space, toasting and celebrating. The current head of the Ling family, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor and an aura at the threshold of the immortal king realm, sat proudly at the head seat. With a radiant expression, he raised a white jade wine cup and boisterously proclaimed, It is an honor for me and the entire Ling family that all of you have come to celebrate my son Ling Yun's wedding. Speaking of which, my son Ling Yun has barely reached 1,000 years, yet has already broken through to the 8th level of the true immortal realm. Such a pace in cultivation and such an unparalleled talent is something even our esteemed ancestor could not have matched in his youth. Laughter and cheers erupted from the guests. Below, the matriarch of the Huahi sect, a stunning beauty dressed in pink robes, with enchanting eyes that exuded irresistible charm, smiled gently, saying, "Head of the Ling family. You jest. Young Ling Yun is indeed a rare talent, with boundless potential, and may even surpass your esteemed ancestor to become the new sovereign of the eternal night immortal domain. My daughter Ling Long is truly fortunate to marry such an extraordinary prodigy." The hall was filled with flattery and congratulatory remarks, creating a lively atmosphere. However, amidst this joyous celebration, an elder from a common demonic sect, tasked with guarding the city's array, suddenly narrowed his eyes, noticing a colossal, pitch-black palace shadow, radiating overwhelming demonic power, slowly advancing toward Feng Ling Immortal City like a ghostly vessel emerging from the depths of the abyss. Simultaneously, seated upon the throne of the DMO Palace, Chu Ji received a chilling and mechanical notification from the antagonist system within his mind. Ding! Detected a new child of fate, Golden Infinite Enlightener. Target locked. Third young master of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Cultivation, 8th level of the true immortal realm. Special encounter. Possesses the talent for infinite enlightenment. Able to comprehend any technique or divine ability at a glance, mastering it effortlessly. As a child, he accidentally entered the long-extinct hall left behind by an immortal sovereign and obtained a complete inheritance of vast immortal techniques and forbidden divine abilities. Kill reward, 1 billion antagonist points, 100 million fortune points. Oh, a golden child of destiny? Infinite enlightenment? Inheritance of an immortal sovereign? Upon hearing the system's notification, a glimmer of icy, lethal intent and profound interest flickered in Chu Ji's previously calm and indifferent eyes. He slowly rose from his throne, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as if his gaze pierced through the layers of the DMO Palace. He looked down upon the vibrant and bustling immortal city, which was soon to be transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield under his command. A cold smile crept upon his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. It seems, as the demon lord today, I must also partake in the festive revelry. The guests took turns approaching Ling Yun, the first prodigy of the Ling family throughout the ages, to offer their congratulations with toasts. Ling Yun, your achievements at such a young age are truly remarkable. You are a hero of unparalleled caliber, to have reached the 8th heaven of the true immortal realm at such a tender age. Your future accomplishments are limitless. One can only anticipate your ascension to the realm of immortal kings. Indeed, the talents of the third young master of the Ling family are unmatched throughout history. Furthermore, your union with the exquisite Ling Long of the Hua sect is a match made in heaven, a true pairing of talent and beauty. Let us toast in your honor. As the sounds of praise and admiration echoed in his ears, a proud smile involuntarily graced Ling Yun's lips. He was indeed filled with immense pride, perhaps even to the point of arrogance. His innate talent was, without a doubt, extraordinarily high. From a young age, he had exhibited cultivation aptitude far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, through a fortuitous encounter, he had stumbled upon a long-lost sanctuary of an immortal sovereign, acquiring a wealth of celestial techniques and forbidden knowledge. With his unparalleled comprehension, he had mastered at least 10 spells at the level of an immortal king, each perfected to an extraordinary degree. Given his current cultivation at the 8th heaven of the true immortal realm, should he reveal his hidden cards, he held absolute confidence in his ability to vanquish ordinary quasi-mortal kings with a single strike. Even his betrothed, the renowned and aloof Saintess Yi Ling Long of the Hua sect, known for her icy demeanor in the eternal night immortal domain, had initially regarded him with disdain. Yet ultimately, after witnessing his formidable prowess that surpassed his peers and even challenged those beyond his level, she was thoroughly captivated, willingly becoming his partner. The thought of tonight's nuptials filled Ling Yun with an uncontrollable fervor and excitement, as he envisioned possessing the enchanting and beguiling figure of the ice-cold Saintess. However, just as Ling Yun's mind wandered in anticipation of the blissful evening ahead, a thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens above. Suddenly, a vast and overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, threatening to collapse the entire Feng Ling immortal city. Within the Ling family estate, the once lively atmosphere froze in an instant. All the guests, who had been toasting and laughing, turned pale in shock, their gazes drawn towards the outside of the hall. What had once been a clear, sunny sky, with the sun hanging high above, was now shrouded by an immense palace shadow, utterly dark and exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. The palace, ancient yet terrifying in design, was adorned with countless reliefs depicting the roars of primordial demon gods. A mere glance evoked an instinctive dread, as if one's very soul could be devoured. A pure, vast, and terrifying pressure, surpassing even that of a quasi-mortal king, emanated from the palace artifact, weighing heavily upon everyone's hearts, rendering their breaths labored. Was this the pressure of an immortal king? The palace artifact must surely be a weapon of immortal kings. Within the grand hall, numerous experienced demonic cultivators, upon sensing the terrifying pressure and the palace's rank, were left aghast, exclaiming in disbelief. Who could possess such formidable strength and heritage to command an immortal king's weapon to descend upon this insignificant Fengling immortal city? Even the Ling family's patriarch, who had reached the quasi-mortal king realm, wore an expression of utmost gravity, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Even in the innermost depths of the Ling family estate, where the most sacred grounds were shrouded in layers of immortal prohibitions, the family's elder, who had been in seclusion attempting to consolidate more immortal king laws, was abruptly awakened by the sudden, terrifying pressure, which esteemed friend has graced us with their presence in Fengling immortal city. The elder's aged yet commanding voice resonated from the depths of the forbidden area, echoing throughout the entire city. Yet before he could personally emerge to welcome the visitor, an even more overwhelming voice, reverberating like the sound of countless divine bells, proclaimed throughout the entire Fengling immortal city. Reaching the ears of every living being, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord has descended upon this city today. All beings within, regardless of status or cultivation level, must immediately kneel and pay their respects to the Demon Lord. Any who dare to show disrespect or harbor disobedience shall be executed. In an instant, a pressure far more terrifying than before swept down from the Imperial Demon Palace in the heavens, as if intending to freeze the very fabric of reality. In a mere moment, countless celestial cultivators within Fengling immortal city, those of weaker cultivation, found themselves unable to muster even a thought of resistance under this overwhelming force, collapsing to their knees as if compelled by an unseen hand. Some even spat blood and lost consciousness from the sheer intensity of the pressure. Even the Ling family elder, having attained the immortal king realm, turned pale, feeling as if his very bones were on the verge of shattering under the weight of this formidable pressure. Fearing he might be crushed into a mere puddle of blood, he was filled with dread. Realizing the sudden arrival of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord likely surpassed his own power, perhaps being a being who wielded dozens or even hundreds of immortal king laws. In an instant, the Fengling immortal city was engulfed in panic, all beings bowing in reverence. Countless celestial cultivators quivered in fear. A multitude of strong individuals kneeling before the Imperial Demon Palace, honoring the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, whose overwhelming presence was both unknown and awe-inspiring. Yet at that moment, the suffocating pressure suddenly eased. Then, a voice, somewhat indifferent yet tinged with nonchalance and impatience, resonated. Elder Lei Yin, you have gone too far. This demon lord has merely come to partake in the joyous banquet and seek a cup of celebratory wine. There is no need for such commotion. As the words fell, the colossal Imperial Demon Palace above swiftly dimmed and shrank. Following this, 3 figures gracefully descended from the now-reduced palace. Leading them was Chu Shi, garbed in a dark red, intricately designed demonic robe, his appearance strikingly handsome, yet exuding a chilling aura. Behind him stood 2 venerable elders draped in expansive black robes, their profound presences making it difficult to gaze directly at them. One of the black-robed elders, upon hearing Chu Shi's words, immediately bowed in deference. His expression filled with trepidation as he replied, "Please forgive me, Demon Lord. I merely wish to keep these insignificant ants from disturbing your enjoyment." His posture was one of utmost reverence, his tone exceedingly humble, as if entirely submissive to the will of the Demon Lord. This scene, witnessed by the countless celestial cultivators kneeling below, sent a wave of unparalleled shock through their hearts. The Blood Abyss Demon Lord? Who exactly is this mysterious young man, commanding such deference from 2 genuine immortal king-level cultivators? Could it be that he is the direct descendant of a powerful immortal king, ruling over countless demonic realms? Or perhaps even an invincible immortal king? The implications were terrifying beyond imagination. Many perceptive demonic experts instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Behind Chu Shi, the 2 elder gentlemen cloaked in black were indeed genuine Xianwang powerhouses. Moreover, the oppressive aura they emanated surpassed that of the venerable ancestor from the Ling family by a considerable margin. At that moment, the crowd felt a profound sense of trepidation, bowing deeply in respect towards Chu Shi's direction, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Demon Lord." Even the previously imposing Ling family ancestor, disregarding all else. Hastily emerged from the forbidden grounds. Accompanied by the Ling family head and a multitude of elders, they approached with utmost reverence. Their faces adorned with expressions of humility and trepidation. We were unprepared for the esteemed presence of the demon lord. Please forgive our lack of proper welcome. Chu Shi, with an enigmatic smile, cast a glance at them, casually waving his hand and speaking in a tone of indifference. There is no need for such formality. As he spoke, his mind stirred. Suddenly, a small sword, ancient in design and radiating an ethereal blue light, inscribed with countless profound runes and exuding a relentless sword intent, appeared before him. The moment the sword manifested, a terrifying celestial might, powerful enough to rend the heavens and sever the realms, enveloped the surroundings, prompting gasps of astonishment from the gathered guests. This is a superior celestial artifact. My heavens, it is indeed a genuine superior celestial artifact. Judging by its imposing presence, it ranks among the very top of its kind. With a casual flourish, Chu Shi let the superior sword drift gracefully before the Ling family ancestor, stating nonchalantly, "As I am but a newcomer, I have little in the way of gifts. This ethereal blue sword shall serve as a modest token of my regard, a form of congratulatory gift. I hail from the distant blood abyss Zhenwu, and today, as fate would have it, I pass through this place, coinciding with your grand banquet, witnessing the festive atmosphere. I thought to join in for a cup of celebratory wine. I hope you will welcome me." The Ling family ancestor, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. Though he too was a xianwang, he was merely an ordinary one, mastering a mere 80 celestial laws. He lacked the foundation to wield a true xianwang's weapon. To him, a superior celestial artifact was a treasure beyond measure, worthy of being a family heirloom. "Welcome. It is an immense honor for my Ling family to host the demon lord. This is a momentous occasion that our Feng Ling Xiancheng has not seen in a million years." He hurriedly cradled the ethereal blue sword as if it were a precious gem, bowing repeatedly to Chu Shi, his face radiating an obsequious smile. He hastily designated Chu Shi as the esteemed guest of honor for the banquet, disregarding all formalities, and directly invited him to the most prestigious seat of honor. Furthermore, he cast urgent glances at the Ling family head, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go fetch Yun'er and Linglong. Let them properly greet our esteemed demon lord. If we can earn this great one's favor, our Ling family shall soar to unimaginable heights." Moved by these words, the Ling family head promptly complied. Before long, the previously spirited and vibrant third young master of the Ling family, Ling Yun, along with the enchanting Yi Linglong, adorned in a resplendent wedding gown and veiled in red, approached Chu Shi under the guidance of the Ling family head. "Little girl Yi Linglong, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed one," she declared. Although her visage was obscured by the red veil, her voice was melodious and carried an air of aloofness as she bowed slightly to Chu Shi. However, Ling Yun, upon witnessing Chu Shi's enigmatic smile up close, found himself suddenly frozen in place. A bone-chilling sensation surged from the depths of his being, an instinctive fear that threatened to paralyze his very soul, overwhelming him with an inexpressible sense of danger, akin to a prey confronting its most formidable hunter. Within the Ling family estate, the joyous feast continued. Chu Shi was treated as the guest of honor by the Ling family elders, even seated at the most prestigious place of honor, disregarding all protocols. The surrounding figures of the demonic path and celestial sects were exceedingly cautious, silent as a grave, fearful of offending the capricious and formidable demon lord of Blood Abyss. Ling Yun sat at a distance from Chu Shi. Despite his father and ancestors' excessive flattery and the gift of the superior celestial sword, an unshakable sense of danger gnawed at him, refusing to dissipate. He feigned calm as he lifted his wine cup, unwilling to meet Chu Shi's gaze. Chu Shi, idly toying with a white jade cup, cast an inscrutable glance over the assembly, finally resting his eyes on the exquisite bride, Yi Linglong, still veiled in red. Ling family head, Chu Shi's voice was cool, yet laced with undeniable authority. "This wedding banquet boasts quite the grandeur. I wonder if the bride is as pleasing as this celebration is splendid?" At these words, the already tense atmosphere in the hall plummeted to an icy chill. The smile on the Ling family head's face faltered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The Ling family ancestors' eyelids twitched, sensing the impending doom. Meanwhile, the groom, Ling Yun, sprang to his feet, his handsome face flushed with anger. Yet, before he could voice his outrage, the Ling family head urgently restrained him, casting a stern, admonishing glare. "Humph." Chu Shi let out a dispassionate chuckle, rising from his seat and leisurely advancing toward the poised Yi Linglong beside the wedding sedan. "Demon Lord, this is against etiquette." The Ling family head summoned his courage, his voice trembling in an attempt to interject. However, Chu Shi appeared oblivious, his stride unwavering. The two Xianwang protectors behind him, particularly the tempestuous Lei Yin Xianwang, emitted a chilling snort, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon the Ling family head, forcing him to his knees. Incapable of completing his protest, in an instant, Chu Shi stood before Yi Linglong, extending a slender, pale hand, one seemingly brimming with boundless demonic might. Ignoring the myriad gazes of shock, anger, and fear, as well as Ling Yun's fiery glare, he casually lifted the red veil draping Yi Linglong's face. As the veil fell away, a breathtaking visage, enchanting beyond compare, was revealed to all. Her skin was fairer than snow, her delicate features exquisite, and her autumn-like eyes widened in astonishment and embarrassment, radiating a captivating charm. Even Chu Shi, with his discerning eye, could not help but inwardly commend, "What a stunning beauty." Her appearance is barely adequate for my tastes," he remarked, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone laced with playful intrigue. He then shifted the subject. In a tone that seemed to announce a trivial matter, he addressed Yi Linglong, whose delicate figure trembled with indignation and fear, saying, "From this day forth, you shall no longer act as the young mistress of the Ling family. Under my command, I am in need of a maid to serve tea and water. You shall fulfill this role." The moment his words echoed through the grand hall of the Ling family, a wave of astonishment swept through the countless guests who had been secretly observing through various mystical means. Everyone appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. An abduction of a bride? No, this was far more tyrannical and humiliating. The Blood Abyss Demon Lord dared to make the young mistress, whom the Ling family had painstakingly brought into their fold, a mere personal servant before the groom and the multitude of powerful beings from the eternal night, celestial domain. It was as if they had forcefully ground the Ling family's dignity into the dirt a billion times over. Unable to bear the series of unprecedented humiliations, Ling Yun erupted, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned a deep crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as he pointed at Chu Shi and unleashed a feral roar. "Blood Abyss Demon Lord, you are far too tyrannical." In a frenzy, he unleashed the terrifying aura of an 8th-tier true immortal, rushing towards Chu Shi in a desperate attempt to fight back. Yet, before he could fully move, a disdainful snort came from behind Chu Shi. The very same Lei Yin immortal king who had previously suppressed the Ling family patriarch. A pressure, more terrifying than before, descended upon Ling Yun like an ancient mountain, crushing him utterly. Ling Yun's momentary surge of momentum disintegrated under this overwhelming pressure, collapsing to his knees with a thud, leaving deep impressions on the hard immortal jade floor. His bones felt as if they were fracturing, blood gushing forth from his mouth and nose, his breath dwindling to a mere whisper of resistance. He could only glare at Chu Shi with eyes filled with endless resentment and hatred, unable to utter a single coherent word. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Shi could not help but smile. A chilling grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, imbued with boundless malice. With a rumble, he no longer concealed his terrifying demonic might that seemed poised to consume the heavens and annihilate eternity. Indeed, the demon lord had overstepped his bounds. He nodded lightly, a hint of playful mockery lacing his tone. But what of it? Before his words faded, Chu Shi casually raised his right hand. A surge of chaotic demonic energy coalesced into a staff, adorned with the roaring, howling specters of countless demonic deities, emanating an aura that could instill fear even in the mightiest of celestial beings. This staff, the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner, now shrank to a mere 3 feet in length, appearing quietly within his palm. Gently stroking the cold, bloodthirsty surface of the banner, his indifferent gaze swept across the hall, where the so-called titans of the demonic path and esteemed celestial figures had been rendered speechless by terror. His voice, seemingly calm, yet filled with undeniable authority, rang out. "Let me speak plainly. I have not come here to partake in your trivial celebrations. Your strength is decent enough. It will serve well to be included in my 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner for a raucous gathering." As the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner manifested, its chaotic, demonic aura enveloped the entire Ling family hall, plunging it into an atmosphere of dread. The Ling family patriarch, who had managed to maintain his composure until now, turned ashen upon sensing the overwhelming power contained within the Black Banner, power that could obliterate celestial beings and wreak untold calamities. His pale face, already drained of color due to fear, became utterly devoid of blood. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his luxurious robe. Struggling to swallow, his throat felt parched as he trembled before the indifferent gaze of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, stuttering, "What? What do you mean, my lord?" "What do I mean?" Chu Shi echoed with a faint, mocking smile, his eyes glinting with malice as they shifted toward the prostrate figure of Ling Yun, whose bones were crushed and whose predicament was dire. Chu Shi's voice, though calm, carried an icy chill that could freeze one's very soul. Ling Yun, I am aware that you harbor a monumental secret, a secret concerning the legacy of a supreme celestial being. At this revelation, not only Ling Yun but also his bride Yi Ling Long, who had gone pale with fear, along with the ashen-faced patriarch and family head of the Ling family, found their pupils constricted, their expressions betraying a profound horror and a deep-seated greed. The legacy of a celestial being. This was an existence that surpassed even the celestial kings. A mythic presence spoken of only in the most ancient of legends. Any connection to such a legacy could send the myriad powers of the upper realms into a frenzy, igniting a bloodbath across countless celestial domains. Ling Yun possessed such an extraordinary inheritance. Observing their reactions, Chu Shi's smile grew increasingly sardonic and icy as he continued in a flat tone devoid of emotion. Now, I present you with two choices. First, you may willingly divulge every secret you know. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I will spare these ignorant ants a chance at survival. Second, Chu Shi paused, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Should you choose to resist, I shall invite all members of the Ling family to join my 10,000 Calamities Demon banner for a lively gathering. Once matters here are settled, I shall employ soul-searching techniques to uncover everything. His words brimmed with undeniable authority and blatant threats. As if the lives of the millions within the Ling family were nothing more than ants beneath his heel, utterly inconsequential. No, it cannot be. How could Yun'er possibly possess a celestial being's legacy? My lord, you must be mistaken. At that moment, a middle-aged man resembling Ling Yun, dressed in the elder's garb of the Ling family, staggered from the crowd, pointing at Ling Yun in a desperate attempt to plead with Chu Shi. He was Ling Yun's uncle, who had always doted on his remarkably gifted nephew, and seeing him in peril, he rushed forward against all odds to defend him. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Shi's brow furrowed slightly in annoyance. Enough. The cold words escaped his lips, and he barely glanced at the elder, merely flicking his finger. A formless gust of energy shot forth, too swift for anyone to react. The elder's expression of shock and urgency froze in an instant. His eyes wide with disbelief and terror, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound escaped. In the next moment, his body exploded into a dazzling yet tragic mist of blood, just as the previous Empress Tianhua had. In that very moment, his spirit was utterly crushed and annihilated by an irresistible force of terror. Subsequently, a scene unfolded that struck fear into the hearts of all present. From the ominous blood mist, a dark and profound essence of true spirit emerged silently, akin to a fledgling swallow's returning to their nest, and was swept away by the in the palm of Chu Shi. In the next instant, the fabric of the banner resonated with the silent roar of countless spectral demons. A figure, identical to that of the elder from the Ling family, but with duller skin and vacant eyes, filled with deathly silence and subservience, gradually stepped forth from the dark banner, standing respectfully behind Chu Shi. A true was born. This scene, like a chilling wind from the nine hells, swept through the entire Ling family hall. Every guest who witnessed this was struck with horror, their hearts quaking with fear and dread. The gaze directed at Chu Shi was now imbued with a terror and reverence 100-fold greater than before. What sorcery is this? How could it imprison the true spirit of the slain and turn it to one's own use? This was simply unheard of and unseen. Ling Yun, having witnessed his most beloved uncle so easily reduced to ashes before his very eyes, with even his true spirit confined and transformed into that ghastly, felt his already furious eyes turn bloodshot, nearly bursting with rage. An uncontrollable tide of wrath and endless grief erupted from the depths of his heart. Blood Abyss, Demon Lord. He suddenly raised his head, fiercely staring at the indifferent Chu Shi, who sat high on the throne as if he had merely crushed an ant beneath his heel, and let out a heart-wrenching, frenzied roar. What enmity do I, the Ling family, hold with you? Why must you be so aggressive? Why must you humiliate my family so? His voice, strained and sharp from overwhelming anger and sorrow, was filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness. However, upon hearing his question, Chu Shi merely displayed a mocking and disdainful smile. Enmity? He gently shook his head, his tone flat, yet imbued with a chilling frost that could freeze souls. This place is the extreme northern celestial domain where the demonic path runs rampant, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Here, the so-called grievances and vendettas are merely the laments of the powerless. As for you, the Ling family, Chu Shi's gaze swept over the terrified members of the Ling clan, who were as silent as cicadas in winter, a cruel smile curving his lips. Who among you has not stained their hands with the blood of the innocent? Who has not acted without scruples for their own gain? Does this demon lord need a reason to annihilate you? He paused, his cold and mocking gaze settling on Ling Yun once more, his tone grave. Moreover, what grievances can there be? You dared to speak disrespectfully before this demon lord and attempted to resist. This, in itself, is a sin worthy of 1,000 deaths. Ling Yun could no longer contain his fury and frustration. It erupted violently. He abruptly rose from the ground. The terrifying aura of the 8th layer of true immortal realm enveloping him. His eyes blood-red with rage as he pointed at Chu Shi and let out a frenzied roar. Blood Abyss, Demon Lord. Do you truly believe that I, Ling Yun, possess no hidden cards? Today, I shall show you. He was about to retrieve an unparalleled treasure from the relic of a celestial sovereign to fight Chu Shi with everything he had. Yet, before his threatening and frenzied words could fully escape his lips, a hint of disdain and impatience curled at the corners of Chu Shi's mouth. He could not even be bothered to listen to another word. With a casual flick of his finger, a sound more muted and thorough than the previous elder's explosion resounded. Ling Yun's furious and frenzied roar came to an abrupt halt. His handsome face, twisted by intense emotion, froze in an instant. Then, his entire body erupted as if struck by countless stars, exploding without warning. Flesh, bones, spirit, and all that constituted him were utterly ground into the purest void by an unimaginable invisible power. Dead beyond death. Not a shred or remnant was left. Since you possess hidden cards, Chu Shi retracted his finger, his tone monotone and devoid of any ripples, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. The demon lord saw no need to guess or waste time. To kill directly is the cleanest and most decisive course of action. In his heart, he let out a cold scoff. With the in hand, even if Ling Yun, this ant, perished, the so-called inheritance of the celestial sovereign would still return to him through the imprisoned true spirit. In the next moment, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. For successfully slaying the golden child of fate, Ling Yun obtained 1 billion villain points, 100 million fate points, one opportunity to open the wheel of all realms. The cold yet melodious system prompt echoed, and within the Ling family hall, a deathly silence prevailed. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, their eyes wide and mouths agape, fixated on the ground stained with Ling Yun's blood. The bride, Yi Ling Long, appeared as pale as a sheet, her delicate hand covering her cherry lips. Her clear autumn-like eyes filled with uncontainable terror, shock, and a hint of indescribable bewilderment. Chapter 55, Annihilating All, into the magic banner. Silence. A deathly silence. As Ling Yun's unyielding and frenzied roar abruptly ceased, his entire being, along with the so-called celestial sovereign inheritance, was reduced to blood mist under Chu Shi's nonchalant gesture. The entire Ling family estate, along with countless powerful beings from the eternal night, celestial domain, peering through various secret arts, fell into a suffocating stillness. The first prodigy of the Ling family for eons? Could a mere 8th layer of true immortal realm reverse the fortunes of a celestial king, possessing celestial sovereign inheritance? But what of it? In the face of this terrifying blood abyss demon lord, they remained utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, they turned to dust. Ling Yuan, seated beside the head of the Ling family, upon witnessing his most proud son so easily erased, felt as if struck by lightning, remaining in a daze for a while before emitting a heartbreaking and incredulous wail. Beside him, the Ling family ancestor, a genuine celestial king, also appeared as pale as gold paper, trembling uncontrollably. He wished to rage, to go mad, to avenge his descendants. But when his gaze fell upon the two cold-faced protectors, whose profound auras surrounded them like celestial king laws, the fiery wrath that had just surged within him was instantly extinguished, as if doused with ice water. Two celestial kings. Moreover, each seemed to possess an aura that subtly surpassed his own. Who exactly is this blood abyss demon lord? Why does he possess such a terrifying background and strength? What kind of incomprehensible monster has the Ling family provoked? Yet, just as the Ling family members were engulfed in boundless grief and despair, the leader of the Flower Harmony sect, who had previously bantered with the Ling family head and expressed unwavering support for Ling Yun, now shifted her gaze. Her face instantly adorned with an excessively humble and flattering smile. She disregarded the glaring pool of blood belonging to Ling Yun on the ground, gracefully advancing to a distance of mere paces before Chu Shi, where she performed a delicate bow. Her voice was sweetly seductive, laden with flattery and sycophancy, proclaiming, "Great Lord of the Demon Master, your might is unparalleled. Your magical prowess knows no bounds. That Ling Yun, a wretched child, dares to offend your divine authority. Truly deserving of a most grievous fate. A most grievous fate indeed." As she spoke, she stealthily raised her gaze, catching a fleeting glimpse of Chu Shi's face, which remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion, causing her heart to flutter with increasing anxiety. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly pulled the quaking bride, Yi Ling Long, who was pale with fear, and thrust her forward before Chu Shi, smiling coyly. Great Lord, this humble girl, Linglong, though of delicate stature, possesses a modicum of beauty. Earlier, you decreed that she should serve you. Such a blessing is a fortune she has amassed over several lifetimes. It is an unparalleled honor for the 10,000 disciples of our Hua He sect. From this day forth, this humble girl Linglong shall be at your service. Whether it be fetching tea or warming your bed, I shall heed your every command. I beseech you, Great Lord, to overlook our previous disrespect. The leader of the Hua He sect had truly perfected the art of obsequiousness. Just moments ago, she was fraternizing with the Ling family, and in an instant, to preserve her own life, she would unhesitatingly offer her own flesh and blood as a mere plaything. Yet, upon hearing her words, Chu Shi's gaze fell upon the trembling Yi Linglong, whose exquisite features were marred by shame and despair. A faint, mocking smile crept upon his lips, laced with an icy derision. A servant? He tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling sect leader. His tone was flat, yet imbued with a chilling aura that could freeze one's very soul. I merely jest. Do you truly believe that I would entertain such a notion for an insignificant insect like you? At his words, the flattering smile on the sect leader's face instantly froze, her eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief and profound unease. In the next moment, Chu Shi's gaze shifted back to the pale and humiliated Yi Linglong, shaking his head indifferently. Since you are the consort of Ling Yun, you shall accompany him to the afterlife today. I am a master who prefers to eradicate threats at their roots. His voice momentarily paused, his sinister eyes gleaming with a chilling darkness as a cruel, bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. He continued, his voice echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Today, all those present who share even the slightest connection to Ling Yun or the Ling family shall perish. In an instant, the air trembled. A resounding roar erupted as the staff in Chu Shi's palm, enveloped in a swirling mass of chaotic demonic energy, erupted with an incandescent black light. A wave of terror, as if it could obliterate the heavens and annihilate eternity, surged forth from the demonic banner, sweeping across the entirety of Fenglingxian City and its surrounding territories spanning millions of miles. The might of the chaotic treasure was laid bare in that moment. No, spare us, Lord of Demons. I am willing to submit. I shall be your servant. I plead for your mercy. The anguished cries, desperate pleas, and terrified wails resonated throughout Fenglingxian City. Countless cultivators of varying ranks and statuses, upon sensing the terrifying power emanating from the chaotic demonic banner, felt their very souls freeze in horror. They yearned to flee, to resist. Yet, under the relentless onslaught of the chaotic demonic energy, their celestial essence proved utterly ineffective. As if confronted by a natural enemy, their protective divine light, their cherished celestial artifacts, their formidable physical forms, and their indomitable souls, all disintegrated before the black radiance. As fragile as mirages, even the ancestor of the Ling family, having reached the realm of celestial kings, now wore a visage of despair. His eyes filled with endless dread and unwillingness. He roared, manifesting 80 celestial king laws in a frenzied attempt to burn his essence and clash with Chu Shi. However, the might of the demonic banner was beyond the capacity of an ordinary celestial king to withstand. With a swift motion, the black radiance, like an unstoppable tide of destruction, tore through his celestial king laws. In the next moment, it surged into his body, eroding his celestial king's Tao fruit and devouring his soul's essence. I am unwilling. The ancestor of the Ling family let out a wail filled with bitterness and despair. In an instant, his body crumbled as if being devoured by countless fiends, shattering and exploding into a pure essence of celestial king power, consumed entirely by the demonic banner. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty Fenglingxian City, which had stood for countless millennia in the eternal night celestial domain, was reduced to a silent Shura bloodbath. Every living being within the city met their end. The thick, tangible stench of blood and boundless resentment surged skyward, nearly staining the heavens a haunting crimson. Yet, Chu Shi maintained his indifferent composure, as if regarding all life as mere ants. He casually waved the demonic banner once more. In an instant, the myriad of demonic shadows emitted a silent roar. Dark and ominous true spirit marks, imbued with an aura of ill omen, ascended from the blood-soaked ruins of the celestial city, continuously flowing into the demonic banner. What transpired next sent shivers down the spines of those far-off demon factions who had been using secret methods to spy on the scene, now utterly terrified. Countless figures, resembling the fallen members of the Ling family and their guests, emerged from the black banner, their skin dull, their eyes vacant and lifeless. Exuding an aura of death and submission, they numbered in the millions. Upon their appearance, they knelt before Chu Shi, the wielder of the demonic banner. as if he were a demon descending from the abyss, their expressions fervent and submissive. The foremost among them was the once proud third young master of the Ling family, Ling Yun, alongside the enchanting demoness Yi Linglong, both now devoid of their former vitality, bowing before Chu Shi as the most loyal servants. Their voices hoarse and mechanical. We prostrate ourselves before our master. This scene was exceedingly bizarre and terrifying. It left the latecomers from the Mo Xiang sect, who had come to congratulate the Ling family, paralyzed with horror as they witnessed this apocalyptic spectacle. Flee! Flee! The master of the Mo Xiang sect, a formidable figure of quasi-celestial king rank, could no longer afford to consider anything else, letting out a terrified scream as he turned to tear through the void in a desperate attempt to escape. However, before he could fully act, a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, shrouded in shadows, with an unfathomable presence and a chilling aura, materialized behind him as if summoned by a specter. It was one of Chu Shi's celestial king protectors, the dark underworld celestial king. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes shrouded in the shadows of his black robe, coldly surveying the members of the Mo Xiang zone below, who appeared as frightened as startled birds. A sinister smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth, brimming with bloodlust and endless mockery. He then casually waved his hand. Boom. Once again, a brilliant, yet mournful blood mist enveloped the sky above. Chapter 56. Ling Yun's True Trump Card, the Second Universal Roulette. On the following day, Feng Ling Xiancheng, the grand city that had stood for countless ages in the eternal night immortal domain, had now completely changed hands. Atop the city wall, the great flag emblazoned with the character for Ling, which had flown for endless years, had long been replaced by a banner depicting a menacing blood-red abyss, with demonic energy surging as if to devour all realms. The banner fluttered without wind, resonating ominously, exuding boundless demonic might and overwhelming murderous intent, shrouding the entire immortal city in a heart-pounding hue of crimson and darkness. From this day forth, this place would no longer be known as Feng Ling Xiancheng. What remained was merely the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's domain, the supreme demon sect that would inevitably cause the entire extreme north immortal domain, and even the 800,000 Demon Dao immortal domains, to tremble in fear. In the city lord's mansion, within the core deliberation hall of the former Ling family, Chu Qi sat indifferently upon the throne crafted from millennia-old cold jade, adorned with the pelts of ancient ferocious beasts. He casually rested one hand on the armrest, his fingers lightly tapping a rhythmic sound, as if pondering something or perhaps waiting for an event to unfold. Below him knelt Ling Yun, once hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Ling family throughout the ages. At this moment, however, his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling the most humble of servants, dutifully prostrated on the cold ground, not daring to make the slightest movement. He, along with all the beings slain by the 10,000 Calamities demon banner within Feng Ling Xiancheng, had become the most loyal and subservient slaves of Chu Qi. Ling Yun. Chu Qi's voice, as cold as ice and devoid of any emotion, echoed slowly within the hall. Present yourself? Ling Yun's vacant gaze trembled slightly, yet he maintained his prostrated posture, responding in a hoarse, mechanical voice. I obey. Earlier, it seemed you intended to utilize some so-called trump card before this demon lord. Chu Qi's lips curled into a faint yet chilling arc, filled with endless mockery. Now present it. Understood, master. Ling Yun's body involuntarily quivered, reflecting an absolute obedience stemming from the depths of his soul, yet a flicker of instinctive fear rendered him hesitant. Ultimately, he slowly raised his head, his hollow eyes betraying a fleeting glimpse of struggle and unwillingness, soon replaced entirely by lifelessness and submission. He extended his right hand with great difficulty, palm facing upwards, as the celestial energy within him, long under the control of the 10,000 Calamities demon banner, began to stir slightly. In the next moment, buzz, a pearl, approximately the size of a dragon's eye, crystal clear and seemingly carved from the purest crystal of the world, emerged from the void above Ling Yun's palm, quietly hovering there. This pearl emanated an aura of extreme danger, enough to make even the mightiest of celestial kings tremble in fear. Upon its appearance, the entire space within the city lord's hall seemed on the verge of solidifying and collapsing under this terrifying aura. Master, Ling Yun's gaze grew even more vacant, his voice increasingly mechanical, as if narrating events disconnected from himself. This pearl is called Xianxianbao. It is a one-time celestial king weapon found by this servant in the core of the immortal sovereign's relics. Within this pearl lies the culmination of a nameless celestial king's lifetime power and essence. Once detonated, its explosive force is sufficient to severely injure or even directly annihilate an ordinary celestial king. If detonated at close range, Even those powerful celestial kings who command tens or hundreds of billions of celestial laws would likely find themselves unable to escape death. Upon hearing Ling Yun's explanation, even with Chu Qi's current temperament and strength, his peculiar gaze faltered slightly, betraying an imperceptible astonishment. Celestial kings cannot escape death? This tiny Xianxian Bao possesses such terrifying power. Chu Qi silently rejoiced within. It seems that villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity. Had he not been so decisively ruthless in the Ling family hall, directly obliterating Ling Yun at the moment he attempted to wield his trump card, and instead acted like those foolish antagonists in common tales, allowing Ling Yun to produce the Xianxian Bao and boast before him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although his current incarnation as the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, forged through the dual cultivation of his soul and body, would not truly incur any harm upon his essence even if he perished, losing the loyal celestial king servants, Lei Yin Xianwang and Ming Xianwang, would indeed constitute a colossal loss he could not afford. It appears that in the future, he must proceed with even greater caution and leave no room for mercy. Chu Qi thought inwardly, his gaze towards Ling Yun growing ever colder and more indifferent. He casually beckoned, and the Xianxian Bao, which had been hovering above Ling Yun's palm, gently floated into his hand. After meticulously examining and confirming the terrifying power contained within the pearl, which indeed matched Ling Yun's claims of being a threat to celestial kings, Chu Qi nodded in satisfaction and stored it within his system space as an essential trump card for the future. Excellent. Chu Qi's gaze fell once more on Ling Yun, his tone devoid of warmth as he continued to inquire. And what of the so-called immortal sovereign's legacy? Where is it now? In response, Master, Ling Yun maintained his vacant expression, his voice mechanical as he replied, in the past. This servant fortuitously stumbled into the relics of the Hao Di Tianzun, yet due to my insufficient cultivation, I could not truly delve into the core of its legacy. As I understand, to acquire the complete legacy of Hao Di Tianzun, one must possess at least the cultivation of a celestial king and pass through numerous trials set by him, with only a slim chance of success. Hearing this, Chu Qi's brows imperceptibly raised. In the cultivation hierarchy of the upper realm, an immortal sovereign is a higher echelon above even a celestial king. The title of Tianzun is reserved for those among the immortal sovereigns who stand out, possessing unparalleled power that touches upon the elusive threshold of the celestial emperor. The strength of this Hao Di Tianzun in life was likely infinitely close to that of the legendary celestial emperor. The legacy I obtained back then pales in comparison to the true lineage of Hao Di Tianzun, merely a drop in the ocean, an iceberg's tip. Ling Yun continued in that hollow tone. The true location of the Hao Di Tianzun's legacy lies deep within the extreme north immortal domain, in a mysterious forbidden land known as Zhonglan Xianyu. However, this Zhonglan Xianyu has long been completely occupied and sealed off by a newly risen demonic power, the Shura Palace. Unless one is a core member of the Shura Palace, no one can step foot within. The name Shura Palace caused a flicker in Chu Qi's eyes. He was not unfamiliar with it. From the information gleaned from the Ling family's many slaves, he learned that the Shura Palace had rapidly risen as a new demonic overlord in the extreme north immortal domain over the past million epochs. His style of action is fierce and domineering, decisive in slaughter, having swallowed countless demonic sects and celestial powers. The depth of his foundation and the strength of his might are such that even amidst the throngs of formidable beings and ceaseless bloodshed in the 800,000 Mo Dao Xianyu, he can surely secure a place among the top 10. Rumor has it that under the banner of the Shura Palace, there are no fewer than 10 authentic celestial kings. The four most mysterious and fearsome palace masters each possess overwhelming strength, rivaling that of peak celestial kings. It appears that obtaining the inheritance of the Hao Di Tianzun is no simple task. Chu Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A single Shura Palace possesses at least 4 peak celestial kings and numerous ordinary celestial kings. Such power is formidable enough to be regarded as a significant force even in the entire upper realm. With his current incarnation strength, he is far from capable of contending with them. Very well. Chu Yi shook his head slightly, suppressing the thoughts in his heart for the moment. While the allure of the celestial sovereign's inheritance is tempting, there is no need for haste. The immediate priority is to swiftly enhance his own strength, fully cultivating the Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and Jietian Zhao Hua Shen Shu, the 2 supreme celestial arts, to a higher realm. That is the true path. You enter as well. Chu Yi cast a dispassionate glance at Ling Yun, who knelt on the ground, and waved his hand casually. In the next instant, Ling Yun's hollow figure transformed into a stream of light, directly absorbed into the Wan Jia Mo fan. Inside the Wan Jia Mo fan, a tempest of demonic energy surged, with malevolent aura soaring to the heavens. Countless true immortal-level calamity slaves swarmed like locusts within the Mo-fan, which had transformed into the endless calamity realm. They appeared dazed, their eyes hollow. Yet under Chu Yi's will, they sat cross-legged, continuously inhaling and exhaling the dense chaos, celestial spirit energy from within the demonic realm. Among them were several powerful calamity slaves who had reached the quasi-celestial king realm, as well as the Ling family's celestial king ancestor who had been absorbed into the banner earlier. At this moment, they too were in the core of the demonic realm, tirelessly operating their respective innate techniques, comprehending the path of the celestial king. Everything they cultivated, whether pure celestial essence or profound insights into the laws, was transmitted back to Chu Yi's true body and incarnation at a staggering rate of 90% through the mysterious connection of the Wan Jiemo fan. Chu Yi could distinctly feel himself drawing ever closer to the true celestial king realm. Excellent. Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once again, with a flicker of thought, a massive wheel of chaos, inscribed with countless arcane patterns, slowly materialized in his consciousness. The Wan Jieluen Pan was activated once more. Chu Yi's consciousness immediately intertwined with the wheel. Countless dazzling options flashed before his eyes like a rapid cinematic reel. Supreme divine abilities, eternal celestial weapons, heavenly elixirs, powerful followers. There were even some ethereal treasures of primordial origin that stirred a sense of longing and excitement within Chu Yi. He observed the wheel's rotation quietly, his expression tranquil and unruffled, revealing no particular expectation. The rewards of the Wan Jieluen Pan are entirely random. They cannot be forced. He merely awaits the outcome. At long last, under Chu Yi's indifferent gaze, the rapidly spinning giant wheel gradually came to a halt amidst a series of heart-stopping clicks. This time, the pointer of the wheel indicated a reward. Even with Chu Yi's current temperament, his sinister eyes could not help but burst forth with an intense, frightening brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a celestial king-level follower, Jiao Jianxian Wang, through the Wan Jieluen Pan. Jiao Jianxian Wang, the master of the Zhenwu in the upper realm during the ancient times, the unrivaled swordsman throughout the ages. His cultivation has reached the level of a celestial king, and he commands an astounding 900 billion pure sword laws. He is merely a step away from the peak celestial king realm. His terrifying might is sufficient to obliterate countless star rivers with a single sword. His sword energy traversing the infinite celestial realms, reputed to be invincible among his peers. Chapter 57. The arrival of Jiao Jianxian Wang. The final preparation for breaking through to Celestial King. Mastering 900 billion Celestial King laws, infinitely close to the peak Celestial King realm. Upon reading the system's detailed introduction of Jiao Jianxian Wang, a hint of elusive satisfaction appeared on Chu Yi's perpetually calm and unperturbed face. The rewards from the Wan Jieluen Pan have indeed been monumental. Jiao Jianxian Wang's formidable power and profound foundation far exceeded his expectations. Such an existence is truly rare even in the upper realm, a supreme figure capable of suppressing a vast celestial territory. Now, he shall become the sharpest weapon under this incarnation. Jiao Jianxian Wang is excellent. A chilling yet domineering smile slowly crept upon Chu Yi's lips. It seems that the demon lord's chances of conquering the upper realm and hunting down Xianwu Xian Wang have increased considerably. Buzz. Just as thoughts flickered in Chu Yi's mind, the void within the grand hall warped violently, without warning. Following that, a dark and profound rift, seemingly connecting to an infinite sword domain, suddenly tore open in the void. An unparalleled sword intent, sharp enough to cleave through the very fabric of heaven and earth, surged forth from that rift. Under this terrifying sword intent, the Lei Yanxian Wang and Anming Xian Wang, both genuine celestial king powerhouses standing behind Chu Yi, trembled simultaneously. They felt their celestial king Dao fruit shaking violently, as if it would be entirely torn apart and shattered by that unmatched sword intent at any moment. Alarmed, terrified, the two celestial kings exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a hint of undeniable fear. They could distinctly sense that the strength of the incoming presence was far beyond their own. It was an absolute suppression at the level of life. They had no doubt that if the being within that rift harbored any murderous intent, it would take but a single thought to completely annihilate them. Both of whom were considered tyrants in the external realm. Although they were both celestial kings, the gap between them had grown to an unfathomable extent. Just as Lei Yanxian Wang and Anming Xian Wang were shaken to their core, filled with dread, a tall and slender figure, exuding an aura of solitude and aloofness that seemed to set him apart from all creation, slowly stepped out from the dark rift. He stood as imposing as a mountain, clad in a simple black robe, His eyes were concealed behind a black cloth of unknown material, leaving only a sharply chiseled jaw and tightly pressed lips that held an air of coldness and indifference. Behind him, 9 ancient swords of various designs, each radiating a terrifying celestial might that could stir the very souls of onlookers, floated ominously. Each sword was entwined with an intensely rich chain of celestial king laws. Sword energy soared to the heavens, glimmering coldly. These were all high-grade celestial king weapons, enough to incite envy and madness among countless celestial kings. This individual is none other than the legendary Jiao Jianxian, who commands 900 billion sword laws and is proclaimed to be invincible among his peers. Upon his arrival, Jiao Jianxian did not even emit the slightest pressure. Yet, the entire space within the city lord's grand hall felt as though it had frozen entirely due to his presence, making the passage of time seem to slow dramatically. An invisible yet formidable sword aura, potent enough to collapse the very laws of the Grand Tao, enveloped the entire great hall like a domain. Both Lei Yanxian and Ming Xian felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Even the act of breathing became an arduous endeavor, cold sweat cascading down their foreheads, rendering them incapable of any movement. Yet, it was this unparalleled pressure emanating from the fearsome Jiao Jianxian, whose very presence could instill despair in even the mightiest of Xian, that caused a profound reverence and fervor to surge from the depths of his soul upon beholding the indifferent and sinister gaze of Chu Shi seated upon the throne. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiao Jianxian knelt before Chu Shi, prostrating himself in the most humble and devout manner. His deep, raspy voice, laced with an uncontrollable excitement and tremor, resonated throughout the hall. Jiao Jian pays homage to my lord. This was the legendary sword immortal who had once stirred the winds and clouds of the upper realm countless ages ago, slaying innumerable Xian and instilling terror in countless factions. Now, he willingly submitted to Chu Shi's authority. Should this scene spread, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic shift throughout the entire upper realm. Chu Shi regarded the prostrate Jiao Jianxian, perceiving the latent yet unmatched terrifying sword intent within him, alongside the immense pressure stemming from 900 billion pure Xian laws. Excellent, he replied, nodding lightly, his voice devoid of warmth yet imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, you shall serve as the vice master of my blood abyss demon pavilion. In the future, accompany me as we conquer the 800,000 demon Dao Xian domains and crush all who dare oppose my will. Your subordinate obeys. Jiao Jianxian bowed deeply once more, his voice brimming with fervent zeal. Under the influence of the system, regardless of his past as a formidable being, he had now become an unwavering servant of Chu Shi, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. You may withdraw, Chu Shi gestured casually. Yes, my lord. Jiao Jianxian responded respectfully before vanishing silently into the shadows. Once Jiao Jianxian had departed, Chu Shi's form flickered, and he soon found himself within the core of the Fengling Xian city, a realm of cultivation overseen by a powerful faction with a Xian ancestor at its helm. The scale of this cultivation realm and its profound heritage were unmatched by ordinary powers. As he surveyed the surroundings, he beheld a breathtaking landscape of celestial mountains, spiritual peaks, and a profusion of rare flowers and mystical beasts soaring in the air. Most astonishingly, the celestial spiritual energy saturating the atmosphere was so dense that it almost resembled a tangible liquid, flowing slowly through the void. Taking a deep breath, Chu Shi felt the pure celestial energy surging into his body, nourishing his flesh and spirit, causing him to nod slightly in approval. Merely one day of cultivation in this place could easily equate to 1,000 years of arduous training in the outside world. Clearly, the Ling family had expended considerable resources to gain control over this cultivation haven. Alas, all of it now belonged to him, the demon lord. A cold smile graced Chu Shi's lips as he flickered once more, arriving at the most central and spiritually rich great hall of the cultivation realm. The hall was carved from an unknown celestial jade, inscribed with countless intricate gathering formations. Surrounding the hall were dozens of ancient blue lamps, crafted from a special beast fat. The flames emitted an eerie dark golden hue, exuding a fragrance that was not only soothing but also conducive to meditation and enlightenment. What is this? Chu Shi's gaze sharpened as he focused on the burning golden oil, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Buddha fat? And all sourced from quasi-Xian level Buddhist beings? What a grand endeavor! What ruthless methods! The Ling family, in their quest to forge this sacred ground for cultivation, had evidently gone so far as to hunt down quasi-Xian level Buddhist masters to refine their essence for the enhancement of cultivation. However, Chu Shi merely cast a cursory glance before dismissing it entirely. He had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, and had personally slain countless beings. A mere handful of Buddhist essence was insufficient to stir his emotions. Before long, Chu Shi stepped into the great hall of cultivation, settling into a lotus position upon a mat carved from 9 quartet celestial jade. His spirit gradually sank into the depths of his consciousness. At that moment, on the ethereal system panel, the figure representing his villain value had surged to an astonishing 11,270,000,000. The earlier slaying of Lu Tianhua and Ling Yun, both children of purple and golden fortunes, had netted him a staggering 11 billion villain points. Coupled with the residual 20 million from his time in the Xiantian realm, his total was now immensely substantial. With over 11 billion villain points, Chu Shi's gaze transformed into a fervent and profound blaze. It was sufficient. Today, he would elevate both the Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and Jietian Zhao Hua Xin Shu to the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, he would leverage the opportunity presented by the completion of these two supreme celestial arts to shatter his shackles and break through barriers, ultimately achieving the true status of Ancient Wang. In the great hall of cultivation, Chu Shi sat atop the 9 quartet celestial jade mat, his gaze profound, his mind immersed in the system panel. 11,270,000,000 villain points, he murmured to himself, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. System. Consume 8 billion villain points. Elevate both the Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and Jietian Zhao Hua Xin Shu to the pinnacle of perfection. Ding. Host command received. 8 billion villain points will be consumed. The Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing has successfully been elevated to the pinnacle of perfection. The Jietian Zhao Hua Xin Shu has successfully been elevated to the pinnacle of perfection. Boom. Almost instantaneously upon the system's notification, an overwhelming force, far more terrifying than any previous breakthrough, erupted from within Chu Shi's body, as if to completely reshape an entire universe, overturning the very flow of time itself. Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing perfected, indestructible through eons. Yuan Shi is eternal. Jietian Zhao Hua Xin Shu perfected, severing the heavens and seizing the path. Infinite transformations. The simultaneous culmination of these two supreme celestial arts triggered an unfathomable and astonishing metamorphosis. In that moment, Chu Shi felt as though his soul had broken free from all constraints, transcending the myriad laws and merging completely with the primordial source of the cosmic Tao. Countless profound and inscrutable principles, ancient secrets sealed within the river of time, and ultimate mysteries concerning the birth and demise of the universe and the cycles of epochs surged into his mind like a tidal wave, easily comprehended and instantly understood. Omniscience. Omnipotence. This sensation felt akin to becoming the very creator deity of the myriad realms, where every utterance dictated the laws, and every thought could determine all. Simultaneously, his physical form underwent a transformation bordering on the divine. Each cell, every drop of blood, and every sinew within him voraciously absorbed the dense celestial energy, now viscous as liquid, along with the pure Buddha fat derived from quasi-Xian Wang-level Buddhas. Crack, crack, crack. Every cell expanded, compressed, reshaped, and evolved at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, it seemed as if he had transformed into blazing celestial bodies, radiating boundless light and warmth, brilliant stars. Innumerable stellar cells within him operated along an arcane trajectory, intertwining to form the nascent shape of an inner cosmos, an eternal celestial body, a true embodiment of everlasting immortality. Impervious to decay, thunderous roars erupted. At that very moment, as the blood abyss demon Lord Chu Shi underwent this momentous metamorphosis far beyond immeasurable distances. Within the Xiantian universe, which had long been entirely under Chu Shi's dominion, his true form, seated upon the imperial throne of the Xia Divine Emperor, suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying aura, rooted in both his true self and his avatar, surged forth, a vastness that seemed poised to engulf the entirety of the Xiantian universe. Above the 9 heavens, boundless chaotic celestial flames cascaded like a torrential river, enveloping the true form of Chu Shi. Meanwhile, in the eternal night celestial realm, within the Feng Ling celestial city, now the Blood Abyss magic pavilion, Chu Shi's avatar, the Blood Abyss demon lord, was engulfed in blazing primordial demonic flames. Dark as ink, yet exuding a terrifying magical might that devoured and annihilated all. One was celestial, the other demonic. One represented light, the other darkness. The distinct essences of the true form and the avatar resonated with one another, as if they were jointly performing the supreme grand path of the universe's genesis. The evolution of yin and yang. In the next instant, a resounding and majestic sound, reminiscent of a dragon's roar from the celestial halls above, resonated. It was met with a deep, authoritative chime, echoing from the abyss of the demonic realm. At that moment, the entirety of the Xiantian universe and the vast, boundless eternal night celestial realm reverberated with these sounds. Countless beings, regardless of their cultivation levels or locations, felt a profound shiver of reverence and submission emanating from the depths of their souls. It seemed as though two supreme entities, wielding dominion over the celestial and demonic paths and governing the birth and demise of all realms, were simultaneously birthed at that moment. The celestial and demonic forms of Chu Shi completed their true embodiment. He could distinctly sense that within him. Each of the myriad cells harbored a terrifying power capable of rivaling the explosive force of a colossal star. 66 trillion star powers surged through his limbs and bones, granting him the might to shatter infinite worlds and reshape the celestial sea with every gesture. Deep within his Dantian's energy sea, the nascent celestial king's fruit, which had already begun to take shape, solidified completely under the nourishment of this terrifying power. The fruit glimmered with a translucent quality, its essence woven from the dual energies of celestial and demonic forces, seemingly encapsulating all the mysteries of the universe's genesis and the evolution of yin and yang. Even more astonishing, beneath the celestial king's fruit, a vast, boundless, seemingly endless shadow of a real world was slowly gestating into form. Celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars rotated within. Mountains and vegetation thrived within. Countless beings flourished and multiplied within. This was the inner world that every celestial king would autonomously evolve and open after condensing their celestial king's fruit. For ordinary celestial kings, even those of exceptional talent and profound backgrounds, achieving an inner world with a radius of 100 light-years during their first endeavor was already a rarity of countless epochs. And what does 100 light-years signify? At the speed of true light, the distance traveled in 1 year amounts to 1 light-year. When converted to the commonly used unit of measure by mortal cultivators, it becomes an astronomically vast figure that would send shivers down anyone's spine, not to mention mortals. Even cultivators below the sacred realm would likely find it impossible to traverse even a fraction of that distance in their lifetimes. It was a realm truly vast enough to be gazed upon in awe by countless beings. Yet Chu Shi, at this moment, nurtured an inner world beneath the celestial king's fruit that had, in an instant, surpassed 1 billion miles. 1 trillion miles. Ultimately, it stabilized at a terrifying figure that would leave any celestial king aghast, a figure so unfathomable that it was scarcely conceivable. An astonishing 1,000 billion light-years. An inner world with a radius of 1,000 billion light-years. This was no mere small world. It was a genuine, boundless expanse, far grander than many lower universe realms combined. Excellent. Chu Shi slowly opened his eyes, a chilling arc of satisfaction flickering within his peculiar gaze. The celestial body was complete. The fruit was solidified. The inner world was vast and limitless, brimming with potential. The next step was to break through the celestial king realm. The most critical and significant endeavor, to condense the celestial king's laws. For ordinary cultivators, managing to condense 100 celestial king laws upon entering the celestial king realm is already regarded as an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. But Chu Shi with a thought. The enormous celestial king's fruit within him surged into action. In an instant, his spirit, seemingly harmonized with the essence of the grand path, began to fervently extract, refine, and condense one after another of the purest and most enigmatic celestial king laws from the boundless river of the grand path. In the Xiantian realm, Chu Shi's true form, bathed in endless chaotic celestial flames, was condensing laws that transcended the 3,000 paths, representing the universe's essence and ultimate truth. Meanwhile, in the eternal night celestial realm, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's avatar was surrounded by primordial demonic flames as black as ink. He was condensing the purest laws of destruction, representing the end and annihilation, devouring and obliterating all. One represented creation, the other, destruction. Two distinctly different, yet fundamentally intertwined supreme laws rapidly took shape within the consciousness of both Chu Shi's true form and avatar at an astonishing pace. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. In just a few breaths, the number of celestial king laws that Chu Shi condensed effortlessly surpassed the boundary of 10,000. Moreover, this figure continued to surge at a pace that would instill despair in any celestial king. Thunderous roars echoed. The entire inner world of the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion, as well as the vast expanse of the Fengling Celestial City's historical grounds, trembled violently under the influence of this terrifying wave of laws. As if on the verge of collapse, the Lei Yin Celestial King, stationed outside the Lord's Hall, felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the inner world, a force capable of utterly crushing his celestial king's fruit. His rugged visage was etched with disbelief and fervent excitement. Such terrifying fluctuations of law. The Lei Yin celestial king's voice trembled, filled with endless shock, as he exclaimed, "My lord, the demon lord has only just begun condensing the celestial king laws. And the quantity already far surpasses that of us ordinary celestial kings. Truly worthy of being our master." Meanwhile, far away in the Xianxian universe, above the Xia divine capital, the god-slaying dragon sovereign's ancient, tranquil gaze flickered with a glimmer of profound shock and delight. "Good, very good." The god-slaying dragon sovereign howled to the heavens, his voice resonating with boundless excitement and elation. "Old celestial king, divine emperor, did you see? Our Xia Dynasty has finally birthed a genuine prodigious powerhouse, an existence capable of surpassing even you and all ancient sages." He could distinctly perceive that the number of celestial king laws being condensed by Chu Shi had already exceeded the limits of ordinary celestial kings. It was advancing towards an even more terrifying and sublime realm. The strength of the god-slaying dragon sovereign within the Xianxian universe, empowered by the dragon veins. One stands at a realm akin to the apex of the immortal kings. The mastery over the laws of the immortal kings hovers around the staggering figure of 10 billion. He believed that, despite Chu Shi's remarkable talent, attaining true immortal king status and catching up to his mastery of laws would require hundreds, if not thousands, of years of arduous cultivation and accumulation. However, he could never have anticipated that Chu Shi, merely a few days into his arrival in the upper realm, would commence his assault on the immortal king realm. Furthermore, the speed and quantity at which he condensed the laws of the immortal kings reached a level so terrifying that even he, the guardian dragon god who had lived through endless ages, felt a shiver of trepidation. Upon entering the immortal king realm, he could perhaps possess a strength that rivals, or even surpasses, the most formidable immortal kings. Yet, as Shun Yelongzun and Lei Yin Xianwang were shaken by the awe-inspiring spectacle of Chu Shi's unparalleled breakthrough, the number of immortal king laws he commanded continued to surge in a manner reminiscent of a relentless plunder. 100,000, 200,000. When the number of immortal king laws that Chu Shi had condensed effortlessly broke through the 20,000 mark, surpassing the accumulation of Yun Li during her peak in a previous life, his rate of growth showed no signs of abating. In the next instant, 500,000, 1 million. Ultimately, when the torrent of laws stemming from the great river of the Tao finally began to subside, and the vast immortal king Tao fruit within Chu Shi stabilized, ceasing to absorb new immortal king laws, he found that the total number of immortal king laws he commanded had firmly settled at a terrifying figure, 80 million. 80 million immortal king laws. This number far exceeded those so-called top immortal kings, even eclipsing many renowned immortal powerhouses by an immeasurable degree. He had ascended to the realm of immortal kings. In the Xianxian universe, in the great capital of Daxia, as Chu Shi awakened from his cultivation, the immortal king Tao fruit took shape, and 80 million chaotic laws surged within him, roaring like a tempest. With every gesture, he exuded a power capable of annihilating the cosmos and rekindling the primordial chaos. Rising slowly, his gaze remained indifferent, yet seemed to pierce through the heavens and reflect all realms. The power of the Jie Tianzhao Hua divine technique surpassed all imagination. As the sovereign of the Tao, Chu Shi deeply sensed that he had truly acquired the ability to shatter the constraints of the immortal kings, restoring the Xianxian realm to its ancient glory. For eons, the shackles binding the Xianxian realm had persisted. Chu Shi gazed upon the vast sky, his voice calm, yet echoing throughout the entire Xianxian universe, resonating with countless beings. Today, it shall come to a definitive end. In the moment his words fell, he pointed his fingers like swords, gently slicing through the unseen source of the heavenly Tao. Jie Tianzhao Hua, remolding the myriad laws. The divine powers awakened. A dazzling light, woven from countless chaotic runes, erupted from Chu Shi's fingertips, instantly penetrating the depths of the heavenly Tao's source within the Xianxian universe. In the next heartbeat, a resounding crack reverberated. The entire firmament of the Xianxian universe, from the core ancestral land to the boundless star seas, trembled violently, without warning. Visible fissures, akin to ancient dragons and serpents, frantically spread across the cosmic canopy. Subsequently, the rules and barriers, enforced by the supreme might of Zhenwu Xianwang over countless ages, shattered like fragile glass struck by a million divine hammers. In the next instant, an overwhelming and pure essence of celestial spirit, far more potent than before, surged down from the shattered heavens, pouring into every corner of the Xianxian universe. The guardian dragon vein of the Daxia capital, nourished by this immense influx of celestial spirit, let out a resonant dragon's roar, its size and power visibly swelling at an astonishing rate. The very essence of the Xianxian universe was activated at that moment. Those laws of the Tao, once twisted and confined by Zhenwu Xianwang, were entirely replaced and reshaped by the ancient temporal rules extracted by Chu Shi through the Jietian Zhao Hua divine technique. At this moment, the Xiantian universe seemed to break free from all constraints, achieving new life. The boundaries of the universe began to expand at an unimaginable pace towards the limitless chaotic void. In just an instant, the realm of the Xiantian universe appeared magnified 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold, becoming more vast and boundless than ever before. As the sovereign of this universe, Chu Shi could keenly sense the deepening connection between himself and the world. As long as he remained within this realm, he could command the infinite primal powers of the universe for his own use. The stronger the Xiantian universe became, the stronger he grew. With the expansion of the world and the surge of the heavenly Tao's source power, Chu Shi's strength in this realm was now sufficient to contend effortlessly with those peak immortal kings who wielded billions of immortal king laws, falling just short of those who had nearly transcended the realm of immortal kings and stepped into the domain of immortal sovereigns. However, at the very moment this monumental change unfolded within the Xiantian universe, in the distant upper realm, within the core of the Qianwu domain, enveloped in endless celestial light and chaotic energy, stood the grand Qianwu Pavilion, a magnificent edifice crafted from pale golden immortal stone, towering for billions of miles, inscribed with the celestial cycles of the sun, moon, and stars, and the reverence of myriad laws. In its deepest sanctum, 12 majestic celestial figures, bathed in boundless divine radiance, exuded an aura as profound as the ocean, as if merging with the very essence of the Qianwu domain, sat quietly upon 12 floating thrones suspended in the void. Their eyes were tightly closed, surrounded by a myriad of laws, seemingly in a deep slumber for an eternity. Yet, at the moment the rules of the Xiantian universe shattered and the essence of celestial spirit surged forth, these 12 imposing celestial figures simultaneously opened their eyes. Boom. 12 pairs of eyes, seemingly able to penetrate the ancient timelines and unravel the cycle of life and death in the universe, crossed the vast distances in an instant, observing everything that transpired within the Xiantian universe with unparalleled clarity. The Xiantian universe has undergone a transformation. A voice imbued with unmatched authority and a hint of anger resonated from one of the thrones. The speaker was a magnificent man clad in a golden robe, his hair like threads of gold, his eyes blazing like the sun, with a celestial halo swirling behind him that exuded an aura capable of incinerating all. He was the Emperor Yao Xianwang, one of the 12 masters of the Qianwu Pavilion, commanding 300 billion immortal king laws, and the most loyal and battle-hungry right-hand man of Qianwu Xianwang. How dare the lower realms insects disrupt my master's plans? Upon witnessing the cataclysmic changes in the Xiantian universe, Emperor Yao's noble visage twisted into a fierce snarl, his eyes ablaze with wrath and a murderous intent. The celestial halo surrounding him blazed with a terrifying intensity, radiating heat capable of easily incinerating an entire immortal domain. It seemed he was poised to descend upon the Xiantian realm, determined to obliterate the audacious mortal who dared to alter the rules and seize control of the heavenly Tao. Yet, just as he was about to take action, another voice, somewhat aged yet equally commanding, emerged, carrying an undeniable weight. Emperor Yao, please remain calm. The speaker is an elderly man clad in a light gray robe, his hair and beard white, with profound eyes. He is one of the 12 lords, known as Tianyuan Xianwang, whose strength is comparable to that of Diao Xianwang, yet he is renowned for his composure and tranquility. At present, the conflict between my Qianwu Tiange and the Yunxiao Xianxiao has reached a critical juncture, poised to erupt into a final showdown at any moment. Our master is currently at a pivotal stage in his pursuit of the Xianzuan fruit position and cannot be disturbed by any external forces. As lords, it is our foremost duty to guard the Tiange and protect our master's seclusion. We must not abandon our posts for the sake of a mere ant from the lower realms, thereby granting the Yunxiao Xianxiao an opportunity. Upon hearing these words, the violent aura of Diao Xianwang momentarily faltered. The Yunxiao Xian kingdom is currently one of Qianwu Tiange's most formidable adversaries, its power not inferior to ours. With 2 unrivaled Xianwangs seated within its realm, having long cast covetous eyes upon us, intent on annihilation, Diao Xianwang is acutely aware of the significance of the ongoing war with the Yunxiao Xianxiao, as well as the importance of our master's ascent to the Xianzuan realm. Should he succeed in breaking through and become the supreme Xianzuan who governs all, not only will a mere Yunxiao Xianxiao be insignificant, but the entire layout of the upper realm will be irrevocably altered. Although the essence of the Xiantian realm is of utmost importance, it is merely a requirement for our master to take the final step following his attainment of the half-step Xianzuan. Contemplating this, Diao Xianwang suppressed his inner fury, but could not help but coldly snort, questioning whether they would allow a mere ant from the lower realms to disrupt the grand plans that had been in motion for countless years. At this moment, a voice, both cool and melodious, yet laced with a hint of languor and nonchalance, drifted over from another divine seat. Brother Diao, why such anger? A woman appeared, adorned in a silver-white celestial gown, her 3,000 silken strands cascading like a waterfall beneath her divine seat, revealing a pair of flawless, crystal-clear, snow-white feet. Her beauty was so exquisite that it could leave any celestial being spellbound. She reclined languidly upon her divine seat, delicately toying with a fallen strand of silver hair. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters and cold stars, glanced carelessly at the boundless Xiantian universe, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint yet infinitely proud and disdainful smirk. The essence of the Xiantian realm is merely something that mortals have seized. It is of no consequence and can easily be reclaimed. This woman is Yu Luo Xianwang, the most unique among the 12 lords of Qianwu Tiange, and the one most favored by Qianwu Xianwang. Not only is she one of his companions, but she is also the most gifted and powerful among them, possessing a profound understanding of Qianwu Xianwang's current state. In a voice as enchanting as heavenly music, yet tinged with undeniable languor, she remarked, "How could the grand schemes that my husband has woven over countless years be fathomed or interrupted by mere ants from the lower realms? The so-called beings within the Xiantian realm are nothing more than a short-sighted, weak-minded lot. A century ago, the foolish actions of the Xia Divine Dynasty led to their loss of the majority of their top-tier powerhouses. Now, we need only dispatch a few top-tier Xianwangs or even powerful Xianwangs to the lower realms to easily crush that disruptive ant, restoring the Xiantian universe to its rightful state. We shall await my husband's emergence to refine them." Upon hearing this, the other lords nodded in agreement, for as peak Xianwang leaders, they would not truly concern themselves with a disturbance caused by a being from the lower realms. However, Diao Xianwang pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy, and solemnly stated, "Though what Lord Yu Luo says holds merit, it seems that this lower realm ant possesses the ability to reverse the rules set by our master, and they may not be so easily dealt with. To ensure absolute certainty, I have decided to send my son Yanshan to personally lead the expedition to the lower realms." Upon hearing this name, the lords present, including Yu Luo Xianwang, were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes glimmered with understanding. Di Yanshan is the most cherished and valued eldest son of Diao Xianwang, whose terrifying talent and extraordinary comprehension place him firmly among the top 3 within the younger generation of Qianwu Tiange, which is already filled with prodigies. At merely 300 million years of age, he has successfully condensed the Xianwang Dao fruit, stepping into the ranks of Xianwang leaders. Now, he controls an astonishing 12 billion pure Daoyue Xianwang laws, making him nearly invincible among his peers. With Yanshan personally taking action, supported by several strong figures from the Tiange, that lower realm ant would undoubtedly find no escape. Yu Luo Xianwang languidly stretched, her alluring silhouette further accentuated by the contours of her celestial gown. She yawned, as if she had completely lost interest in such trivial matters, slowly closing her captivating eyes. Observing this, Diao Xianwang ceased further discussion. His gaze shifted subtly towards the pinnacle of Qianwu Tiange, where a magnificent golden divine palace, forged from chaos divine iron and exuding a terrifying aura of suppressing the heavens and eternal immortality, loomed against the endless sky. This palace is the sanctum where Qianwu Xianwang has long engaged in secluded cultivation. It is also the treasured artifact of Qianwu Tiange, a genuine holy-grade Xianwang Dao weapon. The Void Divine Palace. Master, Diao Xianwang silently vowed within his heart, with utmost reverence and fervor, "We shall spare no effort to clear all obstacles for you and assist you in attaining the supreme Xianzuan fruit position." At this moment, in the Xiantian universe, the vast expanse above was rent by the immense rift created by Chu Shi's breach of Qianwu Xianwang's restrictions. This breach not only remained unsealed, but was being continuously expanded by an invisible hand, growing ever wider. Infinite, pure celestial vitality from the upper realm cascaded down like a torrent from the Milky Way, transforming into countless dazzling beams of light that surged forth, flooding every corner and inch of the Xiantian universe. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth within the Xiantian universe seemed to be reactivated, bursting forth with unprecedented vitality. The invisible shackles that had long oppressed all beings of the Xiantian realm, preventing them from breaking through to higher realms, dissipated entirely in this moment. Boom, 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 boom. Almost simultaneously, across the Xiantian universe, whether among the ancient beings who had long hidden away, nearing the end of their lifespans, or the current titans of exceptional talent, The cultivation bottlenecks that had lain dormant for countless millennia shattered like melting ice. Numerous powerful auras erupted from every corner of the Xianxian universe, stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens. Those who had once been quasi-Xinhuang level powerhouses now basked in the rich celestial vitality, effortlessly condensing their own Xianhuang Dao fruits and stepping into the true realm of Xianhuang. Meanwhile, those who had once been emperor-level powerhouses also broke their shackles, radiating celestial light, becoming the newly minted quasi-Xianwangs of the Xianxian universe. As for the far more numerous Saint Kings, they, too, thrived under the nourishing celestial vitality, comprehending the Tao, their cultivation skyrocketing as they broke through the once unattainable threshold of the Emperor realm. Now, with the laws of heaven and earth being perfected, their realm could finally be rightfully termed true Xian in the upper realm. In just this brief moment, within the entire Xianxian universe, the number of powerful beings, including immortal kings, quasi-mortal kings, and true immortals, has undeniably surpassed the total from several past epochs. The heavenly Tao rejoices, and fortune flows like a dragon. The very essence of the universe is expanding at an extraordinary pace, and every being's face radiates unprecedented excitement and ecstasy. At this very moment, the cold and mechanical prompt of the antagonist system echoed once again in Chu Shi's mind. Ding. Detecting a qualitative change in the essence of the heavenly Tao in Xianxian realm. As the master of the heavenly Tao, the host receives an immense influx of fortune. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 1 billion fortune points. 1 billion fortune points. Chu Shi's eyes brightened slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The benefits brought forth by the ascension of the Xianxian universe are indeed extraordinary. Amidst this cosmic upheaval, those closest to Chu Shi naturally reaped the greatest rewards. Within the imperial palace of the divine capital, Shaoqing, the empress of the Great Xia, was surrounded by a resplendent aura, her presence akin to a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Her already remarkable cultivation soared like an arrow, propelled by the dual forces of abundant fortune and rich celestial energy. True immortal, quasi-immortal king. Ultimately, she stabilized at the pinnacle of the quasi-immortal king realm, mere steps away from achieving the true immortal king Tao fruit. Visible streams of profound and virtuous energy encircled her, as if she had garnered the favor and acknowledgement of the entire Xianxian universe's heavenly Tao, allowing her to wield some of its primal power with every gesture. Meanwhile, the battle-hardened Wang Chufeng, connected by blood to Chu Shi, experienced an astonishing transformation. With exceptional innate talent and the supreme fortune and resources bestowed upon him by Chu Shi, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the great sage. In this great upheaval, the power of his bloodline awakened completely, propelling his cultivation to soar like a rocket. True immortal, quasi-immortal king, immortal king. He broke through the immortal king barrier in a single leap, manifesting his own immortal king Tao fruit. Even more astonishingly, at the moment of his breakthrough, a massive column of profound and virtuous light descended from the heavens, merging directly into his body. Once the light dissipated, a colossal, ancient war axe, engraved with mountains and rivers and adorned with intricate patterns radiating an aura of suppression over the heavens and earth, appeared in his grasp. This axe was specifically crafted for him, Chufeng, perfectly harmonizing with his innate fortune. Although Chufeng was merely an ordinary immortal king mastering 500 immortal king laws at this moment, the power of this fortune war axe could rival even the most seasoned immortal kings. This unexpected delight set Chufeng trembling with excitement. Eager to find a battlefield to test his newfound strength, Grandmaster Zhou Yan, a loyal minister to the Great Xia Dynasty, also reveled in the heavenly Tao's favor, successfully breaking through to the quasi-immortal king realm. As the national dragon god of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Shun Mialong Zun, connected to the dragon vein's fortune, received benefits beyond measure. His already massive dragon form swelled several times over, each scale shimmering with immortal light. The number of immortal king laws he commanded surged from 100 billion to an astounding 500 billion, propelling him into the ranks of the top immortal kings. In an instant, the entire Xianxian universe was immersed in ecstasy as countless cultivators experienced rapid ascension in their cultivation and power. From the depths of their hearts, they offered the most fervent and devout cries to the Supreme Emperor, who presided over the divine capital and orchestrated this monumental transformation. Long live the Emperor! The overwhelming chorus of reverence resounded through every corner of the Xianxian universe. However, just as the myriad beings of the Xianxian universe rejoiced in celebration, a sudden rupture occurred. The cosmic sky above, which had just revealed the ascension portal due to the shattering of the barrier, was unexpectedly torn apart by an overwhelming force far more terrifying than the previous influx of celestial energy. a colossal celestial vessel, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, radiating an aura far surpassing that of ordinary immortal king weapons, emerged from the rift in the void, as if it had sailed forth from the annals of ancient mythology. On the deck of the celestial ship, numerous formidable figures stood, their presence exuding an overwhelming pressure that would leave even seasoned immortal kings gasping for breath. At the forefront stood an extraordinary individual, draped in a resplendent robe of crimson and gold, immaculate in appearance, embroidered with intricate patterns of 9 dragons chasing the sun and myriad phoenixes approaching. His countenance was breathtakingly perfect, seemingly the most exquisite creation of the heavens, devoid of any flaw. Most remarkably, his eyes possessed the fabled twin pupils, within which the terrifying spectacle of the sun and moon's rotation and the passage of epochs flowed. A mere glance from him could shatter the resolve of even the mightiest immortal kings. The one with the twin pupils is a true divine being, sovereign over myriad realms. This individual is none other than the most cherished son of the Diao immortal king, the unparalleled prodigy Dianchen, who, at merely 3 million years of age, has already reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, commanding 12 billion immortal king laws. At this moment, Dianchen stood at the bow of the celestial ship, his demeanor indifferent, his gaze regal. In his long, pale hands, he casually toyed with 2 orbs, each about the size of a pigeon egg, one a pitch-black sphere radiating an aura of death and destruction, the other pure white, enveloped in ethereal light and the vitality of creation. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each orb appeared to contain a complete vast world within, filled with countless beings crying out in terror and pleading for mercy. Yet, under Dianchen's careless manipulation, both the beings and their worlds faced annihilation, crumbling into nothingness. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes, which contained the cycles of the sun and moon, gazing down upon the vibrant and thriving Xianxian universe that had just undergone a grand transformation, a faint yet profoundly arrogant and disdainful smile curling upon his lips. His voice, calm as the deities above, condemned the insignificant mortals below. Since when do mere ants of the lower realms possess the qualification to breathe the same air as us immortals? Chapter 61. The Wrath of the Ancient Remnants. The child of purple, gold-level fortune. Dianchen's haughty words ignited an explosion throughout the Xianxian universe. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying auras that had lain dormant due to breakthroughs surged forth from every corner of the Xianxian universe, erupting from ancient forbidden lands and hidden sanctuaries. They were the ancient beings who had existed since the primordial era, forced into slumber for countless years due to the prohibitions of the Zhenwu immortal king. Barely surviving to this day, they had personally witnessed the splendor and prosperity of the ancient Xianxian universe. They had also witnessed, with their own eyes, how the despicable scions of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion severed the path of immortal kings in the Xianxian universe, dragging this realm, which should have shone brilliantly, step by step into the abyss of decline and desolation. The endless years of humiliation and resentment, the boundless hatred and fury of countless ages. At this moment, as the seal of the Xianwang dissipated completely and the enemies from Zhenwu Tinga reappeared, it erupted in its entirety. Leading them was none other than the venerable Yuan Fa Zhenren, an ancient relic who had existed since the primordial chaos, witnessing the passage of countless epochs. With a Tao heart that was unbreakable, at this moment, he was bathed in rich celestial energy, surrounded by dazzling celestial radiance, accompanied by the sounds of the great Tao. His cultivation had seamlessly broken through the shackles during the preceding cataclysm, condensing 300 pure celestial laws, thus achieving the esteemed title of Xianwang. The nascent Xianwang Tao fruit within him surged forth like an eternal furnace, brimming with boundless celestial power, in the presence of mere ants from the lower realms. Yuan Fa Zhenren's hair stood on end. His eyes, which should have been indifferent to life and death, were now filled with endless rage and murderous intent. He suddenly raised his head, pointing at the pale golden celestial ship exuding a nauseating aura from the upper realm, along with the arrogant figures from Zhenwu Tinga aboard, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the Xianxian universe. Our Xianxian universe, in ancient times, was how resplendent, how majestic. How many Xianwang giants were born? How many unparalleled existences walked forth that could be revered in the upper realm? Had it not been for your vile kind from the upper realm, driven by greed, secretly plotting, severing the path of Xianwang in our Xianxian universe, how could we have fallen to such a state? Now, His Majesty the Divine Emperor, endowed with unparalleled might, has severed the ancient shackles you laid, allowing our Xianxian universe to be reborn. You vile creatures from Zhenwu Tinga, why do you hasten to descend here? What are your intentions? Do you wish to once again suppress our Xianxian universe as in ancient times? Yuan Fa Zhenren's roar was like thunder from the heavens, each word dripping with blood, each sentence piercing the heart. The boundless sorrow and towering hatred contained within ignited the long-repressed fury of countless ancient descendants in an instant. Indeed, vile creatures from Zhenwu, get out of Xiantian realm. We, the cultivators of Xiantian, would rather be shattered like jade than remain whole like tiles. We vow to eradicate you invaders alongside His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, the Xiantian universe was ablaze with fervor. More than a dozen ancient powerhouses, who had also successfully broken through to the realm of Xianwang during the previous cataclysm, emerged from their secluded meditations. Surrounded by celestial laws, they radiated an overwhelming aura, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Fa Zhenren, glaring at the pale golden, celestial ship above. As well as the haughty figures from Zhenwu, the intent to kill swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, in the face of the overwhelming fury and chilling murderous intent from the myriad beings of the Xiantian universe below, Di Yanshun, with a face of unparalleled beauty and dual pupils, maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if nothing mattered to him. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids, merely curling his lips into a faint, yet profoundly arrogant and contemptuous smirk. In the next moment, his long fingers, playing with 2 mysterious orbs sealed with treasures of the vast world, casually tightened. Boom, boom. The dull explosions echoed almost simultaneously. Those 2 orbs, within which countless beings seemed to be wailing in terror and pleading for mercy, along with the 2 complete worlds they sealed, shattered under Di Yanshun's careless grip, transforming into the purest essence of the world, which he nonchalantly consumed. After completing this, Di Yanshun slowly raised his head. His dual pupils, containing the cycles of the sun and moon, coldly swept over a towering figure beside him, a dragon-headed man exuding a terrifying aura capable of tearing apart the galaxy, and spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Xiaolong, crush these noisy mortals. Upon hearing this, the dragon-headed figure's eyes, flashing with a brutal and bloodthirsty light, erupted with a fierce glow. As you command, young master. He respectfully bowed to Di Yanshun and then turned sharply, facing the clamorous Xianwang of the Xiantian universe below, unleashing a soul-shattering dragon roar. This figure was none other than a pure-blooded ancient Xiaolong, whose physical strength was at its peak. His cultivation had already reached the realm of Xianwang, controlling 30 million pure laws of power. With each gesture, he wielded the terrifying might capable of shattering galaxies and obliterating celestial realms. More crucially, this formidable Xianwang willingly served as a subordinate to Di Yanshun. Roar! The Xiaolong Xianwang let out a furious roar, his terrifying right claw, covered in pale golden dragon scales, suddenly extended. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, and the heavens fell silent. That dragon claw swelled against the wind, transforming into a colossal claw shadow that obscured the sky, spanning endless galaxies. Bound by chains of power laws, the dragon's might surged, as if it aimed to crush the entire Xiantian universe with a single strike. Boom. The unimaginable pressure felt as if millions of ancient divine mountains descended simultaneously, ruthlessly pressing down upon Yuan Fa Zhenren and the other newly minted Xianwang. Under this overwhelming force, Yuan Fa Zhenren and the others felt their Xianwang Dao fruits violently tremble, as if they would be completely crushed at any moment. Their Xianwang laws appeared fragile and feeble in the face of this pure, terrifying force. They had believed that having successfully broken through to the realm of Xianwang and condensed several hundred laws granted them the qualification to confront these invaders from the upper realm. Yet, they never anticipated that before the true top-tier powerhouses from Zhenwu, they were still merely ants. A group of ants that could be crushed at will. My life is over. A wave of boundless despair and indignation flooded Yuan Fa Zhenren's heart, and this thought instinctively surfaced in his mind. However, just as the terrifying dragon claw was about to descend, ready to crush these newly emerged Xianwang of the Xiantian universe, a thunderous sound, akin to the primordial chaos and embodying the majesty of suppressing eternity and safeguarding all beings, suddenly echoed from the direction of the Xia divine capital. Following that, a colossal cauldron, formed entirely of Xianhuang mother energy and inscribed with intricate scenes of mountains, rivers, and myriad beings in reverence, emerged across the sky. It instantly blocked the path of Yuan Fa Zhenren and the others, dissipating the residual might of the dragon claw. This was the treasure of fortune, the Shanhiding, obtained by Chu Qi at the expense of 30 million points of luck. Yuan Fa Zhenren looked up in astonishment, only to see several figures draped in flowing robes descending from the 9 heavens. Their every movement resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. causing the very essence of the universe to respond. Leading them was none other than the Xia Divine Emperor, Chu Qi, clad in a dark golden imperial robe, with an indifferent gaze, who presided over all in the Xianxian universe. Behind him were the formidable Shun Mielong Zun, exuding a profound aura, the Xianfeng Dao Gu, who had reached the quasi-Xianwang realm, Zhou Yin, wielding a battle axe with soaring battle intent, and the Xia Empress, Shaoqing, adorned in a robe of 9 phoenixes, embodying grace and elegance. Moreover, there were 4 other protectors who had previously submitted to Chu Qi, and during this cataclysm, had also gained immense benefits, skyrocketing to the peak of Xianwang. They are, indeed, the most pivotal and formidable rulers of the entire Daxia divine court. Chu Qi's gaze calmly traversed the ominous pale golden immortal vessel before him, and upon the vessel's prow, he beheld the ghastly beast engraving, identical to the nightmarish memory etched in the mind of the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign. A cold, sinister smile gradually curled upon his lips. Upon seeing that familiar insignia, the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign's eyes instantly ignited with a crimson fury, his nails digging deeply into his palms, driven by an overwhelming wrath and malice. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to his own pain. Xianwu, after countless eons, they had indeed returned to this realm, long ravaged to a state of ruin within the Xianxian universe. This occurrence must surely be a consequence of the immortal king's seal being forcibly shattered by his majesty. Drawing their attention, at that moment, the voice of the villain system echoed within Chu Qi's mind. Ding! A new child of fortune detected, Zijin Tianxing Chong Tong. Target locked. Xianwu, son of the Emperor Yao Immortal King, Di Yinxing. Cultivation, Immortal King Heavyweight, mastering 12 billion Immortal King laws. Special encounter, innate dual pupils. Bearing immense fortune. Once obtained the inheritance of an invincible Immortal King from the relics of the Upper Realm battlefield, and wields the supreme Immortal King weapon, the Yin Emperor Sword. Mission 1, shatter the Dao Heart. With an absolute crushing force, utterly annihilate Di Yinxing's invincible Dao Heart, and seize his dual pupils. Plunge him into eternal despair and madness. Mission reward, 30 billion villain points. Mission 2, root out the problem. Completely eradicate Di Yinxing, ensuring his spirit and form are obliterated, never to be reborn. Mission reward, 50 billion villain points. 10 billion fortune points. A Zijin level child of fortune. After slaying him, one could garner a total of 80 billion villain points and 10 billion fortune points. In that instant, the icy indifference in Chu Qi's eyes could no longer conceal the chilling intent to kill that emanated from the depths of his soul. Chapter 62, A Battle Under Universal Scrutiny, One Sword Slaying the Qiu Long. Above the boundless starry sea, the Daxia Divine Emperor, Chu Qi, stood in a distant standoff against Di Yinxing and his entourage, who had descended from the Qianwu of the Upper Realm. The terrifying pressure of the Immortal King and the chilling aura of slaughter clashed in the void, causing the surrounding star rivers to pale and the great Tao to lament. At the prow of the immortal vessel, Di Yinxing gazed at Chu Qi with his shimmering dual pupils, unable to suppress a cold, disdainful smile. It seems you are the current sovereign of this realm, the one who has disrupted Lord Qianwu's plans for years, blissfully unaware of your impending doom? His voice was calm, yet carried an inherent authority befitting a superior. Through some arcane immortal technique, it resonated throughout the entire Xianxian universe in an instant. In that moment, within the Xianxian universe, countless beings, just returning from the ecstasy of the monumental upheaval and sudden surge in cultivation, were struck with shock, raising their heads in horror towards the source of the voice. They could distinctly sense a supreme pressure, far more terrifying and despair-inducing than the previous cataclysm, descending from an unknown realm high above the 9 heavens. What on earth is that existence? Merely the voice nearly shattered the Tao fruit they had just condensed. An ancient holy master of a long-standing sacred site, who had fortuitously broken through to the Immortal King realm amidst the influx of immortal energy, was now pale-faced, trembling violently, and gasping in shock. Xianwu, could it be that the legends of the Upper Realm's forbidden forces from the ancient epic are true? The emperor of another immortal dynasty was equally terrified, drenched in cold sweat, filled with boundless dread and unease, pondering whether the divine emperor could truly withstand such a formidable foe. In the ancestral land of the ancient heavenly dynasty, the old emperor, who had already chosen to submit, yet still felt lingering trepidation, was overcome with an indescribable bitterness and regret upon hearing Di Yinxing's voice resonating through the heavens and sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the immortal vessel. It turned out that the myths of the ancient epic, once regarded as mere legends, were devoid of any fabrication. He muttered to himself, his voice laden with self-deprecation and sorrow, recalling how the Daxia Divine Court had valiantly fought as the sole bulwark against the Upper Realm's invasion, protecting the populace. While the ancient Heavenly Dynasty had foolishly added chaos in the shadows, vying for the hollow title of the Xuantian's foremost. We deserve to be punished. My ancient heavenly lineage is truly deserving of death. At that moment, all the top-tier powers within the vast Xiantian universe, all ancient beings aware of the secrets of the ancient epic, turned their gazes across the infinite temporal distance, fixating intently upon Chu Qi and Di Yanqing. This battle was not only about the survival of the Daxia Divine Court. It also pertained to the ultimate fate of the entire Xiantian universe and trillions of beings. On the immortal vessel, Di Yanqing seemed to sense the countless eyes below, filled with fear, unease, and a hint of faint hope, gathering upon him. He slowly shook his head, a trace of faint mockery and indifference flashing in his dual pupils. His voice turned frigid, as if pronouncing the final fate of a swarm of ants. Very well. Today, let these insignificant lower realm ants bear witness. To oppose my Zhenwu Tianga, to stand against my master, the Zhenwu Immortal King, what a tragic and despairing end awaits. The moment his words fell, he did not spare Chu Qi another glance. He casually gestured towards the dragon-headed figure beside him, exuding a brutal aura, and spoke with a tone as indifferent as issuing orders to the most despicable of guard dogs. Xiaolong, kill him. Do not sully my hands. Roar. As you command, young master. The Xiaolong Immortal King let out a soul-shaking, terrifying dragon roar, and his eyes, flickering with a savage and bloodthirsty light, erupted with a horrifying ferocity. With a sinister grin, his massive, hulking form trembled violently. In an instant, he transformed into a golden streak of light that tore through the heavens, bearing a terrifying pressure capable of collapsing the great Tao rules, rushing towards Chu Qi below. With each movement, it seemed as though myriad worlds were being born and extinguished around him. The terrifying force shook the heavens and earth, and the sheer might of his flesh erupted, causing the entire Xiantian universe's Tao rules to tremble violently, as if on the verge of total collapse. However, upon witnessing this, Chu Qi's exquisite countenance remained cold and composed, devoid of any turbulence. He merely cast a dispassionate glance at the imposing and arrogant Xiaolong Immortal King and spoke in a tone as tranquil as stating an already predetermined truth. So, the Immortal King of the ancient Xiaolong clan? Very well. It is fitting that I use your pure dragon blood to refine the bodies and souls of my Daxia subjects. Your indestructible dragon tendons and scales shall serve as the protective armaments for the millions of soldiers of the Daxia Divine Court. The moment his voice fell, a sound akin to a sword capable of severing the myriad realms, imbued with the utmost celestial might and imperial grandeur, suddenly reverberated throughout the universe. The Tianquan sword unsheathed with a fierce resolve. This sword, originating from the ancient epic, forged by the first Daxia Divine Emperor himself, a national treasure that had endured the passage of endless years, was a truly sacred immortal king weapon. In this moment, it finally erupted with a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and commanding the myriad paths, wielded by the new Daxia Divine Emperor, Chu Qi. Holding the Tianquan sword, Chu Qi's gaze remained indifferent as he casually struck out at the charging Xiaolong Immortal King with a single sword strike. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no collapse of the laws and orders. Yet, at the instant the sword was unleashed, the will of the heavenly Tao within the entire Xiantian universe seemed to emit a furious roar and a joyous submission. The boundless power of the great Tao converges like myriad rivers flowing into the sea, frantically gathering towards the Team Qn sword. The primal forces of the entire Su-Ntin universe, under the guidance of CHJ's will, transform into a brilliant sword light that pierces through the past, present, and future, imbuing the sword's edge with immense strength. It descends with overwhelming force. The Qi-Ing Immortal King, a formidable being who commands 30 million Tao forces, possesses a physical body of unparalleled strength, capable of tearing apart immortal king artifacts with bare hands. Yet, when faced with CHJ's sword, which amalgamates the power of the entire Su-Ntin universe and is further enhanced by the holy grade Immortal King artifact, he is unable to muster even the slightest defense or reaction. There is no earth-shattering explosion, nor the roaring of Tao energy. The vast expanse of the starry sky where the Qi-Ing Immortal King resides, along with his Immortal King fruit and indestructible true spirit, seems to be paused in time, utterly frozen. Then, with a soft sound akin to fabric tearing, the stilled starry sky, along with the once mighty Qi-Ing Immortal King, is forcibly cleaved apart by that seemingly unadorned yet imbued with supreme power brilliant sword light. A dignified Immortal King, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon and an unmatched physical body, is instantaneously dismembered by CHJ's sword. The dragon's blood rains down like a torrential downpour. Yet under CHJ's will, it flows entirely into the hands of the unknown ancient small cauldron held by the fierce wind king Xianxiafans. The remaining valuable parts, such as dragon scales, tendons, and bones, transform into streaks of light, all flying into a Qianquan immortal ring in the hands of Taishi's Huyun. Even the 30 million Dao forces of the Immortal King laws controlled by the Qi-Ing Immortal King are not wasted. They are forcibly refined into CHJ's body through the supreme power of the UNSHB Shi New Jersey Ying, transforming into the most pure chaos Immortal King laws. In an instant, the number of Immortal King laws under CHJ's dominion skyrockets from 80 million to a staggering 110 million. The surge in celestial might amplifies his strength. Meanwhile, aboard the celestial vessel, DYNCHN, witnessing the shocking moment when one of his most capable subordinates, the Qi-Ing Immortal King, is effortlessly dismembered by his opponent's sword, shows no trace of fear or panic in his dual eyes that seem to encapsulate the birth and demise of myriad worlds. Instead, he laughs. A laugh that is exceedingly bizarre, exceedingly mad, and exceedingly exhilarated. Excellent. Very good. Truly splendid. DYNCHN raises his head and lets out a laugh filled with boundless arrogance and bloodthirsty delight, as a terrifyingly brilliant celestial light bursts forth from his heavy-eyed gaze. It is as if he has finally encountered an opponent truly worthy of his full effort and playful engagement. With a casual gesture of his left hand, a sword engulfed in blazing crimson golden divine flames, with the semblance of countless fire phoenixes shrieking and spiraling around its blade, manifests in his grasp a sword capable of incinerating the heavens and melting the 3,000 paths. This is the YND sword, a weapon of unparalleled prestige, second only to holy-grade Immortal King artifacts, renowned throughout the Upper Realm, driving countless Immortal Kings to madness. It is said that when this sword is drawn, even the peak Immortal Kings who wield countless billions of Dao laws must temporarily retreat, fearing to clash with its might. DYNCHN, wielding the YND sword, is enveloped in intertwining crimson golden divine flames and heavy-eyed celestial light, transforming into a primordial deity of flames and destruction. His jaw-droppingly handsome face is now filled with a maddening bloodlust, his voice icy yet brimming with boundless pride, echoing throughout the entire Su-In universe. Excellent. Very good. Since you lowly ants from the lower realms have slain my servant, let this young master slaughter half the lives in this realm and capture you all to present to my master, awaiting the personal decree of Lord Qi-NW. His voice is drenched in unrestrained madness and bloodthirst, as if the lives of countless beings in this Su-In universe are but playthings for him to slaughter at will. His cruel nature is laid bare in this moment. Chapter 63. The Dominating Realm, The Plundered Heavy Eyes. DYNCHN, wielding the YND sword, unleashes a conflagration of blazing crimson golden divine flames that sends shockwaves throughout the Su-In universe. The unimaginable, terrifying heat radiates from DYNCHN, sweeping in all directions with wild abandon. In merely a few breaths, within several star domains close to the battlefield, billions of stars begin to melt and vaporize at a visible speed, as if cast into a divine furnace. The laws of time and space twist and warp under this extreme heat, as if on the verge of complete collapse. This sword? Is this truly a supreme Immortal King artifact? Behind CHJ, the calm and ancient eyes of the divine Annihilation dragon's sovereign erupt with a terrifying brilliance upon sensing the hellish divine flames capable of incinerating the immortal domain and melting the star rivers. Exclaiming in astonishment, the rank of celestial weapons in the upper realm is worlds apart from those in the lower realm. Immortal King artifacts, as the ultimate treasures embodying the Tao laws of their wielders, are strictly categorized. From lowest to highest, they are classified as inferior, middle grade, superior, supreme, and the legendary holy grade, which can only be forged and wielded by the invincible Immortal Kings of even higher tiers. Supreme Immortal King artifacts. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in the vast upper realm. Each one is sufficient to serve as the foundation of an immortal dynasty, and only the true peak Immortal Kings can barely unleash their full prowess. It is worth noting that the D11 Divine Dynasty, which has endured countless ages, has only managed to possess one holy grade Immortal King artifact, the Team QN sword, and one supreme Immortal King artifact, the Su Nuing bell. Yet now, the YND sword, ablaze with divine flames in DYNCHN's hand, radiates terrifying power and profound Tao rhythm, evidently reaching the level of a supreme Immortal King artifact. The divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign can faintly sense that the Tao laws contained within the Y and D sword perfectly harmonize with DYNCHN's own domineering sun god power and his heavy eyes that shimmer with the light of destruction, as if this sword was destined to be wielded by him, though he appears to be merely an initial stage immortal king. With the backing of this supreme immortal king artifact and those fearsome heavy eyes, his true combat prowess likely rivals that of even the initial peak immortal kings. Even the Elder himself may not be his match. For the first time, the divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign feels an uncontrollable sense of concern for CHJ, the Emperor who now commands all. However, just as the divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign's heart is troubled, and he silently breaks into a cold sweat for CHJ, the celestial vessel sees DYNCH and make his move, his heavy eyes, shimmering with the imagery of worlds collapsing, suddenly unleash two beams of light as massive as towering pillars, nearly piercing through the entire Su-NTI universe. Even beings in star domains billions of light years away can clearly see the Taic in calamity light. This calamity light appears in an eerie gray-white hue, yet seems to contain the essence of all colors in the world and the terrifying power to annihilate all life and erase all existence. Insignificant creatures, how could you comprehend the supreme might of us, the celestial beings of the upper realm? Under my calamity light, turn to ashes. Ancient's voice was cold and filled with boundless pride, resonating throughout the entire Xianxian universe like the roar of 1,000 thunderclaps. Xianxiaguang, one of the innate divine abilities bestowed upon him by his dual pupils, with a single glance, it could pierce through the depths of the Nine Nether and the Yellow Springs. With a single glance, it could obliterate ancient immortals, once struck directly by this Jiaguang. Regardless of your cultivation or existence, you would be utterly erased in an instant, along with your physical form, soul, Tao fruit, and every trace of your being etched in the memories of all living creatures. It was true annihilation. Yet, in the face of the two beams of terrifying Tai Tsong Jiaguang, which could terrify even the mightiest of immortal kings and seemed poised to purify the entire Xianxian universe, Chu Qi remained unperturbed, his expression as serene as a still pond, devoid of any hint of disdain or the gravity one would expect in the presence of a formidable foe. What lay before him was but a trivial game, akin to a child wielding a wooden sword. Slowly, he raised his head, his deep, icy gaze fixed upon the two beams of Jiaguang that had traversed endless distances of time and space, along with the handsome, yet somewhat twisted and fierce visage imbued with extreme confidence. A faint yet mocking smile gradually appeared at the corners of Chu Qi's mouth. Dual pupils? His voice was calm, yet it resonated in Di Yanshen's ears with the chill of the Nine Nether winds. These divine eyes are indeed quite impressive, but soon, they shall belong to me. The moment his words fell, an indescribably vast and majestic domain erupted from within Chu Qi, seemingly transcending all paths of heaven and capable of governing the cycle of life and death across the universe. Instantly, this domain enveloped the entire cosmos, spanning billions of light years. This was the domain of domination. Within this realm, Chu Qi was the sole deity, the singular Tao, the ultimate sovereign. What of Di Yanshen wielding the supreme Tao soldiers of an immortal king? What of his innate dual pupils? This place was the Xianxian universe, his absolute dominion. In that moment, the primal force of the Tao was fully unleashed. Countless torrents of this primal power surged upon him like a raging sea, and within this domain, all matter, all beings, all laws trembled uncontrollably, as if they had encountered their supreme deity, bowing in reverence. The two beams of Tai Tsong Jiaguang, capable of annihilating all things, began to dissolve rapidly upon entering this domain of domination, akin to ice melting under the scorching sun, dimming to near oblivion in just a few breaths. What? This is impossible. The malevolent grin and confidence on Di Yanshen's face froze, replaced by profound disbelief and bone-chilling terror. He sought to retreat, to escape this oppressive and perilous domain. But would Chu Qi grant him such an opportunity? In his indifferent gaze, a glimmer of icy mockery flashed. He casually extended his hand toward the two waning beams of Jiaguang, which were now at the end of their strength, and with a gentle squeeze, hiss, a sound akin to the obliteration of an object resonated, and those terrifying beams, which could easily annihilate immortal kings, shattered like fragile porcelain, vanishing into the void. Subsequently, Chu Qi's figure flickered, appearing silently behind the already petrified and terrified Di Yanshen. So swift, so fast that Di Yanshen, the immortal king who commanded 12 billion Tao laws, could not react in the slightest. Even his proud dual pupils, capable of perceiving the essence of all things and foreseeing the fates of the world, could not trace Chu Qi's movements. In the next instant, Di Yanshen found himself engulfed in darkness. A pain beyond description surged from his eyes. His supreme pupils, which once shone with the cycles of the sun and moon, now vanished without a trace, leaving behind two horrific, gaping wounds spewing crimson, celestial blood. In Chu Chi's delicate, pale hand, two radiant orbs, each seemingly holding the power of destruction and rebirth, appeared, an uncanny reflection of the earlier moment when Xianxian toyed with the sealed pearls of the myriad worlds, casually cradled in his palm and slowly rotating. They had been forcibly taken from him. Chapter 64. The Chaotic Dual Pupils. The Arrival of Immortal King Diyao. Ah, my eyes. My dual pupils. A piercing, frenzied scream erupted from Xianxian, echoing across the starry sky, filled with endless fear and despair. The once arrogant and aloof young master of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion, who had viewed all beings as mere ants and threatened to slay half the world's creatures, now writhed in the void like a dog stripped of its backbone, howling in agony. His dual pupils, which should have gleamed with the cycles of the sun and moon, had transformed into two bottomless pits, incessantly oozing crimson, celestial blood. Without his dual pupils, Xianxian felt as though he had lost the very lifeblood of his being. Not only did his combat prowess plummet, but he was also incapable of perceiving the world around him, trapped in boundless darkness and excruciating pain. Howling in despair, "Return them to me. Those are my dual pupils. You, a despicable ant from the lower realms, cannot take them from me." The earlier arrogance and indifference of the upper realm prodigy had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a profound fear and a despair akin to the shattering of faith. He resembled a stray dog bereft of all shelter, futilely barking in the depths of endless pain and darkness, appearing so ludicrous, so pitiable. "Young master, bold mortal, how dare you harm the young master's dual pupils? Do you realize the monumental sin you have committed? One that could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan and the eternal damnation of your soul in the depths of the abyss." On the celestial vessel, the formidable experts of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion, powerful immortal kings and beings of great might, witnessed the horrifying moment when Chu Chi snatched away Xianxian's dual pupils. They fell into a brief stupor of disbelief. Then, boundless rage and a desire for vengeance erupted like a million volcanoes. They roared and howled, their immortal king laws surging violently, transforming into torrents capable of tearing apart the stars and obliterating the immortal domain. They charged toward Chu Chi, vowing to shred this audacious lower realm ant into pieces and scatter his ashes. Yet, before their menacing words could fully escape their lips, Chu Chi's beautiful yet cold and indifferent visage revealed not a trace of emotional fluctuation. He simply expressionlessly raised his hand and struck down upon the pale golden, celestial vessel, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Boom! There was no cataclysmic clash of laws, no world-shattering explosion of energy. Only an utterly pure and supreme force descended with unparalleled dominance. In the face of this might, the seemingly indestructible pale golden celestial vessel, capable of withstanding the full might of a peak immortal king, trembled, as fragile as paper. It could not withstand even a single breath before shattering explosively into a whirlwind of golden powder. On the celestial vessel, over a dozen beings, each possessing cultivation that reached at least the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, and even one formidable figure at the level of an immortal king, did not even have the chance to utter a cry of despair. Their immortal king Dao fruit was crushed as if struck by an invisible hammer, instantly fracturing. The bodies exploded, their souls extinguished, leading to utter annihilation in the Xianxian universe, which he had thoroughly mastered and which had just undergone a tremendous transformation. He, Chu Shi, was the true embodiment of a supreme deity. Ordinary immortal kings appeared as nothing more than slightly stronger ants before him, easily crushed with a mere flick of his finger. Even those pinnacle immortal kings who governed countless immortal king laws could be subdued with ease, unless the true form of the Zhenwu immortal king were to arrive. Thus, in this Xianxian universe, Chu Shi harbored no fear of any threat. A notification chimed in his mind, detected that the child of destiny, Xianxian, has had his taken. His Dao heart has suffered severe damage. The progress of Dao heart collapse was at 50. The cold, mechanical tone of the villain system resonated as expected. At this moment, Xianxian, engulfed in boundless pain and terror, forced himself to regain composure. Trembling hands summoned the scant remnants of his immortal essence. From the two horrific sockets bleeding profusely, he managed to coalesce a pair of ordinary eyes. Although these eyes could no longer possess the omniscient and destructive power of they at least allowed him to perceive the external world again. With those eyes filled with endless dread, pleading, and a glimmer of faint hope, he gazed intently at Chu Shi, who hovered indifferently in the heavens above, resembling a celestial demon. His voice, hoarse and desperate, pleaded, "Please, return my. If you give it back, I will leave the Xianxian universe immediately." I swear, I will ask my father, the immortal King Di Yao, to spare you. To spare this realm, to spare all the humble beings of the Xia Divine Dynasty. Please. Di Yanshan's voice bore no trace of the arrogance he once held, reduced to the most abject supplication and bone-deep terror. However, upon hearing his words, Chu Shi's expression remained unchanged, the cold derision at the corners of his mouth only deepening. He could not be bothered to waste another breath on this ant who had completely lost all will to resist. With a casual wave of his hand, for beams of blood light erupted forth. The limbs of Di Yanshan, who had just been pleading, were severed at the root by an invisible force. Following this, the blazing red-gold Yindi sword in his hand emitted a cry of unwillingness as it flew from his grasp, drawn into Chu Shi's hand from afar. Di Yanshan let out a heart-wrenching scream, his form suspended in the void like a kite with its string cut, utterly unable to summon even a shred of immortal essence. Meanwhile, Chu Shi leisurely toyed with the Yindi sword, still radiating an overwhelming heat. His gaze fell upon the two that he held in his palm, shining with resplendent celestial light. In the next instant, amid Di Yanshan's desperate cries of "No, that's not yours. You can't," Chu Shi slowly pressed the against his own eyes. A profound and unfathomable power erupted from Chu Shi's eyes, as if it sought to devour and reshape the entire universe. At that moment, his originally deep and cold gaze underwent a startling transformation. Endless chaotic divine light surged forth from the depths of his eyes, seemingly poised to envelop the entire Xianxian universe. The already extraordinary, in that instant, received a primal nurturing and ascended to complete its ultimate metamorphosis, becoming a true pair of eyes capable of perceiving all illusions, unraveling all origins, commanding all life and death, and even unleashing unimaginable cataclysmic radiance. They were named the Chaotic. Simultaneously, far in the extreme northern immortal domain, within the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion, Chu Shi's avatar, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, also experienced a subtle tremor in his eyes. Following this, a chaotic divine light, identical to his true form yet imbued with an additional touch of malevolence, quietly emerged from the depths of his gaze. The Chaotic manifested. "No, no, no, that is mine, that is mine." Witnessing the theft of his most prized possession, that had ensured his survival and filled him with pride, Di Yanshan's last vestiges of hope crumbled utterly. His newly formed, ordinary eyes turned hollow and devoid of focus, as if, along with his life, his beliefs, and everything he was had collapsed. At that moment, a torrent of chaotic, vast memories, filled with blood and darkness, surged forth from the two that Chu Shi had completely refined, flooding into his consciousness. Chu Shi's brow furrowed slightly. A genuine chill and icy demeanor finally graced his features. It became clear that Di Yanshan was not a so-called natural bearer, nor a once-in-an-era prodigy. He was merely a thorough counterfeit. A product painstakingly crafted by the Zhenwu Heavenly Pavilion using countless resources and time, forcibly stripping the innate essence from numerous gifted individuals, ultimately constructing a sham akin to grafting plants. His so-called was a fusion of countless innocent prodigies' divine eyes, nurtured over millennia. Even his so-called extraordinary talent and terrifying comprehension were pilfered from others, not belonging to him at all. Moreover, he had deceived the heavenly will of the upper realm, acquiring a vast fortune that was never meant for him. It was no wonder that even the villain system had failed to discern his true nature at first glance. Upon concluding the abhorrent memories, Chu Shi's expression turned increasingly cold and chilling. The actions of the Zhenwu Heavenly Pavilion, a group that had long since forsaken humanity, were indeed appalling and indefensible. Thinking of his father, mother, and the immortal king-grandfather, who might now be suffering unimaginable torment and humiliation at the hands of these inhuman beasts. Chu Shi's fury and murderous intent erupted like a multitude of volcanoes ignited at once. His newly transformed chaotic fixated upon the now dismembered and gasping Di Yanshan, who lay limp in the void like a dying dog. The chaotic divine light swirled within his eyes, gathering an inexhaustible force of destruction. It seemed as though, in the next instant, he would erase Di Yanshan and his very essence from existence. However, at that critical moment, a thunderous roar, surpassing all previous sounds and echoing as if the entire universe were about to collapse, resonated from beyond the Xianxian universe, from the infinitely distant upper realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming light and heat flooded forth, akin to countless sun-like deities exploding simultaneously in the heavens. A supreme pressure, capable of instilling despair in every being across the entire Xianxian universe, descended like a cataclysmic punishment from the heavens. Those who had not reached the quasi-mortal king realm were rendered utterly powerless, collapsing to their knees in submission, trembling uncontrollably as their very souls cried out in anguish from the depths of unrelenting fear. "Release my son!" A roar, seemingly emanating from the apex of the heavens, filled with boundless fury and overwhelming murderous intent, reverberated across countless starry rivers. It was the father of Di Yinxing, the true pinnacle immortal king. One of the 12 masters of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion, Di Yao, immortal king, who had boldly arrived at this moment. Chapter 65. The arrival of a great enemy. The Yin Yao divine ring. In the sky above, a figure stepped forth from the portal of the upper realm. And with his arrival came a terrifying pressure that rendered the entire Xianxian universe breathless. Di Yao, immortal king, adorned in a robe of divine sun, with hair like golden threads and eyes akin to blazing suns, was surrounded by countless chains of immortal laws, each as formidable as ancient mountain ranges, radiating a brilliance capable of piercing through the ages. 3 trillion immortal king laws marked his presence, firmly establishing him in the realm of supreme immortal kings, an existence that stood but a thread away from the legendary invincible immortal king. The terror of his might was so profound that it rivaled, if not surpassed, the experience of Chu Shi wielding the immortal king powerhouse experience card. With a thunderous roar, the moment Di Yao, immortal king, descended, vast expanses of the Xianxian universe crumbled and vanished. Time itself became chaotic, and the laws of the great path lamented, unable to withstand the arrival of such a being. My eyes! To gaze upon such an existence is a monumental affront. Within the Xianxian universe, countless beings trembled as if struck by lightning, submerged in a flood of fear and despair emanating from the very depths of their souls, under the oppressive force of Di Yao, immortal king. Even the immortal king powerhouses who had broken through found their meager laws of the immortal king as fragile as paper, easily shattered. Some were even crushed by the invisible pressure, their bodies cracking, spewing forth immortal blood, and their hearts nearly collapsing on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, the ancient heavenly emperor, whose face was already marked with horror and bitterness from knowing ancient secrets, paled further, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, his murky old eyes filled with unprecedented fear and profound despair. The terror transcended imagination. Merely the arrival of such overwhelming pressure seemed capable of annihilating the entire Xianxian universe. Was this truly the formidable enemy that the Great Xia divine dynasty had to confront? The heart of the ancient heavenly emperor surged with tumultuous waves. He finally comprehended how trivial and laughable the so-called ambitions and schemes of his ancient heavenly dynasty appeared in comparison to this terrifying existence, which could effortlessly obliterate myriad universes and regard ordinary immortal kings as mere ants. No wonder the Great Xia divine dynasty, at its peak, possessed such terrifying foundations capable of crushing everything. It was indeed this despairing adversary they faced. In the heavens above, as Chu Shi stood resolute, the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign turned crimson upon recognizing the familiar figure of Di Yao, immortal king. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Oblivious to the agony, Di Yao, immortal king. The words escaped him like molten lava, each syllable infused with a seething hatred that could ignite the heavens. He recognized this being, one of the 12 masters of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion, a true core figure. Eons ago, an ancestor of the Great Xia, who had dominated the upper realm and reached the immortal king powerhouse level, had met a tragic fate at the hands of this fiend. His flesh melted by the divine sun fire, and his soul completely evaporated by secret methods, leaving no chance of reincarnation. The enmity between him and the Great Xia divine dynasty had long since become an irreconcilable, eternal blood feud. Your Majesty, the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Chu Shi's back. His scarlet dragon eyes brimmed with determination and valor as he prepared to burn his dragon soul and charge into battle. Yet, beneath the immense pressure that could collapse the heavens and command the submission of myriad paths, the divine Annihilation dragon sovereign was horrified to find that even his formidable power, comparable to that of an immortal king powerhouse, rendered his body immovable. The strength was simply overwhelming. Far away from the battlefield, Shaoqing, Zhou Yan, and Chu Feng were already pale with fright, devoid of blood color. Fortunately, the Xianhuang bell, which Chu Shi had previously left behind to protect its master, descended with millions of strands of Xianhuang mother qi, safeguarding them within its embrace and preventing their annihilation under the terrifying pressure that threatened to shatter the very stars. Father! At that moment, amidst the void, Di Yinxing, who had been severely injured and was on the brink of death, upon witnessing the arrival of Di Yao, immortal king, felt a flicker of frenzied hope reignite in his otherwise hollow and despairing gaze. With all his strength, he pointed at Chu Shi and screamed in desperation, "Father, it is this person, this despicable ant from the lower realm. He has repeatedly disrupted Lord Qianwu's ancient plans and has even taken away my precious dual pupils. I beseech you, Father, to take action." Tear this person apart and annihilate his soul to avenge my blood feud. Upon hearing this, Diao Immortal King's regal gaze fell upon the pitiful state of his son. As he beheld the loss of Di Yanqing's precious dual pupils and sensed his frail aura, even his composure as the pavilion master could not suppress the seething rage within him. Fear not, my son. Diao Immortal King's voice was cold and piercing, filled with undeniable authority. I have left a void-moving immortal talisman within your soul to prevent the emergence of such calamities as this. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant after his words fell, a power more terrifying and vast than before erupted from within Diao Immortal King, as if it sought to incinerate the entire Xianxian universe. Behind him, a colossal divine ring, akin to a bridge spanning the cosmos, ablaze with resplendent golden flames, slowly emerged. This divine ring was dazzling and majestic, adorned with 1,200 terrifying stars that shone like suns. Each star seemed to embody the compressed essence of an entire universe, harboring enough energy to obliterate millions of star rivers. The Yin Yao Divine Ring, a supreme treasure forged from the annihilation of 1,200 lower realm universes, was a testament to the countless years and resources expended by Diao Immortal King to create this personal immortal artifact. With its appearance, the might it exuded was cataclysmic. With a mere cold grunt, Diao Immortal King unleashed a surge of power from the Yin Yao Divine Ring, which erupted forth like an unstoppable tide of divine flames. In an instant, all the star domains and matter within tens of millions of light years surrounding Chu Shi were reduced to nothingness, including all the powerful beings hidden within the layers of space, attempting to observe the battlefield. After accomplishing this, the Emperor Yao Xianwang, with eyes as imposing as the Taihao Divine Sun, slowly turned his gaze towards Chu Shi. A cruel and contemptuous smile graced his lips, his voice devoid of emotion, as if pronouncing the final doom of an insignificant insect. Mortal, are you prepared for your demise? Chapter 66. Decapitation of Emperor Yao Xianwang. The upper realm trembles. In the face of the Emperor Yao Xianwang's ultimate decree, akin to a judgment, and the terrifying might emanating from the blazing divine ring behind him, which spanned the cosmos and incinerated all, the entire Xianxian universe fell into a profound silence. All living beings, including the likes of the ancient Tian Tai Huang and the divine Annihilation Dragon Sovereign, were engulfed in an abyss of cold despair. It is over. How could one withstand such an existence, such a might? Even the divine emperor, no matter how extraordinary, would surely. Yet, in this moment of utter despair, Chu Shi, standing in the void, faced the infernal divine ring that could make any celestial king tremble, along with the lofty gaze of Emperor Yao Xianwang that regarded all beings as mere grass. His expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent, as if the unfolding scene was merely a clumsy performance by jesters. In fact, the hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth became even more pronounced. A dismissive cold laugh escaped Chu Shi's lips, resonating clearly in the silent universe, reaching the ears of Emperor Yao Xianwang. The latter's fiery gaze narrowed in surprise, quickly transforming into a more intense rage. A mere insect from the lower realm, on the brink of death, you dare to mock me. Mortal, you seek death. The voice of Emperor Yao Xianwang was frigid, his killing intent threatening to freeze the entire universe. Seek death? Chu Shi slowly lifted his eyes, shimmering with chaotic brilliance, calmly gazing at Emperor Yao Xianwang. His tone was flat yet imbued with an undeniable, absolute dominance. Emperor Yao Xianwang, you have spoken too much. Now, it is my turn. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, a terrifying pressure erupted from within Chu Shi, shaking the boundless heavens, as if an ancient deity that had slumbered for eons had awakened. You asked how I am prepared to die? Chu Shi's gaze sharpened, surveying the 9 skies and 10 lands, his voice resonating like the roar of eternal thunder. Emperor Yao Xianwang, I return your words to you intact. For I have declared that within this Xianxian universe, he paused, each word seeming to carry the will of the universe itself. Infused with a supreme power that suppressed all, I am the one and only deity. With the utterance of those 4 words, the entire Xianxian universe, billions of star rivers, and the boundless void seemed to come alive at that moment. They trembled in unison. They roared with fervor, emitting the most primordial and reverent sounds of worship. Waves of unfathomable cosmic primal power, far denser than when Chu Shi had absorbed them before, surged forth as myriad chaotic true dragons, rushing towards Chu Shi from every corner and dimension of the universe. What? This is impossible. For the first time, disbelief and terror surfaced on the majestic countenance of Emperor Yao Xianwang, shrouded in boundless divine flames. He could distinctly feel the will of the entire Xianxian universe, At that moment, it had completely merged with this mortal before him. No, not merged. Rather, it was a submission, a reverence. As if this mortal were the creator of this universe, the sole sovereign of all. Damn it. Before me, you dare to claim godhood. Break from me. Nevertheless, Emperor Yao Xianwang, as a pinnacle celestial king, possessed an unwavering will. After a brief moment of distraction, his fury surged even more violently. He roared, and the blazing divine ring behind him erupted with billions of feet of crimson gold divine flames. 1,200 source stars blazed brilliantly, transforming into an unimaginably thick pillar of annihilation, carrying the might to incinerate and purify all, hurtling towards Chu Shi. This strike was a culmination of his full power. 300 billion celestial king laws had fully erupted. Emperor Yao Xianwang was certain that even the peak celestial kings of the same rank would be obliterated by this blow. However, in the face of this world-destroying attack, Chu Shi remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged as he calmly raised his right hand. Remember, in my world, your power is worthless. Buzz. A sudden change erupted in his eyes. The left eye, a chaotic blue lotus, swayed, manifesting the cycle of creation and destruction. The right eye, dark with demonic patterns, revolved, devouring the ancient cycles of reincarnation. Chaotic heavy eyes. Activate. Two beams of terrifying divine light, embodying the power of chaos and ultimate annihilation, erupted forth like the first ray of light in the creation of the world. They collided with the annihilating pillar of divine flame in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of annihilation echoed eerily. The crimson gold divine flames, capable of incinerating billions of star rivers, melted before the chaotic divine light. As if ice and snow met the blazing sun, rapidly dissolving, purifying, and decomposing in mere moments. The world-destroying pillar unleashed by Emperor Yao Xianwang was completely obliterated by the divine light of the chaotic heavy eyes. Uft. Emperor Yao Xianwang, as if struck by lightning, spewed forth a mouthful of golden blood infused with celestial king essence, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. Your eyes are the legendary chaotic heavy eyes. Impossible. How could my son's heavy eyes transform into such a divine gaze in your possession? He was thoroughly flustered. The chaotic heavy eyes, a supreme ocular technique said to exist only in the oldest myths, possessed the power to defy the heavens, discerning the very essence of existence and obliterating all laws. It was said that a supreme celestial emperor once relied on this gaze to crush countless foes, ascending to the rank of celestial emperor, ruling the upper realms. Still dazed, Chu Shi's voice was frigid, not granting Emperor Yao Xianwang any respite. He grasped the void with his right hand. Tianquan's sword come. Clang. A clear and resonant sound, imbued with boundless martial intent, reverberated through the heavens. The sacred celestial king weapon, Tianquan's sword, once more manifested, gripped tightly in Chu Shi's palm. With the emergence of this sword, the imperial path and sword laws of the entire Xiantian universe bowed in submission, resonating. The power of the chaotic heavy eyes discerned every flaw of Emperor Yao Xianwang. The primal power of the Xiantian universe continuously reinforced Chu Shi, rendering him the absolute sovereign of this realm at that moment. With the Tianquan sword in hand, its edge capable of severing the very fabric of time and space, Chu Shi raised it high, directing the sword tip at Emperor Yao Xianwang, his voice akin to a decree from the heavens, laden with undeniable judgment. You, along with the Zhenwu Tian pavilion behind you, have committed unforgivable sins against my universe and the citizens of my Xia divine dynasty. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the fallen heroes of Xia. With a long howl, Chu Shi infused the myriad chaotic divine light from the chaotic heavy eyes into the Tianquan sword. The boundless primal power of the Xiantian universe transformed into a divine beam of light, fiercely pouring into the sword's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Tianquan sword trembled violently, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. An illusion of a supreme deity, akin to one who opened the heavens, appeared upon the sword, wielding the divine blade and overlooking all beings. Then, Chu Shi swung the sword down. Flish! This strike transcended the limits of language to describe. As the sword light emerged, the universe fell into silence. A pure and terrifying purple-golden sword light traversed billions of light years through the starry sea. It seemed to become the sole entity in the universe. Time, space, laws, and paths lost all significance before this sword. The proud Yin Yao divine ring of the Di Yao Xianwang could only withstand less than a fraction of a moment before emitting a mournful wail. All 1,200 cosmic origin fragments exploded, and the ring's very body shattered into dust. No, what kind of power is this? An invincible Xianwang? No, this surpasses invincibility. This is a taboo. The Di Yao Xian Wang let out his final roar filled with fear and despair. He wished to flee. He sought to resist. But before that sword, akin to the judgment of the heavenly path, all his struggles were in vain. The sword light descended with a thunderous crash. Thud! The towering figure of the Di Yao Xian Wang, along with his supreme Xian Wang soul, and all his pride and resentment, were utterly severed and annihilated by this sword. There was no blood splattering, no severed limbs. For under that overwhelming sword light, everything transformed into the most primordial void. A pinnacle Xian Wang giant, one of the 12 masters of the Zhenwu Tian Pavilion, who once stirred boundless storms in the upper realm, and whose hands were stained with the blood of beings from the lower realm, had fallen, with a single strike. Again, that familiar strike of annihilation. The entire Xianxian universe fell into an eternal silence once more. Everyone was utterly shocked by the scene before them, losing the ability to think. Di Yin Chun's face, twisted from rekindled hope, became completely frozen, replaced by endless despair and fear. He opened his mouth, but could utter no sound. All his Dao heart and beliefs collapsed in that moment. Gulp! After an unknown duration, the ancient Tian Tai Huang struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the young divine emperor, sword in hand, standing proudly above the 9 heavens, bathed in the light of the original source, with chaos swirling in his gaze. He felt that his understanding was completely overturned at this moment. Divine miracles. This is the true miracle. The divine annihilation dragon sovereign shed tears of joy, trembling with excitement, as he seemed to see the endless dawn of the revival of the Xia Divine Dynasty. A master of the Zhenwu Tian Pavilion, a pinnacle Xian Wang giant, had been slain here today. What an astonishing and epic achievement. His Majesty is invincible. The divine emperor is unparalleled. After a brief silence, the entire Xianxian universe erupted in fervent cheers and worship, 100 million times more fanatical than ever before. Chu Yi, with his own strength, had slain a pinnacle Xian Wang giant from the upper realm. He had truly become the unique and supreme guardian deity of the Xianxian universe. And the terrifying storm formed by the sword that killed the Di Yao Xian Wang did not cease. It carried with it the boundless resentment and fragments of law from his fall, along with that transcendent and taboo sword intent. Like a cosmic flood breaking its dam, it surged violently towards the boundary between the Xianxian universe and the upper realm. Boom! A tremendous sound. The boundary that had already been breached by Chu Yi was forcibly shattered again, creating an unprecedented gaping hole. Instantly, the destructive waves of power roared into the vast expanse of the upper realm. In that moment, the upper realm, countless celestial domains, numerous ancient paths, and countless terrifying existences that were in seclusion, slumbering, or overlooking the myriad beings all trembled in unison. A pinnacle Xian Wang giant has fallen. Moreover, it was by someone with supreme might in a single strike. That power is so domineering, so unfamiliar. Its source comes from a lower realm. Investigate quickly. What has transpired? Has some taboo entity emerged from the lower realm? It seems that there is great causal turbulence in the direction of the Zhenwu Tian Pavilion. Could it be countless thoughts of shock, seriousness, greed, and trepidation swept across the upper realm, causing a tremendous upheaval? Meanwhile, in the Xianxian universe, Chu Yi stood with his sword, surrounded by the Xianhuang Bell and the Shan He Ding. As his chaotic eyes slowly closed, the terrifying aura around him gradually receding. He gazed upon the breached boundary and the storm of sword intent still raging towards the upper realm, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhenwu Tian Pavilion. This is merely the beginning. My vengeance shall soon descend entirely. Chapter 67. Enormous gains, 200 billion Xian Wang loss. In the vast expanse of the starry void, with the complete fall of the Di Yao Xian Wang, the previously tumultuous cosmic void was slowly calming down. However, what calmed was merely the ripples of space, nothing more. There, where the Di Yao Xian Wang had shattered, countless radiant fragments of Xian Wang laws glimmered, like rootless floating weeds that had lost their master, or the afterglow of exploding stars, aimlessly dispersing into the universe's 8 directions. Each fragment of law contained the purest essence of Xian Wang Dao rhythm, emanating a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine. 300 billion Xian Wang laws. This was the foundation of the Di Yao Xian Wang as a pinnacle Xian Wang giant, even though a significant portion was obliterated beneath Chu Yi's earth-shattering sword. The remaining fragments of Xian Wang laws still amounted to an astronomical figure. Buzz. Chu Yi stood proudly in the void, his black hair cascading over his shoulders, dual pupils surveying the scene. Faced with this ocean of law fragments that could drive any Xian Wang mad, he simply extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and gently grasped at the endless fragments of law. Collect. With a soft command, the words followed the law. In an instant, the countless fragments of Xianwang laws scattered across millions of light-years of void seemed to respond to some supreme decree, instantly transforming into millions of streams of light. Like rivers converging into the sea, wildly rushing towards the palm of Chu Yi. The magnitude of this force, the spectacle of this scene, left the surviving beings of the Xiantian universe in awe, once again speechless and breathtaking. In just a few breaths, the fragments of Xianwang laws that had originally dispersed into the void were completely gathered in Chu Yi's palm, forming a sphere the size of a fist. Yet incredibly heavy, as if it contained the birth and demise of millions of stars and the rotation of the great paths, glowing with a crimson light. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he discerned that nearly 1/3 of the 300 billion Xianwang laws had been obliterated by that sword, leaving 272 billion remaining. Nevertheless, this treasure trove of over 200 billion pure pinnacle Xianwang laws was undoubtedly an unfathomable fortune. As Chu Yi's thoughts stirred, the sphere of law in his palm quivered slightly. Then, utilizing his supreme magical power, he referenced the rules of the world within his body, directly opening a small, remarkably stable dimensional world in his palm. He carefully placed the sphere of law within it, awaiting future refinement. If he could fully refine and absorb these 200 billion pinnacle Xianwang laws, his cultivation would not only break through to the realm of Xianwang giant, but would directly place him at the pinnacle level among the Xianwang giants. Chu Yi contemplated silently, his eyes flickering. However, he also understood that this matter could not be rushed. After all, the sheer volume of over 200 billion Xianwang laws was too immense, and they bore the imprint of the Di Yao Xianwang's will, requiring time to gradually erase and absorb. His current cultivation was, after all, merely that of the Xianwang mighty. Today, being able to defy the heavens and slay the Di Yao Xianwang, a true pinnacle Xianwang giant, was largely reliant on the unparalleled support of the heavenly path in the Xiantian realm, the defying might of his chaotic dual pupils, and the sharpness of the Tianquan sword, a sacred Xianwang artifact. The combination of these three created such a terrifying achievement. The foundation still needs to be consolidated. As Chu Qi contemplated, the long-awaited system prompt finally resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting the fake connection of Di Yanchen, who witnessed his father, Di Yao Xianwang, being instantaneously slain by the host. His Dao heart has utterly collapsed, and his soul has suffered irreversible damage. Dao heart collapse progress, 100. Congratulations to the host for obtaining villain points reward, 30 billion. At this, Chu Qi raised an eyebrow. He shifted his gaze away from the small world containing the laws and turned to look at Di Yanchen, who had witnessed everything from a distance. At this moment, Di Yanchen bore none of the pride and charisma he once had as a celestial prodigy of the upper realm. His eyes were vacant, his face ashen. His body trembled violently, and black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was on the brink of collapse. His Dao heart shattered, and death looming near. It seemed he wanted to say something, opening his mouth, but could only emit a desperate wail. His gaze towards Chu Qi filled with unprecedented fear and confusion. It was as if he could hardly believe that his father, whom he revered as a divine being, had fallen so decisively before him, the very person he had once regarded as a lowly ant from the lower realm. Such a shock was enough to drive any prodigy to madness. This saved me some effort. Chu Qi's expression remained indifferent. He lacked even the interest to cast a second glance at such a defeated foe. With a flick of his finger, a trivial surge of celestial power shot through the air, precisely embedding itself into Di Yanchen's brow. Bang! Di Yanchen's already vacant eyes instantly froze. Soon after, his entire head, along with his soul, exploded, transforming into a splendid mist of blood that dissipated into the void. This once promising child of fate, the son of Di Yao Xianwang, who had been held in high esteem by the Qinwu Tiange, was now utterly annihilated. With a casual gesture, Chu Qi collected the approximately 1.2 billion fragments of celestial king laws that scattered after Di Yanchen's demise. They flew into his hand like swallows returning to their nest, and he effortlessly tossed them into the small world that stored the laws, placing them alongside those of Di Yao Xianwang. In the next moment, the system prompt resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the child of destiny, Di Yanchen. Congratulations to the host for obtaining villain points reward, 50 billion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fate points reward, 10 billion. Congratulations to the host for unlocking an opportunity for the 10,000 realms roulette. This time, the bounty was indeed substantial. A faint smile finally graced Chu Qi's lips. 30 billion plus 50 billion equates to a staggering 80 billion villain points, 10 billion fate points. Additionally, there were 2,084 billion pure celestial king laws. and a precious opportunity for the 10,000 realms roulette. Such rewards were sufficient to cause his current power to experience a meteoric rise in a short period. However, when Chu Chi's gaze turned once again towards the upper realm, the smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by a profound sense of caution and gravity. The news of Di Yao Xianwang's fall within the Xiantian universe would undoubtedly reach the Qianwu Tiange in the blink of an eye. Thus, the awakening of the slumbering Qianwu Xianwang would likely be significantly hastened. Chu Chi's eyes deepened, his thoughts racing. With my current strength, situated within the Xiantian universe and bolstered by the power of the universe's origin, combined with the chaos-heavy pupil and the Tianquan sword, I might barely contend with a typical celestial king invincible being. Yet, if I were in the upper realm, devoid of the advantages present in the Xiantian realm, my battle prowess would scarcely equal that of an ordinary celestial king giant. Time waits for no one. I must rapidly convert all the villain points, fate points, and the vast celestial king laws obtained into tangible power. With this thought, Chu Chi's resolution solidified. His main body would remain in the Xiantian universe, refining all the celestial king laws acquired while guarding against the impending invasion from the upper realm. The Blood Abyss Demon Lord would promptly embark on the first true counterattack and hunt against the Qianwu Tiange. The only regret was that his main body did not possess the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Wan GMO Fan. Otherwise, if he could refine the souls of Di Yao Xianwang and his son Di Yanchen into calamity slaves, it would undeniably add two terrifying forces at his disposal, who were intimately familiar with the Qianwu Tiange. What a pity. Chu Chi gently shook his head, temporarily suppressing this thought. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and walk a path step by step. Though his wings were gradually strengthening, he still faced a considerable gap in directly contending with the Qianwu Xianwang, a dominant being in the upper realm, among the invincible celestial kings. Returning to the divine capital, Chu Chi collected his thoughts and addressed the people of the Xia Dynasty, who were still engulfed in joy and reverence behind him, speaking calmly. With that, he took a step forward and vanished from his original position. The crowd hurriedly bowed in respect, quickly following suit as they returned to the Xia divine capital. Upon returning deep within the imperial palace, Chu Chi dismissed everyone and entered his exclusive cultivation small world alone. Sitting cross-legged, he remained as calm as an ancient well. His mind immediately plunged into the system marketplace. 80 billion villain points, 10 billion fate points. This time, he aimed to experience a genuine surge in power once more. Chapter 68, Transcendental Transformation, Celestial King Titan. Chu Chi's gaze first landed upon the two core celestial techniques he practiced: Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and Jie Tian Zhao Hua Shen Shu. These two celestial arts were the foundational cornerstones of the Xia Divine Dynasty, their might unfathomable. Especially Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing. According to Shun Mielong Zun, it was acquired by an extraordinarily talented ancestor of Xia from a forbidden secret place in the upper realm, its profundity nearly touching the realm of half-step Xianzun. Previously, Chu Chi's incarnation, the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, had already leveraged abundant villain points to elevate both celestial techniques to the realm of great perfection. According to the system's prompt, Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing, Transcendental Transformation requires 50 billion villain points. Jie Tian Zhao Hua Shen Shu, Transcendental Transformation requires 30 billion villain points. 80 billion villain points were more than sufficient. Chu Chi looked at the clear indications on the system interface, his thoughts aligning perfectly. 50 billion plus 30 billion, neither more nor less, precisely equals 80 billion. Once both supreme celestial techniques were elevated to the realm of transcendental transformation, it would not merely signify an unprecedented level of understanding and mastery over these techniques. More importantly, the tiers of these celestial arts themselves would undergo an earth-shattering metamorphosis. They would no longer be confined to the realm of celestial king laws, but would possess true, unparalleled might that could directly challenge Xianzun and even transcend it. With this thought, Chu Chi hesitated no longer. System. Elevate Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing and Jie Tian Zhao Hua Shen Shu to the realm of transcendental transformation. Ding. Received host command. Initiating the elevation of Yuan Shi Bu Miesian Jing to the transcendental transformation realm, consuming 50 billion villain points for successful elevation. Ding. Initiating the elevation of Jie Tian Zhao Hua Shen Shu to the transcendental transformation realm, consuming 30 billion villain points for successful elevation. Almost in the instant the system prompt fell, a tremendous force as if irresistible drew Chu Chi's entire consciousness away. He was abruptly pulled into an endless, timeless void of chaos. In the core of this chaotic void, a figure sat cross-legged. The figure was shrouded in ambiguity, yet seemed to permeate the entire chaos. Each breath he took stirred the endless ebb and flow of chaos energy. His eyes flickered open and closed, radiating billions of violet and golden divine lights, as if capable of penetrating the past, present, and future, illuminating the very essence of myriad realms. This figure evoked a profound sensation in CHX. It was as if he had existed since the dawn of the universe, imperishable through eons, unyielding to the passage of time, eternally enduring. He was the primordial, the undying. Just as CHX's heart trembled with awe, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his consciousness, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens into his mind. In that instant, CHX comprehended the identity of this enigmatic figure, the primordial immortal emperor. This individual was none other than the true creator of the UNSHB New Jersey Ing. He was one of the 5 supreme immortal emperors who arose amidst the cataclysmic era known as the Great Calamity, emerging from a brutal sea of blood to ultimately attain the path of immortality. What astonished CHX even more was that this primordial immortal emperor was said to be a being born of the chaos itself, an innate spirit whose essence intertwined with the great Tao and the primordial source. The UNSHB New Jersey Ing was the supreme method he conceived upon reaching the immortal sovereign realm, inspired by his experiences. Although categorized as the pinnacle of immortal king techniques, its terrifying efficacy and boundless potential were in no way inferior to the true immortal sovereign methods, perhaps even surpassing them. Immediately thereafter, even more mystical memories surged forth like a tide. At that moment, CHX's consciousness seemed to merge entirely with the primordial immortal emperor, who sat in the midst of chaos. He personally experienced the entire process of the UNSHB New Jersey Ing evolving from a single thought, a spark of inspiration, into its full development and perfection. He witnessed how the primordial immortal emperor traversed the myriad worlds to refine this method, observing the cycles of creation and destruction, battling against forbidden existences, and grasping the essence of immortality amidst life and death trials. Every rune's structure, every verse's profound meaning, and every aspect of the method's operation flowed through CHX's mind, granting him profound understanding and insight. He felt as though he had become one with the primordial, continuously striving for advancement, improvement, and transcendence. Time became indeterminate, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity, when CHX awoke once more. His comprehension of the UNSHB New Jersey Ing had reached an unprecedented pinnacle, enlightenment, transcendence. At that moment, the description of this supreme immortal technique underwent an astonishing transformation within CHX's system panel. It was no longer merely the most advanced immortal king method, nor simply comparable to immortal sovereign techniques. Instead, it had leaped directly into the realm of quasi-immortal emperor-level supreme arts. UNSHB New Jersey Ing, Transcendence Transformation Quasi-Immortal Emperor Tier. Practicing this method can forge an undying primordial immortal body, impervious to all tribulations. Reborn from a single drop of blood, true spirit anchored in the primordial chaos of time and space, immortal and eternal, with memories everlasting. Except for the level of the heavenly sovereign, it stands unrivaled among immortal sovereigns, its true spirit source beyond reach. Within his small world of cultivation, CHX suddenly opened his eyes wide. Boom. Within him, the newly created small world designed to store over 20 billion immortal king laws erupted with boundless divine light. The vast array of immortal king laws, as if finding an outlet, transformed into the purest torrent of energy, which has already transformed primordial immortal body eagerly absorbed and refined. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, CHX's physical form emitted sounds akin to shattered glass being reformed. His very essence underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, completely transcending the mundane flesh and blood structure of ordinary beings. His lifespan became infinite, coexisting with heaven and earth, aging alongside the sun and moon. Each of his cells seemed to transform into eternal stars, harboring terrifying energy capable of unleashing boundless power. With a single breath, he could invoke a storm of spiritual energy across the heavens and earth. A single drop of ordinary blood contained enough terrifying energy to effortlessly obliterate an entire world. Simultaneously, another supreme technique, GTINZ-OHU-SH, reached the transcendent transformation realm under the influence of 300 billion villain points. Its tier soared to that of the pinnacle immortal sovereign method. This supreme divine art, centered on intercepting heavenly secrets and creating all things, wielded formidable power. In mere moments, CHX perfectly mastered 1,020 profound, diverse immortal arts. Each spell, enhanced by the transcendence transformation, attained the pinnacle of perfection. with both supreme techniques undergoing transformation. CHX's combat prowess surged astronomically, exceeding 1,000-fold, a qualitative leap beyond imagination. Such was the power of transcendence transformation. CHX slowly raised his palm, feeling an unprecedented surge of might within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, with a mere thought, a hum reverberated. Surrounding him, miniature black holes, each the size of a fist and exuding a terrifying aura of devouring, materialized out of thin air. This was one of the new techniques birthed from the GTI NSH after its transcendence transformation, named the Great Devouring Technique. Once unleashed, it could consume and refine all things, turning them to one's advantage, utterly domineering. Devour, CHX commanded. The miniature black holes began to whirl madly, unleashing a terrifying suction. The immortal king laws stored within his small world were drawn in, as if finding the perfect refining furnace, continuously absorbed. In just a moment, 10 billion pure immortal king laws were completely devoured and refined into his being using the Great Devouring Technique. 10 billion immortal king laws. What significance did this hold? In the upper realm, any immortal king capable of mastering 10 billion laws would be deemed a titan among immortal kings, commanding respect in their domain, establishing sex, and reigning as a supreme ruler. Yet CHX, in merely a moment, had refined such a vast quantity of laws. The efficiency was nothing short of astounding. Indeed, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before I completely refined these 20 billion immortal king laws, and at that point, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of immortal king titans. CHX nodded with satisfaction. However, as he diligently refined the immortal king laws within his small world, accumulating strength to face future storms, in the distant upper realm, the Eternal Night Immortal Domain had transformed into the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion's domain. At this moment, a somber and oppressive horn, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld, pierced the silence of the Eternal Night Immortal Domain. In the far-off horizon, dark vessels, exuding an aura of death and malevolence, adorned with grotesque demons and twisted totems, emerged like a fleet of death sailing from the abyss. They darkened the skies, radiating a suffocating pressure, slowly encroaching upon the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. Hiss! What is that? Such a terrifying aura of death. Are these vessels? Look at the totem on the flagship. Is that not the mark of the Eternal Night Dragon? Heavens! Could it be the fleet of that esteemed being? In the Eternal Night Immortal Domain, countless powerful figures of the demonic path, hidden in the shadows, who witnessed this horrifying scene, were struck with fear and astonishment, their souls trembling, for they recognized, upon the foremost and colossal dark celestial vessel, almost resembling a wandering star, there fluttered a menacing banner. Alongside a statue of the Eternal Night Demon Dragon at the bow, so lifelike it seemed poised to spring to life at any moment. This vessel unequivocally signified the absolute dominion of the entire Zhenwu. The notorious figure behind it, whose strength was unfathomable, had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, with rumors suggesting that he had even brushed against the threshold of invincibility among immortal kings, the revered Hyde Xianwang. Chapter 69. Ignorance of Mortality, the Threat of Hyde Xianwang. Above the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion in Zhenwu, the eerie sound of a horn continued to reverberate. In the heavens, the densely packed fleet of dark celestial vessels descended like a swarm of ancient colossal mountains, casting the entire land into a suffocating shadow of terror. An endless tide of iron-blooded malevolence and the pressure of death emanated from these vessels, descending like a tangible black canopy, ruthlessly weighing down upon the recently claimed Fengling Xian city. Crack, crack, on the periphery of the city. Some newly established demonic barriers emitted the sound of shattering under the immense combined pressure. Within the Lord's mansion, the Zhujian Xianwang, seated in meditation, suddenly lifted his gaze. In his eyes, shrouded by black cloth, a fleeting glimmer of sword light flashed. He furrowed his brow, and the 9 ancient swords behind him, each unique yet radiating overwhelming sword intent, simultaneously emitted a low, resonant hum, their fearsome essence nearly ripping apart the fabric of reality. It was as if any further movement from the celestial vessels above would prompt him to soar into the sky, wielding his sword to obliterate any invading foes without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the innermost sanctum of the Lord's mansion, within the small world of cultivation belonging to the Ling family, Chu Ji's incarnation as the Blood Abyss Demon Lord slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Boom. At the moment his eyes opened, 2 terrifying blood-red beams of light, capable of piercing through the 9 nether and the yellow spring, erupted from his profound, chaotic pupils, illuminating the entire cultivation realm with a heart-pounding crimson hue. The laws of power surrounding this incarnation surged forth like a volcano finding its vent, expanding at an astonishing rate. Its terrifying might was magnitudes greater than when it had previously slain Ling Yun and annihilated the Ling family. This was undoubtedly due to the astounding rise in strength of Chu Ji's true form, far removed in the Xiantian universe. The simultaneous and almost frenzied enhancement of power also affected this incarnation, which was a fusion of soul and spirit. Now, the destruction laws under his command, opposing the chaotic laws, had increased to a staggering 16 billion. Buzz. As Chu Ji slowly rose, the surrounding space distorted and wailed under the weight of the terrifying aura emanating from him. His consciousness swept out like an invisible tide, instantly covering an expanse of countless miles. Naturally, he also perceived with clarity the massive dark celestial fleet advancing menacingly toward the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. Heh! A cold and cruel smile curved upon Chu Ji's lips as he murmured to himself. This demon lord was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for my newly acquired power, yet here comes an ignorant fool, offering himself as a test subject. In the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from the cultivation realm, inside the main hall of the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. As Chu Ji's figure materialized like a wraith, the Zhujian Xianwang and two other Xianwang attendants, who had long awaited his arrival, immediately knelt on one knee, their expressions filled with utmost reverence and fervent adoration. We welcome the demon lord back from seclusion. I pay my respects to the demon lord. Dismissed. Chu Ji waved his hand nonchalantly, his gaze piercing through the barriers of the hall as he regarded the colossal fleet of celestial vessels, now perilously close. Almost at the gates of the city, Hyde Xianwang. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of this tyrant, who ruled the Yongye Xinyu with an iron fist, treating the realm as his personal domain. He commanded all demonic nations and sects within the Xinyu to pay hefty tributes of immortal stones and cultivation resources annually to the Hyde Demon Palace. This time, the aggressive advance of the celestial fleet was unmistakably a response to the establishment of the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion, which had obliterated the original Ling family and seized control of Fengling Xian City, intending to suppress this nascent force and compel it into submission. Contemplating this, Chu Ji's cold smile deepened, his eyes flashing with a chilling crimson gleam. Hyde Xianwang? The rumors are exaggerated, claiming he is a pinnacle immortal king, nearing invincibility. Chu Ji scoffed inwardly. To me, the Yongye Xinyu is merely one of the many ordinary demonic realms within the northern immortal domain. How could such a barren land possibly give rise to beings of invincible stature? I suspect the true strength of Hyde Xianwang pales in comparison to that of the previously slain Emperor Yao Xianwang. Capturing him to refine into a calamity slave would certainly be an excellent choice, as the Wanjie demon banner lacks a robust main soul. Just as Chu Ji was formulating his plan to strike decisively against this so-called Hyde Xianwang, aiming to take control of the entire Yongye Xinyu and transform it into a springboard and resource pool for the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. The countless dark celestial vessels above suddenly came to a gradual halt. Then, from the foremost and most formidable vessels, three figures radiating overwhelming immortal king might surged forth, exuding the oppressive aura of true immortal kings. Each of these three was undeniably a genuine being of the immortal king level, and the terrifying fluctuations of immortal king laws surrounding them had evidently reached the realm of great immortal kings. This sight nearly terrified the hidden local powers of Yongye Xinyu, who had been stealthily observing the situation from the void. My heavens, what is that? Three immortal king powerhouses. The depths of Hyde Xianwang's faction are truly terrifying. Merely dispatching three immortal king-level existences? This is it. The Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion is surely doomed today. An elder of a demonic sect, concealed within a nearby mountain range, trembled uncontrollably with fear. Although he had heard of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord's ruthless exploits, including the slaying of the Ling family's immortal king ancestor, he considered that ancestor to be merely an ordinary figure at the initial stage of immortal kings. How could he possibly compare to the three true immortal kings before him, each commanding tens of millions, if not nearly a billion, laws? In his eyes, the fledgling Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion would face utter destruction if it dared to resist, even slightly. At this moment, the three immortal kings who had emerged from the dark celestial vessels began to speak. The foremost figure, clad in a pristine silver robe, stepped forth. A cascade of snowy, long hair fell carelessly over his shoulders, framing an extraordinarily handsome visage, yet emanating an aura of frigid detachment and lethal severity that repelled all who dared approach. His gaze swept disdainfully over the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion, shrouded in an endless miasma of dark energy and bloodlight, as his voice, resonant and powerful like ancient ice, reverberated through the heavens. I am the envoy of His Majesty the Black Emperor, the Frostblade Immortal King. By the decree of His Majesty, The newly established Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion must present its sincerity. You have until the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn to promptly deliver 10 billion top-grade immortal stones and 3,000 true immortal maidens as tributes for an audience with His Majesty. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. The Magic Pavilion shall be bathed in blood. All shall be slain. Behind him stood two other formidable immortal kings, one a burly, fearsome Cyclops, and the other a captivating beauty with a bewitching gaze, both now sneering with disdain and cruelty. After all, they had witnessed countless arrogant factions, like the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion, which dared to establish themselves in the eternal night immortal domain. The fate of such factions was invariably one of annihilation unless they obediently submitted and offered gifts that would appease them, all under the wrath of His Majesty the Black Emperor. Yet, just as these three immortal kings exerted their overwhelming pressure, seemingly pronouncing the inevitable doom of the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion, a voice, laced with mockery and amusement, floated lightly through the air. A young figure, clad in a dark red robe adorned with golden demonic patterns, appeared in the void, his strikingly beautiful and otherworldly features suggesting an endless sea of blood and mountains of corpses swirling within his eyes. He had stepped forth into the air, accompanied by the 9 Swords Immortal King, who stood respectfully like a loyal shadow, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Chu Ji observed the Frostblade Immortal King and his companions with leisurely interest. Then, adopting a tone as casual as if engaging in mundane conversation, he retorted, "The Black Emperor Immortal King? So, he is the sovereign of this immortal domain? How self-aware of you." Chu Ji's tone shifted, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Since you are aware of my arrival, then present the gifts you have prepared. Today, I am in a generous mood and shall graciously accept your willing tribute and submission." Upon uttering these words, a shockwave reverberated through the atmosphere. The seemingly mundane yet arrogantly defiant declaration sent tremors of fear through the hearts of countless powerful observers lurking in the shadows, nearly causing them to lose their composure. What is he saying? He demands the envoy of the Black Emperor to bring forth the gifts, and he expresses generosity in accepting their willing submission. Could it be that he has lost his senses in his cultivation? After all, he is addressing the Black Emperor, the absolute sovereign of the eternal night immortal domain, a true pinnacle among immortal kings. How dare he utter such blasphemous words? Even the aloof and imperious Frostblade Immortal King, upon hearing the words of the Blood Abyss Lord, was momentarily taken aback. He had served the Black Emperor for countless eons, suppressing dissenters, and had encountered many audacious brutes. Yet never had he met one bold enough to extort the Black Emperor directly. After a brief moment of astonishment, a furious rage erupted on the Frostblade Immortal King's exquisite and icy countenance, accompanied by a scornful laugh. "Ha! What an audacious fool! What a brazen Blood Abyss Lord!" The Frostblade Immortal King seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, covering his face as he burst into a series of derisive and cruel guffaws. "I have traversed the eternal night immortal domain for 1,000,000 years. Yet this is the first time I have encountered an ant that dares to speak so boldly to the Black Emperor. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall grant your wish." He abruptly lowered his hand, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, and commanded his 2 powerful companions, "You, Yuquan, you Shuefu, bring me this wretch's head, extract his soul, and light the heavenly lantern for 49 years. However, despite the Frostblade Immortal King's repeated shouts, the anticipated scene of his 2 formidable companions swiftly executing this audacious fool did not materialize. A profound silence enveloped the space behind him. No response came. "Huh, Yuquan, Shuefu, what are you waiting for? Move at once." The Frostblade Immortal King's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure surging within him as he abruptly turned to scold them. Yet, in that very instant, his furious expression froze. An overwhelming chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, enveloped him like a tidal wave. He beheld the spot where his 2 companions, the Immortal Kings, were supposed to stand, now utterly vacant. No, it was not entirely empty. In the void, 2 severed heads hovered, ensnared by an invisible force. Those heads belonged to Yuquan Immortal King and Shuefu Immortal King, familiar figures to him. Yet, their bodies had long since vanished, leaving only these 2 heads, eyes wide open, filled with confusion and emptiness, as if their very souls had been obliterated in that unknown instant. Not far from the heads, the figure of the 9 Swords Immortal King had silently appeared. He remained as silent and expressionless as ever, yet the 9 ancient swords trembling behind him were now stained with fresh, warm, immortal blood. At that moment, a voice imbued with mockery and disdain, chilling to the bone, echoed ominously. "What are you looking at? Your friends, lacking in strength and resolve, have already chosen to submit to me ahead of time." Chapter 70. Crushing all, cultivation continues to surge. The previously silent atmosphere in the void had been thrust into an extreme state of eerie terror by Chu Ji's final cold, yet mocking remark. The Frostblade Immortal King, renowned as the formidable envoy of the Black Emperor, now stood as if struck by lightning, his body rigid. His once icy and proud gaze now filled only with horror and incomprehensible madness. They are dead. Yuquan Immortal King, Xuefu Immortal King, two peers, genuine Immortal Kings. Allies who had once wielded power in the eternal night immortal domain, subduing countless dissenters. Had they truly been slain before his very eyes without even uttering a single cry? How could it be possible for a newly emerged demonic faction, unheard of until now, to boast such formidable strength? No, it cannot be. This is utterly inconceivable. What sorcery have you employed? The Frostblade Immortal King shrieked in despair, his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, those hidden in the layers of the void, who had initially watched with anticipation or glee at the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion's plight, now felt an icy dread seize them, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. A lord of the demonic nation, who had just been sweating for the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion, now found his mind blank, mouth agape as if he could swallow a star. He could not comprehend the horrific events that had transpired in the blink of an eye. Two immortal kings had fallen. In the realm of eternal night, there exists an unparalleled existence capable of establishing sects and commanding the reverence of countless demonic cultivators. And just like that, it has perished, without even a shred of resistance. At another location, a young saint of a celestial sect, Jiang Wenda, who had vowed to make a name for himself amidst the 80,000 realms of demonic paths in the extreme north, found himself drenched in cold sweat. A chilling dread penetrating his spine. Jiang Wenda hailed from a righteous celestial sect, the Sacred Refinement sect. Gifted from a young age, he had encountered numerous fortuitous events. After 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, he had recently ascended to the realm of celestial kings, mastering 3,000 pure celestial king laws, with the supreme secret arts bestowed by his sect and powerful celestial soldiers. His true combat prowess was on par with those celestial kings who commanded tens of thousands of laws. Thus, he had been proud and dismissive of his sect's warnings. Venturing alone into the chaotic yet opportunity-laden extreme north, he believed that his strength and hidden cards would allow him to navigate the so-called 80,000 demonic realms with ease. However, the scene unfolding before him at the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion was akin to a bucket of icy water dousing him from head to toe, freezing his proud heart instantly. There are always greater beings beyond the mortal realm. The seemingly taciturn sword cultivator beneath the Blood Abyss demon lord possessed such terrifying strength that he could, in an instant, annihilate two renowned celestial kings. Such prowess likely reached the pinnacle of celestial kings. And what of the Blood Abyss demon lord, who remained aloof, yet to make a move? What depths of power might he conceal? The more Jiang Wenda contemplated, the more alarmed he became, his gaze towards Chu Shi filled with unprecedented trepidation and fear. At that moment, as silence enveloped the space, all present were intimidated by the thunderous might of the nine-sword celestial king. Boom! Within Chu Shi, another resounding roar erupted. It was due to his true body, far away in the Xiantian universe, continuing to refine celestial king laws, resulting in a synchronized and nearly frenzied surge in cultivation. At this juncture, the number of annihilation laws mastered by Chu Shi had astonishingly reached 50 billion. How is this possible? At this moment, the Cold-Blade Celestial King, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chu Shi, could no longer maintain his composure. His once handsome and icy visage was now marred by unprecedented horror and despair. He finally understood why his two companions had perished so decisively. The true strength of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord was utterly unfathomable. Flee. He must escape. The only thought remaining in the Cold-Blade Celestial King's mind was this. He no longer dared to linger, turning to transform into a flash of sword light, attempting to slip into the void and escape. However, would Chu Shi grant him such an opportunity? Before the Demon Lord, did he still dare to flee? A chilling sneer escaped Chu Shi's lips. With an indifferent expression, he slowly raised his right hand, and within his palm, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner, suddenly materialized. Summon. Chu Shi uttered a low command, waving the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner effortlessly. In an instant, two pure essences of the soul erupted from the severed heads of the two celestial kings, forcibly captured by the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner. Following this, under the horrified gaze of the Cold-Blade Celestial King, the already annihilated bodies of the Ghost Spring Celestial King and the Bloodbat Celestial King began to visibly coalesce and reappear under the bizarre force of the 10,000 Calamities Demon Banner. Yet, the resurrected beings bore no trace of their former vitality and brilliance. Instead, their eyes were filled with a profound emptiness and silence, along with an eternal submission to Chu Shi that emanated from the depths of their souls. As soon as they materialized, the newly revived Ghost Spring Celestial King and Bloodbat Celestial King turned their vacant gazes towards the Cold Blade Celestial King, their voices hoarse and eerily accusatory. Cold Blade, you dare to be so audacious before our master. Kneel and submit to him at once. Assisting our master in vanquishing the oblivious Hades Celestial King is your only path to survival. This bizarre and unimaginable scene rendered the already frayed mind of the Cold Blade Celestial King utterly incapable of rational thought. His Tao heart shattered at that moment. Sorcery. It's all sorcery. Die. The Cold Blade Celestial King completely lost his sanity. His eyes reddened. He recklessly ignited his own Celestial King essence, transforming into a dazzling icy sword rainbow, charging madly towards Chu Shi. Ants. Seeing this, Chu Shi curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Facing that desperate strike capable of injuring Celestial Kings, he did not even lift an eyelid, merely extending a finger towards the oncoming sword rainbow, pressing down lightly. Poof! Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The formidable icy sword rainbow, capable of obliterating countless stars, was instantly reduced to nothingness under Chu Shi's nonchalant fingertip. Next, the Cold Blade Celestial King's frenzied advance suddenly halted. The madness and despair etched on his face solidified completely. In the next instant, bang! Without a hint of suspense, this Celestial King-level being, the inspector under the Hades Celestial King, the Cold Blade Celestial King, had his entire being, body, soul, and Celestial King Tao fruit detonated in an instant. Blood and fragments of laws scattered across the heavens like tragic fireworks. The dissipated essence was wholly devoured by the 10,000 Calamities demon banner. With a flash of brilliance, it forged a new and powerful Calamity servant. Now at the level of a Celestial King. In the blink of an eye, 3 Celestial Kings had fallen, transformed into Calamity servants. This bloody and tyrannical scene thoroughly stunned all the powerful beings observing from afar. Just then, the system's alert echoed once more. Ding. A golden tear fated child, Jiang Wenda, has been detected nearby. Notice, this fated child's Tao heart is not yet stable. There is no need to deliberately damage it. The host can directly slay him to obtain all his villain points and fortune rewards. Estimated rewards: 100 billion villain points, 1 billion fortune points, and 1 chance for the 10,000 realms roulette lottery. Chapter 71. Instantaneous slaying of the golden fated child, rooting out the evil. Oh, a golden fated child? Upon hearing this, Chu Shi's gaze flickered, instantly turning. His deep, endless chaotic eyes, like 2 invisible blades, locked onto Jiang Wenda, who was millions of miles away, terrified and preparing to slip away unnoticed. Not good. The moment Jiang Wenda felt that terrifying gaze lock onto him, a chilling dread swept through him from the depths of his soul, nearly causing his scalp to burst. Without hesitation, he attempted to activate the life-saving secret technique bestowed by his sect, desperately tearing through the void to escape. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to find that the space around him seemed entirely imprisoned by an irresistible, invisible force. Then, the world spun, time warped. When his vision returned, he found himself involuntarily standing before the fearsome figure akin to an ancient demon god, the Celestial King. As Jiang Wenda sensed the terrifying power that effortlessly manipulated the laws of space, along with the overwhelming pressure that far surpassed his imagination, the last vestige of hope in his heart shattered completely. He fell to his knees, trembling in fear, incoherently pleading for mercy. Senior, spare my life. Demon Lord, have mercy. The younger generation is the contemporary holy son of the Sheng Lianxian men, Jiang Wendao. My master, the Sheng Lianxian Wang, is a supreme powerhouse who commands the laws of countless celestial kings, an unparalleled giant. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to spare me this once for my master's sake. I vow, I shall not breathe a word of today's events to anyone. Should fortune favor me in the future, and I achieve the status of a celestial sovereign, I will never be your enemy. I will not take your life. Though these words were uttered in a tone of supplication, they subtly carried an undercurrent of defiance and threat, revealing a deep-seated arrogance and folly within Jiang Wendao. What sort of being is a celestial sovereign? They are rare, even in the ages. Yet this mere junior, who has only just stepped into the realm of celestial kings, dares to presume they will surely become a sovereign and dominate their own realm, and still has the audacity to threaten a being who could easily obliterate him with the notion of sparing his life? Oh, these so-called children of destiny are truly of the same ilk. Even when facing death, they still dare to flaunt their bravado before me, the Demon Lord. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ji could not help but smirk derisively, finding no desire to engage further with such a fool. In the next moment, he extended his fingers towards Jiang Wendao, who was still fervently bowing and attempting to invoke his master's name to save himself, and with a sudden motion, he clenched his hand in the air. No! Jiang Wendao's final cry, filled with despair and unwillingness, echoed through the air. His entire being, along with his soul and the 3,000 laws of celestial kings, was instantly crushed into nothingness by an irresistible, terrifying force. However, at the moment of Jiang Wendao's demise, the world trembled. Boom! The sky above the Blood Abyss Magic Pavilion was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a colossal figure filled with boundless rage and murderous intent, glaring down at Chu Ji. It was the manifestation of the celestial will of the Sheng Lianxian Wang, the master of the Sheng Lianxian men. You are that damned demon who has slain my disciple. As soon as the furious visage spoke, its voice resonated like millions of thundering explosions, shaking the entire eternal night celestial domain. You have killed the young, and now the old comes for you? How foolish. Chu Ji, however, merely smiled coldly, his eyes revealing no trace of concern. He did not even wait for the figure to finish speaking before flicking his fingers. Swish! A nearly imperceptible gust of destructive force surged forth, akin to an eternal black lightning bolt, instantly crossing the vast expanse of time and space, striking directly at the furious visage's forehead. Crack! The once imperious and overwhelming celestial will of Sheng Lianxian Wang's manifestation could not even utter a complete threat before it burst apart with a loud boom, scattering into countless luminous particles and vanishing into the void. Chu Ji disdainfully shook his head. In the next moment, an infinite mist of divine light enveloped his profound, chaotic eyes. He glimpsed the past and the future, discerning the myriad realms. With pinpoint accuracy, he locked onto the source of causality. In an instant, his gaze penetrated the endless demonic realms, traversing the turbulent currents of time and space, and precisely focused on a vast territory in the upper realms known as Sheng Lianxian Zone. Since the young had been struck, it was only fitting to eradicate the old as well. A chilling smile graced Chu Ji's lips, his voice devoid of emotion. The next instant, his chaotic eyes erupted with billions of destructive chaotic rays. Meanwhile, in the depths of the upper realm's vast celestial domain, within the magnificent palace of the Sheng Lianxian Zone, the Sheng Lianxian Wang, garbed in a Taoist robe, suddenly spat forth a mouthful of celestial blood imbued with primordial power. His countenance turned pale, his wise eyes filled with unprecedented fury and disbelief. The soul lamp of my disciple Jiang Wendao has shattered, and my manifestation has been destroyed. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? The Sheng Lianxian Wang, enraged, intended to summon all the elders and top powers of the sect, vowing to exact vengeance for his beloved disciple. But in the very next moment, a supreme will of annihilation, indescribable by any words, descended from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming, purifying light. The target was none other than the vast domain ruled by the Sheng Lianxian Zone. What is this? The Sheng Lianxian Wang emitted a final, horrified scream of despair as the endless chaotic light engulfed everything. The once mighty Sheng Lianxian Zone, a sect with a legacy spanning countless epochs, now reduced to scorched earth in an instant. The space shattered, and the great Tao lamented. Within its confines, from the celestial king elders to the newly initiated disciples, a staggering 900 billion lives were obliterated in that sudden cataclysm, leaving not a single trace behind. The lineage severed. A once great sect of celestial Tao was thus extinguished. Chapter 72. Another lottery, the Taichu Zhu Long. In the sky, as the Sheng Lianxian Zone was obliterated by Chu Ji's will from a distance, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into an eerie silence. No, it was a silence more terrifying than death itself. All the hidden powers and wandering experts of the eternal night celestial domain trembled, as though plunged into the icy depths of an abyss, afraid to even breathe. In an instant, the three great celestial kings under the Black Emperor were annihilated. Now, with merely a glance, an entire sect was eradicated. Even the formidable Sheng Lianxian Wang was not spared. Such overwhelming demonic might is unfathomable. From this day forth, the dynamics of the eternal night celestial domain are bound to change drastically. As Chu Ji nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, the nine-sword celestial king concluded his battle as well. The 9 ancient celestial swords behind him radiated a bloodthirsty aura and the lamentations of fallen celestial kings. The once dominating dark celestial fleet was utterly annihilated, reduced to fragments. In the span of a single breath, the 9-sword celestial king had slaughtered countless celestial leaders and powerful figures. Chu Ji, expressionless, casually raised the Wan Ju demon flag. An endless torrent of pitch-black demonic light surged forth, swallowing the remnants of souls, flesh, and the fragments of celestial king laws scattered across the void. The demon flag trembled as if it was rejoicing and roaring with delight. Following this, a multitude of grotesque figures enveloped in a suffocating aura emerged from the Wanju demon flag, numbering in the billions. They were the once mighty forces under the cold blade celestial king, now transformed into indestructible calamity slaves. At this moment, the vast army of Zhenwu knelt before the direction of Chu Shi, a dark mass in the void. Their expressions were hollow yet fervent, their movements synchronized, and the cacophony of their voices coalesced into a terrifying torrent that sent chills down the spine, resonating throughout heaven and earth. We pay our respects to the master of demons. Countless Zhenwu, including those of the Xianwang level, bowed in unison, proclaiming their allegiance. Such a spectacle was truly magnificent and profoundly shocking, enough to stir the blood of any ruler of power. However, Chu Shi's countenance remained as indifferent as still water, a placid lake untouched by the fervor of the scene before him. To him, this display of submission that could move even a Xianwang was no different from the worship of mere ants by the roadside. He merely cast a casual glance at the endless Zhenwu kneeling in the void, his gaze profound, betraying not a single ripple of emotion. At that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully slain the golden-tiered child of fate, Jiang Wenda, and completely eradicated the power behind him. The Shunglian Xianzong. Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 billion points of villain value. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 billion points of fate. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked an opportunity to activate the Wanjia roulette. 10 billion villain points and 1 billion fate points? Quite satisfactory, Chu Shi mused. His villain points were nearly depleted, yet his fate points exceeded 100 billion. However, the most crucial aspect lay in the two opportunities to activate the Wanjia roulette. System. Activate the Wanjia roulette for this master of demons. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Shi issued the command. Ding. Received host command. Activating Wanjia roulette. In an instant, the magnificent Wanjia roulette re-emerged in the realm of his consciousness, initiating the first draw. Ding. The Wanjia roulette begins to spin. The massive pointer of the roulette whirled at an almost imperceptible pace, glittering with countless dazzling visions of treasures. Finally, after an indeterminate duration, the rotation gradually slowed, halting within an area radiating brilliant purple and gold light. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 20 billion points of villain value. Oh, a direct reward of villain points? Chu Shi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips. 20 billion villain points. This was no trifling sum. It was worth noting that slaying Jiang Wenda, the golden child of fate, had only yielded him 10 billion. Although he had not drawn any earth-shattering treasures, this was undoubtedly a practical reward for Chu Shi, who urgently needed to accumulate villain points to confront impending calamities. One opportunity remained. Chu Shi's thoughts stirred once more. Ding. The Wanjia roulette spins again. This time, the duration of the spin seemed even longer than the last. The brilliance of the treasures shimmered with increasing splendor and mystery. At last, as the roulette pointer gradually came to a halt, an ancient and overwhelming aura, indescribable by any words, erupted from within the roulette. Boom. Chu Shi's entire consciousness realm trembled violently under this force. Even the omnipotent villain system's prompt carried an unprecedented gravity and awe. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Taichu Divine Beast Zhu Long, Young Form. Chapter 73. The Terrifying Zhu Long Young Form, Sword Pointing at Hades Xianwang. Zhu Long. The moment these words echoed in Chu Shi's mind, even his current state of mind and understanding could not help but emit two brilliant beams of light from his profound, chaotic eyes. Zhu Long. It was a being from the oldest myths, governing time, opening its eyes to bring forth day and closing them to summon night. Its divine might capable of shaking the very fabric of the multiverse. Race, Zhu Long, Taichu bloodline. Age, 7,000,000. Young form, reaches Xianzuan level upon maturity. Cultivation increases infinitely with age, capable of surpassing Xiandi at its peak. Cultivation, mastery over 100 fundamental laws of time, equivalent to the pinnacle of Xianwang power. According to the system's information, an adult Zhu Long possessed a rank and power capable of rivaling true Xianzuan beings in certain specific domains. It even surpassed ordinary Xianzuan in strength and mystery. At this moment, although Chu Shi had drawn merely a 7-million-year-old young Zhu Long, a resounding roar, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, erupted throughout the eternal night Xianyu. Boom! The once ominous sky above the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion, shrouded in endless demonic energy and bloodlight, was forcibly torn apart by an irresistible, terrifying force, creating a massive spatial rift spanning countless miles. Following this, not one, but two colossal dragon eyes, larger than ancient stars and radiating unmatched brilliance and majesty, gradually emerged from the rift. These two eyes alone were large enough to encompass several great worlds, containing the profound mysteries of the universe's birth and demise, the flow of time. Merely the gaze of these dragon eyes caused the entire eternal night Zhenwu to tremble violently. Countless mountains crumbled, rivers reversed, the void collapsed, the great Tao lamented. All beings in the eternal night Zhenwu, regardless of their cultivation level or location, felt an overwhelming pressure and insignificance emanating from the depths of their souls. Before those two dragon eyes, they were as inconsequential as dust. What is that? Is it a xianxiaaudiobooks descending from the heavens? What terrifying dragon might? Could it be the legendary ancestor dragon has come to the world? Countless hidden demonic ancestors and rogue powerhouses throughout the eternal night, Zhenwu looked up in horror. Gazing at the two dragon eyes, larger than the combined celestial bodies, their hearts racing with fear and trepidation. In that moment, they could not even muster a single thought of resistance. For under that terrifying dragon might, their celestial essence, laws, and even souls felt utterly frozen. Then, with a series of unsettling cracking sounds, an unimaginably colossal black dragon body slowly emerged from the spatial rift. Its length was unfathomable, spanning billions of miles. Its form blotted out the sun, seemingly enveloping the entire eternal night Zhenwu. The dragon scales shimmered with an ancient and mysterious dark golden hue, each scale inscribed with complete Great Tao runes. The dragon claws were formidable and razor-sharp. With a mere swipe, they could rend the barriers of the multiverse. The dragon tail stirred the currents of time and space, unleashing a cataclysmic storm. This was the Taichu divine beast Zhulong. Even in its young form, its body towered to an astonishing size of billions of miles. The terrifying aura it exuded surpassed that of most Xianwang leaders, infinitely approaching the level of true pinnacle Xianwang beings. Even more chilling was its dragon body. According to the system's description, the body of Zhulong was forged from the purest primordial source power and laws of time. Its solidity was truly indestructible, impervious to harm. Even an invincible Xianwang wielding a sacred weapon would find it nearly impossible to inflict substantial damage upon it. The defensive power is simply extraordinary. A deep dragon roar reverberates once more. The colossal, unimaginable Zhulong hatchling, with its two dragon eyes resembling ancient stars, slowly turns, ultimately resting upon the diminutive figure of Chu Shi, who appears as insignificant as a speck of dust. Surprisingly, within those majestic dragon eyes, there is no trace of ferocity or brutality. Instead, they reveal a hint of affection and intimacy, as if Chu Shi were the sole master it had awaited since its inception. In the next moment, under the astonished and horrified gazes of countless beings from the eternal night celestial domain, the gargantuan Zhulong hatchling, capable of overshadowing the entire celestial realm, begins to shrink at a visible pace. In but a few breaths, it transforms from a terrifying behemoth into a mini dragon, cloaked in darkness. Its eyes swirling with boundless laws, measuring merely a few feet in length, yet still exuding an aura of overwhelming pressure. In a flash, this diminutive dragon morphs into a shadowy streak of light, landing directly upon Chu Shi's shoulder. It affectionately nuzzles Chu Shi's cheek with its exquisite and dignified little dragon head, emitting a series of low, tender whines akin to a pet seeking affection. Should this scene be witnessed by the formidable beings of the eternal night celestial domain, previously terrified by the might of the Zhulong, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Such a cataclysmic primordial beast now behaves like a docile pet, displaying such fondness towards the blood abyss demon lord. Indeed, this is remarkable, as Chu Shi feels the warmth of the hatchling's presence on his shoulder. Along with the terrifying power within that rivals peak celestial kings, a satisfied smile graces his lips. This time, he has truly won a grand prize. The Zhulong hatchling, in terms of potential and strength, far surpasses all previous followers he has acquired. From now on, you shall be named Xian. Chu Shi extends his hand, gently caressing the smooth and warm scales of Xian, bestowing it with a name in a calm tone. Xian seems quite pleased with this name, letting out a joyful low hum and wagging its tail gently. Chu Shi smiles slightly, then slowly raises his head, his gaze sweeping over the countless tribulations slaves below, who are already prostrated in fear beneath the might of the Zhulong, not daring to lift their heads. Within the depths of his chaotic, heavy eyes, an icy coldness and dominance flicker ominously. In the next moment, he suddenly waves his hand. His voice resonates like a divine decree, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth, reverberating across the universe. By order of the demon lord, where are all those belonging to the blood abyss demon pavilion? Boom. The instant his words fall, deep within the blood abyss demon pavilion, the low-grade celestial king artifact known as the Emperor Demon Hall, which serves as Chu Xi's transportation, bursts forth with boundless demonic light. Soaring into the sky, it transforms into a terrifying palace reaching billions of feet high, enveloped in dark demonic light, spanning across the heavens. Simultaneously, countless tribulation slaves, including the likes of the Han Rin Celestial King and other celestial kings, erupt in fervent roars, soaring into the sky. The terrifying aura of death and malice once again envelopes the realm. Since the Heikong Celestial King dares to offend the Demon Lord, today, Chu Xi stands atop the Emperor Demon Hall, bearing in Xian, his black hair billowing wildly, robes fluttering. He gazes down upon the vast territory of the Eternal Night Celestial Domain, his voice imbued with an undeniable, extreme authority and cold, murderous intent. This Demon Lord shall ensure that the Eternal Night Celestial Domain echoes solely with the voice of the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. Chapter 74. The son of the second Pavilion Master enters the Heikong Demon Palace. Meanwhile, at the core and the most forbidden area of the Eternal Night Celestial Domain, the Heikong Demon Palace. This palace is not built upon ordinary celestial mountains or divine lands, but floats within a pitch-black void woven from countless vengeful souls and shattered stars. The palace stretches for billions of miles, forged entirely from a heavy, dark, mysterious iron. It is inscribed with countless grotesque totems of evil spirits, exuding a terrifying demonic aura capable of freezing celestial king souls. Countless towering demonic shadows stand guard, each holding giant war halberds, silently stationed at the palace gates. Their presence is profound, each being at least at the quasi-celestial king level. Deep within the labyrinthine depths of this palace, a grand hall constructed from the ancient dragon bones now serves as the domain of the Heikong Celestial King, the supposed sole ruler of this realm. Yet, upon his usually cold and stern visage, a nearly obsequious smile now rests. He personally pours a cup of celestial brew for a young man reclining on a jet-black jade throne, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. The youth, adorned in a luxurious black and dragon-patterned robe, possesses an exceptionally handsome face. Beneath his eyes, faint golden dragon scales glimmer, exuding a chilling radiance. His expression is haughty, his gaze dismissive, as if the entire world were beneath his notice. Lord Xianxiao, your arrival in this humble eternal night, celestial domain truly graces my palace. Yet, why the haste to depart for the heavenly pavilion? Has something significant occurred within the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion? The Heikong Celestial King cautiously inquires, his tone laced with barely detectable probing. The youth, referred to as Lord Xianxiao, smirks faintly upon hearing this, raising his cup for a sip, his voice carrying an air of casual arrogance. Heikong, you do possess some discernment. I am one of the 12 pavilion masters of the Zhenwu heavenly pavilion, the sole heir of the Zonglin Celestial King, bearing the true blood of the Yinglong. I have reached the pinnacle of Celestial King at merely 1,000,000 years of age. In this vast upper realm, talents like mine are truly rare. He pauses, a flash of disdain and amusement crossing his gaze. You people from the extreme northern celestial domains may not know, but recently, one of our 12 pavilion masters, the Emperor Yao Celestial King, has fallen in a savage land known as the Xiantian universe. What? The Heikong Celestial King is struck with shock, yet his face betrays no emotion, maintaining a facade of calm. Xianxiao snorts coldly and continues, this incident has alarmed the highest echelons of the heavenly pavilion. The pavilion masters have ordered the assembly of all celestial king-level forces. Once the grand pavilion master awakens from his seclusion, he will consolidate all forces and obliterate that ignorant lower realm, turning every related ant into dust. He raises his cup and drinks deeply, shaking his head with a mocking smile. That useless Emperor Yao, a peak celestial king, has met such a fate, truly bringing shame to our Zhenwu heavenly pavilion. I wonder how he even managed to cultivate his abilities. Thus, I shall take my leave for now. Once the heavenly pavilion's forces are assembled, I may very well accompany them to witness firsthand the mysterious lower realm that could annihilate a peak celestial king. The Heikong Celestial King is filled with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Emperor Yao Celestial King, that is a being who commands 3 trillion celestial king laws. Among peak celestial kings, he is truly a paragon. Though rumors suggest that he, the Heikong Celestial King, is on the verge of stepping into the realm of invincible celestial kings, he knows all too well that he has barely grasped a mere 100 billion celestial king laws. Among the peak celestial kings, he is undoubtedly at the bottom. Facing an existence like the Emperor Yao, he fears he could not withstand even 3 strikes before meeting his end. Yet such a supreme being, capable of shaking an entire celestial domain with a mere stomp, has met a tragic demise in the lower realm. Furthermore, observing the tone of Xianxiao, It appears that Zhenwu Tiange is prepared to mobilize great efforts, uniting the entire sect's strength solely to annihilate a realm from the lower world. What kind of perilous abyss does this lower realm truly represent? Just as the heart of the He Di Xianwang was stirred, Xuanxiu slowly rose, his dark dragon robe billowing without wind. He spoke with indifference. He Di, I have taken note of the hospitality extended to me during these days. Should time permit in the future, I shall come to disturb you in your He Di Demon Palace. Your Excellency Xuanxiu, you flatter me. It is my utmost honor to have you grace us with your presence, replied He Di Xianwang, hastily bowing and smiling, not daring to show any sign of negligence. With a flick of his wrist, a brilliant light flashed in his palm, revealing a translucent, exquisite glazed pearl seemingly containing a magnificent world within. Your Excellency Xuanxiu, this is but a small token of my appreciation, an insignificant gesture. With both hands, He Di Xianwang presented the pearl, his face adorned with a broad smile. This Wanhua Dong Tianzhu contains 30,000 stunning women, carefully selected from various realms, including some who have ascended from the lower worlds. Each one is flawless, and before being discovered by me, they held distinguished identities, either as saintesses of immortal sects or empresses of divine dynasties, with a few even being the cherished descendants of fallen celestial royal families. Now, they have all had their memories washed clean, awaiting your kind favor. Upon hearing this, a fierce glimmer erupted in Xuanxiu's proud dragon eyes. He accepted the Wan Hua Dong Tianzhu, briefly scanning it with his divine sense, and a look of extreme satisfaction spread across his face. Ha! Excellent. What a splendid gift from you, Venerable He Di. I am truly fond of this. Xuanxiu laughed heartily, addressing He Di Xianwang with newfound respect. You see, my greatest passion in life is collecting these once exalted, now humbled beauties. These 30,000 exquisite souls have truly struck a chord in my heart. With the acquisition of such remarkable women, Xuanxiu's mood evidently brightened, and his gaze toward He Di Xianwang softened. However, just as he was about to tear apart the void and depart from the He Di Demon Palace, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens, capable of shattering the souls of celestial kings, echoing throughout the entire eternal night immortal domain. The seemingly indomitable protective array of the He Di Demon Palace, reputed to withstand the combined might of several celestial kings, shattered as if made of paper, instantly fracturing and dispersing into a rain of light. The floating continent housing the He Di Demon Palace trembled violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Above, the sky was engulfed in a monstrous shadow, blocking out the sun with an endless, terrifying presence. A chilling, emotionless voice, akin to a proclamation from the depths of the underworld, resonated clearly within the palace hall, reaching every ear. Is this the He Di Demon Palace? Accompanied by the voice of Chu Shi, the next moment brought forth a furious rebuke, akin to thunder, erupting from deep within the He Di Demon Palace. Following that, countless formidable demonic figures surged into the sky. These figures represented the true elite forces under He Di Xianwang. The air crackled with demonic energy, as they sensed the protective array's breach and swiftly mobilized to confront the threat. Leading the charge was a young demonic cultivator clad in a dark purple robe, his expression stern and eyes seeming to harbor the roars of countless demonic souls. The terrifying aura of celestial king laws swirling around him reached an astounding 20 billion. This individual was none other than the most valued disciple of He Di Xianwang, Jiming Xianwang. At merely 5 million years of age, he had already established himself as a bona fide celestial king powerhouse, renowned throughout the eternal night immortal domain. Within the palace hall, the smile on He Di Xianwang's face, which had stiffened upon the breach of the protective array, gradually faded, replaced by a cold and murderous intent. He respectfully inclined his head to Xuanxiu, his voice grave. Your Excellency Xuanxiu, it seems some audacious individuals wish to challenge my authority today. However, these mere ants will be eradicated in no time. As he shifted his tone, a smile returned to his face. Why not, Your Excellency? Take a moment to enjoy the unique Juyo Soul spring wine of my palace while I deal with these insolent fools. Upon hearing this, Xuanxiu's proud dragon eyes were drawn with interest to the heavens, where Jiming Xianwang led countless powerful members of the Demon Palace against the army of the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion, exuding an overwhelming demonic might. Oh, is that your prized disciple, Jiming Xianwang? Xuanxiu's lips curled slightly, laced with a hint of scrutiny. Indeed, that is the inept disciple Jiming. He Di Xianwang responded, displaying a hint of pride before quickly adopting a humble demeanor. Though Jiming possesses some talent, he pales in comparison to a transcendent genius like Your Excellency Xuanxiu, akin to a firefly contending with the bright moon, a vast chasm apart. Xuanxiu, acknowledging the remark, nodded, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable arrogance. He is indeed adequate, exhibiting traces of a powerful figure. However, if I wish to slay him, 3 moves would suffice. At this proclamation, He Di Xianwang's eyelids, previously concealed beneath a smile, involuntarily twitched violently. Ji Ming was his most cherished disciple, a potential heir to the He Di Demon Palace. His combat prowess was exceptional among celestial king powerhouses of the same rank. Yet, in Xuanqiu's words, he was reduced to a mere target to be slain in 3 moves. Despite the tempest of emotions within, He Di Xianwang maintained a facade of calm. Continuing to smile, "Your Excellency Xuanqiu possesses keen insight. Please, do await and witness how my lackluster disciple eliminates these audacious intruders." However, before the final syllable of He Di Xianwang's words could fully form, a harrowing, agonizing scream, filled with boundless pain and despair, suddenly erupted from above, resonating throughout the cosmos. It was the voice of Ji Ming Xianwang, the disciple he valued the most. What? The smile on He Di Xianwang's face froze once again, his gaze snapping toward the outer heavens. At that moment, he felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils constricting in horror. There, his once formidable and proud disciple, Ji Ming Xianwang, was now pinned to the ground by 9 ancient celestial swords, emanating an aura of annihilation, piercing through his vital points. 9 swords pierced his heart. Under the horrified gaze of He Di Xianwang, Ji Ming Xianwang's immortal body, once thought indestructible, offered no resistance. With a mere swipe, the terrifying sword intent from those 9 celestial swords ripped him apart, transforming him into a mist of blood. The 20 billion strands of celestial king laws he had painstakingly cultivated over millions of years were instantly stripped away by an invisible force, his essence and spirit obliterated, his Tao fruit dissipated. No, Ji Ming. He Di Xianwang's eyes widened in rage and despair, a horrifying cry escaping his lips, filled with boundless grief and fury. That was his disciple, nurtured with countless efforts, his future right-hand man. How could he fall without even a chance to fight back? Meanwhile, a more playful and mocking expression began to surface on Xuanqiu's strikingly beautiful visage. He leisurely observed the anguished figure of the He Di Xianwang, whose body was convulsing uncontrollably with the laws of the immortal realm, as if he were about to recklessly charge forth and engage the unknown enemy. Merely a detached glance from Xianxiu was sufficient to extinguish the He Di Xianwang's raging fury, as if doused by a bucket of ice water. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, drawing forth droplets of blood. Yet, he ultimately managed to suppress the boundless rage and murderous intent that threatened to consume his reason. For the He Di Xianwang understood that to offend this esteemed figure of inscrutable power over the death of a mere disciple would yield consequences far beyond his capacity to bear. At that moment, Xianxiu's figure silently ascended from the grand hall, his steps seemingly light, yet effortlessly merging with the void. In an instant, he traversed vast distances with just a few strides, bypassing layers of palace barriers, arriving directly before the blood-soaked demon palace, facing the ominous army of the Blood Abyss Demon Pavilion. His gaze, indifferent and haughty, settled upon Chu Shi, who stood atop the imperial demon palace, bearing the black young dragon upon his shoulders, and the formidable Jiao Jian Xianwang, who was cloaked in an aura of profound depth, brandishing 9 immortal swords behind him. "I am Xianxiu, the esteemed young master of the Zhenwu Tian Pavilion, the sole progeny of the Tsang Lin Xianwang." His voice was flat yet imbued with an inherent pride, as if proclaiming his divine status. With an air of condescension, he surveyed Chu Shi and his companions, slowly articulating, "Your meager demonic forces possess commendable strength. Today, I am in a favorable mood and shall grant you the opportunity to preserve your lives. Pledge your allegiance to my Zhenwu Tian Pavilion and serve me in the conquests across the heavens. Otherwise." However, before Xianxiu could complete his menacing declaration, his disdainful gaze inadvertently swept over the small, dark dragon resting upon Chu Shi's shoulder, whose eyes shimmered with boundless secrets of the laws. At the moment their gazes met, the arrogance and indifference on Xianxiu's face abruptly froze. Instantly, he was engulfed by an unfathomable force of suppression and terror that emanated from the depths of his bloodline and soul, overwhelming him like a chaotic flood, utterly submerging his consciousness. Xianxiu, the exalted figure possessing the true blood of the Yinglong and unparalleled talent among the celestial realm, crumbled before the watchful eyes of the assembly. His legs buckled, and with a dull thud, he collapsed into the void, trembling violently as his countenance turned as pale as a sheet. He opened his mouth, succumbing to a fit of uncontrollable vomiting, as if he were expelling his very innards. His once defiant dragon eyes now bulged in terror, filled with incomprehensible dread, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of despair akin to a mortal gazing upon the divine. It was as if he beheld not a mere young dragon, but a forbidden existence that transcended all, to be neither witnessed nor spoken of, and beyond conjecture. Finally, with a thunderous sound, Xianxiao's nearly bursting dragon eyes could no longer withstand the supreme pressure stemming from his bloodline, shattering into a mist of crimson. Following a heart-wrenching wail that resembled no human sound, his visage became drenched in blood, and he fainted, plummeting from the celestial heights like a kite severed from its string, descending helplessly to the earth below. In that instant, the void fell into an eternal silence. The once proud Xianxiao plummeted from the skies, ultimately crashing to the ground before the Heidi demon palace with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust, leaving his fate unknown. What manner of existence was the Zhu Long? It was a true primordial deity, transcendent and supreme. Such a being as Xianxiao, merely a descendant of the Ying Long with diluted blood, was utterly unworthy to gaze upon a primordial god. The dull sound echoed as an invisible hammer struck the heart of the Heidi Xian Wang, whose once imposing visage now bore only a profound expression of bewilderment and absurdity. His mind was blank. All thoughts and calculations came to a halt. The noble of the heavenly pavilion, the sole heir of the Tsang Lin Xian Wang, destined to become a figure of renown in the celestial realm. Just moments before, he had looked down upon others, dictating their fates with a tone of condescension. In the next moment, he found himself kneeling, spitting blood, his resolve shattered, simply because he had gazed too long at the inconspicuous black dragon upon his opponent's shoulder. What on earth had transpired? The bizarre and surreal scene before the Heidi Xian Wang had utterly surpassed his comprehension. Fear, confusion, and an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over him like a cold tide, drowning his every thought. However, for Chu Shi, the orchestrator of this chaos, Xianxiao's collapse felt akin to crushing a bothersome insect, failing to stir even a ripple in the tranquil depths of his heart. He shifted his indifferent gaze away from the unconscious Xianxiao on the ground, sweeping over the pallid complexion of the Heidi Xian Wang, his voice devoid of emotion. Resonating coldly, Qianwu Tian Pavilion? Another trifling entity? He paused, as if speaking to himself, yet also proclaiming to the cosmos, just right. This demon lord needs to ascertain the current state of the Qianwu Tian Pavilion. No sooner had he spoken than he casually gestured towards the fallen Xianxiao. The unconscious figure was seized by an unseen hand, drawn forcefully before Chu Shi, suspended like a lifeless dog, limbs limp and powerless. The Heidi Xian Wang, witnessing this, felt a flicker of hope that perhaps he could rescue Xianxiao and redeem himself, but Chu Shi's subsequent actions obliterated that thought entirely. With unwavering resolve, Chu Shi extended his slender right hand and pressed it firmly upon Xianxiao's crown. There was no hesitation, no scruples. The most tyrannical and malevolent soul-searching technique from the Jietian Zhao Hua, Shinshu, was unleashed at that moment. The once impenetrable spirit sea of Xianxiao, guarded by numerous secret arts, crumbled before Chu Shi's terrifying power as if it were made of paper, torn apart in an instant. An endless torrent of fragmented memories surged into Chu Shi's mind, a deluge of information. Even in his deep state of unconsciousness, Xianxiao's body convulsed violently, emitting involuntary cries of agony. Yet, Chu Shi remained unfazed. Within his abyssal, chaotic eyes, innumerable images and information flickered rapidly. Soon, he comprehended the core secrets of the Qianwu Tian Pavilion. Its leadership comprised 12 masters, each wielding power at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Among them, the soul lamp of the Di Yao Xian Wang had extinguished, causing seismic turmoil within the pavilion. Among the 12, the true strongest was a mysterious figure known as Gu Huang Xian Wang. This individual wields an astonishing 900 billion Dao of the immortal king laws, standing merely a step away from the legendary realm of the undefeated immortal king. Furthermore, he is an esteemed confidant of the Grand Master Qianwu, holding a position of exceptional status as the de facto second-in-command of the heavenly pavilion. Next in line is Xuanxiao's father, the Canglin immortal king, whose true form is that of the ancient Ying Long. He commands 600 billion Dao of immortal king laws, exhibiting formidable combat prowess and ranking among the top 3 of the 12 pavilion masters. However, as Chu Shi shifted his focus in the soul search to uncover the whereabouts of his father, mother, and grandfather, his brow involuntarily knitted in concern. To his dismay, there was no information to be found. Within Xuanxiao, this noble scion of the heavenly pavilion, there lay an eerie void regarding these 3 supreme beings of the Xiantian universe. It was as if they had entirely vanished from existence following the cataclysmic battle with Qianwu Tiange a century ago. Even the Qianwu Tiange had expended immense resources and summoned countless forces in pursuit, yet they remained elusive, leaving their fate a mystery. Upon realizing this outcome, the heart of Chu Shi, once as steadfast as iron, rippled with a barely perceptible wave of emotion. It was not concern, but rather a deeper, colder resolve tinged with a fierce intent to kill. Their absence implied safety from enemies. Yet, it intensified his already boiling desire for power, making it more profound and urgent. He must grow stronger, strong enough to upend the entire upper realm, strong enough to make the myriad worlds tremble beneath his feet. At that moment, no matter where his loved ones were, he would reclaim them all. With this thought, the sanguine glint in Chu Shi's eyes deepened to a terrifying intensity. The soul search concluded. The once mighty Xianxiao, now rendered an imbecile, held no further value for Chu Shi. He regarded the lifeless shell that had once been a paragon of strength with disdain, commenting, "Such a tainted and impure bloodline can hardly be deemed a dragon." As he spoke, he turned to the Zhu Long and Xian perched on his shoulder, his voice devoid of warmth. "And Xian? Consider this as a snack and sample its flavor." Curiously, and Xian opened its tiny dragon mouth and inhaled gently. Instantly, Xuanxiao's colossal immortal king body was drawn into a vortex of invisible power, shrinking in size, unable even to unleash the contingency left by his father before being devoured whole. And Xian chewed a couple of times, then scrunched its delicate brow in evident distaste, displaying an expression of utter revulsion, as if to say that this snack was intolerably unpalatable. This scene, both understated and brutally merciless, became the final straw that shattered the mental defenses of the Heikong immortal king. He had been consumed. Lord Xuanxiao had been eaten. He watched in horror as the noble of Qianwu Tiange, the sole heir of the Zonglin immortal king, was treated like refuse and fed to a pet. At that moment, having dealt with Xuanxiao, Chu Shi slowly cast his cold, indifferent gaze upon the Heikong immortal king, who was now gripped by fear and astonishment. It was now your turn. Chapter 77. The reversal towards destruction, once more attaining 1,000 billion immortal king laws. Xuanxiao had completely fallen. Chu Shi's gaze finally settled upon the lord of the eternal night immortal domain. Yet, at that instant, the Heikong immortal king, momentarily shocked, bizarrely regained a semblance of calm. No, it was not calmness, but rather a frenzied resolve born from being cornered into a desperate situation. He abruptly lifted his head. His deep, infernal eyes, now devoid of fear and confusion, filled instead with boundless fury and determination. Good, good, good. You truly possess audacity. The Heikong immortal king's voice was hoarse and chilling as he laughed in rage. Do you not comprehend the identity of Lord Xuanxiao? He is the sole heir of the Zonglin immortal king of Qianwu Tiange. That Zonglin immortal king is a supreme powerhouse, ruthless and fiercely protective. Having slain him, there shall be no refuge for you in heaven or on earth. He scolded vehemently, while internally cursing himself madly. Damn it! If only he had acted without hesitation to save him, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. But now, Xuanxiao lay dead within his eternal night immortal domain, before his very Heikong demon palace. He could not escape responsibility. The wrath of Zonglin immortal king would surely obliterate him. With no retreat left, the only chance for survival lay in subduing this audacious killer before the arrival of the Zonglin immortal king and presenting him as a trophy. Perhaps, in doing so, he might beg for a chance to evade annihilation beneath the Zonglin immortal king's wrath. With this thought, the Heikong immortal king cast aside any hesitation. Arrogant fool. You have slain my disciple and now caused Lord Xuanxiao's demise. Your sins are unforgivable. Prepare to die. He let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. In the next moment, boundless immortal might erupted from him like a cataclysmic tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. 3 enormous, pitch-black fissures tore open in the void behind him. Out from these rifts emerged 3 towering figures, each resembling the Heikong immortal king, yet more monstrous and terrifying. Each of these dark immortal king avatars was suffused with infinite dark demonic energy, as if they were world-destroying demons emerging from the depths of hell. The Heikong immortal king commanded a staggering 1,000 billion Dao of immortal king laws, all embodying the purest essence of darkness. These 3 dark immortal king avatars were manifestations of his dark laws, each possessing a full 80% of his true power, including the Heikong immortal king himself. At this moment, it was akin to 4 legitimate peak immortal king titans joining forces. Their overwhelming presence was formidable, and their demonic flames surged high. This was the true ace that allowed him to maintain his dominion over the eternal night immortal domain, instilling fear across the realms. Yet, in the face of this full-force assault from the lord of the immortal domain, Chu Shi remained utterly expressionless. A brief glance sufficed, followed by a slight shake of his head, imbued with a hint of mockery. As he continued to refine the Tao of the Emperor Yao immortal king far away in the Xianxian universe, his avatar's cultivation was still ascending at an astonishing rate. Now, the destruction laws wielded by the Blood Abyss Demon Lord had reached a remarkable 400 billion. His true strength was no less than that of any genuine peak Immortal King Titan. However, even so, to confront the Heikong Immortal King, who was nearly bolstered by 4 peak Titans, would still require some effort. Thus, Chu Shi opted for the most effortless method that would best showcase his dominion as the Demon Lord. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at Xian on his shoulder, who was curiously observing the 4 colossal demonic figures before them, and softly instructed, Xian, eliminate him. Preserve his Immortal King laws, so I may witness your true strength. And Xian responded with a playful sound, seemingly intrigued by the task at hand. In the next instant, a roar erupted, reminiscent of primordial times, as if countless chaotic divine bells were ringing in unison, echoing across the vast expanse of the heavens. And Xian's form surged with power, transformed into a majestic entity of towering heights, enveloped in dark, shimmering scales, the body of the Zhu Long, with its dual eyes flowing with the resplendent golden river of time, emerged. This colossal form, although minuscule compared to its true essence capable of overshadowing an entire celestial realm, still emanated an overwhelming presence. The moment the true visage of the Zhu Long manifested, an aura of terror, originating from the primordial chaos, permeated the heavens and the earth as if it were tangible. The pathways of the eternal night celestial domain lamented, and the very laws retreated in fear. After consuming the bloodline essence of the xianxia's descendant, the Xian's cultivation experienced a significant elevation, firmly stepping into the realm of a peak celestial king. What is this? The Heidi celestial king, upon witnessing the awe-inspiring form of the Zhu Long and feeling the oppressive force rooted deep within his bloodline and soul, was drenched in cold sweat, his Dao heart trembling violently. However, there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a frenzied assault. Kill, eliminate him. The Heidi celestial king's body shuddered in synchrony with the 3 dark. Instantly, for colossal pillars of pure darkness, as robust as ancient mountains and capable of piercing through the vast cosmos, erupted forth. Their might shook the heavens and the earth, hurtling towards the towering Zhu Long. Yet, to Xian, whose golden dragon eyes flowed with endless time, this cataclysmic display seemed utterly laughable and insignificant. Without even raising a claw, he indifferently exhaled 2 words from his majestic maw, reverse flow. These 2 words resonated as the most ancient and supreme decree in existence. The moment the words fell, the world trembled. The ceaseless river of time appeared to be forcibly reversed by an irresistible force. Following this, the time belonging to the Heidi celestial king began its true reversal. The 4 pillars of darkness, capable of annihilating everything, bizarrely halted mid-flight. Then, they retreated at an even greater speed, re-entering the bodies of the king and the 3. How could this be? The Heidi celestial king's eyes brimmed with unprecedented terror and despair. Yet, he could no longer control himself. For at this moment, everything belonging to the Heidi celestial king was wildly reversing. He wished to roar, but instead, his mouth uttered the words he had spoken before, only now in reverse. 1 word at a time. All his power, the essence of the celestial king, and the world within his body were unraveling at an unimaginable speed. The pinnacle of celestial king cultivation, painstakingly achieved over countless epochs, was dissolving rapidly like a sandcastle swept away by the tide. A significant portion of his power vanished in an instant. Everything was heading towards irreversible destruction. The Heidi celestial king yearned for mercy. He wished to wail, yet he could do nothing. His consciousness could only watch in horror as his body mindlessly regressed with every movement, watching everything of his swiftly perish in this temporal reversal. Finally, a thunderous boom echoed. When time reversed to a critical juncture, the Heidi celestial king's body and soul, along with the 3 dark, could no longer sustain their existence and fell into complete obliteration. In the expanse of the cosmos, only 1,000 billion pure dark origins remained. Suspended in the void like a pitch-black ocean, Chu Ji maintained a serene demeanor, waving his hand. The origins of the were drawn to him by an unseen force and stored within a newly created small world. After accomplishing this, he reached out and gently patted the head of Xian, who had transformed back into a petite dragon, rubbing against his palm with a proud expression. Well done. The latter emitted a contented sound, filled with satisfaction. Chapter 78. Mastering the Eternal Night Celestial Domain, the Awakened Song Lin Celestial King. As he gazed at the juvenile dragon form of Xian, a ripple formed in Chu Ji's heart. Truly, as a being born from primordial chaos, wielding the fundamental laws of time, its power transcended mere terror. It embodied a near-Dao manifestation. The Heidi Celestial King, commanding billions of dark laws and reigning as the eternal sovereign of the eternal night celestial domain, was by no means weak. Yet before Xian, all his struggles and hidden cards appeared pathetically feeble. With merely 2 words, the timeline belonging to the Hades celestial king was forcibly distorted, watching helplessly as everything he possessed swiftly vanished into nothingness. This method of annihilation, which seemingly disregarded cultivation and defenses, striking directly at the essence of existence, was truly unsolvable. Excellent. Chu Ji nodded slightly, increasingly pleased with Xian's power. In the next moment, with a thought, the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Wanjie Demon Banner, manifested in response. The banner, as black as ink, came alive with countless demon god totems, emitting a silent roar that rippled through the surrounding space. Rise. Chu Ji uttered a single word, and the banner trembled, cascading an endless stream of ethereal light. In the next moment, it appeared to have located a fragment of the Hades celestial king's essence that had yet to be entirely obliterated. Buzz. In an instant, the banner's brilliance surged. Subsequently, a silhouette identical to the previous Hades celestial king gradually reformed amidst the intertwining of demonic light and laws. The once fierce and imposing visage now reflected absolute silence and numbness. The brilliance once present in his eyes was replaced by a fervent and unwavering loyalty stemming from the depths of his soul. Upon revival, this former ruler of the eternal night celestial domain knelt before Chu Ji, prostrating himself and uttering a hoarse yet reverent voice. I pay homage to my master. As for the xianxiao consumed by Xian, Chu Ji had also attempted to summon him using the Wanjie demon banner. However, the banner trembled, and the shadows of the demon gods conveyed a sense of confusion and impotence. It seemed that in the river of fate, the existence known as xianxiao had been utterly erased. Even the anchor point to become had ceased to exist. Was he completely obliterated by the fundamental laws within Xian? Chu Ji was not surprised and felt no sorrow. Rather, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. After all, the cultivation of xianxiao was merely that of a celestial king, and in his eyes now, he was no more significant than an ant. Acquiring the Hades celestial king, a peak powerhouse as a formidable, and seizing his billions of celestial king laws, was the true monumental gain of this endeavor. From this day forth, this place shall be renamed the Blood Abyss Demon Palace. Chu Ji spoke with indifference, his words carrying the weight of law. The moment the words fell, he unleashed boundless divine power. Boom. The shattered earth, the crumbling demon palace, and the remnants of celestial kings floating in the void were forcibly drawn to him by an irresistible might. Chaos divine fire erupted, refining all matter into the most primal energy slurry. Then, under Chu Ji's will, it rapidly reformed. In the next moment, a grand city, 100,000 times more magnificent than before, entwined in endless blood-red thunder and chaotic demonic energy, rose from the ruins, defiantly hovering in the heavens. The sheer size of the demon city stretched for millions of miles, casting a shadow that nearly obscured half of the eternal night celestial domain sky. A terrifying demonic might that suppressed the heavens and dominated all emanated from the city. Chu Ji stood atop the demon city, surveying the vast eternal night celestial domain, his cold voice resonating like a divine decree carrying the will of the heavens, penetrating the consciousness of every being. The Hades celestial king has submitted to me, the demon lord. From this day forth, the eternal night celestial domain is entirely under new dominion. It shall serve as the realm governed by me, the Blood Abyss demon lord. Should there be any disobedience, death shall be the consequence. As a solitary word fell, the murderous intent between heaven and earth instantaneously solidified into a palpable force. The temperature throughout the entire Xinyu plummeted abruptly, as if it had plunged into an abyss of ice. This sent tremors through all directions. Countless formidable beings from the dark realms of ancient forbidden lands stirred from their long slumber, casting glances filled with suspicion, disdain, or greed towards this location. Arrogance. Who is this impudent child? I sense that your pressure amounts to nothing more than that of a mere Xian Wang. Yet you dare to utter such insolent words, claiming that Lord Hyde would bow to you? This is utterly laughable. An indignant roar, infused with boundless malice, erupted suddenly from the depths of the Gui Sha Mo zone in the southernmost part of the Xinyu. The speaker was none other than its ancestral figure, Gui Ming Xian Wang, a terrifying entity who had reached the pinnacle of power and a close friend of Hyde Xian Wang. He was acutely aware of Hyde Xian Wang's proud and tyrannical nature. He would rather die in battle than submit to another. However, just as this person finished speaking, a chilling voice resonated, "Disrespect my lord, and be executed." The one who acted was none other than Hyde Xian Wang, who had just become a Zhenwu. He struck fiercely, unleashing a horrific hand wreathed in boundless dark laws, seemingly forged from pure despair and oblivion. This hand tore through the vast heavens, traversing endless distances, and came crashing down upon the expansive domain of Great Xia Dynasty. Boom! The heavens collapsed, and the earth quaked. Under that palm, the Grand Great Xia Dynasty, a demonic sect that had persisted through several epochs, along with its proud protective formations, towering gates, and countless living beings within, were obliterated in an instant. Meeting a tragic demise, what remained was a bottomless pit, continuously devouring light and the fabric of time and space, resembling a terrifying abyss. The once mighty Gui Ming Xianwang could not even react in time, as he, along with everything he held dear, was utterly annihilated within his sect. The Chu Hun fan trembled once more, drawing back its dissipating true spirit and loss. Before the gazes of countless onlookers, it transformed into a new Zhenwu, its expression vacant. This bloody and tyrannical display left the entire Yongyi Xianyu in a state of eerie silence. All probing minds recoiled in horror. We pay our respects to the Lord of Demons. We vow to serve the Lord of Demons until death. We pay our respects to the Lord of Demons. The Yongyi Xianyu shall faithfully obey the Lord of Demons' commands. Without a moment's hesitation, innumerable powerful beings and leaders of the demonic path knelt in fright. Across the boundless void, they offered their most humble submission towards the direction of the Blood Abyss Demon Palace. Thus, in the face of absolute power, the vast Yongyi Xianyu was entirely enveloped by this incarnation of Chu. Meanwhile, in another realm, countless dimensions away from Yongyi Xianyu, within the even more expansive Lei Zhe Xianyu, in the upper realm's forbidden ground, the Xianyun Lei Qi here, the thunderous light was overwhelming. Each bolt of divine lightning could effortlessly slay an ordinary Xianwang, rendering even the mightiest Xianwang hesitant to tread this terrifying domain. Yet now, a colossal dragon shadow that blotted out the sun lingered in the depths of the thunder pool. Despite the annihilating chaos of divine thunder ravaging its dragon form, it remained steadfast as a mountain. But in the next moment, those tightly shut crimson golden dragon eyes suddenly snapped open. Boom! The entire Xianyun Lei Qi erupted in fury. A billion thunders bowed in submission. That colossal dragon shadow rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a man with silver hair and golden eyes, his stature imposing. Enveloped in boundless thunder and terrifying majesty, the expression on the man's face was chillingly cold, for he had just, with utmost clarity, sensed the singular causal thread that connected to the deepest recesses of his bloodline, intertwined with his very soul. With a snap, it was completely severed. His only progeny, that Songlin Xianwang, had perished. Not even a hint of a rescue message had managed to return before he silently fell in some corner of the upper realm. Chapter 79. The heart-wrenching Songlin Xianwang, Pinnacle Xianwang Giant. Within the Lei Zhe Xianyu, at the Xianyun Lei Qi, this place, capable of instilling dread even in the most formidable Xianwang giants, now trembled under the boundless fury of a singular existence. Countless annihilating thunders coiled like docile electric serpents, submitting at the feet of this towering figure, entwined in despair. Who dares to take the life of my only progeny? The Songlin Xianwang's hair and beard flew wildly, resembling a madman. Within his crimson golden dragon eyes burned an inferno of wrath and murderous intent potent enough to reduce an entire Xianyu to nothingness. In the next moment, he forced forth a drop of purple golden dragon blood from his heart. The instant this dragon blood appeared, it resonated with myriad forces, seemingly containing the cycle of life and death of an ancient realm. The dragon blood surged with the wind, transforming into a vivid phantom of an ancient Yinglong, releasing a roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos, seeking to trace the causal thread of blood in search of the perpetrator behind the death of his only progeny. This was the supreme bloodline secret technique of the Yinglong clan, the blood summoning tracking art. As long as the target is within the upper realm and has even the faintest trace of causal connection to the Xian cultivation, they cannot escape detection. However, a stick of incense passed, an hour passed, a full day passed, after the dragon phantom, forged from his heart's essence, frantically searched countless times in the upper realm and even across the myriad worlds. Its radiance gradually dimmed, ultimately releasing a mournful cry of despair, vanishing completely into the void. The search had failed. The result obtained was a desolate and despairing emptiness, as if his child, xianxiao, along with all traces of his existence, had been forcibly erased from the causal river of the myriad worlds by an invisible hand. No, it is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. For the first time, confusion and a hint of fear, unnoticed even by himself, flickered across the dignified visage of the Songlin Xianwang. A terrifying thought, akin to falling into a bottomless icy abyss, surged and spread wildly. He suddenly tore through millions of miles of void, his consciousness manifesting as a bolt of devastating thunder, directly descending into the cave of one of his most trusted subordinates. This subordinate was a powerful Xianwang giant. At this moment, feeling the unprecedented wrath emanating from his lord, he was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body, hurriedly kneeling and trembling. Speak. The voice of the Zonglin Xianwang was icily devoid of emotion. Where is Xianxiao? Where is my child Xianxiao? Why is all his presence, all causality, vanished from this world? The loyal subordinate, completely bewildered by this sudden interrogation, hesitantly raised his head, confusion and incomprehension etched across his face. Lord, what are you talking about? Xianxiao? Ever since you attained enlightenment in the ancient epoch, have you not always been alone, devoted to your cultivation? Have you ever had any progeny? Boom. This statement struck the Zonglin Xianwang's mind like a chaotic divine thunder capable of shattering the Tao fruit of a Xianwang. He froze instantly. The rage and madness on his face faded in an instant, replaced by an icy chill and a bone-deep terror that emanated from the very depths of his soul. His subordinate had no recollection of Xianxiao. Even the memories of his closest confidant did not contain the existence of his child. What does this signify? It signifies that his only progeny, Xianxiao, was not merely killed. Rather, his very existence, along with all causality related to him in the myriad worlds, had been utterly erased by an unfathomable, incomprehensible force, and the existence capable of achieving such a feat is surely of overwhelming power. Above this pinnacle powerhouse who commands 6 trillion Tao laws of the Xianwang, at the moment when Zonglin Xianwang's heart trembled violently, and the very essence of his Tao seemed to fracture, a hum resonated. The void before him shimmered slightly, and an ancient visage, solemn and majestic, formed from boundless Tao runes, gradually emerged. It was none other than Gu Huang Xianwang, who held a position second only to the Grand Master within the Qianwu Tiange, his power unfathomable. A hint of unprecedented gravity adorned Gu Huang Xianwang's countenance, and his voice transcended the vast expanse of time and space, directly echoing in Zonglin Xianwang's sea of consciousness. The Grand Master has awakened. Return to the Tiange swiftly. There must be no mistakes. What? The heart of Zonglin Xianwang, already struck as if by lightning, surged once more with tumultuous waves. The Grand Master, who once suppressed the Xiantian universe and sealed a sacred land within a lower realm, has awakened ahead of time. Could it be that the Great One has successfully broken through the supreme barrier and truly stepped into the legendary realm of immortal supremacy, the eternal Xianzun? In that instant, all emotions within Zonglin Xianwang, whether the heart-wrenching pain of losing a child or the chilling intent of murder, were forcibly suppressed by this shocking news. Before such a monumental event as the awakening of the Grand Master, even the deep-seated vendetta of losing a soul heir must be set aside temporarily. I understand. He nodded heavily towards the ethereal figure of Gu Huang Xianwang, his crimson golden dragon eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, without a trace of hesitation, Zonglin Xianwang moved, tearing apart the void before him, transforming into a stream of light infused with boundless thunder and overwhelming killing intent. With utmost urgency, he sped towards the direction of Qianwu Tiange. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian universe, within the Xia Dynasty, deep within the sacred city, in a small world of cultivation shrouded in endless chaos, the true form of Chu Qi sat cross-legged, his speed of devouring and refining the Xianwang laws having reached an unprecedented pinnacle. His entire being seemed to transform into a cosmic black hole capable of devouring all. The over 200 billion laws belonging to Di Yao Xianwang, at this moment, morphed into roaring, writhing true dragons of law, yet were firmly suppressed by his already perfected primordial indestructible immortal body, and then, like a whale, they were voraciously absorbed into him, refining into his own laws. His power, at this moment, surged at an unimaginable rate, growing exponentially. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, when the last trace of Di Yao Xianwang's laws was completely refined and integrated into him, a crisp sound akin to the shattering of the barriers of myriad realms echoed from within Chu Qi, the barrier that had obstructed countless talents from the upper realms. One that had remained unbroken for endless epochs, was at this moment ruthlessly shattered by Chu Qi in the most savage and domineering manner. Boom! A terrifying roar reverberated throughout the entire Xiantian universe. In this instant, the cosmic sea trembled violently. All laws bowed in submission and lament. Every being residing in the Xiantian universe, from Xianwang to commoner, felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of their souls, compelling them to kneel towards the Daxia divine capital in reverence. Behold, at the highest point in the Xiantian universe, a figure towering billions of light years high, clad in a dark golden dragon imperial robe, wearing a crown of the celestial sovereign, his visage obscured, yet radiating an unparalleled majesty that dominated the past, present, and future, suddenly materialized. His imposing figure seemed to trample the entire Xianxian universe beneath his feet. With each blink of his eyes, it appeared as if countless heavens were birthed and extinguished. The protective dragon vein of the Xia divine dynasty transformed into an even grander true dragon, affectionately coiling around him. Within the sacred city, the dragon sovereign, feeling this familiar yet vastly amplified aura, was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face as he cried out to the heavens, "Lord Chu Tsang, do you see? The young master has accomplished it. He has surpassed you and reached the realm you never attained." Xiao Qing, Chu Feng, Zhou Yan, and others shared expressions of fervor and adoration, excitement beyond measure. At this moment, Chu Qi had finally and completely refined all the source laws of Di Yao Xian Wang. The number of laws he controlled had thus transcended the formidable threshold of 3 trillion. His cultivation level, consequently, ascended to a supreme realm that countless beings from the upper realms could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes, the pinnacle of Xian Wang power. In this moment, Chu Qi, even when gazing across the vast upper realms, could be deemed a true, awe-inspiring titan. The Xia divine dynasty of today, the Chu Qi of today, was now truly unafraid of the so-called Zhenwu Tianga. Slowly, Chu Qi opened his eyes. Within his chaotic heavy pupils reflected the cosmic cycle of creation and destruction. And his commanding voice reverberated throughout the entire divine dynasty. "Proclaim my decree. From this moment forth, the Xia divine dynasty shall prepare for battle with all its might." Chapter 80. The Awakening of Zhenwu Xian Wang, the terrifying 9 trillion Xian Wang laws. Within the Zhenwu Tianga, the void divine hall. This sacred hall was not merely the domain of the Zhenwu Xian Wang, but also the core and supreme venue for discussions within the entire Tianga, accessible only to the 12 esteemed leaders. At this moment, within the hall, 11 figures of profound and dignified presence knelt reverently, not daring to raise their heads. They were the remaining leaders of the Zhenwu Tianga, aside from Di Yao Xian Wang. Each one was a pinnacle Xian Wang powerhouse, capable of shaking countless Xian domains with a mere stomp. Yet now, these 11 leaders knelt like the most devout of followers, bowing toward the same direction. At the end of their bowed heads stood a magnificent throne, radiating infinite laws, seemingly embodying the authority of the heavens. Suddenly, the bodies of these 11 pinnacle Xian Wang powerhouses trembled in unison. Following this, they collectively spoke with a fervent and nearly worshipful tone. "We welcome our Lord's descent." The instant their words fell, boom, an endless cascade of radiant celestial light, akin to countless star rivers, descended from above the throne, instantly filling the entire void divine hall. As the celestial light dissipated, upon the once empty supreme throne sat a man clad in a simple black robe, his expression indifferent. He was the true master of the Zhenwu Tianga. He was the one who, in the primordial epoch, single-handedly suppressed and sealed the entire Xianxian universe, the ultimate sinner. He was the eternal adversary of the Xia divine dynasty. "Zhenwu Xian Wang, rise." Zhenwu Xian Wang spoke slowly, his visage youthful, appearing almost like a handsome youth in his early 20s. Yet, within his eyes lay the depths of unfathomable voids, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only endless coldness and silence. Truly inscrutable. "Thank you, my lord." Gu Huang Xian Wang, Songlin Xian Wang, and the other 11 dared to rise, yet still bowed their heads, not daring to gaze directly at the figure upon the throne. The aura of the Grand Master was too terrifying. Even sensing the slightest trace made their hearts tremble. Zhenwu Xian Wang's indifferent gaze slowly swept over the 11 below, yet his brow involuntarily furrowed slightly. "Where's Diao?" His fingertips twitched, as if plucking at the strings of fate. In the next moment, an exceptionally vivid image materialized at the heart of the temple. Within this vision, one could see Chu Shi wielding the Tian Quan sword in the Xianxian universe, merging the chaotic heavy pupils with the primordial power of the universe. As he obliterated the Yin Yao divine ring and the very essence of the Emperor Yao Xian Wang, along with his soul, in one fell swoop. Observing the annihilation of one of the mightiest lords beneath him, Zhenwu Xian Wang displayed not a trace of anger. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as he uttered an indifferent and ambiguous chuckle, seemingly to himself. "Truly, this is the Xiantian realm. This lower realm, which once inflicted severe injuries upon me and was only barely sealed, has surprisingly given rise to such a formidable being after countless ages of confinement." Upon hearing these words, Gu Huang Xian Wang summoned his courage, stepped forward, and clasped his hands respectfully, his voice trembling slightly with excitement and reverence. "Reporting to my lord." Your recent retreat was a resounding success. May I inquire as to the astounding level of your cultivation? Have you perhaps attained the supreme status of Xianzun? Xianzun? Qianwu Xianwang scoffed at the mention, shaking his head. The status of Xianzun is not so easily achieved. He spoke slowly, his tone unremarkable, yet laden with terrifying implications that sent shivers through all the lords present. However, during this lengthy retreat, I have fully recuperated from the backlash I suffered while sealing the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, my cultivation has ascended once more. I now command 90 trillion Xianwang laws. Even among those so-called invincible Xianwang, I stand as a true pinnacle existence. I can truly call myself Tianwang. Tianwang, 90 trillion Xianwang laws. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the 11 lords below erupted in ecstatic jubilation, their minds buzzing with exhilaration. Tianwang. That title could only belong to the most elite and terrifying beings among the invincible Xianwang. Once I completely devour the essence of the Xiantian realm, within a mere 100,000 years, I shall ascend to the status of Xianzun, overlooking the epochs of eternity. At this moment, Qianwu Xianwang, or rather Qianwu Tianwang, spoke again with an undeniable dominance. Congratulations, my lord. Best wishes to my lord. Your might is unparalleled, and the title of Xianzun is within reach. In an instant, a torrent of praises surged forth, the fervor and adoration on the faces of the 11 lords reaching a fever pitch. Just then, another lord, Tian Yuan Xianwang, seemingly recalled something, stepped forward, and respectfully reporting to the esteemed Tian Wang, the Yunxiao Xianxiao has been eyeing our Tian Gu covetously in recent years, repeatedly provoking us. Although we wish to rally our forces and invade the Xiantian realm, we find ourselves hindered by the presence of the Yunxiao Xianxiao, fearing they may seize the opportunity to strike. Yunxiao Xianxiao? Upon hearing this, Qianwu Tianwang's abyss-like gaze flickered with contempt and coldness. I recall that old curmudgeon of Yunxiao controls merely 30 trillion Xianwang laws. His son has only just entered the realm of invincible Xianwang, with a meager trillion laws. These two inept beings. Qianwu Tianwang's voice dripped with utter disdain. In the past, I may have harbored some trepidation toward them. But now before he could finish his sentence, the Qianwu Tianwang, seated upon his throne, did not even rise but casually waved his hand toward the distant Yunxiao Xianxiao, suppressing it from afar. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated, as if it were about to upheave the entire upper realm, echoing even within the isolated void of the divine temple. What is this? Gu Huang Xianwang, Song Lin Xianwang, and the other 11 lords were horrified, hastily channeling their divine senses to investigate the source of the immense noise. In the next moment, their pupils all constricted simultaneously. They were met with a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime, their souls trembling uncontrollably, their Tao hearts nearly fracturing on the spot. Before them lay the once mighty Yunxiao Xianxiao, a dominant power that had stood toe-to-toe with Qianwu Tiangu. Its imperial capital and vast territories had now entirely vanished from the map of the upper realm. All that remained was a bottomless chasm, a vast imprint of a hand, filled with twisted and chaotic laws. Within it, nearly all living beings and cultivators had perished. Only two bloodied figures, the Yunxiao Laozu and Yunxiao Taihuang, the two invincible Xianwang of the Yunxiao Xianxiao, staggered forth from the edge of the abyss, spewing forth celestial blood infused with the essence of their Tao fruits. The sheer terror of Qianwu Tianwang's displayed power had utterly shocked these 11 supreme Xianwang leaders. Their minds were in a state of utter chaos, rendered blank by the overwhelming revelation. Chapter 81. The Transformed Eternal Night Xian Domain, pointing towards the Tianzun inheritance. On the other side, within the Eternal Night Xian Domain, the atmosphere had long since shed its former eerie stillness. Under the unparalleled will of Chu Shi, the once dreaded demonic ascension platform, which had instilled fear in countless ascenders, had transformed into a magnificent divine bridge connecting to the Xiantian universe. At the bridge's end stood colossal new ascension platforms, radiating brilliant celestial light, suspended in the void like stars. These platforms were established by Chu Shi using immense magical power, inscribed with the 9 dragon divine patterns of the Xia Dynasty, exuding resplendent celestial might, completely severing ties with other Xian domains in the upper realm and lower realms. Now, if one wished to forcibly enter the Xiantian universe through this place, only those wielding sacred Xianwang weapons and possessing the might of a pinnacle Xianwang or even an invincible Xianwang could hope to succeed. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. At this moment, one of the largest ascension platforms was alive with activity, bustling with excitement. Countless powerful beings from the Xiantian universe were setting foot in this legendary realm for the first time, experiencing the purer celestial aura and more complete laws of the upper realm, their faces awash with shock and wonder. Heavens! Is this the upper realm? The celestial aura is so rich. I, an old man who has been stuck at a bottleneck for 1,000,000 years, feel it beginning to loosen. An elderly figure with white hair, hailing from an ancient sacred land of the Xiantian realm, was overwhelmed with emotion, his body trembling vigorously. What of the upper realm? Nearby, a young commander clad in the Xia Dynasty's standard armor, already at the true immortal stage, laughed heartily with pride, exclaiming, "Ever since His Majesty the Divine Emperor shattered the restrictions laid by the Qianwu Tiangu, the celestial aura of the Xiantian universe has been flooding in, and the great Tao is reviving. I feel that our Xiantian universe is no different from the upper realm now." His words immediately garnered the agreement of countless others. Indeed, as more and more powerful beings ascended, everyone was astonished to discover that their cultivation, which had already reached the pinnacle in the Xiantian universe, experienced an explosive surge once again in this place. Boom, boom, boom. At the ascension platform, radiant divine lights shot into the sky, and terrifying tribulations descended. Countless cultivators broke through on the spot. Virtual immortal, true immortal, quasi-Xianwang. In just a few short hours, several exceptionally gifted individuals, having accumulated vast experience, shattered their barriers, consolidating their Tao fruits, and becoming true Xianwang level powerhouses. Among them, the strongest few had even reached the realm of Xianwang giants. Surrounded by millions of divine chains of laws, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, this former land of demons had now transformed into a vibrant and hopeful sacred land of Xiandao. Nevertheless, all of this, viewed from the void above, was still far from sufficient in the eyes of the towering figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. CHX's expression was one of indifference as he gazed down at the flourishing scene below, where powerful figures emerged in abundance. In his profound, chaotic eyes, there was not a hint of joy. This mere strength was but a drop in the bucket when faced with the impending cataclysm that would sweep through the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks. He and the people of the xianxiaaudiobooks remained oblivious to the astonishing news that the xianxiaaudiobooks had already awakened. However, guided by an extraordinarily keen intuition, CHX had already sensed that an unprecedented and terrifying calamity was likely on the horizon. Thus, he had come. His true self arrived in the upper realm. The blood-soaked incarnation of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord, who once roamed the eternal night immortal domain, had quietly returned to the Xiantian universe. Stationed in the capital of the xianxiaaudiobooks to guard against the potential frenzied assault from the Xianxiaaudiobooks. The power of the incarnation had its limits. Only by personally arriving in his true form could he seize the supreme fortune that would secure the ultimate victory. It was the ultimate opportunity gleaned from the memories of Lin, the fallen golden child of destiny. The complete legacy of the HODTNZN. The HODTNZN. A true supreme immortal who once commanded respect throughout the heavens during the ancient era of the upper realm. The value of the legacy he left behind was immeasurable. According to Lin's memories, that legacy resided in the most core and perilous area of the extreme North Demon Path immortal domain. The Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal domain. Currently, the overlord of the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal domain was a formidable entity known as the Azura Hall. Its terrifying power was fortified by 4 genuine peak immortal kings. In the past, when CHX's incarnation first arrived in the upper realm, the name Azura Hall loomed over him like an insurmountable ancient mountain that he needed to exhaust every effort to calculate and gaze upon. Its reputation alone was enough to instill fear in ordinary immortal kings, forcing them to retreat. But now, a cold smirk graced the corner of CHX's lips. He too was a peak immortal king. Moreover, he possessed the laws of 2 quasi-immortal emperors and the pinnacle immortal sovereign laws, wielding a holy grade immortal king weapon, the Azura Hall. In his eyes, it was merely 4 slightly stronger ants. He felt no fear whatsoever. This journey could be undertaken by him alone. To penetrate the so-called Xianxiaaudiobooks immortal domain, one man could obliterate the so-called Azura Hall. One man could seize the legacy of the TNZN. With his resolve solidified, CHX hesitated no longer. With a thought, 2 figures silently emerged from the void behind him, respectfully kneeling on one knee. It was none other than the transformed Calamity Slave, HID Xianwang, and the former Golden Child of Destiny, Lin. HID. CHX's voice was frigid. You will remain here to suppress the eternal night immortal domain. Should there be any disturbances or formidable enemies approach, show no mercy. As you command, my lord. HID Xianwang replied with hollow eyes, his tone mechanical. Lin. CHX then turned his gaze to Lingyan. You shall follow me to the Seeing in immortal domain. Yes, master. Lingyan's voice was equally devoid of emotion. Once a favored child of destiny, he was now nothing more than a soulless calamity slave. With the orders given, CHX casually waved his right hand. A resounding clang, powerful enough to make all paths submit, resonated through the heavens. The national treasure of the DSHNCHO, the holy grade immortal king weapon, Tn Chu Ngn, suddenly appeared. The divine sword expanded in the wind, transforming into an enormous blade stretching for billions of zhong, enveloped in overwhelming imperial might, with chaotic immortal radiance enveloping its blade. CHX stepped forward, landing directly upon the vast sword's surface. His raven hair danced wildly, his robes billowed, and the terrifying pressure belonging to a peak immortal king erupted without restraint, sweeping outwards like a collapsing mountain, ravaging all directions. Wherever that pressure passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The great paths wailed in lament, crushing all beneath the heavens. The calamity slave, Lingyan, crawled on the sword's surface, burying his head and lacking even the courage to glance up at the imposing figure ahead. Below, countless powerful beings of the Su-Ntian universe, upon sensing that familiar yet exponentially amplified supreme pressure, first stood in bewilderment, and then erupted into a fervent roar filled with boundless admiration and worship. It is His Majesty the Divine Emperor. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Divine Emperor. His Majesty the Divine Emperor's immortal might is unparalleled, eternal, and indestructible. Thus, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the colossal sword, blocking the sun, trembled slightly at its tip. With a swift sound, it pierced through the heavens of the eternal night immortal domain, trailing a brilliantly radiant golden rainbow, directly heading into the most perilous and chaotic core area of the demon path immortal domain, the Seeing in immortal domain. This time, CHX even left behind the Taichu ZHL in Su-En. He ventured forth alone. Yet, deep within CHX's heart, he understood that once he acquired the TNZN legacy and underwent a tremendous transformation in strength, the moment he returned to the Su-Ntian universe would mark the beginning of the end for the lofty Chi-NW-TNG, who fancied themselves in control of everything. Chapter 82, The Blood Oath Immortal City, The Fall of the Xianxiao Immortal Dynasty. In the Seeing in immortal domain, the Blood Oath Immortal City. This city held a notorious reputation as a blood-soaked land within the vast expanse of the 800,000 demon path immortal domains. It lay on the fringes of the Seeing in immortal domain, its walls not forged from celestial gold or divine iron, but constructed from the bones of countless beings, perpetually flowing with thick, crimson blood, exuding a stifling aura of resentment and murderous intent that could unsettle even the gods. Here, the most brutal trial grounds of the Azura Hall were established. Anyone aspiring to join the Azura Hall and become part of this sacred land of the demon path, regardless of their past identity or status, must endure a bloody trial of life and death within this city of carnage. Ultimately, only those who managed to crawl out alive from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood would qualify to become a disciple of the Azura Hall's outermost ranks. Today, in the very center of the Blood Oath Immortal City, upon the vast circular arena known as the Flesh Mill, the bloody slaughter continued unabated. Above the arena, 8 figures exuding depths of aura as profound as the abyss and demonic might as vast as the sea stood with their hands clasped behind them, coldly surveying the gruesome scene below. Surrounding them were numerous luxurious thrones crafted from the bones of ancient immortal beasts, upon which sat the titans of various demon path factions, observing or selecting promising candidates worthy of their bets. Within the arena, measuring billions of miles in diameter, over 1 million demon path prodigies, selected from the extreme north immortal domain, engaged in the most primal and brutal mutual slaughter. There were no rules, no restrictions. The sole purpose was to survive and kill every individual within sight. This was the Azura Hall's extremely mad and cruel selection method, akin to raising poisonous insects. Only the final victor, who emerged from the sea of slaughter, could attain the supreme honor of entering the Azura Hall. The 8 figures standing high in the sky were all esteemed envoys of the Azura Hall, each a genuine immortal king. They were not only the highest presiders of this bloody trial, but also the enforcers of order in the Blood Oath Immortal City. Anyone daring to disturb the peace here would meet their demise. One envoy, with a grim expression, narrowed his gaze, fixating on a young figure with graceful movements in the arena below. The young cultivator wielded a blood-red sword, imbued with a menacing aura, executing lethal strikes with a ferocity that was truly remarkable. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he managed to slay over 100 formidable adversaries of the same rank. However, just as he dispatched his 101st foe and allowed his guard to falter for a mere instant, a hidden and sinister poison needle, concealed within the formation, erupted silently from the earth beneath him, piercing through his skull in an instant, obliterating his soul and leading to his utter demise. Alas, such a tragedy. Observing this, a hall master could not help but shake his head gently, uttering a soft lament. This youth, known as Yunyin, was originally a disciple of the Zhengdao Xianyu's Wanfa Xinzhou. He had been forced to abandon his sect due to betrayal from his peers, leading him to the desolate Kanglin Xianyu. Despite having cultivated for merely over 4,000 years, he had already attained the 7th level of the true immortal realm, displaying exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Had he exercised more caution, he might have had a genuine chance to carve a path to freedom. Upon hearing these words, a burly hall master with a gleaming bald head scoffed disdainfully. Luoyin, spare us your pretentiousness. This is not the Zhengdao Xianyu, where decorum and sentiment are valued. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. A single misstep can lead to an abyss of despair. While this youth's talents are commendable, his character is sorely lacking, and his methods even worse. Such foolishness warrants his demise. He is utterly unworthy of entering my Shura Hall. In the next moment, as the term Zhengdao Xianyu was uttered, the eldest among the 8 hall masters, whose presence was the most profound, stirred slightly, his murky gaze sharpening as he spoke slowly. My friends, have you heard of the recent upheaval within the Yunxiao Xianxiao? At this proclamation, the previously relaxed and indifferent atmosphere froze abruptly. The expressions of the other 7 hall masters shifted to one of grave seriousness, some even breaking into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling involuntarily from an innate fear that resonated deep within their souls. The Yunxiao Xianxiao, a formidable power that stood toe-to-toe with the Zhenwu Tiange, boasting 2 invincible sovereigns. How could they, as sovereign leaders, possibly be unaware of the monumental events that had transpired? The bald hall master's voice took on a dry and hoarse quality as he continued. It is said that the master of the Zhenwu Tiange has awakened from his endless seclusion, reaching the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, Tianwang, with a single strike. He obliterated the imperial capital of the Yunxiao Xianxiao from the map of the upper realms. Another hall master seized the moment, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The 2 invincible sovereigns, Yunxiao Taiwang and Yunxiao Laozu, who had reigned for countless epochs, were pursued relentlessly by that Qianwu Tianwang across multiple Xianyu. Ultimately, Yunxiao Taiwang fell during the confrontation, and Yunxiao Laozu was forcibly subdued and turned into a servant. Gasps of horror escaped the lips of the hall masters, a chill coursing through them as they realized the gravity of the situation. Such terror, such overwhelming dread. An invincible sovereign, what a majestic being. And now one had perished while another was enslaved? All of this occurred within a matter of mere days. Now, the entire Zhenwu Tiange had mobilized, ravenously claiming all the territories and boundless resources left behind by the Yunxiao Xianxiao. One hall master murmured, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. That Zhenwu Tianwang will surely ascend to the rank of Xianzuan in the future, truly stirring the winds of change across the upper realms. Meanwhile, our Shura Hall has slain numerous Tiange powerhouses in our quest for resources. At this statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. The cacophony of bloodshed and the anguished cries of over 1 million prodigies below seemed distant and unreal. The 8 exalted sovereign leaders of the Shura Hall were left with naught but a chilling fear. Yet, as they slowly emerged from their breathless panic, they suddenly noticed a dark golden throne, shrouded in chaotic mist, had appeared silently before them. Upon this throne sat a young figure clad in an imperial robe of deep black, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty and beauty. This figure sat there, observing them with an amused glint in his eyes, as if he had been watching for a long time. In that moment, the 8 hall masters felt their souls tremble, their hair standing on end. With their sovereign-level perception and cultivation, they had failed to detect the arrival of this individual. How could this be possible? Just as their minds were thrown into disarray, the figure on the throne spoke slowly. Yunxiao Xianxiao, Zhenwu Tiange? Let us discuss this matter in detail. Chu Ji's lips curled into a smile that sent shivers down their spines, his tone casual, as if engaging in idle conversation. I am quite intrigued by this. These words, so utterly devoid of urgency, fell upon the ears of the 8 hall masters like whispers from the deepest abyss of hell, plunging them into a state of despair where even the thought of resistance seemed impossible. Chapter 83, The Second Child of Red Fortune, Mission Issued. Chu Ji's cold and indifferent eyes swept over the 8 Shura Hall masters, who were on the brink of mental collapse. He need not utter another word. Merely the weight of his indifferent gaze felt like invisible blades piercing deep into their souls, overwhelming them with a terror far greater than death itself. It was as if a moment's hesitation would result in their very existence being erased from reality. I will speak. I will reveal everything. The previously arrogant bald hall master was now utterly gripped by fear, his soul trembling in despair. In the next instant, he frantically divulged every piece of information he possessed at breakneck speed. It is the Zhenwu Tianwang, the master of the Zhenwu Tianga, an existence deemed taboo, has awakened. He is now a terrifying powerhouse at the Tianwang level. The Yunxiao Xianxiao, which had stood against the Zhenwu Tianga for countless epochs, was completely wiped off the map just days ago, no longer existing. The bald hall master's words tumbled forth in a torrent, laced with sheer terror. The other hall masters nodded vigorously, each adding their own frantic contributions, fearful that a moment's delay would summon unimaginable disaster. Chu Ji listened quietly, his brow furrowing slowly. Controlling 90 trillion sovereign laws, a Tianwang, is it? A sense of urgency surged within him, recognizing the incredible potential of this red fortune child. His growth rate and current power far exceeded his expectations. Although he too was a pinnacle sovereign, there remained an insurmountable chasm before such an existence. It seemed he must act swiftly. Chu Ji's gaze deepened, resolute in his desire to obtain the complete legacy of the Hao Di Tianzun. However, just as Chu Ji resolved to take immediate action, without further delay, a series of ominous drumbeats, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, resonated throughout the entire Yongye Xinyu. Immediately, the entire Kanglin Xinyu resonated as the laws of heaven and earth surged uncontrollably, trembling in unison, as if welcoming their supreme sovereign. What is this? Below, within the blood-soaked grinding mill, countless demonic prodigies engaged in a frenzied battle looked up in horror, their faces etched with confusion and a reverence that sprang from the depths of their bloodline. Thunderous roars echoed as the firmament was rent asunder. A massive, indescribable fissure of darkness, resembling a gaping abyss, stretched across the sky. A grand palace, entirely forged from Shura blood crystals, intricately carved with the torment and wails of myriad evil spirits, was pulled by 9 colossal bone dragons. This magnificent edifice, large enough to obscure the sun, crushed the void as it slowly advanced. It was the moving divine palace of the Shura temple, the Shura Tiangong. Before the palace stood 18 Shura warriors, towering like giants, wielding enormous battle spears, their auras already reaching the realm of Xianwang. Their expressions were emotionless as they stood, their gazes causing the very void to collapse in their wake. A few resonant voices, imbued with boundless bloodlust, boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the blood-oath Xian city. The young master has descended. All beings must bow in reverence. The sound wave swept forth, and the laws retreated. In an instant, the fierce killing intent on the faces of the million demonic prodigies transformed into boundless fervor and worship. It is the young master. The young master has arrived. Heaven, we are fortunate to witness the young master's holy visage, and we have no regrets in this life. In unison, they cast aside their weapons and knelt before the magnificent Shura Tiangong, bowing deeply in the most devout manner to express their highest respect. At this moment, the 8 Shura envoys trembled with a sudden shudder. The absolute loyalty derived from their bloodline and sect momentarily suppressed their extreme fear of Chu Shi. Without a hint of hesitation, they turned and deeply knelt before the Shura Tiangong, their posture even more respectful and humble than when they had bowed to Chu Shi. For the one who comes is the supreme heir of the Shura temple, the future sovereign in their hearts. The renowned leader among the 4 great prodigies known throughout the entire northern Xinyu. Young Master Hao Kanglin. Chu Shi's gaze also turned toward the scene. He beheld a figure reclining at an opulent throne, crafted from the bones of countless powerful Xianwangs. This was a youthful figure, strikingly handsome to the point of being otherworldly. With long hair as red as blood cascading loosely, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of irreverence. He idly toyed with a blood-red pearl forged from Xianwang Dao fruits, indifferent to the fervent worship of the million prodigies below and the respectful kneeling of the 8 envoys. Barely lifting an eyelid, surrounding him were dozens of exquisite maidens, each possessing a cultivation level at the Quasi-Xinwang realm, who bowed their heads in reverence, trembling as if even a glance could invite death. In this tranquil and casual demeanor lay an unparalleled pressure that transcended all beings, an arrogance that regarded all things as mere fodder. This person was Hao Kanglin. His prodigious talent was indeed rare across the epochs. After merely over 50,000 years of cultivation, he had already mastered a staggering 900 billion laws of Xianwang. His power was but a single step away from truly stepping into the realm of peak Xianwang. The elder among the 8 envoys was now profoundly shaken, recalling a terrifying legend about this young master. It was said that when Hao Kanglin first entered the realm of Xianwang, a holy son from another demonic sect had offended him with words, and in response, this young master summoned the Shura Temple's unparalleled heirloom, the sacred Xianwang weapon, the underworld Shura. He opened the true gates of the underworld on the spot, summoning a terrifying Shura warrior of peak formidable power. He ruthlessly slaughtered that demonic sect, along with its master and countless disciples, refining them into nourishment for that treasured item. Ruthless, tyrannical, unfettered. Such was Hao Kanglin. At the moment when Chu Shi's profound, chaotic eyes met Hao Kanglin's nonchalant crimson gaze, a familiar cold notification echoed in Chu Shi's mind. Ding! Detected the presence of a red-tier fated child. Hao Kanglin, reincarnation of the ancient Xianzuan Shura Lord. Target information: the foremost prodigy of the northern Xianyu, the sole heir of the Shura Temple, bearer of the Shura destiny, the true protagonist among the 800,000 demonic Xianyu beings. Quest chain issued, Destiny Hunt. First phase, shatter the Dao heart. If the host can utterly crush his pride before millions, causing his Dao heart to collapse, they shall receive a reward of 200 billion points of villain value. Second phase, complete eradication. If the host can slay him completely and seize his destiny, they shall receive a reward of 300 billion points of villain value, 100 billion points of fate, and 3 opportunities for the multiverse lottery. Special reward. Upon completion of all tasks above, the host will gain the eternal loyalty of the Abyss Shura King, a half-step Xianzuan level entity, currently slumbering in the underworld. Chapter 84. Instant kill of Peak Xianwang. Slaying the Red Fate Child. Simultaneously, at the moment when Hao Kanglin's gaze collided with Chu Shi's, a smile filled with wicked delight and intrigue slowly crept across his lips. How amusing. Truly fascinating. He, Hao Kanglin, was once the supreme Xianzuan Shura Lord, commanding slaughter and instilling terror across countless epochs. In this life, he bore great fortune, reincarnated and recultivating. He became the unparalleled prodigy capable of subduing all contemporaries in the northern Xianyu. Even the currently infamous Shura Temple was merely a stepping stone left behind from his past life. This matter, known only to him, made him the true king without a crown of the Shura Temple and the entire northern Xianyu. He awaited the moment to return to the pinnacle of Xianwang, to awaken the fruits of his past life, and shatter the barriers of Xianzuan. Then, he would lead the supreme demonic army he forged into the heart of the upper realm, crushing all those lofty, hypocritical righteous sect leaders and Xian Dao factions. They would be slaughtered. Their blood and wails would forge the path to his return to the supreme throne. Now, in this land he regarded as his own backyard, Hao Kanglin sensed a trace of kindred spirit in the mysterious black-robed man before him. It was an utter indifference that viewed all as mere ants, a pride that towered above all. He saw through the man at a glance, recognizing that though his cultivation also stood at the peak Xianwang realm, the laws surrounding him emanated an unfathomable, supreme existence he had never encountered before. However, none of this was the crux of the matter. What ignited an insatiable greed and desire within Hao Kanglin was the other's profound, endless eyes, seemingly harboring the essence of primordial chaos and the origins of myriad paths. Heavy eyes. In legend, they were a taboo gaze, born sacred and comparable to the supreme Tao body. Even in the days when Hocngl reigned as the true master of Shura, casting his gaze upon the upper realms, he once felt an insatiable yearning for the legendary dual pupils. If he could seize this pair of eyes and merge them with his Shura true form. A thought like this sent his heart racing with overwhelming excitement. If he were to obtain these dual pupils, his accomplishments in this lifetime would surely transcend merely returning to being an immortal sovereign. Perhaps he could even transcend the immortal sovereign and ascend to the legendary realm of the immortal emperor. Upon realizing this, the last vestige of his desire to claim the other as his own dissipated entirely. He would take these eyes for himself. He would take this person's life as well. With a mere thought, Hocngl's voice turned calm. Mzhing, at your command. A figure clad in a black robe, seemingly merging with the darkness, silently emerged from the void behind him, bowing respectfully. This individual was his protector, Mzhing, a true peak powerhouse who commanded 500 billion Dao laws, ranking among the top 5 within the entire Shura Palace. Then, Hocngl cast a glance, tinged with a hint of mockery, towards CHX. With a slight smirk, he lazily spoke. This friend seems rather unfamiliar. What? Upon witnessing the arrival of this young master, you do not wish to learn from those insignificant ants below and bow down in reverence? Upon hearing this, CHX's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Within his chaotic dual pupils, myriad celestial patterns flickered, instantly discerning the strengths and hidden cards of the two before him. One was a reincarnated immortal sovereign wielding 900 billion laws and a holy grade Tao weapon, while the other was a peak guardian with 500 billion laws, exuding an air of slaughter. If time were to linger, and the so-called young master were to reveal his hidden cards, a cataclysmic battle would be unavoidable. Thus, CHX chose the simplest and most direct approach to resolve the matter swiftly. In an instant, clang, the resounding, brilliant sound of a sword echoed, powerful enough to silence the heavens and earth. The Team QN sword had been drawn. Boom. 300 billion pure and ultimate chaotic laws surged forth, no longer holding anything back. Like 3,000 roaring chaotic ancestral dragons, they erupted from within CHX and poured entirely into the Team QN sword. The terrifying pressure, capable of crushing the myriad universes, leaked out just a hint. Boom. The massive blood oath immortal city below let out a mournful wail under the unbearable weight. Countless buildings reduced to dust in an instant. The over 100,000 proud disciples of the demonic path, who had been engaged in fierce combat just moments ago, now lay prostrate on the ground, their souls trembling beneath this overwhelming pressure, on the verge of collapse. The 8 envoys of the Shura Palace were rendered utterly dumbstruck, their hearts filled with an unfathomable terror, 1,000,000 times greater than when facing HOCNGLN. No one had anticipated this. No one could comprehend. This mysterious powerhouse, seemingly emerging from nowhere, had so decisively and recklessly struck against the young master of the Shura Palace, seeking death. In the critical moment, MZHing, HOCNGLN's protector, reacted instantaneously. He let out a thunderous roar, his form flickering as he appeared before CHX, as if teleported. With a mighty palm strike, boom, the colossal hand struck down, transforming into a dark, grinding disc capable of obliterating all, aiming directly at CHX's head, intent on annihilating this audacious intruder and his very soul. Yet, sizzle, with a light sound, CHX casually swung the T and QN sword forward. The chaotic laws deconstructed everything. MZHing's power, which could shatter star realms, melted away upon contact with the chaotic edge of the sword, disintegrating like ice beneath the blazing sun. There were no further words, no hesitation. In the next moment, under the gaze filled with disbelief and utter astonishment from MZHing, the Team QN sword effortlessly pierced through his head. Along with his soul and the essence of his immortal Tao fruit, they were utterly crushed and obliterated. The 500 billion Tao laws within him were forcefully plundered by CHX in an instant. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Upon the throne, HOCNGLN's nonchalant smile had yet to alter. A word, filled with shock and fury, had just escaped his lips. Sizzle. Another light sound ensued. A streak of chaotic sword light, fast to the extreme, struck first, severing all 4 of his limbs that were about to move. The scarlet blood of the Shura true master spouted forth like a fountain, painting the skies. Witnessing this scene, the 8 envoys and the 100,000 proud disciples were left with nothing but boundless fear and emptiness. Stunned, HOCNGLN stood completely frozen. Then, an indescribable agony, mingled with endless humiliation and disbelief, surged through his consciousness like the most ferocious of volcanoes. He had finally gone completely mad. You shall die? You shall die? I will make you wish for life, but find none, wish for death, but cannot die. He howled frantically, ready to burn his very soul and unleash his greatest hidden card, the underworld Shura. However, in the next moment, the madness on his face suddenly froze. For a more domineering and unresistible chaotic law had already invaded his body like a maggot, assimilating the 900 billion Tao laws and all his celestial power into the most primal chaotic substance, completely severing HOCNGLN's control. This also included all connections he had with the holy grade Tao weapon, the underworld Shura. CHX's figure had appeared before him without his notice. He gazed down upon this body, which resembled a broken puppet, his expression still indifferent, as his cold voice resonated. Shura, true master? Once a formidable being? Ridiculous. No matter how grand your past methods were, in my hands, you are but an ant. These words struck HOCNGLN's ears like the most venomous curse. A profound sense of powerlessness and infinite despair engulfed his consciousness. His greatest pride, his utmost reliance, in that moment, was mercilessly shattered by the other. His Tao heart crumbled inch by inch. In the next moment, the Team QN sword silently pierced through HOCNGLN's brow, extinguishing the last flicker of his life. Everything transpired without a hint of hesitation or pause. In the brief span of a single incense stick, this once reincarnated immortal sovereign, now the young master of the Shura Palace, the foremost prodigy of the extreme north immortal domain, was thus stripped of everything. he met a tragic end here. Chapter 85. Hunyuan Dao Master, Ruler of the Heavens. As HOCNGL ends once mighty body and all traces of his existence disintegrated into nothingness beneath the Team QN sword, the entire blood oath immortal city fell into an eerie silence. The 8 envoys of the Shura Palace, like puppets stripped of their souls, knelt rigidly in place, their thoughts entirely frozen. It was at this moment that the cold and familiar system notification echoed in Sich X's mind, finally arriving with unprecedented excitement and vigor, resounding loudly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully slaying the red-tiered son of fate, HOCNGLN. Congratulations, host. Completing the task chain, the heavenly fate hunt. Calculating rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 billion points of villain value, 100 billion points of luck. Ultimate reward settlement. Congratulations to the host for receiving the eternal loyalty of the Supreme Being, Ubi Xiao Luo Wang, at the half-step Immortal Sovereign level. Special reminder, due to the host's excessive completion of the task, crushing the heart of the destined protagonist and eradicating it, you are hereby rewarded with 3 ultimate lottery chances from the Myriad Realm Roulette. 3 times. The ultimate lottery opportunity. Even with Chu Chi's current state of mind, upon hearing this final reward, a ripple inevitably stirred within his deep, chaotic eyes. Without any hesitation, he silently intoned, "System, activate the Myriad Realm Roulette." Buzz. A roulette that was larger, older, and more mysterious than any previous version suddenly appeared in his consciousness space. This roulette seemed to be forged from the very essence of the myriad worlds. What flickered upon it were no longer mere shadows of treasures or techniques, but rather terrifying seas of existence that were in the cycle of creation and destruction. Let the first draw commence. The roulette spun wildly, and at last, amidst a dazzling primordial divine light, it gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Reward. Immortal Sovereign level follower, Yuan Chu Xianzun. The moment the words fell, a portal in the void opened automatically before Chu Chi, an elder clad in a simple Taoist robe, whose aura seemed to resonate with the primordial essence before the heavens and earth were formed, stepped forth from the portal. He then bowed deeply to Chu Chi, his demeanor radiating utmost reverence. Old servant Yuan Chu pays respects to the master, willing to clear the myriad realms for the master, facing fire and water, unafraid of death. A true immortal sovereign, an existence considered a legendary taboo in the upper realm, now swore fealty to Chu Chi like the most humble of servants. The second draw. Chu Chi nodded slightly, his heart as tranquil as a deep well. The roulette spun once more. This time, it halted in a golden sea formed from pure wealth and fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Reward, 100 trillion points of villain value. A terrifying wealth sufficient to purchase the entire system's marketplace. The third draw. Chu Chi issued his final command. This time, the entire myriad realm roulette trembled violently, as if unable to bear the supreme power it contained. Ultimately, as the pointer slowly came to a stop, the entire system seemed to fall silent in that moment. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detected an ultimate unique reward beyond the system's comprehension. Congratulations to the host. Reward. Comprehension of the primordial Tao, Lord's cultivation. Boom. A force beyond description, surpassing time, space, causality, and fate, transcending all paths of existence erupted from that roulette, flooding entirely into Chu Chi's body. In an instant, the vast upper realm shook violently. No, not just the upper realm. It was the Xiantian universe, the boundless sea of realms, the myriad heavens. All existence, all time and space, trembled intensely at that moment, as if welcoming the arrival of a supreme sovereign. The traces of the flow of all things became vividly clear in Chu Chi's eyes. Whether it was the so-called primordial laws, source laws, or world laws, they all bowed to him, submitting. Chu Chi's heart also trembled greatly. He could feel his life form undergoing an ultimate and eternal metamorphosis at that moment. He was no longer flesh and blood, but composed of the Tao itself. A single thought could birth countless universes. A mere glance could bury eons. So, this is the realm of the primordial Tao Lord. Chu Chi mused inwardly. The realm of the primordial Tao Lord was something unheard of even in the upper realm, perhaps representing a true transcendence above the immortal emperors. He never expected to ascend to such heights in this manner, becoming truly invincible. The next moment, he focused his thoughts. His eyes, now transformed into the essence of myriad paths, effortlessly pierced through all barriers of time and space, instantly locating the whereabouts of his loved ones. It was a place called Tai Su, a ruinous secret realm. Within it, upon a throne of white bones formed from countless corpses, sat a terrifying skeletal immortal emperor, whose aura had reached the pinnacle of immortal emperor status. Beneath him, three figures were ensnared by chains woven from boundless resentment and the laws of death. They were none other than his father, mother, and grandfather. The skeletal immortal emperor seemed to sense a probing presence and suddenly lifted his head, emitting a silent roar. However, Chu Chi merely focused his thoughts once more. Annihilation. Uft. The skeletal immortal emperor, a being who could instill fear even in the upper realms of mortal emperors, along with the entire Tai Su's secret realm, vanished silently like bubbles under sunlight. Chu Chi's parents and grandfather flickered momentarily before crossing endless time and space, appearing before him. Father, mother, grandfather. Chu Chi's voice finally carried a genuine emotional resonance. Qinger, you. Grandfather Chu Tsang's eyes were dazed, his mind blank. Utterly unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. He never imagined that the grandson he once protected, who had just embarked on the path of the Tao, had now grown to a terrifying level beyond his understanding. Chu Chi offered no further explanations, simply waved his hand again. Three beams of light imbued with the power of creation instantly entered the bodies of his three relatives. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the cultivation levels of the three surged, directly skyrocketing to the limits of what the upper realm could accommodate for immortal emperors. After a brief embrace with his family, Chu Chi's expression returned to its timeless coldness. He focused his thoughts. His figure had already teleported to the majestic Zhenwu Tiange. At this moment, the Void Temple was alive with festivity, but Zhenwu Tianwang's smile suddenly froze, for he was forcibly constrained in the void by an irresistible power, unable to move. Zhenwu Tianwang hadn't even had the chance to discern the identity of the newcomer. With a single thought from Chu Chi, it was done. Boom. This once mighty figure, who had suppressed the Xianxian universe for countless epochs, was obliterated like a fragile porcelain doll, bursting into a brilliant mist of blood. Then, Chu Chi extended a finger and gently pointed at the vast and boundless Zhenwu immortal domain below. Rumble. That once glorious domain of the upper realm was quietly transformed into an abyss. This cataclysmic upheaval instantaneously awakened numerous ancient beings across the upper realm and the myriad worlds that had been slumbering. Powerful gazes from different temporal dimensions were cast toward him. Among them were hidden immortal sovereigns and even true immortal emperors. Chu Chi sensed their mixed looks of suspicion, rage, and greed, and his chaotic eyes slowly lifted, surveying the nine heavens. Then, he snapped his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound resonated across all temporal dimensions. In the next moment, above the firmament, the nine originally exalted, world-pressing immortal emperor phantoms suddenly stiffened. Following that, their imperial forms shattered like broken mirrors, cracking inch by inch, spilling blood. The nine immortal emperors were obliterated in an instant. This time, the myriad worlds trembled. All beings were horrified. No existence dared to gaze upon him again. Meanwhile, Chu Chi, amidst the silence and terror of the myriad worlds, took each step, ascending toward the apex of the heavens. Behind him, an unparalleled throne of the celestial emperor, forged from the convergence of myriad paths and countless laws, gradually materialized. Chu Chi turned around, ascending to this lofty seat, casting his gaze upon the boundless ocean of realms and the myriad heavens. His voice, resounding with authority and grandeur, transcended the ordinary, transforming into an eternal resonance that echoed deep within the souls of all beings. From this day forth, I shall establish the eternal divine court. The myriad heavens and the infinite realms shall be under my dominion. I, Chu Chi, shall be the one and only celestial emperor.